What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Wednesday, December 6th, 2023, and the Buck and I are with you until 10 o'clock. Of course, Texas Sports Unfiltered is live all day long, talking all things Texas football and beyond. On this morning's show, a Shaka Smart revenge game. Tonight, the 12th ranked Texas basketball team takes on number 8 Marquette in Milwaukee. We'll preview that. Aaron Rodgers is still mad at Texas. We'll talk about that. We'll give you our updated NFL power rankings. We'll rank some of the most intriguing bowl matchups in college football. And a bizarre story involving former Pro Bowl wide receiver TJ Houshmandzadeh that we have to get into at some point today. We are jam-packed on a hump day edition of Bucky and BK. Good morning, Buck.
Good morning, BK. How are you feeling today?
I am doing great, my friend. How about you?
I am doing fantastic. Up early, get a little workout in, ready to crank it up. Beautiful. Should be another beautiful day here in Central Texas. And, you know, it's that kind of lull here except for basketball. Basketball with the NBA in-season tournament, which who cares? I haven't got to that point. Maybe just see the finals. That's about it. I know the Milwaukee Bucks are pretty damn good since their acquisition of one of the best players in the NBA. That's craziness. I don't know how the East is going to come out, but I don't know if Boston's going to have some competition this year, not only from Philadelphia but from Milwaukee. That division is just brutal. And of course, the Texas Longhorns, everybody's still up as high as possible about that. Nothing's changing. Sorry, Florida State. You got screwed.
Yeah. How about the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, saying
Sorry about that, Ronald.
He would set aside $1 million from his 2024 political budget to give to Florida State if they wanted to sue the College Football Playoff Committee. You had a Florida State senator a couple of days ago released like this long statement, basically pinned a letter to Boo Corrigan in the CFP committee saying how he believed Florida State got wronged in this ordeal. And then the governor of Florida has come out and said, hey, if you guys want to sue, we'll give you some money to make it happen.
Hey, listen, do us all a favor. Help Florida man and Florida woman out a little bit. Don't worry about the college. They got plenty of money. Everything's good. You just need to help out Florida man and Florida woman so we don't see as much as those people as we do.
There ain't no helping them, Buck.
On a daily basis, we got to see those folks. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you for what you do. It is appreciated, and please be careful out there.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yep. I love it when sports cross into political lines. That's what's going on right now. Look, Florida State got screwed. We've talked about it. But they got screwed for the betterment of the American people.
That's true.
It's as simple
as
that.
Thank you to the state of Florida. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you guys for taking one for the team. You have every right to be pissed. You went 13-0. You won your conference championship. That should have been enough to get you into the college football playoff, but nobody wanted to see you in the college football
Nobody
playoff.
wanted to see you at all, and life ain't fair. Sorry.
Life ain't fair, and look, college football is a business, and businesses are all about making money.
That's right, and we're all better off without you.
And this is part of the entertainment business.
That's right.
It's going to be way more entertaining to watch Alabama take on Michigan in the Rose Bowl than it would have been to watch Florida State take on Michigan in the Rose Bowl. So it sucks. I do empathize. You know this, Buck. I usually get off on other people's sports misery. I do empathize with Florida State fans because, you put yourself in their shoes and you'd be just as pissed. I'd be just as pissed if the Longhorns were in that same situation. We'd be saying all the same stuff. But thankfully, it's not us dealing with that. And, yeah, sorry about that, guys. It's how it works sometimes,
Yeah, that's true. I mean, all I needed was Michigan to lose a game and then be out because that would have made my misery feel. That would have been great misery if those folks had to suffer, the Wolverine fans.
Well, if Michigan somehow lost to an Iowa team that was incapable of scoring, then
that's true. There was no way they were going to lose.
What would the playoff have looked like there? Like Washington would have been number 1. Would it have been Texas 2, Bama 3? Would we have gotten the rematch in the semifinal?
I think we would have.
And then Florida State 4, or would they separate?
There was no chance. You were right. There was not a chance in hell.
Yeah, maybe Maybe
I
they would
thought
have
that they
done
would
it.
at least score. They could not even score a point.
Dude, their first half over-under was like 0.5, and they didn't get it. And their team total was 6.5, and they didn't even get close.
Wow.
I mean, Michigan's defense is awesome, but that says more about where Iowa is offensively. It's amazing that that team won 10 games. If that was your first time watching Iowa, that had to be your reaction. Like, how the hell did these guys win 10 and get to a conference championship?
I know. It's just it's hard to believe that Kirk Ferentz still has his gig there. I don't care how many they win, but they can't score. They have nothing going on in offense. They had that big old dumpy quarterback. I mean, it's like, come on, go find some kid that wants to play quarterback in the state or around the corner, somewhere in the Midwest who's working the cornfields, you know what I'm saying, during the day. Go
Yeah.
play a little night football. I mean, there's got to be one. Field of Dreams, something.
Well, they got the Michigan transfer, Cade McNamara, and they thought he was going to be their guy at quarterback, but he got hurt early. So that kind of put them behind the 8 ball, and they've been playing with the backup all season. And they still won 10 games. I mean, everybody agrees that it's BS the way the Big Ten has been split in recent years. And that is one benefit of conference realignment, is we won't have those stupid-ass divisions in the Big Ten anymore, which is nice. But yeah, Iowa still found a way to win 10 games, and they were ranked in the top 20 going
Can't
into
take it away from that
Saturday.
defense, man. That defense is something now.
Kirk Ferentz has been there 25 years now.
There's a time when it's time to go.
Well, that's the whole be careful what you wish for thing, because he's been their best coach ever, and they have been consistently good. I think they won a Big Ten title, like maybe 10 years ago against Michigan State, if memory serves. I don't even know if they actually won that game against Michigan State. Maybe Michigan State beat them. But yeah, I don't know if they could do much better than Kirk Ferentz. They sure as hell could do better than Brian Ferentz.
Oh yeah,
Kirk's son, who's been the offensive coordinator, who is now out of a job, or at least he will be after Iowa's bowl game. But yeah, no, they suck. But I do wonder, like, alternate universe, what would the playoff have looked like if somehow, some way, Iowa beat Michigan? Maybe they would have put Texas 2, Florida State 3 to try to like separate Texas and Alabama, and maybe wait till the national title game to get that matchup.
Yeah, they want that matchup. They want that matchup in this title game, in this title too.
Yeah, I mean the TV partners really want Texas. Like, I don't think it matters that much from a viewership perspective if it's Michigan or if it's Alabama, because you're talking about just two of the biggest brands in the sport and two ginormous fan bases. Like, either one of those two is going to bring eyeballs, and they're going to sell tickets, and it's going to be huge for the sport if either Michigan or Alabama is playing for a title. No disrespect to Washington, although we'll probably disrespect them a lot over the next few weeks. They're just not the brand that the other three are.
No.
I mean, there's 3 blue bloods there, and Washington, they've had some history, and it's a state school, and they're obviously a great team this year, and they've earned their spot into the CFP. But the college football, the NCAA, the committee, the fans, eyeballs, whatever, they all want Texas against somebody in that national championship.
Texas, Michigan, Texas, Alabama, it's all looking good.
Yeah. I think a lot of Texas fans are rooting for the rematch, though.
I would be. I mean, we'll see Michigan next year anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's
maybe with a new coach, but
yeah, Texas saw Washington last year and this year. They've already seen Bama this year. They're going to see Michigan next year. So yeah, you usually don't see these type of repeat matchups in the non-con, but that's how it worked. And look, Texas, give them credit for scheduling Alabama. That's the reason they're in the college football playoff this year. So it's awesome, man. It is awesome. All right. Did you see what Aaron Rodgers had to say, speaking of the college football playoff and speaking of Florida State getting left out?
He's still bitter over something?
Of course he is. Well, Aaron Rodgers, I mean, screw that guy for a million different reasons. But he's always hated Texas. You go all the way back to 2004, where Texas jumped Cal in the last rankings, and the Longhorns were given the honors of playing in the Rose Bowl against Michigan instead of Cal, right? Cal thought they were going to be the team playing in the Rose Bowl against Michigan. Instead, Texas got the nod. The Longhorns, of course, beat Michigan in that game. Cal went on to play Texas Tech in the Holiday Bowl. and Texas Tech actually beat Cal by 2 touchdowns. So it seems like the BCS got it right by saying, Texas, we think you're better than Cal, so we're going to put you in the Rose Bowl, and we're going to leave Cal out. We'll leave them in the Holiday Bowl instead. Well, Aaron Rodgers hadn't forgotten about that. He was on with the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and I think he joins those guys every week.
Every week, yeah. They're buds.
Yeah, and here's some of what he had to say about the college football playoff.
I feel about Florida State. Those boys.
That was my team growing up. That was my team. I think they should have got in.
Over?
And Texas.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh,
nice. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. You can take that double deuce right there.
Yeah, and then Aaron Rodgers giving the horns down on national TV too. So go ahead and tear another Achilles, Aaron. We don't care about you.
That dude is not playing this year or next year. Take the money and run off to weirdo land, wherever you're coming from.
Yeah.
There'll be something next year. That guy, there'll be something major coming on with him. Major move. There'll be the reuniting him and Danica Patrick, or something weird is going to happen. He needs weird. He needs to be in the limelight. He just loves it.
Oh, yeah. He loves himself some him. There's no doubt about
goodness.
that. And I don't think Aaron Rodgers is really serious about coming back and playing this year. I just think he keeps telling people that he is, so people keep talking about him.
Sure.
Like, that's just how he operates, man. Like, look, he's a great player. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the history of the game. There's no debate there. But, he loves being in the spotlight. He wants people talking about Aaron Rodgers. So he says stuff and does stuff to make sure that people are talking about Aaron Rodgers. And this is another one of those instances. Like, Texas fans are obviously up in arms with these comments. And a lot of college football fans are like, really? Like Florida State over Texas? So that meant you would have put Alabama in over Texas, even though Texas beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa.
Of course he would have.
But, yeah, Aaron Rodgers still has some distaste for the Longhorns for what happened 2 decades ago. Hey, get over it, guy. It's been 20 years. Move on. I think everybody else in the world besides you has. And then also, just
three MVP later, he's still bitter.
Yeah,
really.
This would generate some buzz as well. So, yeah, Aaron Rodgers, Florida State over Texas was his opinion. And there you go. I think he comes back next year, but I don't think he comes back this year. The Jets are too bad. It wouldn't make sense for him to come back to that.
It doesn't make any sense, but then he never makes any sense. That's the problem. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
He'll do that just for the sake of let's talk about him.
Yep. That's it. That is it. All right. It is Bucky and BK here on a Wednesday morning. We've got some NFL power rankings. What about this Texas basketball team, though, tonight, Buck? The Longhorns in Milwaukee taking on Marquette. Texas ranked number 12 in the new AP Top 25 poll. Marquette ranked number 8. The Longhorns have a better record than Marquette does this year, if you care about that. Texas is 6-1. Marquette is 6-2. Marquette actually coming off of a loss over the weekend to Wisconsin. That's a big rivalry game for them. And Wisconsin actually won that game relatively handily against the Golden Eagles. Marquette also lost to Purdue early in the year. So a couple of decent teams. Purdue, the best team in the country right now, or one of the best teams in the country right now. They're in the top 5. Not a horrible loss to them on a neutral floor.
Wisconsin's a pretty good team now. Wisconsin's not bad either. They got a nice win over Michigan State, I believe, last night too.
So Wisconsin's, they're always solid. They're always solid, and they did beat Michigan State in East Lansing last night. So you're right. So neither loss for Marquette that bad. Obviously, Texas's only loss came on a neutral floor to the defending champion UConn Huskies. Not a lot of shame in that one, and Texas was very shorthanded in that game too. But a big one tonight, obviously, the Shaka Smart revenge game. This is the first time Texas will play against Shaka Smart since obviously Shaka was the coach here for 6 years. The Longhorns are 7-point underdogs tonight. How you feeling about this one, Buck?
Well, I think it'll be a fun game for both teams, and I got to believe the coach. Both coaches will enjoy this. This is still, once again, you just got to look at it as it is. It's a tune-up to league play. Everybody's still trying to figure out who's got this role, who's that guy. Our guy's going to be healthy. Will Texas be at full strength, which they won't be? So, I mean, just another game to find out. Let the other players start to find their way around this basketball team. So, it's not a game that, it's not do or die time in college basketball, and especially for these two teams. It's just do. Let's find out where our guys belong. If something were to happen to some of these guys that are going to be starting to come back, what happens? Who's the next guy in? I mean, they're still trying to find out those things, because even though Texas will get healthier, you don't know how long some of these guys may last. I mean, you don't know what a guy's foot, you don't know what the guy's shoulder, what'll keep them in and keep them out. So you got to have your backup guys ready to play, and they got to be good. They can't just be players just going in to take their spots. Their roles have to be pretty big. The guy behind a backup, especially in college basketball.
Yeah, Texas hasn't played since last Thursday night, where they beat Texas State 77-58. That was one of the weirder college basketball games you'll ever watch, right? Texas jumped out to a 25-4 lead over the Bobcats, and it felt like it was going to be the easiest victory of all time. And then Texas State came all the way back. They actually had a lead in the second half of that game, but the Longhorns turned it on in the final 10 minutes and did enough to win and pull away from Texas State. Since that UConn game, the Longhorns have beaten a couple of mid-majors in Wyoming and Texas State. They've had plenty of time to rest up and prepare and game plan for this Marquette team. Marquette now an 8.5-point favorite. I saw 7 yesterday, and I guess the money's coming in on Shaka's punch. So this will be a tough test. Obviously, Dylan DeSue still not there. The good news is Caden Shedrick will be playing for Texas. He was not available for that UConn game. So it's nice to have one of your best bigs on the floor tonight.
Sure.
But it's going to be tough, man. Marquette's really good. Like,
they were good last year. They were fantastic last year. They'll be good again this year. They bring back a lot of guys.
Well, they choked in the tournament, because that's the Shaka Smart special right there.
Oh, once you get to that time, once you get to March.
They were a 2 seed in the tournament, and they didn't even make it to the Sweet 16. So, they blew it. And then 2 years ago, they lost by 50, I think, in their first round NCAA tournament game. I think they lost to North Carolina, who played for the national championship that year. But this game ended in March, which I think is unfortunate, because if it was, I'd feel a lot better about Texas's chances, because Shaka in a big game. Well, I don't have to tell anybody about that if you're a Texas fan. But they're great. And the biggest question that I've had about this Longhorn team all year is their perimeter defense. Now, I think Tyrese Hunter, when he wants to be a great defender, he can be a great defender. But Max Abmas, the other starting guard for Texas, a great scorer coming off of his best shooting performance as a Horn, 26 against the Bobcats. He's just undersized. And Marquette's got a really good backcourt with Cam Jones and Tyler Kolek. If you've never watched either of those guys play,
watch Kolek.
Yeah, they're good. Kolek, a little whitey.
He can ball.
Yeah, he's an athlete now. He's not just a gym rat. You know, this guy has some juice to him. He's really, really solid. And Cam Jones is the leading scorer for Marquette. Both of those guys, as you mentioned, dudes who were on that team last year, who are back this year. It's why Marquette started the year as a top 5 team in the country. It's why they're number 8 right now. Their backcourt's really good, and they've got this big Odigi Zoro is his name. And I'm combining him with the Cowboys Odigi Zua. Iguodaro is his name. Yeah. Oso Iguodaro. Not Osa Odigizua, who's the D lineman for the Cowboys.
Zorro.
Yeah, I'd rather be playing Odigizua, as great as he is for the Cowboys. Like, I wish that guy was playing basketball over Iguodaro, who's a good big man for Marquette. Marquette beat Kansas earlier this year, and Kansas beat UConn earlier this year. So, that's whatever. I don't know if the transitive property really applies ever, especially at this point in the year. But Marquette obviously.
It's just guys figuring out where they belong and stuff. I like it. There's some good games early. Like I said, that Wisconsin Michigan State game. Some of these teams are playing really great competition, outside of their conferences, which is good. I mean, you can try to put yourself in position, in the top 12 teams in basketball right now. But playing these teams right now it's great for March. It really is. Playing them in December is really great for March and getting your team to figure out where they stand with the other teams in the country.
Yeah. Look, Texas playing in the Big 12, the Longhorns will have plenty of opportunities for resume-boosting wins. Like, there are a lot of teams ranked in this conference. BYU is ranked number 14. I'm not sure anybody realized that. I'm not sure I realized that. Oklahoma is ranked number 19, and they knocked out Providence last night. And a matchup of 2 pretty solid teams. Like, Oklahoma looks like they finally got it figured out under Porter Moser. Obviously, Kansas is a top 5 team. Houston's a top 5 team. Texas is going to have plenty of chances for those resume-boosting wins once they get to the Big 12. But, you want to have a nice non-conference W on your schedule. And this is kind of the last chance the Longhorns have at it this year. Like, we'll play LSU on the 16th in Houston. LSU's okay. I don't know if they're even a tournament team, though, this year. But that's a big brand, and that's a win over, a Power 5 conference team. So obviously you want that. But yeah, UConn and Marquette, kind of the two really big resume boosting non-conference opportunities for Texas this year. They obviously didn't beat UConn. There's no shame to losing to Marquette on the road by any stretch, especially without Dylan DeSue. But this would be huge for the Longhorns when you're talking about seed lines come selection Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like this would be a really nice one. And I also hate Shaka Smart. So that's really why I want Texas to win this game, because that guy literally wasted 6 years of my life as the Texas basketball coach.
You just kept dreaming, didn't you? You just kept thinking it was going to happen.
Well, I didn't like the hire in the first place. I had figured it'd be a little bit better than what it was, but no, I was not in on the hire. I think part of my bitterness came because
they never called you.
No, well, shit. I think I could have done better than Shaka. Nah, yeah, I think so. I think I could have won 8 tournament games.
You'd have been able to beat Abilene Christian. I think you'd have had that one.
I would have hired I would have said, you guys pay me like, I don't know, $500,000, and then save all of the other money to hire the most badass coaching staff in the country, and I'll just be the face. Because
there you go.
This is a face right here, Buck.
Yeah,
just see the face.
Is that stash is gone? Is it starting to come back? Are you trying to bring that back?
No.
Every day it's going. There's little pieces of it hanging around.
You're seeing a stash right now?
Yeah, it's time to get rid. When did you shave last? 3 days ago?
I think yesterday.
Yeah, well, you better do something. It's starting to try to creep up. Sometimes when you get rid of it, like this thing right here, after Christmas, out the door.
Yeah, you got to have the Bucky Claus bit rolling back this year.
Yeah, but now after that, gone. Totally out. See you later.
Clean shaven?
Yeah, back to being 37.
Okay. 37 what?
Years old.
Yeah. What is it, 1952?
No.
37?
Yes.
You think shaving takes 30 years off your life?
Yes, it does. Takes it off my face. Yes. I have a baby face underneath this. I'm not as hard as I look with this. This is right here. This is the hardness of the holidays right here.
I'm glad you're not hard right now. Thank
you
for
because I store my COVID inside this.
Dude, I told you, like, I was sick for like half the month of November when I had the mustache on.
That'll do it.
And then I shaved, and all of a sudden I feel better.
See?
Just conceals COVID, the flu, AIDS, all the above.
Everything's inside of that thing.
Yeah, it was all in there. So, hopefully Texas wins tonight. Once again, I think some of my Shaka bitterness comes from me being a Kansas fan and Shaka's VCU team beating Kansas in the Elite Eight in 2011, when really it was just Kansas not being able to make any open shots. But whatever. Credit the other team, credit the other coach. But that game still sticks with me. And obviously it is the biggest reason why Shaka was the coach at Texas, which definitely still sticks with me because that guy didn't do a GD thing here in Austin in 6 years.
He won a national championship.
Oh, my God.
National Invitational Championship.
Some of our most embarrassing moments as Longhorn basketball fans came with Shaka. Winning the NIT and then TexasSports.com posing as if that was a national championship, and then losing to Abilene Christian. Maybe two of the lowest moments for me as a Longhorn Hoops fan came in the span of like 3 years with Shaka Smart.
That was a terrible lunchtime deal, Abilene Christian. That was like an afternoon tilt, wasn't it?
No, it was a night.
That was a night game?
Yeah, it was one of the latest games, maybe the last game of the NCAA
11:15 at night. Yeah, here you go.
Yeah. And God, I was at a wedding in Memphis, your favorite city.
Memphis.
Watching that, and I was pretty devastated. And then I'm like, no, this means Shaka Smart's getting fired, so I'll get over this pretty quickly. And then we had Chris Beard, and he just turned out to be kind of a piece of shit.
Don't do that. Don't be like that, because you're sounding like Aaron Rodgers there.
What do you mean?
Over Shaka.
I haven't gotten over it.
Haven't gotten over it, Rodgers.
In 20 years, I'll have gotten over it. But
are you sure? You won't. No, you will not.
No, you're probably right. Yeah, I don't know. That stinks, and it hurts more because I was in school for some of that stretch.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'll always be a little bitter about just having to deal with one of the worst eras of big three Texas athletics ever while I was a UT student. But hey, they've got stuff figured out now. They're number 12 in basketball. They're number 3 in football. Baseball hopefully is set to have a great season, and the other sports continue to dominate. The women's team is in the top 5.
Supposed to be UConn.
Volleyball's playing in the Sweet 16 tomorrow night. There's a lot to be proud of. A lot to be proud of if you're a Texas fan right now. And I'd be willing to sacrifice my 4 years as a student to make sure that
everything is okay. There you
things
go.
are okay. That's the kind of guy.
What a guy
that I am. All right, Buck, let's give some shout outs to some of our great sponsors. We'll get to some NFL power rankings here. We also have to run down some of the top bowl games in college football, and then we'll talk some Longhorn football too, some of the top transfer portal targets for Texas.
They are out there for sure. Folks, our good friends over at the Covert Country, they are fantastic. Covert, located in BKs, of course, 42 acres out there with 7 brands, Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and of course, Ram. Get that Sierra that's out there awaiting you for the Christmas holidays for sure. Now, they've been doing this since 1909. The Covert family selling cars, trucks, SUVs in Central Texas. They've got Covert Ford and Chevy in Hutto, of course, and Covert Lincoln and Ford in Austin. But when you get out to BKs, as I said, they've got those 7 brands out there just for you and 42 acres. And all the parking spots are filled, folks. So there's cars and trucks and SUVs that are awaiting you. All you have to do is go out there and buy. By the way, you can go right to Dan Covert himself. He'll sell you a car. He's not just roaming around there. That dude's out there selling cars himself. But there's Mike, the general manager, of course. We love all the folks out there. We love everybody out there. Stacy, the whole gang, Jerome, and want to thank them for being a part of what we've been doing for the whole year and hope to continue our partnership with them. For more information, go to covertbk.com. Find out about the great sales they have out there. And they have sales each and every week, and especially through this holiday season. Grab yourself one of those beautiful Jeeps out there, and nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. It's impossible. You just can't do it.
No.
You just can't do it. Shout out to Covert BK, and also shout out to our man Tom McKay and Audio Visual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio Visual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Yeah, I was talking to Tom yesterday, Buck, and AV Consultations is going to be one of our travel partners for our trip to New Orleans as we bring you the best boots on the ground Sugar Bowl coverage that you can find in Longhorn Media. He said, hey, you guys should all stay at a nice Marriott somewhere, but make sure the Buck stays at a Night's Inn.
No chance.
Because those are his people.
Those are not my people. The bullet holes in the walls don't work. I don't need the little bed by the windowsill for an extra kid. No, I don't want my kid hanging out near the windows of the Night's Inn any longer. I'm not a Night's Inn fan. I used to be. And then I got married to this lady that said there's not a chance in hell that she would ever go into a Night's Inn. I said, hey, you've got people who got security there. When people live underneath the stairwell, what do you want? You know what I'm saying? You got people that are there for your protection.
Yeah,
you know?
But your wife's not coming with you to New Orleans, so.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'll have everything all set up here. The generator will be working just in case we go through a freeze here for us by that time. I'm taking care of my wife. But no, not to New Orleans. No.
Come on. That's why you stay at the Night's Inn, because she won't be there. You said she doesn't want to stay there, but you could still stay there, you know?
I won't. No, I don't stay there.
From the past, get you a tranny like you liked back in the day.
No, dude, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of the Night's Inn. Ever since I went there and I saw these 2 holes in the wall, you know, and I don't want to spend the, you know, there it's like tissue thin walls, so I got to hear everybody banging for hours on end. No, thank you.
Get your used Kleenex off the screen.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that any longer. I've got to get to the point of where I enjoy my stay. You know, we go, you know, people talk about the Sheraton. That place is nice. Where we just were, we had accommodations on the 18th floor where we could go in anytime we wanted a little meal. We had a card to get into special place there. The concierge room, we had all that stuff going. That's the kind of place I need to stay. And I know I just sleep. I'm not big on paying hundreds of dollars to just sleep. I don't hang out at the hotel room. You know me, I got things to do. I'm not hanging out in that room for 6 hours. But when I go to sleep, I always thought, man, why am I paying? I mean, I'm the guy who can sleep on a sleeping bag and just get it done with. So why would I pay $300 a night to sleep at a hotel? But now, if I still am kind of like that, BK. But if I travel with my wife, those days are over. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't go to Hojo's. Can't do any of that stuff. Got to stay at a nice hotel. That's just the way it is.
Motel 6, they'll leave the light on for you.
No, I don't care. Nope, can't do it.
Come on.
Can't do that one. I can do that by myself. Dude, when I recruited football at Boston College, since we were on per diem, so you got to keep the change. You know what I mean? So you can stay where you can sleep in your car if you want to.
Yeah.
I mean, I know coaches that slept in their car and went on to recruit the next day. I slept at a place underneath the George Washington Bridge in New York when I recruited New York City. Dude, I stayed at a place where the sheets were moist. You had to take the dresser drawer and put it against the door because you wanted to make sure nobody was coming in. And you could pay by the hour there. You could stay there by the hour.
That's my kind of place right there.
It was awful.
Can you pay by the 5 minutes? Because that's all I need.
No, dude. They had an hourly, and the guy behind the desk was in like a cage. I mean, it wasn't like you had to slip it through the little door that opened up underneath. Dude was behind a cage, not glass. Dude was behind a cage. I was like, how much am I saving? This place is $12 a night. This is great.
Oh my God. Yeah, you got to keep the rest of it. That's good.
You got to keep the rest cash only, baby. It's the only way I travel. When I was at UT, they would try to offer me the credit card. I'm like, no, cash only. I know how much I got to spend, and I know how much I need to spend. So and it was great. UT was great back in those days with Magovic. I never had to deal with a credit card. That's when you could go rent a car and you could use cash. You can't even come close to it now. They won't take any of your cash. I don't know anybody that can rent a car with cash now. I don't think any of the places. I know my Enterprise, because we hire all your students, all your athletes at Enterprise. I'm an Enterprise guy.
There you go. You see those commercials all the time with Enterprise hiring all those former student athletes. Yeah, man.
All Kim Mulkey's girls, they're all working in Enterprise.
It's hard to get away with stuff nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah,
Can't pay with cash anymore, so you've got to have it tracked with the credit cards. You obviously have everything getting posted to social media. It's hard to get away with anything nowadays. It sucks.
It's like you got if you get a bill or something, you've got to burn it now. You used to be able to put it in the trash can and nobody was going to deal with it. You can rip it, put it in your can. Now you can't even put it in your can. Somebody will piece it all back together, stealing your shit. It's like you burn it. You got to burn it or put it. You got to have a deal that just tears up the paper.
Yeah,
and that's what my burn pile is now. It's like all my old, just burn that stuff now.
You're just burning all of your old papers and credit cards and whatnot.
Prophylactics, everything. You burn them all. You don't leave any evidence behind. You got Trojan man. I mean, everything has to go.
The condom woman. You got to burn the condom woman.
Oh, the condom woman. How has that lady been? I wonder what she's dressing like. I wonder if her condom has like a little bell on the end of it for the holiday season. That lady. That mad greeter.
Yeah, I don't know what she's doing these days, but we could show you what she was doing in the past before we get to our NFL power rankings.
Yeah.
Call me again. Call me again. Yeah, you guys did nothing wrong. No, you shut the up. You shut the up in here.
Goodbye.
You shut the film me. I'm Instagram famous. Bum. Shut the up.
She's Instagram famous, you bum.
Oh, that will never fail to make me laugh.
That is so great. That lady was going to somebody's place dressed like that, dressed like a Trojan. I mean, that is awful.
She wasn't just going to someone's place. She was on an airplane, airplane.
And then she was going to get in an Uber and head over to grandma's house dressed like a condom. I mean, seriously, lady?
I don't know if she's going to grandma's dressed like that.
Unbelievable, you bum.
You bum. I'm Instagram famous, you effing bum.
You're a bum. I'm Instagram famous. Wow.
That really is an all-time insult right there, calling somebody a bum.
And you're dressed like a condom, really.
That's as good as it gets. All right, Buck, let's get into our weekly NFL power rankings. We're through 13 weeks of the NFL season. You said you've got 10 this morning.
Yeah, I'm going to the 10. I'm getting past 5. 49ers number 1.
Okay.
I'm putting the Dallas Cowboys number 2. Sorry, Philly. You just got hammered. And you will get hammered again this week.
What?
That's right.
Hold on. You got the Cowboys as the second best team in the NFL right now.
Yeah, even though Philly's already beat them once, I believe they're going to have a split. I thought they'd have a split this year, so I'll leave the Cowboys as number 2 after they win this week.
And you're calling a hammering on Sunday?
Yes, Philadelphia's just reeling right now. They're struggling.
They lost one game.
They're struggling with that secondary, though. This is not going to be a workman. This is not a business deal. This is another assing. We've seen a few assings over the last couple of weeks. This could be an assing for the Eagles.
What? Like what Texas did to Oklahoma State?
And what they did to, look, my colors. I got my colors on today. What they did to the Texters. They got assed too, didn't they?
You're calling it 4 touchdown or a 50-point win for the Cowboys over Philly on Sunday night?
Just 3 touchdowns.
Oh, my God.
The Cowboys come in at number 2. Philly comes in at number 3. Detroit number 4. Kansas City number 5. The Bills number 6. Jags number 7. Baltimore number 8. Rams number 9. And I had a toss-up between your Houston Texans and the Green Bay Packers. I think I'll go with Houston.
Wow. Okay. There's a lot to unpack here.
Yes.
Read me your top 4 again, please.
49ers, Cowboys, Philadelphia, Detroit.
So your top 4 in the NFL are all NFC teams right now?
Yes.
Wow. So you think all of those teams are better than Miami, Kansas City, Baltimore, anybody in the AFC?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting. I mean, everybody just thought that the AFC was going to be the far superior conference this year, and they're deeper. There's no debate about that. The AFC is definitely deeper. There are more quality teams.
Oh, you told me a team that I left out. I'm sorry. Your Texans may have to get out of there.
Who'd you forget?
The Dolphins. How did I forget them?
You forgot the Dolphins?
How could I forget the Dolphins?
Well,
where would you put them if I had the Detroit at 4? Would you put the Dolphins in front of Kansas City or still behind them at like number 7?
Oh, man. I mean, Dolphins,
every time they play a good team.
The Dolphins are the 1 seed in the AFC right now. And you're right. They are 9-3 this year, and I think they've won 9 games against teams with losing records, and I think they've lost all 3 of their games to teams with winning records. Man, I don't know. I'd have Miami higher than 7. I think I'd have them over Detroit, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I would. I still would probably have Kansas City as the top AFC team, even though they don't have the best record in the AFC right now.
I got them at 5. I think all those NFC teams would beat them. I think the 49ers, the Cowboys, Philadelphia, I think Detroit would beat them too. Right now.
The Chiefs clearly have issues. Like, they just don't have any weapons outside of Travis.
Now they
Kelce.
lost their linebacker. I mean, they've got problems on defense again now too.
And this is the first year where it's like teams are actually kind of containing Travis Kelce.
Yes.
You know, in years past, I guess the Chiefs have had enough weapons on the outside where teams couldn't solely focus on stopping 87. But this year, I don't think anybody is scared of any Chief wide receiver. So it's like, we'll literally focus all of our attention on stopping Swift or Kelce, and that'll be good. And that has been good. So, yeah, Kansas City's got issues. They're not the same team right now, obviously, as they were last year when they won it all. But I still feel like they should be the favorites in the AFC. Maybe not the NFL right now. That should be San Francisco, and they are your Vegas favorites to win it all. So I don't think anybody should be arguing against the 49ers being number 1 right now because of what they just did to Philly in Philly.
And what's wrong with the Cowboys? What's wrong with your Cowboys as number 2?
I'd probably go Dallas closer to 5.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, the Cowboys, like, it's the same thing with the Dolphins. They finally beat a team with the winning record last week, although Seattle now is 500. But the Cowboys didn't look that good in doing so.
No, they did not.
They gave up a crap ton of points to Geno Smith. They couldn't cover DK Metcalf. I mean, the Cowboys' offense looked great, and Dak is playing at an MVP level right now. So that's good. But no, I mean, the Cowboys, for me, like, and they're going to be tested a lot over these
I just think they have
games.
that. I have that where they'll play 5 really good games on defense, and then they'll play one just crappy game that it doesn't cost them. They just look bad. You know what I'm saying? Somebody scores a bunch of touchdowns from them. But right now, offensively, there's nobody holding them back. Everybody's having trouble stopping Dallas.
Right. And we'll see with Philly. You're right. Philly secondary has struggled a little bit. They had to bring in Shaquille Leonard at linebacker to try to
I
help
thought that would be
there.
a split, and I thought that would be a split for the year anyway between Dallas and I said that before the season started.
You're right.
I also picked the Cowboys and Miami to play in the Super Bowl, and I didn't even have Miami in the top 10 teams. So,
yeah, I'd probably go San Francisco 1, Philadelphia 2, Kansas City 3, Baltimore 4, Dallas 5.
you're still buying into the Baltimore thing?
And Miami 6.
Okay.
Detroit 7.
You think the Texans at 10 is just giving them too much credit, even in front of a team like Green Bay?
Yeah, I'd put the Texans over the Packers. Now, I wonder what the Texans will look like without Tank Dell, because he has been so huge for them. And the Texans' offense did not look great once Tank Dell got hurt. Now, they did enough, obviously, to win that game against Denver, but it was really the Texans' defense just stepping up, making huge plays in the second half to hold on. The offense kind of sputtered a little bit without.
What they are finding is their running game between those two running backs right now a little bit better.
It's getting better. It's still not where I think Texans fans want it to be. They are getting a little healthier on the offensive line, which is good because they've been super banged up front all season long. I would put the Texans right now in the top 10, probably at number 10, probably exactly where you have them. But we'll see without Tank Dell. Like Nico Collins was incredible. He's got to be great week in and week out. Yes, they need somebody else. They need like John Mechie. It's first year back from the leukemia diagnosis. It's basically his rookie season, but he seems like he's 100% healthy. And he was a second-round pick, and the Texans had high hopes. They traded up to get that dude in the second round in the 2022 NFL draft.
Yeah, he is.
For that guy
they don't have that combo. That combo's not going together quite as well as I thought maybe it could be. And I think they're still building those two right now. They'll be better by the end of the season, by playoff time and stuff. If they make the playoffs, they'll be a lot better, those two. But right now, he's still trying to find him.
Yeah,
Tank Dell just gets open. That guy's just good.
Yeah, he's been awesome this year. 47 catches, 709 yards, 7 receiving touchdowns, which leads the Texans. Nico Collins has been a stud all season long. Noah Brown's obviously had a good year, but the Texans, they will need another wide receiver to step up in Tank Dell's absence, and I still can't believe that play call. Of course, it's easy to say now after he broke his fibula, but you're really going to use Tank Dell as a lead blocker near the goal line with the run up the middle. You're going to put him in that massive bodies. Come on, Slowick.
You should do that. Oh, by the way, I haven't given Sark the credit he deserves on the fake bring in a fat guy touchdown again.
Oh, yeah. You haven't talked about that this week.
About that. What are those suckers doing that they played against? That's typical. Way to go, Gundy. Way to fall for that.
Come on.
Now I got to see that play for the next 5 years now. Now it's never going away.
Well, I don't think we'll see it in the playoff because the teams that Texas will play are too good.
Are better than Oklahoma State or smarter than
Sark knew early. I mean, Texas had a lead early in that game, and I think it was already 14-0 or 14-7. But Texas had already scored 2 offensive touchdowns before they ran that play. I think Sark kind of realized that I can do whatever I want against this defense, and they're not going to be able to stop me.
Yeah, I'm playing as this stupid bunch. I can do anything, and then I can keep that wonderful play alive for the next 2 years.
Yeah. Hey, 2 touchdowns off that play.
Please put that thing in the archives now. See it. No, don't even bring that out in the SEC. SEC teams aren't going to fall for that. Only Gundy's ass would fall for that.
They got 2 Cowboys with that, right? They ran the play to Byron Murphy against Wyoming.
Yeah.
And then they ran the play to Tavondre Sweat against Oklahoma State. So anybody named Cowboys, I guess there are no SEC teams with the Cowboys nickname.
No, they're not going to fall for that.
What about the Heisman pose by Tavondre Sweat? You didn't like seeing that?
I did like that. He should be at the Heisman.
Yeah, he should be. And that would have been awesome. If he,
Sorry, Bo Nix, you could have stayed home. You get played a team twice, you can't beat them. That's why he's not there. His numbers are fantastic.
Well, he's there. He's there.
He's there. But he's not going to win.
Right.
I mean, we like his stats. We love his percentage, his passing percentage is incredible, remarkable. He just couldn't beat Washington. He had 2 shots at it during the course of a year, couldn't get it done.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think Tavondre Sweat should have won the Heisman, but I do think
he needs to be there eating with those dudes. Showing these guys how to eat and party.
Oh, well, there would have been no food left for anybody else if T. Sweat was there. I think like, and sorry if this is everyone gets a trophy shit from me, and I try to avoid being that guy. But I think the best defensive player in college football should be a Heisman finalist every year. Some years they should win it. And Ndamukong Suh should have won that in 2009.
Oh, yeah.
I still have nightmares. And I think Colt McCoy still has nightmares of that guy from the Big 12 title game. Thankfully, Texas won. But, dude, that guy was the best player in the country. So I'm not saying like, every couple of years you got to throw a bone to a defensive player and let him win the Heisman. But no, like this award has turned way too much into a quarterback award.
Sure.
I know Marvin Harrison Jr. is there this year as a wide receiver, but the other three finalists are quarterbacks. To me, like if you're the best defensive player in the sport, which you could make a strong case that T'Vondre Sweat is this year, you should at least get the recognition of being invited to that ceremony.
Yeah, Hutchinson 2 years ago should have been a part of just going.
Yeah,
Michigan, just go. Not they don't have to win it.
Was he might have been there. Was he there?
I don't know if he was there.
I can't remember.
I was thinking that guy should deserve to be there that year.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he made that trip.
Okay. Yeah.
There's probably two quarterbacks. And then they put a third quarterback just for the hell of it.
What year was that? That was 2 years ago?
2 years ago, yeah.
I'm going to do a quick Google search here while we're looking that up. I mean, they've got the Bednarik Award, which goes to the best defensive player in the country. Yeah, Hutchinson was there. It was Bryce Young.
Okay.
It was Bryce Young, Hutchinson, Tiny Hands, Kenny Pickett.
Oh, what a group that was.
And CJ Stroud was the other guy.
Okay. So Hutchinson did. Yeah, good. I'm glad. That makes me feel better. I didn't think he made it to New York.
That was the year Bryce Young got it. But yeah, no, it would have been great for T Sweat to get there, but he's had a great season. He's still up for a lot of the national awards. And hey, maybe that's extra motivation for him. You know,
sure.
Try to send a message like, no, I should have been there. I should have been one of those 4 or 5 Heisman finalists. You guys messed up. Now I'm going to take it out on Michael Penix Jr. in Washington on January 1st. Texas has
you people took it out on Florida State. You're mad. Hey, sorry about that. You got boned. That's for sure. Sorry about that. Now Ron DeSantis is trying to help you out. Really?
Big Ron DeSantis. What is he
think about Bobby Bowden. They never cheated at Florida State.
No.
Oh, my goodness.
Never. Well, what are you accusing Florida State of doing here, Buck?
Nothing. They were used to be the king of the cheaters.
Yeah.
They were the best at shoes and coins and real estate. They were the absolute best at it.
Well, we got to punish SMU for that one, don't we?
Yeah, they take it out on them. They do cars and bank accounts.
Those are the rules. All right, let's before we talk some transfer portal news, because there are some nuggets to get into involving this Texas football team. Let's give some shout outs to some sponsors.
How about our good friends at Relax the Back? Jason and the guys over at Relax the Back, embracing that holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle. And my back couldn't be healthier. Their motto, live wellness. And right now, folks, get over there and check out those zero gravity recliners that they have, of course, and those Tempur-Pedic, of course, mattresses and pillows. They got it. Human scale office chairs. They have all the accessories that you're looking for that are going to make your neck and your upper torso feel fantastic. For me, it's my thoracic back, and for some, it's lumbar chairs. You need a chair for that lumbar to really help out that lower back. And folks, you can get that at Relax the Back. I did. They've got 2 great stores, the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in Austin, of course, at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free just like the Buck at Relax the Back.
And I was emailing Jason yesterday. 20% off select office chairs right now.
Love it.
Free pillow top and memory foam upgrades on select zero gravity recliners. Perfect gift for the holidays for yourself, for your loved ones, whatever. Go see our friends at Relax the Back. And also, maybe today, go see our friends at 7-Eleven.
Oh, yeah.
That's the stuff right there. Get you a Slurpee today. I might give me a Slurpee today. It's been too long. I don't really care what the weather is outside. I don't care if it's a little chilly. It's Slurpee time in Texas.
There you go.
Yep. Shout out to our guy, Ashish. Also, shout out to Wendy, who is running the Slaughter and Mopac 7-Eleven.
Nice. Yeah, good job.
I'm going to give Wendy some love as well, but all of our friends at 7-Eleven, they are big-time supporters of Texas Sports Unfiltered. They listen every day, and they're bringing the goods all the time with the Slurpees, with the big gulps, with the coffee, with the
Olipop.
The Olipops, the pizza, the little Debbie snacks, the beer. God, I need
What
to
a
look
place.
into owning a 7-Eleven. I got to, although if I owned one, there'd be nothing on the shelves because I'd eat and drink everything.
Dude, all the products. You'd be walking by with a cart and just going like this, taking off shelves of Little Debbie's.
It'd
Love
be a disaster, man. But we love our friends at 7-Eleven.
I'll be picking up my paper today. It's Wednesday.
You say that every day. How many papers do you get?
Dude, I try to get one every time. And when I go in, I try to get one. But sometimes someone takes my paper. They try to leave me with the Dallas Morning News. I don't want that piece of crap. Give me the Austin American Statesman. Give me the news that's 3 days old. That's what I want.
What did Evan Grant do to you?
Not a thing. He's not helping me out down here in Austin. That's for damn sure.
Oh, man. Double D says, what flavor Slurpee? You got a Slurpee preference,
I'm
Buck?
a cherry Slurpee guy.
100% cherry?
100%, yes.
Wow.
Always cherry Slurpees.
I'm pretty basic with the Slurpee. I go like
90 cola.
I go 90% Coke.
Really?
With the cherry on top, 10% cherry. That's it.
Wow.
That's all I need right there. They've got all the great flavors, and I went through a Dr. Pepper Slurpee kick for a while, but Coke and a little cherry.
Man.
That's all you need on that deal. It's as simple as that.
I am good with cherry.
Yeah.
Now my Olipop, I'm trying them all now. I got to get the taste for all of them. Get that grape taste out, because the grape you get once you get hung on the grape Olipop, you want to stay there. It's almost like that's it. That's it. You don't really need to take anything else, but you really need to try them all.
Well, that's one of the botanicals that they put in Olipop. There's actually crack in there. That's why it's so addicting.
Oh, I see. Like the old Coca-Cola.
That's why you keep coming back right there. And our guy Engaging Life's Moment says there's no Olipop at 7-Eleven. There's not Olipop at every 7-Eleven, but they have it at the 7-Eleven that we go to.
They go to, hey, and at my HEB, they have it right there in BK. They've got the Olipop, and they've got the entertainment system with Olipop right there, which I like. It's going to show you all the flavors and show you all the ingredients. They got a big board to show you all the great ingredients in their Olipop, which you need to see for sure.
Absolutely. All right.
Less sugar.
Less sugar. Yep. Less calories. It's good for you. It tastes great. It's the perfect soda. And
my wife's giving me you have too much sugar in your system. I'm like, you mean in my britches or my system? She goes, you got too much sugar. And I'm like, what? What does that mean? Diabetes? Really? Is that what that means?
What does too much sugar in your britches mean?
I don't know. Show me those two guys dancing in the booth again, and I'll let you know.
Is that a compliment? Is that an insult? Like, I've never heard that before.
Go ahead. The two dancers. Let the two dancers do their dance.
You want to see Brando and Tillman? See, every day you're like, don't ever show me those guys again. And then you say, well, I want to see those guys today.
Because they're grown men that should stop.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
Oh, yeah, she's a beauty.
Do you think she'll be wearing a Washington jersey at the Sugar Bowl on January 1st?
Of course.
If she's a plant, the NFL plants her. Maybe the NCAA will plant her to make it look like there's a bunch of UW fans in NOLA. Oh, man. Here's the jabroni.
Dude, you need to stop. You two need to stop it. I know it's the video, but stop. How did that ever get to your mind? You two. Really?
It's gross, man. I don't even know.
Good job there, Sooner guy.
Sooner guy. Oh, Tillman. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Former OU football player. Damn good one, too. Oh, man. All right, Buck. How about some transfer portal stuff for Texas? Of course, we're all focused on the college football playoff, but you can't not be thinking about recruiting right now because that's what the Texas coaches are doing. They are on the road doing some recruiting because, well, the early national signing day is just a couple of weeks away. So it's a busy time for everybody affiliated with Texas football. The players are obviously preparing. They're also working on final exams in school. The coaches are recruiting high school kids, transfer portal kids, and they're coming up with a game plan. There's a lot going on throughout the month of December. Obviously,
the coaches are headed to these high school semifinals. That's where they're headed.
Yep. You've got the high school state championship still going on. What, next weekend is when the finals are?
This week is the semifinals. Next week, I think, is the finals. Yeah.
Very good. A lot of those games will be played at AT&T Stadium up in Arlington, which is
I think
exciting.
Westlake is headed to NRG to play North Shore this week. That sucks.
Hell of a year for Westlake.
Again.
It's a big accomplishment to make it to the state semifinal in 6A in Texas. But
like the 5th year in a row.
I'm not going to sit here and act like I know a lot about this year's North Shore team, but I assume they look like the last few years North Shore teams.
They look the same because their quarterback's been the same since he was a freshman. He still has another year after this, I believe.
Yeah, they're always awesome down there in the Houston area. So good luck to Westlake. There any other Central Texas teams still playing? There's got to be, right?
I think that's it.
Okay. I'll do some research on that. If anybody knows, let us know. We want to give some love to all of those kids. But the transfer portal happening right now. And our guy Jordan Scruggs, who is now a great part of Texas Sports Unfiltered. He's on with Jeff Howe. It's only an hour every weekday from 11 to noon. He put together a good piece over at Horns 24/7. And he mentioned a couple of names that Texas could be interested in that are in the portal right now. And how about an edge rusher, Buck? Like Barron Sorrell could come back. I think he will come back. Justice Finkley will be back. Ethan Burke, speaking of Westlake, he'll be back for this team. Colton Vosick, speaking of Westlake, will be back for this team. But you can never have too many edge rushers. And you would think with Tavondre Sweat leaving after this year and Byron Murphy potentially leaving. Now, Murph can come back, and oh my God, we would love for him to come back.
I see him coming back and becoming All-American.
Yeah.
Get up, you know?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I mean, he could do what Tavondre Sweat did, right? Like Tavondre could have left after last season.
Sure.
He decided to come back for his senior year, and boom, now he's one of the best defensive players in the nation. And he could be a first-round pick. We'll see. He's an interior defensive lineman. Those guys don't always go in the first round. But, man, if T. Sweat can show up and show out at the combine, I think he's going to lose some weight too. Like, I think he's a little big for NFL teams like him right now.
360s, he's a big one.
Yeah, but he said he could get down to 340 pretty easily. So I think by the time we get to the combine, obviously after the playoff is over, you'll see a slimmed down version of T. Sweat because he knows that's going to make him a little bit more money in the NFL. But yeah, look, T. Sweat, him being gone, like you're going to need edge rushers. You always do, but the interior D-line could be a little bit worse. So you definitely need some guys on the outside to pick up some of the slack. There is a redshirt sophomore edge rusher from UTSA, Jeff Traylor's bunch, who has just entered the transfer portal, and his name is Trey Moore. And this dude had a hell of a year. These numbers all come from this season. Sometimes when you talk transfer portal guys, you're like, oh, here's what he's done over the course of his career. No, this is what Trey Moore did in 2023. 14 sacks, 17 and a half TFLs, 45 tackles, 4 pass deflections, a forced fumble, and an interception as an edge rusher at UTSA, who, look, that's not a Power 5 school, but they played in the American this year, like in a new conference.
How big is he? Is he a 6'3", 6'4" kid?
6'3", 235. So not the biggest guy in the world, but production is production, man. And this guy's got...
and plus, if he wants to, I mean, he can put on 10, 15 pounds, you know, in the offseason if you want it. If you want to have a big one in the SEC, because the 235 is the deal moving on to that kind of competition, you know?
Yeah.
That's the problem. He's got to be 245. I mean, 245, almost 250, I got to believe.
Yeah. Well, maybe if he does come to Texas.
He would put the weight on.
Yeah, if they want him to put the weight on. But
sure.
Shit, if he can put up numbers that are half as good as those, stay at the same weight, dude. Whatever you were doing this year, do that again just on the 40 acres next year. He's got 2 years of eligibility left.
There you go.
And according to Jordan Scruggs, Texas is his favorite school right now. Now, Texas has not offered or anything just yet. We'll see if the Longhorns do offer. I would think that they will, because good edge rushers don't come around in the portal very often.
Not natural guys like that. Sounds like he's just a natural for where his position is.
No, and those guys get paid too.
Yes.
You're going to need a little NIL money if you're trying to get a big-time transfer portal edge rusher. Like quarterbacks get paid the most. It's kind of like the NFL, right? Like quarterbacks get paid the most in the NFL. They also get paid the most in the portal.
I got to believe those kids make about $2 million. The really good kids in the NIL deals in the portal.
Yeah. What was it? Matt Rule at Nebraska came out a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, and he's like, yeah, if you want to get a quarterback from the portal, you got to pay like $1 million, 1.5 at least. So, yeah, we know QBs get paid the most. That's how it should work. But edge rushers, like the NFL, like they're the second most. So, NIL will probably play a big role in the recruitment of Trey Moore. But man, that's the fact that kid is interested in going into the CAP program, where he starts at UTSA and then transfers into Texas. Like the non-football players do. That could be a big time get for the Longhorns if they can work something out.
I mean, how many Aggies are bailing? Some of those kids that were these top recruits, I mean, are they bailing like they last year? They bailed out of there. This year, are they sticking?
No,
with the new guy?
They're bailing out of there. How about this comment? The only reason my rival team is players in the portal is because they have a toxic culture. Yeah, that's how it works. Whenever OU has a player or A&M has a player that hits the portal, it's because the culture's bad there. We know how it works. That's how it goes.
What happens is they add to the bad culture. That's what they do.
Yeah. Well, Walter Nolan, the former #1 recruit in the country, who was a part of that historically great A&M recruiting class, he's in the portal right now. Defensive lineman, more of an interior guy.
It's okay.
So I haven't seen where – oh, shit, I'd love to have that guy. You kidding me? I haven't seen where he's interested in or who's interested in him. I'm sure everybody's interested in him, but I don't know about any finalists about that. But he's gone. Evan Stewart, I don't think is officially in the portal, but the 5-star wide receiver is expected to enter the portal. Maybe I'm not up to date. Maybe he already is in the portal, and I just don't know about it yet. But yeah, no, they're losing guys in College Station, and look, that happens after 7-5, but more so that happens after a coaching change.
Sure.
And A&M will help itself a little bit because they're bringing in Mike Elko, who's got some familiarity with the players, some of the players in that locker room, because he was
he'll be able to keep some of those defensive guys.
He'll be able to keep some of them, but not all of them.
No.
And Walter Nolan was not coached by Mike Elko ever in College Station, because Elko had taken the Duke job that same offseason where Nolan came in. So yeah, A&M, they're going to have some attrition for sure. You're already starting to see it, and I'm sure we'll see a little bit more of it too. So Trey Moore, a name to watch out for. And then, speaking of guys from inside the state of Texas, maybe transferring to Texas, the Longhorns will definitely be in the market for a wide receiver, if not 2 wide receivers. We touched on this a little bit yesterday, right, Buck? Like Xavier Worthy's going to be gone.
Yeah.
Adonai Mitchell's going to be gone. Jordan Whittington has to be gone. Like, those are your top 3 wide receivers right now, and none of them will be back in 2024, you would think. So Texas has recruited well. They've got Ryan Wingo coming in, who's a 5-star, top 10 player in the country. Jonte Cook was a 5-star last year. DeAndre Moore, they've got bodies, but I still feel like Texas is going to look for some experience in the
any of those kids from Houston leaving now that their coaches will be gone. I mean,
yeah, Matthew Golden is a name to look out for.
Okay.
He was a high 4-star recruit and one of the highest rated recruits the University of Houston ever had. I think he's in the portal. He's in the mix. And then a kid from Texas Tech, your Mark U. Duran Bradley is his name. He's got a couple
Duran?
Years. Not Duran. No, I don't think he's saying Rio. I don't think he's a part of that deal. I don't know if he's dating anyone named Rio either. I got to check that one out. But 6'5", 215. Look for some size on the outside. This guy has it, and he's going to get a few offers. He's started the last couple of years at Texas Tech. Pull up his numbers here real quick. 744 yards and 6 touchdowns in 2022. Had 431 yards and 4 touchdowns here in 2023. So a little bit of a step back statistics-wise. Tech obviously had a few injuries at quarterback this year. They took a big step back as a team. The Big 12 didn't run through Lubbock. Meat judging is the only thing that runs through Lubbock these days, I think. But yeah, Duran Bradley, another name to look out for. He apparently is interested in Texas, and there could be some mutual interest there as the Longhorns look for receiver help.
Oh, for sure. They're going to have to find somebody in the portal. They're going to have to find an older player, at least one, that's going to be – and he's got to be a good player. Can't be just some dude. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's got to have a year like that. Even that kid at Texas Tech, when he played, had a nice year. I mean, they're going to need that. I don't know if Texas has guys that can just jump right in there and have 700, 800 yards in a season guy. I think they're just going to, Cook is a guy that was still working his way in there. They just had too many wide receivers.
Yeah.
I mean, that room was filled.
Yeah, it's one of the best receiver rooms in the country right now. And Sark doesn't rotate receivers, right? You see a lot of different positions at Texas rotate, but Sark he trusts his top guys. And yeah, we didn't see a ton of Jonte Cook this year. We didn't see any Isaiah Nayor this year.
Who?
Yeah, exactly. You go back to the offseason and we're thinking, those guys could be 2 key pieces for this offense. Well, those guys barely played, and it worked out, obviously. I mean, Texas is in the college football playoff, and those dudes put up some great years on the outside. But, we'll see. We'll see. Texas has some guys on the roster who I think have some talent, but I think Sark's going to look for some sure things on the outside. By the way,
we may see more of Nayor after a year after a surgery. You know what I mean?
Maybe. I wouldn't be stunned if he hits the portal, honestly. Like, I don't have any insider info on that, but I mean, how could the kid not be considering it? Like, he came to Texas. He was a 1,000-yard receiver at Wyoming.
He got
came to
hurt.
Texas thinking, he came here thinking he was going to play. Like, at some point, he was hurt last year. He obviously couldn't play last year. That's not Texas's fault, but I assume he thought he was going to play this year. And he didn't play at all. Yeah. So it's like, I hope he stays. Of course, I hope he stays. And I hope he does play next year. And I hope he's really good. But if he's considering going elsewhere, to get to actually play instead of sitting on the sideline for.
Where's his home? Season. He's a Texas native, right?
Yeah. I think he's a Metroplex cat.
Yeah. I don't know. You're not.
And so is Duran Bradley, by the way, the tech guy. He's a Metroplex guy. Apparently, other schools that are reported interested in him, OU, UCLA, USC, and Louisville. He ain't going to Louisville. He's a receiver.
No, hell no. Did you see who's throwing to you? That guy who's scared. The guy who's horrified to play the position.
Yeah, I think that guy's gone. I think Jack the Hack Plummer is leaving Louisville.
Yeah, that's his. He's done.
They just brought in a transfer. Who did they just get yesterday? Louisville just brought in. Tyler Shuck. Speaking of Texas Tech,
what?
He could go back and hang out with his boy Tyler Shuck. Yeah. Yeah, that guy's going to play quarterback at Louisville.
Oh, boy. That means for every one that leaves Tech quarterback, they need 3. So, that place.
Yeah. Yeah. What a mess.
Place where quarterbacks go to get hurt.
I'm kind of sad we won't get to play Tech again because I would have enjoyed putting another whooping on them next year for the next few years.
They got ass so bad in that game.
57
wasn't. That thing could have been 77. It should have been 77.
As our guy Jake says, it's time to get a job. Yeah, I think Tyler Shuck is 24 right now. I'm not exaggerating. Like, he's 24 years old and he's got another year of eligibility because everybody has another year of eligibility in college sports these days. It's just insane. But yeah, maybe it's time to go pro in something other than sports.
Maybe Jordan Whittington has another shot at it then.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised if he doesn't have another year.
Who? Whittington?
Jordan Whittington, yes.
I think he's done. Like, I look, I'd love for him to have another year. I think this coaching staff would love for him to have another year. But I don't think Jay Witt can come back, unfortunately. So we'll see. I do wonder if he'll get drafted. He'll get an invite to camp.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe a late day 3 draft pick. We'll see. I mean, he's such a great teammate, but that doesn't give you a roster spot in the NFL.
No.
So we'll see what happens. Obviously, we're rooting for the best. And yeah, everything runs through Shreveport. Texas Tech will be playing Cal in the Independence Bowl on the first day.
Hey, there you go. There's 2 teams. Perfect.
Yeah. Westlake actually plays North Shore at Pflugerville. It's not in NRG, but
it's here. Okay.
And also, there are a couple of other teams that are still alive. Wimberley.
Okay, Wimberley always alive.
And then Liberty Hill.
There's 2 teams that are always around.
Yeah. So thank you all for mentioning those. I'm not fact-checking those. I trust Scott and Glenn. I'm sure they're right. So good luck. We're rooting for you. Clearly, we're locked into y'all's playoff runs right now. Clearly. But they start putting games on TV this week, or is it next week? I know the state title games are all on TV. Do they put the semis on at all?
No, last week was on. I mean, I think Westlake was on last week, the Westlake Lake Travis game.
I might actually go to that Westlake game this weekend if it's, Pflugerville at the P Field.
It's at the P Field, yes.
Yeah, don't call it the P Field. It's the P Field. Okay?
Yes, they were there. That's where Lake Travis played last week.
Yeah, against Westlake.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. I do want to run down some of the most intriguing bowl matchups here in a moment. But before we do that,
game in Shreveport. I love that one.
That's not the worst bowl game of the year. We can also
Not the
run
worst
down.
bowl trip. It's not the worst bowl trip in America either. There's another one.
Why do you hate Memphis so much?
Because I hated the Liberty Bowl. It was there for Christmas. I was there on Christmas, and they had an ice storm. I was expecting to go, and this is when the place called Beale Street was it was brand new.
Oh man,
everybody's version of 6th Street, you know.
Yeah, I've been to Beale a time or two. I love that place.
Beale Street was horrible. The places weren't opened up, and we had an ice storm, and we were there for a week at Christmas. We had to do, the buses were sliding all over the place, and we played. That's when I was at Boston College, and we played Notre Dame.
Nice.
Played Notre Dame. Mark Bavaro was the tight end. That's how far back that was.
Bad year for Notre Dame if they got stuck playing in the Liberty Bowl.
Oh, yeah. They got stuck there. They had fires. You could see people starting fires in the stands. It was so cold. I thought we were going to Memphis, and we're going to be in the great weather. I also played in a Cotton Bowl with Doug Flutie the year Doug Flutie won the Heisman Trophy. And we came to Dallas thinking leaving Boston in December was going to be special. To play in the Cotton Bowl, dude, it was like 40 degrees in Dallas area. And the people in Boston were in short sleeves thinking they were like, oh my God, we're in Miami. Because it was so cold in Boston leaving. That was one of the great trips. The best trip still to this day to me will always be the Sun Bowl. I had the greatest time. They treated I know you would think that because I've been to Tostitos Bowl, I've been to all those bowls in Florida, but the Sun Bowl, the most courteous folks of all of the bowl trips. That was one of the great bowl trips. I've been in the Sun Bowl twice, once with Texas and once with University of Illinois. I came to Texas right after the Sun Bowl when we were at Illinois. And then, of course, Texas played Mac Brown's North Carolina Tar Heels and whipped the crap out of them.
Yeah, they did.
Patrice Holmes being the MVP. It's just, I don't know, you could go, like my family went to Ruidoso skiing. That's how close we were.
So El Paso is your favorite bowl trip, huh?
El Paso, they did a great job. They did a great job with the families there.
I'm cool with El Paso. I had a good day there.
A good day? And that was it? You're out of there?
Well, you remember I took that Greyhound bus trip.
Oh, that's right. You took that trip. Good people in El Paso.
Yeah, I had a great time, man. I mean, I lost a bet with Trey at the old place, and I had to go Greyhound bus to and from El Paso in the same weekend. It was 14 hours each way. And I had the option of, do I either get there and then get right back on the bus and go back, or do I spend like 12 hours in El Paso and then take the bus back to Austin? And I did that, and I'm glad I did. I had a great day.
The bus is fun. I mean, I've taken the bus from Boston to Pennsylvania, but I'll tell you what, it started to get bad because we'd stop at Port Authority in New York. We stopped like 12 times to get to Pennsylvania. And then people are letting me, hey, can you hold my baby? I got to go take a crap. Can you hold the baby and stuff like that? I'm like, really? This lady left me with her baby one time because she wanted to use the bathroom. She was like mid-bus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you never want to sit back there near the toilet. I mean, that was the non-stop deal there. No. So I had to hold this lady's baby while she went to the bathroom. I mean, not the baby in the seat. Here, sir, can you hold the baby? I've got to go. No, Margarita. I don't want to hold the baby, but I did.
Margarita?
I don't know. Maria something. I don't know. I held the baby. I mean,
she was Hispanic. So you're.
Oh, is that what I'm saying?
It dude, sure seems that way. I don't know any, white or black margaritas. Could be wrong.
It was. I've been on that bus to Port Authority in New York, and it was unbelievable. Even worse was the time that I hitchhiked from Boston to Pennsylvania. And it took me, I must have walked because I was in that direction. I just kept walking. Instead of just leaving my thumb out, I must have walked 25 miles. I was so cramped up. Nobody picked me up. My ex-wife, who was my girlfriend back in college, of course, I didn't have a credit card at that time. She had to call for me to stay at a hotel. So I stayed and then got up and thumbed the rest of the way. By the time I got to Pennsylvania, it was time to turn around and come back. Oh, it was one of those off weekends for football.
What?
Yes, it was awful. I had some bad experiences going from Boston to Pennsylvania. I got in a car accident and came back in a wheelchair. It was awful.
What?
Yes, I came back. I think it was my junior year. I went and I was with my friends going up to Lehigh to some frat party, and we got in a car accident. The car flipped over, and that was the flip over of the 3 guys in the car. One guy had on bikini underwear. I had a pair of underwear that said Home of the Whopper on them, and the other guy had no underwear on. And we're sitting in the emergency room, and there's glass in everybody's hair. And that's when I think that's when my back stuff started, because my back was against the door when we hit a telephone pole. We slid like 400 feet and slammed into a pole. That's because we left Lehigh University at a frat party, and I think my friend put the gas on and never braked all for about 12 miles, just gas. And the car flipped over.
Was Steve Sarkisian your friend?
Oh, well, we were all in that condition for sure. That was.
I didn't mean it like that. I meant all gas, no brakes.
It was all gas. Yeah, we were. That was. I was saved by somebody very special upstairs, because that was a death. When I saw what the car looked like, and as the cop said, it was good things you guys had a few bottles or whatever, because you weren't supposed to come out of that one.
Everybody was okay.
Everybody ended up okay. And especially in the emergency room, when I told you a pair of underwear that said Home of the Whopper on.
One guy had a thong on, and one guy
Home of the Whopper. The other guy didn't have any underwear. It was great. Great.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I don't remember that story. That is bizarre. So that happened one time, and then you walked it one time?
Yeah, I walked, and then I came back, and I got back to Boston College after being in the hospital, and I was in a wheelchair. I mean, it was awful.
You've been alive a long time, dude.
Dude, that was kind of the end of players going home on weekends. I ruined that for everybody.
Nicely done. Can you tell us about the time you had an affair with Susan B. Anthony, please?
Come on.
That was, she's after your time? I can't remember.
It was just a little before my time. That's just slightly before now. Betsy Ross, yes, for sure.
There you go. And what about Vanessa? Who'd you dance with? Vanessa Williams?
Vanessa Williams.
He asked about that. Where was that?
That was at the that was in Memphis. That was the Liberty Bowl.
There you go.
She was a Liberty Bowl queen. I think she was a Playboy. She was the Playboy centerfold or whatever. And my wife said that. I said, I think I'll ask Vanessa Williams to dance. She goes, you will not. That was when my wife flew, and she was like 9 months pregnant. And so I said, I'll ask her to dance. And she said, yes. I was grinding all up on her. And I said, hell yeah, if I'm going to ask, yes, sir. And I did. And that was the same time when we left that event that I held my wife's hand, and she fell on her ass when she was 9 months pregnant. And she was a jelly belly then too. It was, whoo. And you could see that. That was my son AJ. You could see that thing, that son shaking there when she hit the ground. She never held my hand again.
Oh, the same night you danced with Vanessa Williams, you were cheating on your wife on the dance floor, and you dropped her ass.
She blamed it was me holding her hand. I'm like, what do you mean? I just grabbed your hand like I normally do. You went down because you were carrying a load there, and never held my hand again after that.
That was maybe the beginning of the end then, huh?
Probably.
Yeah. Were you dancing like this?
Sort of. Oh, yeah.
You're Brando and Vanessa. I got to Photoshop a picture of your face on Brando and Vanessa Williams on Tillman.
Oh, gosh. Nasty. She was a beauty. She was a beautiful beauty.
Yes, she was.
I think she got, what was she, Miss America? They took her crown because she posed in Playboy. Is that the deal? I think Playboy.
No, I think it was PEDs. I think she got popped for steroids, and that's why she got DQ.
No, she got DQ because she posed naked.
I don't remember that. That's a little before my time.
It was before your time. Yes, it was.
Yeah. All right, bowl games. Start with the best bowl games.
Okay.
Like, look, I know the game we care about the most, but the Sugar Bowl is not the best bowl game. I think the Sugar Bowl is the second best bowl game, but the best bowl game is the Rose Bowl, the other semifinal between Michigan and Alabama, right? Like we all agree, like that's as good as it gets. Two teams that feel very evenly matched. The line in that game is closer than the spread in the Texas-Washington game. You've got two of the most winningest programs ever. You've got, Nick Saban trying to keep the dynasty rolling in Tuscaloosa. You've got Jim Harbaugh trying to win his first at Michigan. You've just got so much history and tradition and pageantry with these two teams and these two programs. Like this is as good as it gets. That's the best game we have in bowl season, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's number one. And I think, look, every year you could say the two playoff games are 1-2, but this year it does feel like the two best bowl games are the two college football playoff games. Texas and Washington, obviously really good. We know the history and what Texas brings to the table. Obviously, the Longhorns' first trip to the college football playoff. You get the Alamo Bowl rematch storyline, which is great.
Wow.
Should be a ton of fun. Two really good quarterbacks, two head coaches who are, these are maybe the two, I don't want to say the two best offensive minds in the sport, because I'll still give that honor to Lincoln Riley, even though USC just completely fell apart. And Lincoln Riley
coach defense.
Yeah, Lincoln Riley is a head coach. Some questions about that, of course, but as an offensive mind, like he's still probably the best. But I think Steve Sarkisian and Kalen DeBoer are two of the top 5 offensive minds in college football. You'll see a lot of what Texas does in Washington. A lot of pre-snap motion, a lot of misdirection, just stuff built to confuse defenses. And there's a lot of scheming of guys open that Washington does. They do a great job of it. They've got a ton of talent too, but Kalen DeBoer is a fantastic offensive head coach. So yeah, a lot of storylines there. And that's why people expect this game to be a little bit of a shootout. I guess number 3, is it the Orange Bowl? Even though Georgia's a 14-point favorite against Florida State, just because you've got the FSU getting snubbed storyline. Like, I feel like a ton of people will be watching that game just to see if Florida State with a backup quarterback can run with the 2-time defending national champs.
I just don't know about that young quarterback playing against that Georgia defense. It's not the same Georgia defense that it was 2 years ago, but they're still pretty doggone good. And they've got a veteran quarterback with some good receivers and a great tight end and a nice running scheme. But Florida State looked like a professional team the other night playing against Louisville.
Professional defense, not a professional offense.
No, professional defense. That defense looked like a bunch of pros playing on it. The cornerbacks looked great. The linebackers could run. The outside rushers were too much to handle. I don't know. I still think Florida State will be okay in that game. I really do. I think it's a good game.
I think it kind of depends on how much Georgia wants to be there, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, you're winning 2 national championships in a row. You're used to playing for bigger things. That group that's there right now, some have won back-to-back national championships. Some of them are probably just bored right now.
Yeah, they fell all the way from number 1 to number 6. They're the first team ever to fall from number 1 to outside of the playoff over a conference championship weekend. They just lost the wrong game, honestly.
Well, yeah. That's just the other number 1s have played a better schedule. Their schedule was hump in the beginning. It really was nothing to write home about, and they weren't playing their best football at the end.
I think they're a top 4 team in the country, but.
Yeah, I do too. I didn't want to give them much credit after they lost to Alabama. The way they lost to Alabama, they had been struggling, but they survived. It was almost, you're Georgia. Why are you just surviving? You're supposed to be beating teams. You're supposed to be in this playoff. Period.
Well, they had a few blowout wins. They couldn't put Georgia in. They just couldn't. There was no space for them, right? Like, you obviously had to have Michigan in there. You obviously had to have Washington in there. You couldn't put Georgia in over Alabama.
No.
And you couldn't put Alabama in over Texas. Like, if Alabama had one loss, but they hadn't beaten Bama, then you might have had Bama and Georgia both in, and Texas could have been left out. But there was no space for Georgia. So
yeah, next year, if it's like that, Georgia, all the teams will be in.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Does Georgia care? Do they have a bunch of opt-outs? Are they like, no, we want to prove to the committee that we still are a top 4 team, even though they left us out? Or are they just like what you were talking about? They're used to playing in bigger games. They're just not really going to give a shit about.
Yeah, but if Florida State plays that defense that they play, and you're not interested in Georgia, they will turn the ball over and over. They'll make you turn it over if you're not interested. They hit hard. They run fast.
Florida State scored 16 on Louisville, and they scored 22 on Florida. Like if Georgia's defense even half tries,
Yes.
what's Florida State going to score offensively?
They'll be like Iowa. They'll have all that
Zero?
great defense, and they won't be able to do anything.
Yeah. So I don't know. Even if Georgia doesn't really care, I still think they win that game. But it's intriguing. People will be watching. I'll
It's
be
a
watching.
lot of points, though, isn't it?
Yeah, 14 and a half, something like that. That game
Because
is on
I
just
do expect
30th.
Florida State to turn them over at some point where the quarterback drops back and one of those madmen come out from the outside and strips the ball.
Yeah.
And they get great field position. I'm expecting one of those to happen at least.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think number 4 for me is my first non-New Year's Six Bowl. I'm very intrigued by the Alamo Bowl this year. Now, I'm very grateful that Texas is not a part of the Alamo Bowl.
Oh, why
year.
you don't want to be a part of that? You don't want to be a part of that deal?
God, no. Never again. Please. But it's Oklahoma versus Arizona. It's a good game. Like, it's probably your best non-New Year's Six Bowl, but I think it's better than some of the New Year's Six games. 2 top 15 teams. Oklahoma fans thought they were snubbed for a spot in the New Year's Six. They damn near made it, but they didn't. And Arizona's been one of the best teams in college football as of late. They've won 6 games in a row.
I like Arizona in that game because I'm figuring that without their quarterback at Oklahoma, that guy is,
Yeah, well, that's your storyline right there. Like Jackson Arnold will start for OU. And I was texting my buddy Tanner, who watches all the time, big OU fan. And I was like, hey, is OU going to go after any quarterback in the portal, or are they just going to roll it with Jackson Arnold, who's a 5-star recruit? And they're like, no,
Yes.
Jackson Arnold's the dude. So this is it. Like, he obviously played a couple of times this year when Dylan Gabriel got hurt.
I was not that impressed.
Well, he's the future of OU football, and
It's great for us.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, he's going to have like a bunch of practices between now and that game on December 28th. He'll get better over that. He'll obviously have the full offseason and a new offensive coordinator there in Norman. I think Jackson Arnold has a chance to be a really, really special player. This will be sort of the national audience's first look at him.
Yes.
So, OU's going to have to replace a bunch of other guys on that roster, obviously, after this year. That's how it works. But you'll get to see what Jackson Arnold maybe brings to the table and how he's going to fare next year. But Arizona's good. Arizona's good this year. They're 9-3. Once again, 6 straight wins, and they beat some good teams down the stretch. So I like that one.
I like that game.
The Cotton Bowl. Thank God Texas is not in this one. I think we talked about this on Monday. If the Longhorns were left out of the CFP, this is where they'd be playing. And they'd be playing Mizzou in Arlington. And that would have been the letdown of all letdowns.
Wow.
It's Mizzou and Ohio State right now. Speaking of not having your quarterback, I get Kyle McCord, because he's already in the portal, will not be there for Ohio State.
And I guess their wide receiver, by the time the Heisman comes, is not playing in that game.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna pick Mizzou in that one. I don't know what the line is. Ohio State's just gonna have a bunch of opt-outs. I think Mizzou and Eli Drinkwitz is going to care a lot about that. By the way, happy early Hanukkah to Eli Drinkwitz.
Yeah, they're going to care. They'll care, BK.
Yeah, they'll care a lot about that one. A chance to get to 11 wins, a chance to win a New Year's Six Bowl. Say you beat Ohio State. I like Mizzou there. And then there's 2 other New Year's Six Bowls. You've got Ole Miss versus Penn State in the Peach Bowl. Does this do anything for you?
Don't care.
This is the type of game that James Franklin wins, and it's going to be like a top 10 win. So it's going to help out his stats against top 10 opponents.
And they're going to declare that he's going to say, I need an extension.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game that just doesn't mean shit. And Lane Kiffin sucks in bowl games. Like, I don't think he cares. Maybe he will more this year because it's a New Year's Six, but he usually just does not care at all, and his teams look lethargic. So this feels like a Penn State win, and James Franklin's going to be telling everybody that, things are fine. Look, we won 11 games, and we beat Ole Miss in a New Year's Six.
We got rid of our offensive coordinator. We got rid of that dude who was at Texas at one time. He's gone. Yeah. We're keeping Manny, though.
Yeah. You know who they brought in to be their new offensive coordinator?
Who's the dude now?
Andy Kotelnicki from Kansas.
Andy Turtlenecky?
No, not Turtlenecky. And they brought in.
Oh, no,
Kansas.
that's right. They brought they want to do some different things. They want to have some variety in their offense a little bit. The other guys was stale. That guy was the other dude with Tom Herman at one time. Was that
Yursich?
Yeah, Yursich, right?
Yeah, he was here for Herman's last year.
Dude, he did nothing offensively at Penn State.
No.
Because they had those running backs. All they did was turn around and hand it off.
Yeah.
And then they've got the young quarterback that's there.
Yeah. Kotelnicki, man, that's a great hire. I'm sad as a Jayhawk fan that Kotelnicki's gone. You figured it was a matter of time before he'd get poached because the job that he's done with Jalen Daniels, also with Jason Bean. Kansas had a backup quarterback play most of the season, and they won 8 games. Like, Kotelnicki is a really, really good offensive mind, and that's a good move by Penn State.
What we're not seeing, BK, when we talk about these games and we're just talking about these coaches, not a lot of changeover in coaches. Jimbo, of course, but there's not. I mean, is it still early for teams to say you're done? Not really. If they're making it to bowl games, not many of those dudes are getting fired.
Talking about head coaches?
Yeah, I'm wondering if Mac is going to call it, career. After
No, he already said he's coming back next year.
Coming back?
Yeah. I'm trying to think how many openings are still out there. I mean, I think Jeff Traylor's staying at UTSA at this point. Houston hired Willie Fritz from Tulane, so I guess they've got an opening now. Obviously, the Aggies made a change.
Jeff Traylor's staying because there's no place to go.
Right. Yeah, Houston fumbled the bag on that deal. I think Willie Fritz is a very good head coach. It's a solid hire for Houston, but Jeff Traylor made so much sense there.
Isn't Willie Fritz an older dude? He's a little older cat, I believe.
Yeah, a little bit. It's an upgrade over Dana. I love Dana the person, but Willie Fritz is a better coach, and he's done a great job
with Tulane.
Yeah. He's built up programs everywhere he's been. So I think Houston is going to be more relevant moving forward. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank. There has to be some other openings in college football right now, and my brain is not working. The other New Year's Six Bowl, Oregon against Liberty. How about that for Oregon, right? Like, they're 9.5-point favorites in the Pac-12 title game. Yes. They win that, they're in the playoff. They win that, Bo Nix wins the Heisman.
Yes.
And instead, they lose. Bo Nix is a Heisman finalist, but he's probably not winning it.
No.
Oregon is obviously not in the college football playoff. They don't win the Pac-12, and their reward is they have to play Liberty in the Fiesta Bowl.
That's a no-win situation for them.
Those games suck, dude, because if you win, nobody cares.
That's right.
Congrats. You beat Liberty. Good job. You're really bragging about that. And if you lose, it's like the most embarrassing shit of all time. You lost to Liberty?
Yeah, I'm going.
Car insurance?
I'm going 5,000 unit play immediately on that game.
Let me see.
Later, Liberty.
Oh, you're not going Liberty?
No. I'm going Oregon. That's right. I'm going Eugene all the way there.
I'm going with Limu, Emu, and Doug.
No. You're not going Liberty.
Oh, yeah.
No, Oregon is going to want to be there in this one.
Oregon is a 16-point favorite. Sorry to cut you off there, Buck.
Yeah, that's good. That's
not
fine.
Enough?
That's not enough.
Okay.
Where's this game being played at? What dome?
Fiesta Bowl. So Glendale.
Yep. Been there, done that, had pneumonia there. Yeah. I had 2 trips. I had 2 bowl trips that I had pneumonia.
Who were you hooking up with at the time?
No, I don't know. It was during the course. It was getting to be a long season, and I never had the flu.
Yeah, okay, good for you.
I never had the flu. I never had the COVID, but I had pneumonia twice. I had it once in Tampa at a bowl trip. I think that's when Boston College played Georgia and won. And then I had it at the Fiesta Bowl when Texas played Penn State. And I said, Ricky, you'll feel all right after that next hit. It'll bring you back. You'll know where the plays are.
Now you're blaming that on pneumonia, huh?
Yeah. I had pneumonia twice. That sucked.
Bucky, up the units. This is your break-even play. Yeah, you're down 32,000 units right now. You're going to put 32,000 units on Oregon?
No, there's some other ones. Anybody playing Tech sounds like I should be going against Tech.
You're betting
they don't want to be. Do you know how disappointed Tech is being in Shreveport? Losing in Shreveport at the riverboat?
We had a guy earlier. I wish I pulled this comment up. Oh, here he is, Jose. I'll be at the game in Shreveport with a sign that says the Independence Bowl runs through Lubbock with all my Longhorns gear.
Oh my God.
That is fantastic.
I think I've been in Shreveport twice, not for a bowl game. I think I drove from someplace to get to Texas through that place. Never really found that as being a very interesting area.
No, it's not. By the way, we are going to do a bowl pick'em contest.
Very nice.
Here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. So we'll have some details. I'm going to set that up later today, and then we'll announce it on social media and obviously announce it on all of the shows. It'll be free to enter, and we'll find some prizes for y'all. You know how we do.
Yeah, we must be coming close to 7,000 subscribers too. We must be on our way here.
We're getting there, man.
Yeah,
we're
man.
Getting there. Maybe we'll do something for 7,000. We sure as hell are going to do something huge for 10,000.
Nice.
So tell your friends and enemies. The quicker we get there, the quicker y'all will have a chance to win some awesome prizes.
A randomizer will take effect.
The randomizer will absolutely be in effect for that one. But yeah, free bowl pick'em contest coming up. All of the TSU hosts will be a part of it. And all of you guys, more importantly, will be a part of it. And if you're watching on YouTube, hit the like button this morning. It helps our channel continue to grow. We really do appreciate the continued love and support. All right, before we maybe talk about some of the worst bowl games, and I've got to tell you about this TJ Hushmanzada story, man. This shit
Gotta have it. Was he on a plane?
Wild. No planes involved here, but it's kind of scary what's going on with the former Bengals Pro Bowl wide receiver. It is wild. Like, it's TMZ level stuff.
Yeah, that dude was wild. You know, once he changed his name, he got kind of out there.
No, he didn't change his name. You're thinking of Chad Ochocinco.
No. Didn't TJ change his name? No. Was he originally somebody else? What he, Roy Rogers or something like that? No?
Oh, I don't know. I thought he was always TJ.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it was the other dude, his other Cincinnati bingo buddy there.
Is he Rio Don?
Rio Don. I got the Rio Don ball right next to me over here.
There you go.
Keeping that for sure. Dr. Greg Eckert, folks, he's absolutely the very, very best. His all-star group of professionals do everything from general dentistry to the most advanced work. With Dr. Eckert, I had my teeth restored in just 2 visits. Got these lovely veneers. See that coloring right there? These are babies. My choppers, I love them. I want to thank Dr. Eckert for it. 6 years with these teeth. Find out if you're a candidate for dental implants or veneers by giving him a call today at 512-345-3166. They're doing a lot of dental implants, which will give you a smile in just 1 day. He's the very, very best, no doubt about it. And folks, if you got dental insurance, let's go. Let's start using it, or you're going to lose it coming towards the end. If we get to the end of December, we get into January. Sorry, going to have a new plan, going to have a new dental plan, and going to have to start all over. Now, Dr. Eckert will be taking on new patients. He'd love to help you out. Now they're doing teeth extractions, teeth cleaning, teeth whitening, the whole works. And folks, Dr. Eckert will surely help you if you need IV sedation because you are afraid to go to the dentist. There's a lot of folks out there. The reason they don't go, now they keep switching appointments. They're actually scared to go to the dentist. Grown-ups, I'm not talking about little kids. I'm talking about babies. I'm talking about grown folks.
Come on.
I was that way. I was afraid of the dentist. Not any longer because they'll give you IV sedation. Even if you need a cleaning, even if you need to have some of the minor stuff done, he will do that for you because he wants you to get your dental health taken care of. And as I said, they're taking on new patients for the new year. Over 1,500 cases of restoring teeth, 28 years of business in the Central Texas area. 512-345-3166. He's our dentist. Should be your dentist also.
And even if you don't need dental work, he'll give you IV sedation. Nah, I'm kidding.
That's a good way to get a little rest.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I got to go in there. Just knock me out for a little bit, Doc.
Let you sleep for 2 hours. I got to ask him about that if I could go take a snooze.
Oh, man.
Instead of going to the Night's Inn, just go to Doc, sit in a chair, and have them knock you out and let you sleep for 2 or 3 hours.
Just like that. Just like that. Shout out to Doc U. We love him. Shout out to Altstadt Beer as well. We love them. The best beer that you can find all throughout the state of Texas. The most authentic German beer drinking experience you can find in the state of Texas. How about this, Buck? A German beer so good, even a Jew will tell you about them.
No.
Yeah, that's me with Altstadt Beer. You like
Loving
that?
it, huh?
Yeah.
Loving that German beer.
The Lager, the Kolsch, those are the 2 flagship Altstadt beers, gold medal award winners at the Great American Beer Festival. Also the Altstadt Light, if you're looking to sacrifice on calories but not on flavor. They've got it with Altstat Light. Pick it up. They've got 6-packs at H-E-B, Specs, Twin Liquor, Total Wine. Wherever you go, you can find Altstat beer. And, of course, at your favorite bars and restaurants throughout Austin and DF-Dub and Houston and San Antonio, wherever you are, make sure you're asking bartenders, waitresses, waiters, servers, whoever, for Altstat beer. It's liquid gold, man. No impurities, no regrets.
And if you're seeking specialized patient orthopedic care, folks, contact Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer, of course, surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology. Dr. Christopher Daney, I coached at the University of Texas, and Christopher Stockton, which I did not coach, are dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and that great quality of life that you deserve. Now, my doctor, Dr. Trey, needs to talk to Dr. Daney for sure. He's having some hip problems from playing sand volleyball or building castles in the sand with his little bucket. He must have twisted himself around in the sand dunes. I guess he did it playing sand volleyball. I wouldn't tell anybody that's how it happened, but I think that's exactly how it happens. Of course, as I said, their goal is to get you back in good health and that great quality of life. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Cabo Bob's as well. We're going to be giving away a $150 Cabo Bob's gift certificate tomorrow.
Very nice.
That's right. All you got to do is be tuned in tomorrow on either YouTube or on our free Texas Sports Unfiltered app, and you will have a chance to win that $150 catering gift certificate from our friends at Cabo Bob's. Shout out to our friends at Coda as well. I got my Coda hat on. Hit us up on Coda text line 512-222-9328. Okay, here's what's going on with TJ Houshmandzadeh, Buck. You remember TJ Housh as a player?
Dude, he had that long, pretty hair, that flowing locks for a semi-brother, I believe. Yes.
Long, pretty hair. Yeah. Pro Bowler back in 2007. Had some great years with the Cincinnati Bengals. Former 7th-round pick out of Oregon State. And played in the league for more than a decade.
Oh, right? Yeah.
Made a ton out of himself. Well, here's this story from TMZ. TJ Houshmandzadeh has himself a stalker, Buck. And it's not just your run-of-the-mill stalker. We've got some next-level obsession going on right here. TJ Houshmandzadeh says a woman is so obsessed with him, she changed her last name to Houshmandzadeh in an effort to get closer to him.
Wow.
And now he wants a court date to try to file a restraining order.
Man.
That was a great
sound. That dude must have delivered the goods to her, and she hadn't forgot about that.
Yeah, so a temporary restraining order has been filed in Los Angeles. TJ Houshmandzadeh is claiming that a 53-year-old woman named Annette Marie Houshmandzadeh, because that is her legal last name now because she changed it, has been making life miserable for him and his family since at least 2015.
Marie Osmond?
No, not Marie Osmond.
Houshmandzadeh. Okay.
Annette Marie Houshmandzadeh.
Annette Marie, okay.
Yep. In the docs, the ex-Bengals wideout says that Annette used to go by Annette Selkirk, but she legally changed her surname to Houshmandzadeh after developing a bizarre and extreme obsession with him and his family. He said he originally had a restraining order placed in 2015, but it expired in 2019, and she still continued to harass him and still continues to harass him. So here's what this woman has been doing. She's been posing as the mother of his kids online, like acting like he's God dang. Acting like, thank you. God bless it. Also making contact with his wife, and she's been sending harassing mail and personal items to his home. TJ also says that he once received a letter from Annette in which she stated she had, quote, several bullets inscribed with the names of each member of the Houshmandzadeh family, end quote.
Deal about that is get to her before she gets to you. Yes, that would be my deal.
You kill her?
Get to her before she gets to you. That's,
how do you do that?
I'm not saying, I'll just say that. If I got threatening stuff like that, I'm going to then turn this thing around. This is going the other way in a hurry.
Are you allowed to kill her?
Can
you claim like self-defense in that instance.
Somehow, some way, if she's got bullets with my kids' names on them, guess what?
Yeah.
This is not going to work out in her favor.
Yeah. I guess that counts as a threat, right? So maybe there is some justification there to respond. But yeah, this is
sounds
wild.
like a real threat if you got names on bullets.
Names on bullets. Yeah, she didn't send the bullets, but she wrote in a letter that she had names of each member of the Hushmanzada family. So maybe TJ, maybe his actual wife, maybe the kids. It sounds like everybody.
No, once my kids got involved, that ends all conversations of what's right, what's wrong. Do you have the authority to do that? I'll be on court TV if I have to for that.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely insane right there. And a judge, needless to say, sided with TJ Hushmanzada here, asking the woman to stay at least 500 yards from him and his family, as well as asking her to stop using his last name to try to gain access to personal affairs.
Wow.
So 500 yards, that doesn't feel like enough.
They got rifles that'll go that far, don't they?
Telling you, yeah.
No, that woman is she's going to be seeking some specialized care for sure.
Yeah, I don't know if Texas orthopedics can help that one.
No, that's not
Dude,
good.
This is documentary level stuff right here. Like I kind of want to watch this on Netflix. You know,
I'm just wondering if he delivered the mail to her at some time in his life.
What do you mean?
This sounds like a crazed woman that
Yeah.
He may have Hushmanzada'd her.
I don't know what that means. What is that?
He may have delivered the mail or something, or package or something.
I don't think he was a mailman. He was an NFL player. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about here, Buck. What are you saying?
Well, you're taking her to the end zone.
Ah, okay. So she also plays football.
Shouldn't have to. Just met in the end zone or at the 50-yard line or something.
Okay. A little strawberry wine or something like that.
That's just a little that's way over the top.
That's way over the dude. Hushmanzada, that's commitment right there. She changed her last name to that. Instead of, it's not an easy name to pronounce or spell. Like now her legal last name is Hushmanzada. She's got to spell that out every time she signs something or types something.
Yeah, there are people with mental health issues. Some people are just crazy. It sounds like maybe she's just crazy.
Yeah, maybe it's a combination of both, but dude, you should be arrested there. TJ, who's your mama? Who's Mazzilli?
Yeah, that dude, I'd have a hard time. I'd be sleeping with one eye open. That would definitely be the night's in right there.
Oh man.
I wouldn't get any rest till I know she wasn't around.
I feel like I've had some stalkers in my time, but I've never had anything close to that shit.
I've had a few, but I don't know. Somebody that took me off of Twitter for a long, long time. You remember when I just disappeared from Twitter? People remember I just disappeared. I had somebody that had saying information that I'm like, what do you mean? You don't know me. And that's when I said, that's it for Twitter.
Really? I mean, I knew you took like a 5-year hiatus from Twitter. I didn't realize it was because of that.
Yeah, that's what happened. I just got back on, and I'm very seldom on it because I don't like people saying things. It's way too personal that's not a nice social media place any longer. Right. X or Twitter or whatever the shit it's called.
It's never been a nice one, man. That place is a cesspool. It's a disaster. And people.
And there's so much positive information that you could get from it,
Yeah, but now on Twitter, there ain't much of that. There ain't much.
And then I'm not on Face Chat or Snapback or Pause Phase or any of that other stuff.
Who? Pause Phase?
Yeah, is that the new one?
I don't know what that is. Pause? Is that a dog?
I'm not on in it. I'm not on Facebook. I've never been on Facebook. I can't keep up with old friends. That's why I have to go to reunions and meet people in porta potties. I mean, I spend the night in airports. That's a good thing. Fly Delta.
Yep. If I didn't have this job and work in this industry, I don't think I would have much social media. I'd have Facebook, I think, because that's what tells me when people's birthdays are.
And when they die and things like that.
Yeah. I mean, just random news and life updates, but really it's for birthdays. Like I check Facebook once a day. I should post more of our content on there. I need to start doing more of that, to be perfectly honest with you. But I literally check it to see if any of my friends have birthdays. or any family members have birthdays.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's not up on the refrigerator. No,
I know my close family, like my immediate family, my sisters
Sure.
and my parents, but I like aunts and uncles and cousins and stuff. Like I don't know that. They don't know mine. I don't know theirs either.
That's why I'm the oldest in the family, and I have sisters that let me know that stuff when birthdays are and everything else. And then of course, my wife lets me know when my grandkids and my daughters and sons when they have their birth. I mean, there's only a few of them that I know. I don't keep account of the birthday deal. You know, for me, after 10, you don't need to be having any more birthdays. You don't need to have birthday parties.
After 10?
Yes.
What about when you turn like 18 or 21?
No, man. Black people don't have parties after they turn 10. That's done. You don't
Come
have
on.
little parties when you're 12.
You're saying black people don't have 21st birthdays?
They have 21st birthdays. That's a big one.
Like, I've been to 21st birthdays of.
They don't have parties. They go do stuff, but they don't have like 14. When you're 14, you have, like every year kids have like birthday parties, and some adults have birthday parties. No, after about 12, and then have your 21st, and then you can stop. If you're married by then, you and your wife have a nice night with your kids or something, but you don't need to have a birthday party every year of your life. I know people that have parties it's my birthday. So what are we doing? Oh, we're having a party for him. He's 31. He just hit 30. So you're going to have one when he's 31 and 32? That doesn't count. It's just a birthday. When do they just become birthdays for you? After 21? After 30 for you?
I don't know. Like
I would say 30.
I've kind of stopped caring after 21. Like it's just more and more depressing the further and further away I get from 21, to be honest with you.
I think I got, in a couple of years, I'll hit 70. I think that's I guess.
I think the decades are worth celebrating, right? Like,
I guess, yes.
It's a big deal, man. Like I know people hate getting older, and
I don't mind. You don't have any choice.
They hate some of the stuff that goes along with getting older, but I'm grateful for it, man. Like not everybody gets the privilege of getting to get older,
Right.
Like that's the way I look at it. So sure, I'll complain, and like I'm like everybody else, but at the end of the day, man, it's really cool that I am getting the opportunity to get older because not everybody gets it. So
I'm not one of those people that say, well, I don't want to live to be 90. Well, hell yeah, I do. I don't live to be 190 if I could. I'm fine with all that stuff.
Ooh, I don't need to be that old.
There's a time when it's time to go.
Yeah.
And it's going to get here.
It'll get here.
You're not going to be able to stop it. It's going to get there, but I don't mind getting older. That's a part of living. That's the experience, man. We're not here that long.
No, we're not.
All these people blowing each other up and hating on each other. We're not here that long.
All these people blowing each other
up, dude.
Okay.
We're not here that long. We're not on this earth that long. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Make a freaking difference. Really.
Okay, Jason says girls in their 20s don't have birthdays. They have birth months.
Oh, there you go.
That's a real thing. That is very much a real thing. Yeah, I don't know. I'll do something. I mean, I turned 30 next year.
That's a big deal. That's 30 was rocking right there because that tells you it's almost that time to find a mate. And I'm not talking about one of those grungies down on 6th Street. I'm talking about a mate. You have to be 30.
I've got plenty of mates, dude.
No. You got grungies. You got grungies.
They're no longer heifers. They're now grungies.
Yeah, they're grungies. You don't have a mate yet. You don't have a mate yet. I got plenty of mates. No, you don't. No, you've got a bunch of grungies.
You're talking about a soulmate.
Yes.
The person they call the one.
Yeah, the grungies at any given time, you can drop them. I mean, oh, you're gone. Really? What did you say? What do I need to do? Oh, no, you're gone. Next grungy.
Next grungy. Next.
Yeah, soulmate, you don't go next. Soulmate is, yep, that's the one. What do I have to do?
No mates.
No mates for you. 30 will be good.
Did you just say I get no tail?
No.
You sound like my youngest sister thinks I have no game at all.
Oh,
because I don't take anybody home. Like I haven't been in a serious enough relationship to like introduce somebody to my parents or sisters. And it's like
you are a gamer.
I got no game.
You are a gamer for sure. My goodness.
Grungies. I'm going to start calling them grungies to their face.
Grungy, come over here. It's 2:00. Come here, grungy. Let me talk to you now.
Yeah.
I've not talked to you the entire night, but it is almost closing time.
Oh man. Hey, this might be a premature congratulations, but I I might need to congratulate you for something that could happen later today.
Okay.
But before that, shout out to centextickets.com.
Yes, indeed.
If you're looking for tickets to the Sugar Bowl, you can get them at centextickets.com. If you're looking at tickets for any Texas basketball game, centextickets.com. Any sporting event all over the world. It doesn't have to be Texas. It could be Cowboys. It could be Texans. It could be Mavs. It could be Spurs. It could be Rockets, whatever. They've got tickets for sports, for concerts, for Broadway shows all year round at centextickets.com. Also, shout out to Woods Comfort Systems as well. If something's wrong with your heater, you want to make sure you're ready to roll for when it gets really cold around these parts.
December 17th, when winter hits.
That's when the buck says winter's going to start. You got to reach out to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. More than 60 years, 60, of providing the best HVAC services in all of Central Texas. They also do plumbing as well. So if something's going on with the toilet, don't mess around with that. Get it taken care of with our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Go to their website, woodscomfortsystems.com, and reach out to them. They are dedicated to keeping you and your family comfortable in every season. Also, shout out to greatblueheronfurniture.com as well. Custom leather furniture, the best looking and the best built furniture that you can find anywhere in the world. It's right there at greatblueheronfurniture.com. Use the promo code HOOK'em, and you are going to get 15% off your purchase. And if you buy some, I'll throw in a free Last Stand hat for you.
There you go.
As well. New couch, recliner, ottoman, bar stools, all the above. Spruce up your home this holiday season and get yourself and your family the perfect holiday gift with that custom piece from Great Blue Heron Furniture.
And we're awfully excited about going to help the folks at Blue Santa. Is that a week from? That's a week from Saturday, is it not? Yeah.
Yes, the 16th.
Yes, the 16th, because the next day is winter.
The next day, according to you, is winter. Oh, so that means the weather should be great at Blue Santa next Saturday.
I'm hoping so. Yes, we'll be out there at Delivery Out Industrial Park out here out east, and they've got a couple locations. They've got some drop-off centers too to drop off those toys for the kids and donations. But we're going to be out there on the 16th. We'll be walking that line. We'll do a show, and then we'll walk that line for a little bit. I don't think we need to do a 2-hour show, maybe an hour show. Talk to people from Blue Santa, the Austin Police Force, talk to some of those folks, talk to the Blue Santa folks, and some of the folks that are willing to give. And this is Central Texas is absolutely the very best. Nobody gives like Central Texas. Mm-hmm. And if you want to make a donation to Blue Santa, please do. If you go to austinpolice.org, you'll find out if you can become a volunteer. My wife's going to be out in line. She's going out there today, that day of delivery. She's not doing anything. She can get in line, and they'll tell her where she and her friends can go to deliver some goods out to folks that will need it. You and I will be walking the line, and we're excited about doing that. Academy Sports and Outdoors is going to do some special things for us, and plenty of folks that sponsor our show will also be giving on that day too. I know the Coverts are going to do something special, and we're excited about that. I know, of course, Tito's and Tito's Beverage will always do something when it comes to giving. They're magnificent. They'll be there that day too, so I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to doing that with you. You and I did that a couple years ago. Yep. I've been doing it for a lot of years out there, and it is fun.
One of my favorite events in Austin every year.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm excited to be back living here for a million different reasons, but that's one of them, man. It's a really, really cool thing, Operation Blue Santa, and it's cool that we get to be a tiny, tiny part of it, and we hope to see a ton of you out there next Saturday. We'll be handing out, we'll be giving y'all some stuff.
We'll be giving out some stuff. We'll have our koozies with us. Kids, you need to keep up for your cold drinks too now.
Yeah, kids, when you're drinking your Altstat beer, make sure you have a koozie. Keep your hands warm in the wintertime.
That's
the
right.
deal?
Those things work, man. We'll have hats. We'll have all kinds of stuff out there next week.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will. All right, the congrats for you before we hand things off to Chaos Theory. It looks like your New York Yankees are about to acquire one of the best
players. Shohei Ohtani.
Not Shohei Ohtani.
What?
But a guy who's pretty damn good.
Little Jeter?
No, who's Little Jeter? He's got daughters. None of them are playing pro baseball. How about Juan Soto, Buck?
That's going to cost a lot of money.
Well, it's a trade. He's not a free agent.
Oh, good. He'll be a free agent the following year.
It'd be a trade with the San Diego Dads. And, yeah, it'll cost some prospects for sure. I mean, the Yankees are going to have to send a lot back to San Diego to make this thing happen. But, dude, Juan Soto is one of the best players in all of baseball.
Yes,
he's young. Yeah, he's going to cost a shit ton of money.
What did he do for the Padres this year? How did they do in the playoffs?
They did not participate in the playoffs. Neither did your Yankees. What are you talking about here?
Are you sure the Yankees didn't play in the playoffs at all?
I'm pretty sure they could have gotten worked by the Rangers too if they wanted to, but they didn't. Juan Soto this past year hit 275, 35 homers, 109 RBIs. He is one of the best players in all of baseball. Great defensive player as well. He's got one of the best eyes in the game. Had a 930 OPS this year. He's a stud. And it sucks because I hate the Yankees, but it's good for you because
who's going for the Yankees? That other guy, that guy's always up limping and lame, and who's been there forever.
Who, Judge?
No, that guy's a stud.
Oh, Stanton? You talking about Giancarlo?
Giancarlo, stay a while. You know what I mean? That guy.
That's one of the worst nicknames I've ever heard.
That guy's always hurt.
Yeah.
I've never seen a guy who pulls more hamstrings than that dude.
It feels like at least twice a year.
Yes.
Stanton is headed to the IL for
There's always a wrist injury. There's a wrist or a hammy. That's what his is.
It is. And you guys got Verdugo from the Red Sox.
Y'all
made a trade. The Yankees and Red Sox made a trade overnight.
Anytime you can steal one from the Red Sox, that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. So there you go. We'll see if that trade gets finalized. Maybe Wags and Rodney will talk about it. If it does get finalized, some show we'll talk about it. And you and I can get into it more tomorrow.
There you go.
Still trying to figure out where Shohei's going to end up, but we know where these guys are ending up. It's time for a little chaos theory.
You know Shohei's not ending up in B-more. He's not going to become an Oriole. That's for sure.
No, way out of her. We don't do that, Buck. We sell. Remember, we grow them and sell them.
Where the hell would you want to live in Baltimore? Anywhere?
Yeah, y'all's get poached.
It's a drinking town with a sports problem. That's what Baltimore is. How you guys doing this morning, man? Great show as always, man. Thanks for kicking us off. Appreciate you guys.
You guys are looking good this morning.
Shit, I'm always looking good, Buck. I'm just trying to follow your lead.
Hey, Wags, let me ask you this, and Rodney. Rodney, what is it that these people that have to have a birthday party every time they have a birthday? When does that stuff stop? I told them after you hit 10, you can become 21 if you make it that far.
It's
you
like
become 21, but you don't have parties. You don't have
I've got so many friends, Buck, and it's like, I'll talk to them, and it's like, I'm not working tomorrow. I'm like, why not? Because it's my birthday. I'm like, so what? You're you're turning 37.
Yes, 33. Oh,
big
I got
deal. Go to fucking work.
A big birthday party. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
The only time my birthday felt special again is when I found out that the guy that started this whole damn fiasco was the day right after mine. And I was like, oh, shit, Pisces brothers, man. Let's go, dude.
There you go.
Legitimately the only reason why I got excited for my birthday again. Is
BK's family had a birthday party for him when he was 9, 10, 11, 12. 13.
He celebrates every year though, because he's the one that still has game. All of us have, we're washed up and married and everything, so he gets to go out and celebrate. Hey, it's my birthday. Want to give me a BJ for my birthday?
Now that's a good deal. But I know you guys were talking about whoever posted there. I do see a lot of people where it's like it's my birthday month, and it's like it starts on the 1st of the month, and their birthday's like on the 28th. And it's like, it's my birthday month. We're going to celebrate every day.
That's product of the 8th place trophy system, Rodney. That's what that is.
Oh, we're going to stretch out the birthdays, huh?
The thing is, I mean, it would be one thing. I could totally get this if it was the younger people. But, I mean, I see people doing this in their 50s and 40s. And I'm like,
just get old, will you?
Just get old. I mean, shit happens.
Get old and die, buddy.
Yeah, that's all. You're going. It's going. It ain't going uphill. It's going downhill. Just get it over with. But don't.
Hey, man. At least you hadn't shit yourself yet.
Nope, I'm not going to.
My guy. That's what I'm talking about.
You should. It's fun. It's fun.
It's probably an awful thing. It's probably an awful feeling. I told the story about when my son.
Not comfortable.
When my son, we were living in Boston, and my wife would change him on the changing table right beside my bed, and my face was pointed that way, and that dude hit a squirt, hit me right in the forehead, and slid down my forehead while I was sleeping. All I did was take the pillowcase, wipe it off, and go back to sleep.
Oh!
I hope you wash the sheets and the pillowcase before the next night.
Oh, later, we did that later, but I was trying to get some sleep. I didn't have to go in and coach that morning. She just shoved
fucking pillowcase.
His ass was at my head. and I'm laying in the bed. All of a sudden this thing hits me right in the forehead, and it goes down. I take the pillowcase, do that, flip it over, go right back to sleep.
Did she
I've hit
have
myself
wipes right there? Didn't she have wipes?
Dude, I've done this twice. I've been shit on. My kid did it in my head. I took dog shit out of my backyard, and I was gonna flip it into the green belt. And when I went to flip, it flipped and hit me in the forehead, stuck on the side of my forehead.
Well, and I'll tell you the other one.
I am a shithead. That's exactly what I am.
The other one that I would deal with my girls is when they were little, for whatever reason, we'd go on trips and they were like, whatever the deal. And they would like start puking. And I mean, a bunch of different times that we were in strange places, you know, just like one of those tourist shops or whatever. One would start puking, and I would just like fucking catch it with my hands. And it's like you try to catch everything that you can, and then you're walking through there trying to find the bathroom. And it's like,
where's over there with the blankets? Over there, the blankets. Take it.
Why are you catching it? Let it hit the ground and then clean it up.
Wow, and there was actually one time where I ended up buying. I mean, one of them was puking so bad, I wound up buying like 3 different damn tourist shirts because I'm like trying to catch all that shit. And it's like, I wound up $50 in the hole for trying to be a good dad. And it's like,
yes,
we get into shit and puke during crosstalk every day.
I don't understand that, guys. Let's just have some sports talk one day.
No, we got an hour to do that. We have 2 hours
about that. We're in the downtime right now. Who cares about sports? That's not what people come here for.
No,
I mean, yeah.
These are life's little experience you had. You very seldom do you take a trowel, try to throw shit, and it hits you right in the head, and it sticks. It's like right in the middle. That is a shithead. It is.
That is solid shit if it hits you.
Boy, that thing hit me. That thing was like a pancake and it hit me. It was one of my big dogs. Wow, that was bad.
What's up, guys? Good morning, everybody.
I'm gone.
It's talking shit. Slam it down. Just leave us with that. Welcome to Chaos Theory, guys. Up and off running on a wild one already. I guess it's going to be a shitty Wednesday. It's a hump day, man. Oh, Rodney.
It's time, isn't it?
It's Wednesday.
Brand new feature.
We got a brand new segment. We got a brand new segment for this Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. We have the athlete of the week. We will be talking about. We'll be sharing that with you guys. Are we throwing an A?
How do you say it? Athlete? How do you want to say it?
I was going to say athlete.
That's good.
Athlete. Or we can put an A in there, an athlete.
We're taking the
finest athletes that we have found over the week, and we are going to give the nod of athlete of the week, with your all's help, of course. Now, this is clearly a trial and error. We don't know how this will be received. We think it's going to be a smash fucking hit.
Well,
usually that's what I produce.
And Wags for the women, that may check in, because I see some different names on there that come in on the chat and then on the Coda text line, and I don't know if it's a dude or a lady. So what happens if we get some recommendations for dudes?
I'm an athlete.
We'll pull it up.
I'm a Chad. I can Chad. I can take my sweatshirt off. Yeah. Nah, dude, we'll find some Chads. We'll get some Chads out there for the chicks watching the show and everything.
I prefer to go by Chaz. Call me Chaz.
Chaz?
I'll be Chaz.
Chaz Michaels, if you will.
Hey,
by the way, I don't know how you feel about Will Ferrell, and real quick before we get into sports, but usually the first time I watch a Will Ferrell movie, like I like it. I just don't think it's the best, right? Like I don't think it's amazing. But after I watch them over and over, I catch the little subtleties or the little innuendos, that or maybe the ad libs, the stuff that's just like off script or whatever that Will Ferrell throws in there, and it makes the other castmates respond or whatnot. I pick up on all the other little subtle shit, right? And I like the movie more and more. I felt that same way about Step Brothers. I felt the same way about Anchorman. I watched Blades of Glory last night with Will Ferrell, and holy shit, like that's why I brought up Chaz Michaels. Like the fucking storyline, like who wrote the storyline for this from the undergrounds of Detroit where he was doing speed skating right on the ice, like in the sewers of Detroit, Michigan, man. fucking crazy, dude.
I find that dude very funny when it comes to. I don't know why.
Him and Mark Wahlberg too. The two of them together, holy shit.
And this could be maybe because I'm just older than a lot of people. And by the way, when it comes to older, did you see that Norman Lear passed away? And that's a dude that some of the best sitcoms that you would ever, All in the Family, Sanford and Son, The Jeffersons. I mean, and imagine those shows on TV now. Are you kidding me? They would not be on. But like me, I love black comedians, and I love the black comedians because the ones, Eddie Murphy.
Bernie Mac was my favorite. Bernie Mac, Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor would not be allowed to. You would not be allowed to have Richard Pryor on the set. I don't know. Chappelle pushes it though. Chappelle pushes the fucking envelope. That's probably my favorite comedian. Is Chappelle
I don't know, and maybe it's just the delivery. Maybe it's just the delivery. But I will say that Will Ferrell. I was a little pissed off at Will Ferrell for a while because he's kind of laughing at my sport. But the more that I go back and watch that goddamn movie, over and over and over, I will tell you that dude is hilarious. That dude, I'm telling you, that is one of the best comedic talents that you're going to find right now to me is Will Ferrell. And now that he's older, I think he's getting even better, dude. I think he's getting even better.
I don't know what he's been in recent. The last thing that I saw him in about, I guess a couple of days ago, was the one with Mark Wahlberg where he's playing like the stepdad or whatnot. I can't remember what the damn movie was, but it's fantastic. Athlete of the week. That's what I'm talking about. No, we will definitely. There's some volleyball talk that will be.
They could be
brought up in this. You got to have You have to have volleyball athletes if you're talking about athletes of the week, right? But also, we have some candidates from sports from all over the world. Maybe that you will see on the Ocho, right? Maybe there's some golf. There's some golf out there for sure. Maybe it's at a Top Golf. We don't know, but hey, we'll throw it out there and we'll let you guys vote on it. All right. And then if you guys got any candidates, we'd love to hear your all's candidates or throw your candidates at us at the Wagner Wire on Instagram, or you can put it at the Rodney the _ Rodney R on Instagram, or actually on Twitter too. Like you can hit us up on Twitter at not the fake wags and at the Rodney R. But what you got, my guy? Let's get into this at the bottom of the hour. I do want to talk some baseball, man. I want to talk odds on where Shohei's going. I do want to talk about Juan Soto going over to the Pinstripes. The rich get richer, but how rich, right? I mean, they do. It seems like this is the same type of move that the Yankees always do, right? They always go up and they load up on the lumber. They get the big names. They get, the marquee signings, the headline signings, right? But they usually fail to, or so far they've been failing to sprinkle the pieces in between the lineup, right? The gelatins, the key cogs that hold the lineup together instead of just all the main, hardcore lumber, dude. But you add Juan Soto and Shohei Ohtani, holy hell, man, because the Yankees are in the mix for Shohei Ohtani. You got to know that. They're in the odds.
Yeah, I mean, they are. And that's kind of the point right there. I love what you said right there, because I know we talked about it during the MLB playoffs, to where it's like you get these big market franchises, whether it be the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Angels, all these that load up on all these badasses, and then here you go, you don't build anything around it, and you got one dude, he winds up hurt, and then they're sucking, so whatever the case is. But I don't know where he's going to end up. I mean, if you get those two on the Yankees, that's definitely something that's going to help build them. I think I know exactly what you were laughing at right here.
Stupid. He's so dumb. He's so stupid.
Do we have to talk about Oregon State all fucking week here or what?
Beaver Nation. Beaver Nation. Touch your toes, Beaver Nation. Get them.
There it is.
All right, so Jake thinks Ohtani's going to the Dodgers. Right now, I mean, that's the favorite. 175. So you got to pay $175 to get 100 back. That's how much the odds think that, or that's how much the guys in the desert think Ohtani's going to the Dodgers. San Francisco's also in the mix too. Blue Jays are in the mix. They say the Angels at plus 700. If you want to put 100 down, you can get 700. You can get 700 back. I wouldn't touch that. I wouldn't touch that with a pole. I wouldn't touch that with anything, dude. Shohei is not going back to the Halos. He would have. I don't see it.
I saw the
Giants, and maybe the Giants. I think he does stay out west. I heard rumors that he might be going to the Bravos, to Atlanta.
No.
And can you imagine having him and Ronald Acuna Jr. on the same squad?
Oh man, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. But I saw a couple of days ago that Dave Roberts had already confirmed that the Dodgers have already met with him. So I think it's going to be, I don't want to say it's a done deal. It's not a 5,000 unit play like the guy before us likes to throw down. But I think it's pretty much a done deal that he's going to be an LA Dodger. And I mean, what a great landing spot for him. And I think that's actually good for
I hate
baseball.
it. I absolutely hate it. As a fan of baseball, I can't fucking stand it.
It drives me crazy, but now everything is so money driven, Wags. We know this. We talk about it all the time. It's one of these deals to where it's going to be one of the big market teams, and it sucks for like your Orioles, where these folks just go and they start poaching these players, man. They start poaching these things and breaking them down, and the GMs and owners, they don't have any leverage. They don't have any money. They just can't compete with this shit, and that sucks. That sucks.
Do you think any mid-market team had a fucking chance at signing Shohei Ohtani, or has a chance at signing Shohei Ohtani? You say it's up and in the wraps, man. But what's weird is it's very secretive. It's very hush-hush. Like the deals aren't being talked about. I think last week is when, the last news went down that he actually had confirmation of meeting with the Dodgers. But hell, everything that I've seen, man, it's just speculations on where he's going to end up. Other baseball news, the damn pinstripes, man. We got to talk about Juan Soto going to the pinstripes, acquiring them from the Friars there from San Diego. How relevant do you think this puts the Yankees immediately to next year? Are they playoff contenders?
There seems to be pieces around him, but the whole thing is like I was talking about earlier, it always seems like when you get a big splash like this, if with Soto going there, it always seems like the wheels come off of this thing, early on in the season, right? It's like
injury prolongs it. It seems like whenever somebody goes to the Yankees, they get hurt.
Right. And it's like, I remember Pujols when he went to the Angels. It was, the success he had there with the Cardinals, he goes to the Angels and yes, there was, he was really good. He was really good, but we never saw what we saw with the Cardinals.
Right. A little bit older. He couldn't exactly run like he used to be able to run when he was at the Angels, like he used to be able to run at the Cardinals. Hell, when I remember him at the Cardinals, man, he was a 5-tool player, dude, for a first baseman too. Like this, he could scoot, dude. He was able to round them out and run better or with the best of them, that's for sure. And then his power to the gaps, and then all of a sudden, I felt like if anybody was clutch at bat, I felt like it was Albert Pujols over anybody else in the damn league, like even over McGuire, right? Well, I think at that time, like McGuire had nestled his way out, so had Sammy Sosa. He was gone too. So yeah. Man, like Pujols. It's funny you bring him up, dude. He for the better part of it, I remember him as Mr. Baseball, and it's funny that he was never really the face of baseball. It was usually Jeets. Even in Jeets' declining years, Jeter was still the face of baseball, and it's because of the pinstripes. And that's what you get if you're Juan Soto heading over back, heading east. You didn't get that much appeal when you were in Washington, right? It's the nation's capital or whatnot. But it's not the limelight. It's not the biggest city in the world, man. You're heading with the pinstripes now, baby. The name's not on your back because the lights are so bright, man. And how we respond to this, dude, I think he's going to step into this lineup and make wonders for the Yankees. I just don't know if they're is their bullpen going to be able to, able to hold up like it broke down last year, right? And then also, did you see that Severino to the Mets? The Mets are just going to keep metting up, man.
Yeah.
They paid him a purse. Well, holy shit.
Yeah.
It's good to talk about baseball. We had about 3 weeks or maybe a month that we didn't have anything to talk about with baseball, but it's good to have some news about baseball.
And when it comes to Ohtani, if he can't come to my team, and I don't give a shit who your team is, if he can't come to your team, obviously you're disappointed. Maybe your team's not even a player in this, but I don't know if Ohtani ever actually had the meeting with Toronto, but imagine if Ohtani would have gone or would go. Maybe it can still happen. Imagine if Ohtani goes to the Blue Jays. I mean, now that's something that to me, I mean, you beef
So
up
here's
that.
the odds. You want me to read you the odds real quick?
Yeah. Give me the odds there.
So it's 170. You got to pay 175 to get 100 back for the Dodgers, right? But then after that, it flips. So the Blue Jays are in the running on the positive side of the house here, on the return side of the house. 100 gets you plus 160. And then, and I'm just saying that for those people that don't better understand, what the lines are.
Yeah.
If it's plus 60, that means if you throw 100 down, you're going to get 160 back. If it's minus 175, you throw 100 down, or excuse me, you throw 175 down to get 100 back. That's how that usually works there. Anyway, San Francisco is plus 800 for Shohei Ohtani. And then the Angels coming up, the Halos with plus 700. That was the shocking thing for me, right? Just and them being in the running at all was kind of a little bit of, just wild to me. And then Chicago Cubs, they have plus 1,000. So your money will get a damn good full ride there. Also in the mix, the Braves plus 2,000. How about that? And then the Mets 2,800, Yankees 2,800 there too. So you got to think that and then how about the fucking Rangers? The Rangers for 2,800 as well.
He don't need to go there. They got enough. He don't need to go there.
But yeah, I mean, the favorites, clear, the favorites, the top four, Dodgers, Blue Jays, Angels, Giants, and Chicago Cubs. And this is according to legalsportsreport.com. So
yeah, I think this Blue Jay thing may really have some steam to it, dude. And what a splash that would be. Him going to Canada, man. I think that, and how does that grow Major League Baseball again? You had the Expos there, you had the Blue Jays or whatever, but I mean, imagine this dude in Canada,
San Francisco,
Canada. No, man,
I see him in San Francisco, man.
No, I don't know, man. I just think with him, I think about
chat. Am I right? Am I right, chat? San Francisco. Or
all of the years,
Toronto or San Francisco?
All of the years.
If you're going to San Francisco,
all of the years of Tim Duncan in smaller market San Antonio, it's kind of what I'm thinking right here. This dude, I say smaller market, but it's a whole damn country. But I don't know, dude. There's something about this Toronto Blue Jays thing. I've kind of had a little bit of a feeling right there. And dude, I mean, and this is the whole thing to where when we talk about a good situation for him, man, those pieces are there. Those pieces are there. You plug this dude in there, and holy shit. If you're in the AL, your team, my team, the team up north that just won a championship, dude, you better be ready because, sheesh.
Do you not think Ohtani brings, tremendous success to the Yankees lineup too? I mean, you insert him to that lineup, you get one hell of a slugger, the best slugger in the American League, but also you get one of the best arms in the American League too. Don't you think that the Yankees would? I mean, for $100 for plus 2,800 on the return, Rodney, throw down 200 on that damn thing. You know what I mean? Like, holy hell, take a shot at that thing. The Yankees at that number, holy hell, take the flyer, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it does. I mean, that part makes sense to me. But there's a big part of me that with Ohtani, I just don't feel like he's a New York Yankee guy. And I mean, I think he
might not be.
Yeah, and I think that's a big part of it right there because you've had guys that go to the Yankees and they I mean, like we were just talking about, it doesn't work out. It ain't worth the shit.
Man, Mariners 2,500, Rodney.
God, now that happens. Now if that happens, that's another good landing spot for him right there. And that's why I think with Toronto, Seattle are better spots for him rather than the Yankees or the Angel or back to the Angels. I mean, even the Cubs. I heard some whispers about the Cubs.
Cubs is 1,000. You put 100 down on Ohtani to the Cubs and you get 1,000.
Yeah.
That's a flyer. I mean, you got to think that a big market's going to land him. It's either going to be LA or San Francisco, right? It's the Dodgers or the Giants on the West Coast, and then out east for me, it's the Yankees. That's what I got. Or someone whispered, DC the other day to me, and DC's nice. I just don't think it's got that much
The
luster.
football team? He's going to play for the football team? Maybe he can help them. Maybe he can help. Can he play defense?
1,500 is the return on that.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah.
I'm telling you,
I don't know,
man.
dude. I don't know.
Remember, hey, for $100, you can let this thing fly and get a nice return on it, man. Put it on the Yankees, dude. Put it on the Yankees.
Yeah. I should put it on Toronto.
If you got 200 to spare, all right, Rodney's saying Toronto. If you got 200 to spare, I'm saying put it on the Yankees and put it on San Francisco.
Watch him go to Milwaukee.
No way in hell. What's
I know.
Milwaukee's 15,000. Milwaukee's 15,000.
Yeah, I know.
I misspoke on the Nationals. The Nationals is 15,000 as well. That's outrageous.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot.
That's worth a flyer, guys. That's worth a flyer.
That's a lot of money to offer up for
Sal
somebody.
Says he refuses to get his hopes up about Ohtani.
You got to tell you, man.
Sal, you're a Yankee fan, man. You know damn well you buy your roster.
This is the thing about it is this guy is such a transformational athlete to do what he's done, to do what he does. And the whole thing is I have to wonder where Major League Baseball factors into this, because I know when we had all of that race going where maybe the Angels were, maybe they were going to trade him, maybe they weren't. I mean, for Major League Baseball, this dude being on a contender, I mean, that's only better for them. Imagine the playoffs when you can center all your season with him, with a contender, and then you get into the playoffs, you get into the divisional rounds and the CSs, to where you have this dude as a focal point of everything you're doing with the MLB. That I'm sure that the MLB is sitting here watching. You think the MLB's kind of talking to his agents there? Maybe his agent, well, maybe he has more than one, to try to help with this process, as our man says.
Hey, man, like, look at what I know. Cooter's a big Cubs fan here, and Cooter, if I'm you, my guy, I'd drop 100 on this thing and let it fly, dude. $1,000 on the return to get it back. Cooter brings up, guys, if you're going to drop 100, any on the long shot, it should be the Cubs. Don't forget who they have in right field. Suzuki, only Shohei's countryman, but friend. Not only Shohei's countryman, but friend. I misread the nod at first with the MPT. Thought you were trying to make an acronym there, Cooter. But anyways, I got you, my guy. No, but you bring up a great point, man. Yeah, I mean, and it's a big city. It's a big market, right? They've been struggling. You'd like to think that they'd like to get it back on top. Anybody that adds this guy is adding a dominant arm and probably the best bat in your lineup. So unless you're I mean, hell, even if you add him to the Braves, he's the best bat in the lineup, man. Acuna's electrifying, but I mean, he it's what he does when he gets on base that's what electrifies, or opens up my eyes and captivates him, makes him must-watch television. Anyways, Rodney, that's my take on it. That's the news for Ohtani. That's Ohtani watch, if you want to call it.
Hey, Wags,
it's pinstripes. I was shocked when the Yankees missed on the dude. In the first place, man.
Yeah. So the other part of that. So do you think? I mean, talking about the production on at the plate and pitching. I mean, is it imperative for him to stay in the AL to be the DH? Whether he's going to be used, if he would be used in that spot or in the lineup, or depending what the case may be right there. I know he can still hit in the NL, but on the days that he is not pitching, he's a DH. So something else to think about. Still think it's going to be, and that's where I start thinking about Atlanta and the Dodgers and all that, and then there's the Yankees in the AL.
It's definitely sexier, him in the National League. I think he's more suited. I think he's better suited for a National League club. But again, it's not really about what I think. It's about who has the biggest paycheck and what Ohtani wants to take. And man, I think if the Yankees come calling and they present the goods, it's going to be tough for Ohtani to not take that.
That's a hard phone call to turn down, brother.
Right.
When the New York Yankees come calling, that is very hard to turn down.
Well, and you gotta. I don't know if you've been paying attention to what Cashman's been saying. These past couple of weeks, but they're on the hunt. They're absolutely on the hunt, man. 100, like Sal says it. Sal says it's not going to happen. I'm telling you right now, man, $100, let it fly. Let it fly on the pinstripes, dude. They just acquired Juan Soto. You want to make another big splash? The Yankees haven't won. They're pissed. The Yankees haven't won in a while.
suck.
They are upset.
They suck. There's no other way. I'm sorry, pal. They suck.
Bad roster turnover. They got to do something quick, and they have the fucking money to do it. That's the thing. Baseball has fuck you money, and the Yankees have it. Don't
exactly
be
right.
surprised if he's not. If Shohei Ohtani is a Yankee. I'm telling you right now, if you got $100, lay it down on him. If you just want to let it fly, baby. All right, man. What else you got, my guy? What else you want to talk about today?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If you have $100, you need to go to covertbcave.com because that's going to help you. That's going to help you get yourself into a brand new or pre-owned vehicle. I don't know if $100 will do it, but if you show up there, they're going to take care of you. covertbcave.com. Nestled in 42 acres in beautiful Bee Cave out in the hill country. I'm telling you guys, it's worth the drive. Just take the drive out there, and then you stop in there. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands of those great new and pre-owned vehicles, Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeeps, and the Rams. And, of course, the Fords and the Chevrolets. All that stuff is up north out here where Wags and I are. Take the nice drive out down Highway 79 and check out Covert Hutto. And then the Fords and the Lincolns, staple location right there on Research Boulevard, 183, deep in the heart of Northwest Austin. Covert Bee Cave also services all makes and models of your family truckster, 86 service bays. I'm telling you guys, if you want to do your own oil changes, if you want to do all this routine maintenance, all you got to do is go open that hood and look in there and be like, no. I'm taking it to Covert. Minimal weight. They're going to get you in and out of there. Lickety split. It is the place to go. covertbcave.com. Check out the latest inventory specials on the new and pre-owned. Weekly specials are available all the time. As we get into the holidays, they're also going to have some really cool stuff set up for you there. Dan Covert and the group out there will take care of you. Since 1909, the Covert family has been serving generations of families around Central Texas and beyond. And remember, covertbcave.com. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now. Sure as hell, not ever. Tell them you heard about them right here on TSU.
Muted. I was muted. I do that because I don't want to have outbursts while you're doing reads. You know that, man.
That's all
And
right.
I'm like, tell him that Marge sent you. You remember that damn show?
Oh, yeah.
Pee-wee Herman? Tell him Marge.
Hey, Wags, you know what I wanted to ask you about? I do want to ask you this. I don't know if you saw this morning. Did you see? I think I heard the guys talking about it this morning. Did you hear the guys talking about the letter from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, or however you say that he sent to Boo Carlisle and the College Football Playoff Committee about that shit? Did you hear about that? Did you see that?
No, let's talk about it.
A very detailed letter that he sent about how it was totally wrong. And I think he has apparently even said that he would put aside $1 million out of his campaign fund to help sue the CFP.
Oh, get the hell out of here.
Seriously, right? I mean, this is beyond stupid. This is beyond stupid. I totally get that Florida State, look, man, 13-0, but you know, the whole thing.
I love your passion, DeSantis, but you know, and by the way, you're a military dude, so I'm not going to talk bad on you.
Sure,
I get that.
Sure. I totally get that.
Just stay the hell out of sports, please.
Right.
You can vote for, you can have a team, you can be a fan, but you know, focus on your fucking campaign. Stay the hell out of sports.
That's
stay out of our world. I'm over here for a reason, damn it. Stay out of our world.
Yeah, this is beyond ridiculous right here. If this gets to this point, and you know, I think it's only a fitting way if this shit really starts to move forward. If this thing really has any legs to it, and some court will actually fucking listen to this.
I don't even know if there's. I don't think there's standing like you. So you got to meet criteria if you have grounds to sue on stuff, right? You got to have standing. God, I'm fucking failing my law class here. Sorry, Professor Jacobson. I could bring it up. Precedence is one of them, I think. Statute.
Well, there is precedent. Other undefeated teams have been left out of this, and that's the whole thing. When people start arguing about undefeated teams, okay, well, where's Liberty? They're not in here either. You know.
Oh, come on, they're undefeated. Come on, they're the next CF, the next Central Florida, baby. Come on, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I was saying. Why don't you let Florida State and Liberty play each other? I mean, with a third string quarterback, and after what we saw on Championship Saturday, are you serious? After what we saw, You're going to tell me that you can actually be in the top 4? You put up 16 points against a terrible Louisville defense. 16 points.
Yeah.
Awful. And you had and I get it. You got a stud defense that has a ton of speed, right? You don't really have that much girth up front. I just don't see it, right? I don't see the size that I see with the other 4 or 5 or other 5 schools, right? I can't exclude Washington. Their defense isn't that small either. They're about the same. I would say they're about the same size up front as Florida State's defense, right? Of Florida State's defense up front. But dude, like, you can't tell me that they're not fast. Like, I've seen their blazing speed. Like, I get that, man. But you're to argue and to sit there and threaten to sue that they should be in the top 5.
Give me a break.
All politicians are delusional. They really are. But I mean, that's just, come on, man. You can't lie to it's the seeing eye test, dude. You hear about the seeing eye test all the time. Florida State does not look like they belong in. They just don't.
No,
and it's all about the product. It's all about the product that's going to be out there or rolled out there in a month from now, right? It's about the best teams that are playing ball right now and what you're going to have as a product I would say in the last few days of the fucking season, right? And we saw what happened with them TCU last year. You hear about all the other pundits, right? How they get boat raced by Georgia or whatnot, but they beat Michigan. Well, still, man, they weren't good enough to play Georgia. It was Georgia and everybody else, dude. Have a team that can play other teams.
Yeah.
Or the best team. TCU was not the best team to be in the fucking to be in the playoff last year. And that might be, I might be absolutely wrong. I still feel that way. Like, sure, they got to the national championship, but they still were. You're telling me that they were the best out of the best 4 last year? Come on, no.
And that's the whole thing.
They were hot.
When you want to talk about precedent, because I don't care what anybody says, and I've talked to people where they're like, well, you don't care because your team got in. I'm like, bullshit. My team should be number 3 regardless. I don't give a shit what you want to talk about. My team should be number 3. But when you look at this right here, it's the one thing you just mentioned right there. The committee watches all of this. You watch the improvement in Alabama, and I don't care what anybody says. Alabama has gotten better since they got beat in Tuscaloosa by 10 by Texas, which that's the reason you put Texas in, because they won the conference championship. Yeah, absolutely. And it's number 1. It's a sell job. This is entertainment, friends. The committee is trying to avoid what happened to TCU last year. And I mean, point blank, there's a precedent right there. I mean, if this thing, it'd be like, we're trying to avoid an ass whooping right here. I mean, I'm sorry, Florida State. I mean, I'm sorry that you missed out, but shit, right now you're 8, 9, 10. I mean, where would Florida State have been if somehow Louisville would have beat them?
Right.
Right. I mean, shit.
I mean, and it wasn't too far off, man. A couple like if Jack Plummer wasn't as bad, if he could have just been a little bit average, they probably would have won.
That's the whole thing. That's a whole thing.
Awful quarterback.
Florida State could have put themselves in the college football playoff doing what Texas did. I mean, you had to go out there. There was already the question anyway. There was question going into the weekend. Were they good enough to get in? They didn't answer the question. They absolutely did not answer the question, and that's why you got left out. And then you have this shit with Ron DeSantis, and then you've got Aaron Rodgers over there, horns downing on the punter show, doing all of that. He's still bitter over, Cal getting left out, and it's like, look, and Aaron Rodgers said Texas should have got left out. No, I'm sorry. Texas should be in.
Bring that up. He also went horns down, which, dude, I used to root for you on the field because I thought, like, you made some incredible plays, but motherfucker, you just went horns down on me, dude. That's an unforgivable. That's.
I have never liked that fucking dude. That dude. I can't. All the heartbreak he caused my team. Fuck that dude. Forget that dude.
I was cool with him until he did the horns down, man. Now it's nope. Sorry, man. Yeah. That's like when I got family members that have done that shit to me, and I've put them on the ground.
Yeah. Well,
I'm serious. Like, I got a cousin that went to WVU. 7 years. It took him 7 years well, he also went on a ski trip. But anyways, man, don't mess around with it, dude. Don't do that stuff. It's not cool.
And here's the bottom line. I mean, I know, this system sucks. This system is stupid. a playoff is the only way to do this legitimately, to where the true, I guess, band of work, to where records and all of that, for all that shit to really count. What we're going to is the only way to do it. But with this, where you empower however many people are on that committee to go in there and try to go, and that's that fine line right there, Wags. And I heard a lot of people talking about it all week or all weekend. It's like, okay, who's good enough to be in? Who are the best teams to be in right now? And who deserves to be in? Does Florida State deserve to be in? Yes, they went undefeated. Are they good enough right now? Have they been good enough in this stretch run to be in? Absolutely not. The 4 teams that have been good enough and are the best teams
Correct.
are in.
I agree with you, man. I agree with you. Let me ask you a question. Do you agree with the Baltimore Orioles? And I know, back to baseball, guys, I know, but bear with me. Do you agree with the Baltimore Orioles signing one Craig Kimbrell?
I don't think that's a bad thing.
He still got the juice.
I don't think that's a bad thing. And you know, to me, when that goes down,
I'm terrified.
To me, that's locker room. That's a locker room leader right there. That can be a dude, because you look at veteran guys that end up on these teams that are on the cusp of being really, really good. I think that's a dude that can go in and solidify that part right there. That's a dude, Wags. That's a dude right there. I think if you had him in the playoffs this year, I don't know what he may have done on the field, but I think that's a dude that would have maybe.
Well, we were missing Batista, that's for sure.
That's the thing. That could have been a dude that plugged in right there, and that could have been your like with the Twins right now. I think what Carlos Correa is doing with the Twins right now, that's the cog in the wheel right now, where you see that guy and he's up the asses of his young teammates and he's pushing. He's been there. He's won championships. That's a good locker room guy right there. May not get you on the field what he got you 5-10 years ago. But that's a dude that's going to bring you some juice in a lot of different ways.
Jake says might as well, since Batista is going to be out for Tommy John surgery. Yep. Now, I'm there. I see where you're at, but my reluctancy is Baltimore. Baltimore is a hitter's park, man. And does Kimbrell does he have the nastiness with his out pitches? Like, can he strike batters out? I'm just worried about him giving up clutch home runs, man, and just walk-off home runs in that ballpark, because I've seen it before. Not out of him. I've just seen it happen in Baltimore before, man. Let's go to the numbers real quick for Kimbrell. 35 years old, with a 1.97 ERA, whip under 1 at 0.91 there, with a rate of 14.6 strikeouts per 9, man. Devastating fastball. He still got that fastball curveball combo there. And again, this is all in the reports from ESPN from Buster Olney. But dude, clearly, he's a great plug-in system until Batista gets back, and hopefully Batista is able to come back strong. Right? Usually that's been the trend. Arms that have repaired from or that are repaired with Tommy John surgery usually come back a little bit stronger, at least for the first three years, and then they start to wear down again like that. If that's the case, and Batista is able to come in here and be strong, and then you have a setup guy like Kimbrell and then Batista, holy hell, man. That's what I felt the Orioles were missing a little bit in the playoffs, man, and that's why the Rangers were able to best them.
And I think that this is a thing to where, depending what the timeline is there, for Batista, I mean, this can be your closer. I mean, this can be your closer, going in. And you're exactly right, man, because that was the thing that was lacking, dude. That was totally the thing that was lacking right there for you guys.
Jake, Camden is not a pitcher's park. I will tell you that. I promise you, it is not a pitcher's park. It is a hitter's ballpark, man. You know what? I'm going to break that down, as a matter of fact, when we get out of this shit. I'll do it at my lunch break, because I got to go to my other job right after this. But I want to break down how many home runs were hit out of all ballparks last season. I'm pretty sure wherever the Rockies play, that's probably the most because of the atmosphere or whatnot. Miller Park's got to be up there. for the Brewers, but I'd like to think that Camden's in the top 5 with home runs hit out of that ballpark. Yankees, I'm sure, New York's ballpark's probably one of them too, but Baltimore's a short park, man. It is a hitter's park. It's a beautiful park, but it's a hitter's park.
Yeah. Well, and kind of over to the Astros, I saw that the Astros have apparently are going to sign Caratini from the Brewers. And I think that's, Yainer Diaz is going to be your catcher right there. And I mean, how great has Diaz been? But I mean, now you got a solid number 2 if you bring that dude in. And I think that's something that's going to be pretty good there for him. I mean, I think he hits like 229 or something like that, somewhere in that area right there. But again, you get a good dude, because what Yainer Diaz and Maldonado do so well is they're able to call the game right there. So I think you add that, and I think that's something in the Astros.
That's a pretty good get.
Yeah, that's a very good get. That's a very good
get.
There's a lot of shit happening right now in baseball. And that's
what else?
Cool thing about it, because it's like baseball, like you said, Wags. Baseball is just like all this money. It's just like money.
Just throw it at it, man. If you got it, you can spend it, baby. That's the thing about baseball. If you got it, you can spend it. You just got to be willing to spend it.
That's it.
And you know who's willing to spend money in the college football landscape?
Hopefully Texas.
No, it's a little brother.
Oh,
Texas A&M is willing to spend some money. They're on the move again. I don't know how much this purse is for, but sources say I don't think it's inked up yet. But sources are saying that Colin Klein, the offensive coordinator for Kansas State, and we know how productive Kansas State offense has been. Now, I think a lot of that is because of our guy Deuce Vaughn there, but Howard and company's been able to have tremendous success over the past 3 years, leading this offense that's been schemed by Colin Klein. Yeah. Sources are saying that he might be on the move going to Texas A&M. What do you think about that? How does he fit there as the OC for Mike Elkin?
Let's see what he has left by the time everybody's done with the portal. I like that get. For them.
Notre Dame's pursuing him too.
I mean, that's a very sought after dude right there. I think Colin Klein going to Texas A&M, and that's really the thing. Like we've talked about, Wags, when you get a hire like this with Elko going in, his his familiarity, however you say that, with the program. I mean, him going in there,
Elko can have the defense, right?
Right. It's all about putting together that first staff, and that's where we've seen it here at Texas, where so many they bring in their first staff, and it's like, holy shit! By the end of the first year, you're firing guys and buying them out and all this. That first staff is so important, and that's the thing with Elko running that defense. You get Colin Klein in here to run the offense. Shit, man, you're off to a pretty damn good start right there.
Yeah. So Klein kind of scares me. I mean.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I was kind of relieved to kind of get away from Kansas State's offense. There were some teams that were starting to emerge. I mean, again, I think Texas is still the stalwart of the Big 12. And, moving over to the SEC, we've proven this year that we can play with anybody, man. I don't think we'll have a struggle or having any type of setback regression with going to the SEC. But to have Klein be added to Texas A&M, that's a pretty nice get for A&M, man. And if you're Mike Elko, you're thinking, hell yeah, man, come on in here. Let this dude focus on the offense. He can run it. I can get back to business, get with my guys and start recruiting in the dudes that I need. Hit the transfer portal a little bit here. Get the guys that I was seeking out, when I was at Duke here, get the commitments to roll out, decommit there and then roll back into, to Texas A&M, and then have the same thing pretty much be reciprocated by Colin Klein. So, dude, this is it's a really nice get for Texas A&M, and I'm happy because when A&M's good and we're good at the same time, it just makes being better than them that much better to be. You know what I mean? It just makes us that much more of an alpha.
I gotta tell you, man.
Say, little bro, to rub their head and be like, yeah, but we can still kick your ass.
I am just glad in the fact that, I mean, looking at this thing big picture, I'm just glad that as we go into 2024, I know there's a lot of sports work to be done here, with this 2023, 2024 season that we're in right now, calendar season. But I'm just glad that when we revert back and go back to football season once again, that the Texas Longhorns, the Oklahoma Sooners, and the Texas A&M Aggies are going to be in the same league again. I think that is pretty fucking cool. That's the only way to say it, dude.
And as a, like, you guys know, I'm a transplant, man. I grew up as a Maryland Terrapin fan. I still love the Terrapins.
You're a what?
Transplant.
Sorry.
Yeah. So I like to root for the Terps. Still like those old traditions out east and whatnot. But the burnt orange is in me, guys. Like, I graduated from the University of Texas. I love Texas through and through. I feel like, and BK feels the same way too. He shared it with me. BK and I both feel like, because we're here rooting for Texas, Texas is losing. Because
I promise you,
they were bad. Maryland was bad when I was rooting for them, and then I come down here and Texas is a little bit bad. So I had, not this much success we haven't seen this much success since 2009. And guys, I hope we stay for a long time, man. I hope it follows us for a long time. And seeing all three of these teams reminds me, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, and Texas being so damn prominent again reminds me of what it used to be like when I was, back east looking over yonder and being like, man, that Southwest come back in the day. That Southwest con with Arkansas too, man. Remembering those old school rivalries, man.
Yeah.
Wondering what it was. Wondering if the ACC was as strong as the Southwest, or the Big Ten, the Big 12 when it evolved into that. Wondering if the ACC held water, and I didn't think it held water back then, and I don't think it holds water now. That's why Florida State isn't it.
And look at this. If you're a purist or traditional or whatever, longtime Texas fan, whatever the case is, and I'm glad you mentioned Arkansas. I mean, go back and look at the history. And yes, here's the one thing, kind of what you're alluding to right there. I'm glad with the move right here. I'm just glad that the entire Texas athletic program is where it's at this point, because the one thing that's kind of been dragging the horse and carriage has been the football program. So for it to now be, men's basketball, dude, I cannot wait for that game tonight. I mean, Texas and Marquette, that is going to be some fun ass shit right there.
See, I know you let the emotions play too much, and I want to see it because it's going to be a good game and a good battle on the hard court. I'm pretty sure you want to see it because you want to give birds to Shaka Smart.
I ain't got nothing against that dude.
Okay, good. I'm going to say, Shaka didn't really do anything bad.
Yeah, he didn't do anything bad.
Man, we had some NBA talent come up with Shaka.
I didn't like the hire here. I just think the timing was totally wrong. Kind of the same thing with, for all the people that dislike Charlie Strong. I'm like, are you kidding me? He was in over his head. There's no way that shit was going to work for him with what he walked into. And just Charlie Strong isn't the Mac Brown salesman and all this stuff that you're supposed to be. Charlie's a fucking football coach. Right. And yeah, Shock. Whatever. I ain't got no problem with that, dude.
You can't go from VCU playing the strength of schedule that VCU played to the Big 12, arguably the strongest conference in all of college landscape of basketball. And expect him to have that much success. Once he got his guy, I never once saw Havoc basketball what I saw at VCU. And that's just because the team wasn't built like that, man.
Yes, exactly, and that's really the whole thing. That's for me.
I didn't see. You too quick. It takes me a minute. I don't have my glasses on.
For me, it was
like Shaka. I'm sorry,
it was more disappointment.
Like Shaka not playing like he played at Wichita State.
Yeah, I was more disappointed in his tenure here. And that's where I go back to. I never knew why that stopped, and that's the whole thing. Now that he's moved and he's gone back to what he does better. Look at him. What are they? Number 4 in the country. So I'm just glad that here we are, and you got an early season matchup right here. I know that Texas fell to UConn, but this is going to be a fun basketball game. Texas is going to roll that big lineup out
last night.
Do what?
Did you watch North Carolina and UConn last night?
No, I was watching the Lakers and all that shit last night.
What?
I was watching the NBA.
Rodney, we got a rule, damn it. We watch college basketball over pro basketball, Rodney.
I was watching the NBA last night. LeBron James taking timeouts after a change of possession.
Hey, LeBron was
whatever
on
he
last
wants.
night, though. LeBron was on last night.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
LeBron he looked pretty damn good last night. But that's just and somebody was my kid's just like, hey, can you believe that LeBron's still doing it all these years? And I was like, dude, LeBron's been taking miles off of those wheels, man, all these years. You know what I mean? Like if he played full seasons, full payloads the entire years, and again, I'm going to sound like an old head here, but if he played like Jordan all the time, I don't know if he'd be able to produce the same way that he's produced. I'm sure he would be. I mean, the dude's a physical specimen, man. He is the most dominant. No, I can't say that because that was Shaq, man. But for what LeBron's size is, man, I give him more of a comparison to Magic Johnson, dude.
It's a much softer league now, Wags. I will
get off
definitely
my
tell you
lawn,
that.
Glenn.
I will definitely tell you that
It is a much softer league. You were 100% right. No, that brings me to my next question for LeBron James here. If he had a more calloused big man, like an actual hard, tough as nails big instead of AD, which is Charmin soft, you can see the softness in fucking AD. If he had a calloused big man, would his tenure at the Lakers be more prominent because they would be winning more championships?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's something that's been lacking for him his whole time there, is that you don't have that.
Big.
Yeah, if you had that big old tree out in the middle, I mean, I think that opens up so many different aspects of his game right there. And the load management rules. One of the first memories I remember of that load management thing was where it was Popovich and the Spurs, to where he turns in his starting lineup and it says inactive players or whatever, and it says Tim Duncan and it says reason too old. Did you ever see that? It's like the lineup.
That's good though.
Too old. Yeah, definitely a different league. I know. I just got hooked in on that last night. I don't even understand.
That's cool, man. I mean, maybe I'm not paying attention to it because of the in-game tournament. I don't
understand how it works, to be honest with you. I don't know how the 4 teams got.
I think it's stupid. Like if you have to do an in-game tournament while you're in the middle of your season, it means that you don't have a good season, right? You're trying to bring more eyes onto your tournament. You're trying to bring more eyes on the beginning of your regular season because you're getting dominated by other sports.
Well, and it's like you said. Well, I mean, what would people rather watch right now, college basketball or the NBA? I guarantee you 75%, if not more, are going to say college basketball. It means more. These guys out here flopping around and taking days off and all this other shit. Yeah, I'd much rather watch college basketball, as I didn't watch it last night.
So since we're on the NBA, and again, I'll get to college basketball in a second here, but since we're on the NBA, we never really got your favorites or my favorites for who we think is going to be hoisting up the trophy at the end of the season this year. Who's your favorites to win the West, since we were just talking about the Lakers and company?
The West, I don't know. I haven't seen enough to kind of figure out it. Denver. I mean, I guess
that's a good choice, Rodney. Yeah. That's the only choice that you should have.
Yeah, and I think the other one's pretty obvious too. Did you see Milwaukee last night? Holy
boom! Thank you very much.
Wait.
Yeah, they don't need Wade, or not Wade. Excuse me. They don't need Dame Lillard. They are able to do everything that they can do or that is necessary with Antetokounmpo. They are absolutely deadly with this pair. This isn't a hyperbolic statement. It's not because it could be because I'm a prisoner of the moment, maybe, but damn, these two can cook, man. They're probably the best dynamic duo in the league right now. The best,
never more obvious than last night. Wags, we got like 2 minutes. Athlete, my man. Athlete.
Oh shit, athlete. Okay, athlete.
We got to do that before the guys.
Go ahead. Let's hit it up. Go ahead. You take it away. Go ahead.
You got it? I don't have it.
I didn't pull it up.
Oh shoot, I didn't either. Is it? Oh man.
Oh my bad. We busted on this.
Next week. Tune in next week.
Tune in next. All right. So we teased it. We didn't leave enough time. I don't want to go overboard, but yes, we will get athlete we gotta give him what I sent it to you, man. Can you pull it up real quick? I sent
Um,
it to you in our DMs for Instagram. If you can pull it, I got to do a Tom McKay read anyways. If you can pull it up, that'd be great. All right, it's AV Consultations. You guys know the deal. Since 1988, for 35 years, AV Consultations has been setting the standard in audio visual automation. No job's too big, no job's too small. If you want the flat screen televisions like I got or the arcade units like I got behind me, you can get them with AV Consultations. Hey, we were just talking about it. It's NBA season. It's college basketball season. NHL is already melting the ice. It's hot. It's sizzling right now. We got some baseball that's going to be coming up. You got to have the news going down. And we got the NFL playoffs. We got the college football playoff that's in a month here. You got to have bowl week ready and primed up for your holiday season so you're not, getting driven mad by your family that's coming to visit you. All that's done by AV Consultations. And if you don't want any, video going down, you can have a Sonos surround sound system in all of your house, in every room. That way you can play your holiday music so everybody is at ease and everybody can, go out and have their nice little eggnog and whatnot. But you do it with audio-visual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. See the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years. If you don't know what you want, if you don't know if you don't want anything that I have right here behind me, go to their website and see what they've done. avconsultations.com.
Tell you what, I can't pull it up. Let's do this. We'll launch this tomorrow, but it will be every Wednesday. It'll be every Wednesday.
Good deal.
We'll fire off the show with that. Thank you, Glenn.
I'm going to try and work on it while I got logged out of my damn account and I can't remember.
Okay. I thought you had it in there. I thought you had it in there. My bad, dude. Okay.
No, man. So every time that my internet resets, it clears my cache, and that's why I have to keep asking BK for the password to get back into this thing, man.
I got you.
And I can't remember I could do forgot password or whatnot, but then I'd have to reset every day.
You have to get a code. So we'll start it tomorrow.
All right.
Do we have our man tomorrow at 11:30? If we have him,
Al Walsh will be coming on at 11:30 tomorrow.
Walsh is coming on. We'll fire off after crosstalk. We'll fire off with Athlete of the Week, and then there will be every Wednesday from there moving forward. Hump Day, easy to remember.
On Hump Day, we give you the Athlete of the Week.
On Hump Day, that's how we'll do it. We'll do it.
Paige Spiranack. Was Paige Spiranack, was she a candidate this week? I mean, it's like cheating to put Paige Spiranack in there.
She's just kind of like she should just be like, the segment should start with her. When we go to athlete of the week, it's like her, and it's like, okay, this week, here's the winner. Hey, Wags, let's bring in Jordan, because I actually want to ask Jordan something.
Go ahead, bring him in.
Jordan, I saw your piece on Horns 24/7, and I want to get your thoughts on this Trey Moore out of UTSA. I'm actually his mom is actually a friend of mine, and we had some conversations kind of going back and forth. Let's talk about this dude right here. I think this dude is amazing.
Rodney's gonna get on moms here.
Coming out of Smithson Valley, I've been lobbying. Coming out of Smithson Valley, Trey Moore is a dude that I think can make a pretty good impact right here if he can be wooed here to the 40 acres.
Yeah. Actually, it was planning to start the show about that.
Okay, we can stop.
But no, it's all good. I don't mind. Oh, Jeff said he needs a couple minutes. He's got a mic issue. No, I actually talked to a source around midnight last night. Who told me Alabama, LSU, and Texas will be the three teams to watch for him. NIL is going to be really important for him, but it's important for every high-profile portal prospect, so that's not really out of the ordinary. I was told that he wants to graduate in December because he's been in college for 3 years, and his plan is to do one more season, declare for the NFL. And getting a degree is really important for him, and he wants to be able to get that degree in December, and then in January from then on, it's just straight combine training. That said, I was told it kind of a weird situation. Even though UTSA is a system school, the University of Texas system, whatever. Texas actually is where his credits would translate the least amount out of Alabama and LSU. And at Texas, I was told he would probably have to come back for another semester, which isn't really an option on the table for him. So unless Texas can get the credit situation figured out, I honestly don't think he's going to end up there as of right now. But again, I mean, it's the second day of the portal. He's going to be one of the most coveted guys, and there are definitely schools I'd assume that's are going to make a pretty aggressive offer for him that haven't extended it yet. And even though a lot of recruitments do happen faster than high school, even though portal recruitments happen faster than high school recruitments because there's only such a small window, a lot of these guys still want to take visits and stuff like that. So, a lot of things could change, but as of right now, that's the current situation with the credits and all that.
Very interesting, man. That is weird that wouldn't with the credits transferring. That's something kind of odd right there. So, I mean, it really is as the transfer portal has opened up, dude. It's just been Wags and I talked about it. It's an onslaught. It's a flood, isn't it? Are you amazed at the number of folks that are in this thing already?
Yeah, for sure. There's so many guys that are entering it that weren't tampered with or that don't have anything, and they're kind of just going in freestyling it, I guess. And those guys don't find a home. It happens every year. There's hundreds of players that end up in the portal that I never heard from again. So it's sad to see, but a lot of these guys don't have good support circles around them, and don't have anyone there telling them it's a horrible idea. But yeah, man, the portal's always crazy, and it feels like each year, like the total number of guys just like almost quadruples. It feels like. So yeah, it's been nuts, and there's still going to be guys who are going to announce too, which is even crazier.
That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Oh, I think Wags, I think you're muted, my man. Try it again, Wags, one more time, buddy. Hit that unmute mic. There we go.
I finally found it, guys. The athlete of the week.
Oh, we're gonna pull it up. All right. Oh, Jordan's like, man, how the hell did I end up in this? There we go.
There we go. And this is from the sport of golf. She can take the driver and take the crushed. Watch how far this thing goes. Athlete of the week, guys.
How does she handle the putter? How does she handle the putter is my question.
It does not matter. Puttins for dough or puttins for I don't even know it anymore. Drivings for show and puttins for dough, I guess. But yeah, that is the athlete of the week, guys. And yeah, thank you very much. We only had one candidate, but yeah, we could have went to Paige Spiranak or however you pronounce her name. But yeah, usually that's kind of the go-to. What did we give you? Did we talk about Michaela last week? We talked about Michaela last week.
We did.
Yeah.
We
All
did. Right. Jordan, are you guys going to?
Oh, yeah, we're the same shorts yesterday.
Oh, nice. That's right. Jordan, I'm sure you guys are going to talk Texas basketball. I don't want to dig in too much, but your thoughts on this one tonight as Texas takes on Marquette and Shaka Smart.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't pay like much of any attention at all to basketball. I haven't been able to yet. I'm a very casual Texas basketball watcher.
Same. I'm right there with you.
Grew up going to the games at the Drum with my dad, but haven't been to Moody yet. So
the Drum's coming down. Y'all see that? The Drum, they're finally starting to dismantle that thing, man. That's going to be. Are they going to implode that thing, or are they just going to hack away and knock it down piece by piece? I don't know how that's supposed to happen. I remember when they knocked down Texas Stadium and showed it on TV. I'm like, geez, Louise, that's got to be better TV than this.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be able to knock it down, man. Like, there's a bunch of buildings and stuff in and around that area.
Yeah. But if they start imploding that, they're going to.
What do you guys like tonight? What do you guys like tonight out of the two clubs? You don't think Texas can beat Marquette? Marquette's favored, but I still think Texas has the club to go in there and knock it down. I know you guys said that you're kind of casual followers of Texas Longhorn basketball right now, but Marquette. I'll kind of take this for a minute or two. Marquette has a sensational ball club. They've been fantastic in their early campaign so far. They can run with the best of them. You know that from a Shaka Smart club. That's kind of what his identity is going to be, man. But they got the bigs. They got the bigs too, dude. So that's the thing. It's a completely different roster for the Texas Longhorns too, right? It's not so much the same attack plan that we used to get so much from the perimeters play. We got some bigs too, so it's going to be one hell of a battle in the paint for me. Marquette's favored here. I'm not placating to the Texas fan base, but I think the Longhorns can pull this out and get the shocker here. No pun intended.
Well, I think the thing is with Texas, if Texas rolls out the big lineup, they can't fall behind. I think that's the whole thing. If they're going to spot Marquette, if Marquette comes out and it's a very up tempo, which they're probably going to do, and you roll the big lineup out there and you fall apart or you fall behind, you're going to tough sledding uphill, and you're going to put yourself in a hole right there, and that's going to be hell to come back from. So I don't know. I just think that if Texas is able to win this tonight, it'd be a marquee win here in the non-con. That's the beauty of college basketball.
Right.
Kind of the difference right there is if you lose this one, you lost to UConn. I mean, what does it really matter other than overall record as a begin moving forward?
150 and a half, the over under on this thing. I'm going to tell you guys to take the under here.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you guys to take the under. Hey, Jordan, did you see that Colin Klein with the Texas A&M?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask him. Yeah.
I did. That was pretty interesting. I'm gonna have so they haven't finalized all the staffs, like they're taking forever. All the staff hires are taking forever to do it. But whenever they have 100% hired their staff, I'm gonna do a story kind of on the recruiting impact of it. But Colin Klein, man, I mean, he turned down Notre Dame, and I feel like it was one other job, and I guess wants to come to College Station. That was what pulled him out of Manhattan.
Turned down Notre Dame.
Whenever recruits go to Notre Dame on visits, I'm always really interested to hear their feedback, because it's either like, I love it, and it's like, okay, he's going to Notre Dame, or it's like, I'm never going back. There's like nothing between. It's either they hate it or they love it.
Is it a dry campus?
Yeah, there's not shit to do up there, is what I've been told by like every recruit.
Wow.
Well, no, like it's South Bend, Indiana, but I mean, like, are you allowed to have booze and are you allowed to have parties on campus and whatnot? I picture a very strict Catholicism way of lifestyle there at Notre Dame. Now, don't get me wrong, man. I know that there's parties, and I'm not naive. I know that there's parties and whatnot, and all kinds of ragers or whatnot. But still, I mean, holy hell, dude! Like it, all I picture is fucking School Ties when I think of Notre Dame. Like the movie, I don't know if you guys remember the movie School Ties or not with Brendan Fraser and Matt Damon and whatnot. It's an old school flick, but that's what I remember that's what I think about when I think of Notre Dame.
Yeah. Honestly, I couldn't tell you if it really is a dry campus or not, because the only people I know there are athletes, and they definitely don't treat it like a dry campus. So the rules for them, I mean, y'all know how it is. The rules for the athletes are always different.
Oh yeah,
100%. All right, my guy. What are you and Jeff going to talk about besides the whole? I mean, I know Rodney kind of stole your thunder coming into the lead story.
I'm not going to ask any more questions on that. I was reading your stuff. That's why I went there. Sorry about that.
Oh no, it's all good. I always appreciate anyone who reads my stuff. Probably just the portal and recruiting stuff like that. Texas actually offered a 2024 kid this morning out of it was Magnolia. He lists himself as a running back athlete. I haven't been able to watch his highlights, but I mean, if I'm being honest with you, I highly doubt that Tashard Choice would offer a white running back, especially at this point in the process. So him listing himself as a running back athlete, my immediate thoughts are that he's really probably an H-back or some form of linebacker. They hope maybe something like that, but he's committed to Utah. And he got a A&M offer at the end of October, but I mean, that was when Jimbo and is that staff in charge. So, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Out of everybody that's in the portal right now, who are you most shocked to see?
Man, the Drew Makuba.
Go ahead.
The Drew Makuba was pretty a pretty big shocker. Actually, as soon as I saw it, I got a text from someone who said that his name just showed up in the portal. And I was like, holy shit, really? And I called there's a couple of players at Clemson that have come out of Texas and I know pretty well. And I called one of those guys and I was like, hey, do you have any idea where he could be going or what the hell is going on? And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, dude, he's in the portal. And they're like, what? And I was like, yeah, they all thought he was going to the NFL. So did I, because he's eligible now. This is his first year he's eligible. So that was a pretty big surprise. I know the coaches. I actually talked to a coach at Clemson as well. They said the same thing. They were expecting him to go to the NFL. We're kind of blindsided by it, but Talking to everyone at Clemson yesterday, they got a lot more problems than Drew McCouba leaving. So
Yeah, I think the problem is Dabo Swinney.
That program is in total disarray at this point. It seems
With
like.
that, from what I saw this year, Dabo threw a lot of players under the bus, and one in particular, Cole Klubnik. So, like he let Klubnik eat a lot of Dabo shit.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got
Man, I think I figured out what my problem is. I think I've got a little mixer, wags, those little inside baseball stuff. I think the power cord to the mixer is going.
That'll do it.
Oh,
it's kind of on the fritz right now. So I think after, about ready to throw this thing out the window, I think I figured out. I think I've identified the problem.
You gotta get a new. Well, there you go. Identifying the problem is gonna help you solve it. That's for sure.
For sure.
That's right. Keep.
Well, hey, I gotta get out of here because I gotta go to work. So you guys be good, man. I can't wait to listen to you guys' show. Have fun talking about recruiting and whatnot. Thank you guys so much, Jordan. Thanks for hanging out. We appreciate you, my guy. Hey, athlete of the week next week. We want to get your all's ideas. Make sure you're giving us to them. Hit me up on Not the Fake Wags. Hit Rodney up at the Rodney _R, man. See you guys. Love y'all. Boom.
Have a good show, guys.
Thank you, guys. All right. It's only an hour. It's going to be less about 45 minutes for me, 50 minutes for me today. Jordan Scruggs. Jordan's a busy man, drinking out of a fire hydrant right now with the portal going on. Jordan, any portal news drop in the last, 20 minutes, 25 minutes since I've been trying to get my equipment situation sorted out here?
No.
I only ask because, like, in that time frame when you put down the phone, that's usually when something happens. So
nothing, no one big as of this morning that I've seen. I also haven't gone through our database and looked at who we have in the portal. I'm going to do that right now. Kind of started the show off whenever you were figuring out your mic with them talking about the portal, just because they had a question about Trey Moore.
He's a guy that I wanted to talk about today for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so yesterday morning I spoke with a source who told me that Texas was their preferred destination. Now, obviously, that was within an hour from entering the portal. A lot of things can change. And also, just because I wrote about it, but just because players want to come to Texas doesn't mean Texas wants them as good as they can be. It has to go both ways, and it has to be a fit.
It's got to be a need, too, like.
Exactly.
If Texas, if you're looking for – I'm not saying this would be Trey Moore's role, but if you're looking for a guy to maybe start out as a situational pass rush guy that could maybe grow into something, you got Colin Simmons coming in next year. Where are you better off as a staff devoting your manpower, your hours, your resources, and a Trey Moore you might have for a year, or Colin Simmons who you're going to have for hopefully 3. So,
yeah.
I'm not saying that's the case. I'm not saying that's the case. That's just things staffs have to consider. Just because people will twist my words, Jordan. They'll twist. They'll be, Jeff said Texas doesn't want Trey Moore because they'd rather develop Colin Simmons. It's not what I'm saying. It's a hypothetical. But that stuff. Those are the conversations, Jordan. You know this stuff well enough, and I mean, the portal has now been like it's hard to think back to what it was like before the portal. This is the conversation that these college staffs have. Like these are real legit conversations that are going on in war rooms right now.
Yeah. So I guess to answer your question, the biggest name portal guy that's entered this morning or today is Nyland Green. He was our number 19 player for the 2021 class, number 2 corner, number 3 player in Georgia. Georgia's where he signed out of high school. Mm-hmm. By the composite, he was a 4-star, number 72 in the country, number 4 corner, number 8 in Georgia. I assume people are going to ask about Texas. Couldn't tell you. To be honest with you, I didn't even know this guy existed until this morning.
I'll tell you the interesting one that popped.
Texas did offer him out of high school, though.
Yeah. The interesting one that popped, I believe it was yesterday. I don't remember if it was during our show or later in the afternoon, but Jaleel Skinner from Miami, just because tight end could be a place where Texas looks. And, the staff recruited him out of high school. So, it's at least a name that from covering Texas recruiting in recent years that people are familiar with. So intriguing if nothing else.
Yeah. So then as soon as we saw that he was in the portal, we checked in with people at Texas. Hank and I did. And within 10 minutes, we were both told like very big no's. They're not going to go after him. So I was also going to report about that today, and I'll have something out after we get off the air. But I guess back to Trey Moore. So, while I was told yesterday morning that Texas was his favorite school, some things have definitely changed. I'm not saying Texas isn't still maybe where he'd like to end up if all the characteristics of each school were the same or whatever, if that makes sense. He had the same things going on from each school, but LSU, Bama, and Texas are the ones to watch. For him, graduating in December is really important because he's already been in college for 3 years, and he wants to be able to graduate in December so that whenever Monday or January comes, he can just get right into combine prep and training for the draft. That said, an element of the portal that isn't talked about a lot is like credits, because graduating for a lot of these guys is important. Couldn't tell you exactly what his degree is. I didn't ask or what his major is, but I was told that out of Alabama, Texas, and LSU, Texas is actually where the least of his credits would transfer, which I found pretty strange because, UTSA is in the University of Texas system. But apparently, out of LSU and Alabama, that is where his credits would translate the least. And if he were to go to Texas, he wouldn't be able to graduate in December. So that said, that's gonna, it has an effect on it. There's a lot of days left still for him, and I doubt a decision will be made anytime soon. Also reported that while I was told that Texas was his preferred destination, I hadn't checked in with anyone at Texas to see if they, how they felt. Did get word that they are definitely going to push for him, which, I heavily assume, but at the same time, I don't want to report on that unless I knew. But yeah, they're going to push for him. 14 sacks last year, will be one of the top edge guys in the portal for sure. We do
have a new portal entry, Jordan, for the Longhorns, and this is one that he participated in senior night. I don't think it's that big of a surprise. But Sawyer Gorham-Welch is headed to the portal. He said he's going to finish out the season. I'll just read his statement that he posted on the social channels. This is on X. My 4 years here at UT is something I will always remember for the rest of my life. With all the brothers I've gained, all the coaches I've had, with all the lessons I've learned, the experiences I've experienced, and for seeing this team, I don't know why I just thought Kenny Powers right there. I don't mean to take away from Sawyer Gorham-Welch's moment, but I just had a weird Kenny Powers vibe. And for seeing this team grow to what it is today, it all means so much to me. But that being said, my time here must come to an end. I will finish the season with my brothers. I'm graduating this December and entering my name into the transfer portal as a graduate transfer with 2 years of eligibility left. So there you have it. Again, Jordan, that's not a surprise. Again, a guy that participated in senior night and is going to move on to whatever's next for him.
Wow. Sorry, we're going to talk about that for sure, but one, Princely Iman Mielen, apologies if I said his name incorrectly.
You're closer than most people, yeah.
He's entered the portal from Florida, which is very interesting because I know he was weighing leaving for the draft, and he did have a draftable grade last year, but it, he didn't like it enough, so he came back. But I guess now he's going to come back into a fifth year somewhere else, though. And then also Zenitz, 24/7 Sports' Matt Zenitz reported Mississippi State is expected to hire Alabama assistant Coleman Hutzler as its new defensive coordinator. A source tells 24/7 Sports. Hutzler and new Mississippi State head coach Jeff Lebby worked together at Ole Miss.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, Ross Dellinger, whatever it is from Yahoo is first.
It makes sense. It makes sense for Coleman Hutzler. I think people need to, when you're looking for a position coach opening and you just say, well, let's go, who's the linebackers coach at, and just kind of start running down schools that are in the playoff or in the top 5 or the top 10. Glenn Schumann's name from Georgia got brought up. I'm like, dude, Glenn Schumann's not coming to Texas to be a co-DC at this point. If Glenn Schumann's on the move, it's to run his own program. Coleman Hutzler is on the move so he can be a defensive coordinator with play calling duties. He wouldn't have gotten that at Texas. If you're the linebackers coach at Bama and you're the linebackers coach at Texas, regardless of what you think of either program, that's a lateral move, especially for Colin Hufler to come back to Texas where he was already at one point. He was on the last year, Tom Herman's last year, he was on that staff. So, again, Jordan, I think you astutely pointed out yesterday, this is going to be PK's hire. It's probably most likely going to be somebody that he's worked with. I did check in with somebody on the West Coast because, names get thrown out like Peter Sermon, guys that Sark has worked with in the past. Mm-hmm. And my big question was guys that were with Sark at Washington, especially guys that were with him at USC, what is that situation like? Because I know for some of those guys, it was what it was. I mean, we're not going to, dig up Sark's pass from USC again and run that down. But, there were some coaches that probably felt like, hey, man, I came here to work for you, and now my job is in jeopardy. I have an uncertain future for something that I had no control over if you're an assistant coach, probably went the way. But I talked to somebody on the West Coast that told me two things that were interesting. One, as far as they knew, a lot of those fences had been mended because a lot of those coaches that were on Sark's staff, they went on and, some of them, Clay Helton, for example, has been a head coach. Some of them have been coordinators. Some of them moved on and got another job, stayed in the college game, whatever. So it sounded like a lot of those fences have been mended. Peter Sermon's name came up. He's the defensive coordinator at Cal. This person just thought that Peter Sermon is so very, very tight with Justin Wilcox, the Cal head coach, that even if Texas, whatever they gave him, it probably wouldn't be enough to pull him away from Cal. Because, again, he's very tight with Justin Wilcox. So, again, I think it's just all roads, Jordan Connolly, unless you want to go, if you're Sark, you want to try to push the Mike Stoops thing again. Somebody brought up Charlie Strong. I mean, well, him and Sark did work together at Bama for 1 year, but Charlie was an analyst there. But, it seems like all roads are leading back to it makes the most sense based on the available candidates that this is PK's hire, somebody he's worked with.
Yeah. I still need to go through and do that. I'll probably actually try to get someone up on that today because I do want to have something on the side about the job being open. But yeah, the Sawyer and Welch stuff was pretty interesting.
What's interesting about it to you?
Kind of that he is still trying to play football. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's that he's still trying to play football. Like, he's been at Texas 4 years now, right? He has 2 years left, I believe. Mm-hmm. He's been moved around both O-line and D-line. Like, I'm just not sure. Respectfully, I'm not sure who's going to want him. He'll have a place to go for sure. Mm-hmm. But I was just honestly kind of surprised he wasn't just kind of, I guess, going to graduate and be a regular citizen. I mean, that was what I was expecting.
Well, I mean, if he wanted to go back to East Texas, for example, Stephen F. Austin could be a place where he looks at. I mean, I'm just throwing names out there, but I think maybe like an FCS or as Glenn points out, if he wants to work on his master's degree, he can get that paid for. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You've got so many FBS programs in the state of Texas, some of whom I think would be willing to take him. Like a UTRGV that's getting ready to get cranked up and going. Think about UTEP, Sam Houston, Tarleton. There are enough FBS programs or transitioning to FBS or transitioning to FCS from Division II that I think would be interested in him. Like I said, just because he's, oh man, this guy was at Texas, he came out of a really good high school program in Longview playing for John King. So I think there's still some value left there. Obviously, he's not going to be a guy that, goes on and transfers to LSU or Oklahoma or A&M or something like that. But, if you want to keep playing, like you said, Jordan, there's a place that'll take you. And I think he can probably stay in the state of Texas and do that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he should be able to for sure. There's one other player who I'm expecting to announce their intentions before the bowl game, but they will be ready to go in the bowl game. Originally, I was told that this player was going to do it and leave prior to the bowl game, that the staff was aware, but they've talked to him and they'd like him in the bowl game. So, injuries, stuff like that don't change some stuff. Not going to say who it is. That's about all I'll say. Not my room to break who's going in the portal in that sense. But, yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
No, you're good. A couple things I did want to talk about. So I did want to talk about Trey Moore. You laid that out already. I wanted to reiterate something that I said yesterday about that linebackers coaching job. So I talked about the one thing that I need in case you missed yesterday's show, you haven't had a chance to go catch it on the podcast feed, whatever. Go back and watch it on YouTube. I feel like player development with the bodies you've got in that linebacker room, player development has to be the most important thing I think that Sark looks for. You're going to look for as complete a coach as you can, but that's got to be paramount to me, is getting the most out of an Anthony Hill, a Leon Lafau, a Samaje Burrell, Darian Gillette, Maurice Blackwell for one more year. You've got some quality bodies in that room. But I also think, too, and this is going to go to one name that's come up that makes sense. Like Jordan talked about a scheme. I think scheme / philosophical compatibility with PK. Probably going to be somebody he's worked with, but I think at least somebody, maybe not a guy that's been an assistant coach. I haven't gone through the entire Rolodex, but if somebody was a GA for PK that's now a position coach or whatever, somebody that really knows what he wants to get done, how he wants his defense to function, and how he wants his linebackers to be coached. And I think one of the things that made the Texas defense has made it as good as it is the fact that PK and Jeff Choate worked together before they got back together in Texas. And I think the time that PK and Jeff Choate and Terry Joseph invested in each other to try to tie the front end with the back end, man, that's helped this defense. Like Jordan, 2 years ago, I couldn't tell you what kind of coverages they were trying to run. Sometimes I couldn't tell you what kind of fronts they were trying to get in. It was chaos. And I don't say in chaos, not in a good way. It was just a mess. Mm-hmm. And they've clearly invested the time. Now you can tell what kind of defense Texas is trying to be. You can tell what they want to get accomplished. So I think that's a key part of it. But I also think, man, culture fit has to be a really big part of it. And, you go back to when Sark brought Gary Patterson into the program. That was my big concern with Gary Patterson. And that's no knock on GP, but it's, okay, are you willing to basically, and I don't say this disparagingly of Gary Patterson because all coaches have this, are you willing to put aside your ego for the greater good of what's going on here? Because I think a lot of, especially former head coaches, can get in there when they're in a lesser role and say, well, I know, look, we did it this way where I was at, and I know how to do it this way. I don't think you're doing that the right way. And all of a sudden they're trying to take over the meeting room. I've heard about those dynamics happening at various places, and you can't have that if you're Sark. As hard as you worked on culture and getting the right people in the building, you can't have one bad apple come in and spoil the bunch. So that brings me to somebody Jake mentions in the chat. Andy Avalos seemed like an obvious name. Former Boise State head coach who worked with PK. Seems great, right? Mm-hmm. Why was Andy Avalos really fired at Boise? If Andy Avalos is a guy that they want to look at, if I'm PK and I'm Sark, man, I've got to talk to as many Boise people as possible. I got to talk to guys on that staff. I got to talk to whoever I can to get the real answer, as close to the real answer as I believe I can find on why he was fired, what happened, what went down. Was he not treating people the right way? Was the administration not fair to him? Whatever the deal is, man, if you're going to bring somebody in, like I said, you can't risk just for the sake of, I think this guy's a good football coach. You can't make that hire at the expense of everything you worked so hard to build from a culture standpoint. So I think those three things, player development, I think scheme / philosophical compatibility, and culture fit. To me, Jordan, those are the three things that have to be on that checklist for Sark.
Yeah. I see a lot of people saying they want a recruiter. Like, man, the way Texas is right now and the way recruits view Texas right now, like, I feel like I could fill in for Choate. And like it wouldn't, I'd find a way to get at least at least a decent 3-star, Like there's a lot of things going Texas's way in recruiting in 2023. They're a top 4 program at the playoffs for the first time in program history. Austin is a great city to live in. Players love Austin. Never really hear any bad things about Austin. Guys come and visit. I love Austin. They love the campus. Food is great. Women are great. You can make a lot of money there. You can go to the NFL from there, and you can, be in the position to play for a national championship for, the first time in however many years it's been like that at Texas. So a lot of the program is truly recruiting itself right now, and that's what the best of the best programs are set up to be. I'm not saying Nick Saban and Kirby Smart don't got to work hard, but they don't got to work as hard as Sark was having to, coming out of being 5-7. The staff doesn't have to work as hard as they used to.
But they still will.
They say, I want to make that.
Yeah. Well, hold on. That's key, because where we've seen coaches at Texas get in trouble is when they realize they're at that position and then they don't work hard. Right. I know that's what happened with Mac Brown's staff. And I've had guys that were on that staff that years down the road told me that's exactly what happened. Everybody just got complacent because it's easy. I mean, when you go from Vince Young to Colt McCoy and you're pretty much guaranteed to win 10, 11 games a year, then everybody's going to get complacent. But, the Tom Herman staff got complacent coming off that Sugar Bowl. And I'll never forget, I won't say who the coach is, but I ended up at the team hotel the night of the Alamo Bowl when they beat Utah. That staff's kind of last night together. And, bar shuts down. Of course, I believe, if I'm right, I think the Texas players and coaches drank that hotel bar they were out of beer by the end of the night. And we're leaving, and the coach and I are parting ways, and he kind of puts his arm around me and says, whatever you guys want to write about how we F this up, y'all are well within your right. I was like, coach, me, I'll be fair. He's like, I know. He's like, but trust me. He's like, from where we were at this time a year ago, he's like, we F this up. It's our fault. And I'm like, that's some truth. That's some truth right there. And in subsequent interactions, it's like, yeah, they did get complacent. Some of the coaches did get complacent. Some of the coaches did get lazy. And I think that started from the top down. They felt like they had it made. The Sark staff doesn't strike me as a staff that's going to do that, because you got, I know Sark does this, Jordan. You've known this now, having been in this market and followed Sark a little bit. Sark loves recruiting. Like there's just some coaches that don't want anything to do with it. There's some coaches that it's just kind of in their blood, man. And then that's just what they do. Sark loves being out on the road, dude. The guy like Jeff Banks loves recruiting. So I think you just got guys on this staff that legitimately enjoy that process of being out on the road and evaluating players and forging relationships and chopping it up and talking ball with people. So the staff is currently constructed. I don't worry about this staff not doing it. And you've got the behind the scenes people that kind of do what they do, guys in the player personnel department. You got guys that are strictly their job is strictly year round to watch the portal, watch who's going in there. So yeah, again, I don't want anybody twisting Jordan's words saying that people are getting lazy on the 40, because that's not the case with the Sark staff.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. The point I was trying to make was that, with the trajectory and path that Texas is currently on, and where they currently are as a program, they do not need to hire someone who is labeled as a recruiter to coach the linebackers. That was just what I was saying. As a recruiter. Exactly. They don't need that, man. They just need someone who can come in and coach, develop, and again, the program is starting to be in the position to recruit itself. You obviously need you don't want just a slapdick out there recruiting, but you gotta. There are definitely the order of priorities is changed from what it would have been when they were maybe looking for a coach a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So
guy, people. I've seen it work both ways at Texas. When Mac rebooted the program coming off that 2010 season, look at that staff he put together. When you talk about an all-star staff, that's about as close as you can get. I mean, think about Brian Harsin went on to be a head coach. Manny Diaz went on to be a head coach. Major Applewhite went on to be a head coach. And Darrell Wyatt, Stacey Searles has been on national championship staffs. Bo Davis speaks for itself. Oscar Giles has been on a national championship staff. Dwayne Aquino, maybe the best secondary coach in the history of the program. You had the best of the best of the best on that staff, and it still didn't result in you getting the kind of recruits you needed to get to turn that thing around. Likewise, Was Charlie Strong's staff perfect? No, by no means was that initial staff perfect. But Charlie would bring guys in. It's like, well, I don't know what this guy's reputation is as a recruiter. How can he recruit? And man, by the time some of those guys were done, they ended up they were responsible for bringing in some of the best players that Texas had during that era. So I had a high school coach, Jordan, one time tell me this. Apparently somebody's saying, yeah, my mic is on the fritz today, Bradford. I apologize. I'm on the struggle bus today. But I had a high school coach, Jordan, one time tell me, he's like, I've seen guys that have gotten that job that have, even elevated and gotten hired to Texas. He said, that burnt orange polo, when you walk into a high school and you got that polo on, you got that steer on your shirt, man, that changes the caliber of kid you can get just because of the logo. And it's true. It's true. But I don't want to belabor this too much, but going back to your point, that can also change some coaches in terms of thinking, oh, man, this is easy. Like, why can't everybody win at Texas? You can get whoever you want. No, not necessarily. It takes work to get there. But I digress. You don't need the rainmaker recruiter. You just need a damn good football coach. And my point about Sark and Jeff Banks and guys like that, like, Jordan, like with Anthony Hill, man, if there's a guy that Sark really wants where they need to put one of their top recruiters, man, they're going to put, whether it's Jeff Banks or Bo Davis or, I don't know, hell, Tashard Choice, whoever it is, Sark will put whoever he needs on that thing to get the job done. And if it's a big enough name prospect, and we've seen this too with some recruitments, Sark will just throw himself in there full on, and he'll basically be as much of the point man as a head coach can be in college football in 2023.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like you said, man, like these coaches either love recruiting or they don't. And I really do think Sark is someone who loves recruiting. Like, for example, 11 a.m. is everyone's least favorite kickoff time for a list of reasons. 11 a.m. is Sark's favorite kickoff time for home games, because he likes being able, if they win, which they've been doing a lot lately, they can use the whole rest of the day to recruit at the facility off the good vibes of just watching Texas win as a visitor in DKR. So they he loves recruiting, and as shitty as 11 a.m. kickoffs for everyone else, he loves them just so he can recruit.
Yeah.
But
I kind of felt this way, when I'll just kind of walk you through it in terms of the vibe on a campus visit. And I think I've covered maybe one or two junior days and stuff like that under Sark. That's been, you or Hank or Mike or Hudson or whoever's been in charge of that thing for the most part. But like under Mac, it was like, you guys can at least, the compliance will say y'all can hang out like across the street or whatever from Moncrief, and whatever you do across the street is fine in terms of just seeing who's going in the building and who's coming out. When Mac was there, like we couldn't even do that. We weren't allowed to be anywhere on the premises, so it was almost like some old school mafia type stuff. Everything was done under the cover of darkness, and you kind of got that didn't really sit well with some guys. Charlie's staff, it kind of opened up, and Charlie Strong was great at forging relationships. And you kind of got the idea that, man, yeah, it seemed Texas was kind of it turned into, for some guys, not all guys, none of the stuff is going to be universal. It turned into more of a fun place to visit. And I think it was like that in the beginning under Tom Herman, but then the vibe, it just felt, maybe fake is the best word to describe it. It just felt like, all right, something's off. It's almost like Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory. Like, yeah, on the outside it looks great, but man, there might be some creepy stuff going on behind the scenes. I'm not saying anything nefarious. I'm just saying once you get in there, it's just maybe not on the outside what you perceive it to be. But Jordan, Texas under Sark, it looks like a fun play. Like if I'm a recruit and I don't have any skin in the game, like I don't have a dog in the fight. Like Texas isn't one of my top schools or anything. I'm just like completely open. Texas seems like, not just because they're winning, like just seeing like the vibe Sark gives off, the vibe this staff gets off. Texas seems like a place that if I was a recruit, I'd be like, you know what? I want to go there and check it out. I just want to see what it's all about. So it looks like a fun place to visit. I don't think you can always say that about Texas.
Sorry, this hilarious tweet. Someone quote tweeted the Tyler Shuck announcement from whenever he announced he's going to Louisville or whatever yesterday. And said the transfer portal extended eligibility might put Northwestern Mutual out of business.
For real, man. How does Tyler Shuck have years left, man?
I don't know. So there's someone at Louisville that's pretty involved with how everything operates over there that I've been talking to.
Jordan's got your Louisville NIL scoop, believe it or not.
Yeah, kind of. Man, I know the quarterbacks that they were in it for, and they felt really good that they were in it for several guys that are more talented than Tyler Shuck. So I want to assume that they're like, hey, you are only going to hold the clipboard here and we're not paying you jack. And he's like, okay, got it. I'm coming. And it's something like that. And then they're actually going to go get their quarterback. Cause like, for the sake of my guy, man, you're going to need something better than Tyler Shuck. Like, and if that's the guy you're going to take, you couldn't have called me to get an eval or something. Like, what are we doing?
I'm going to ask you this question, and I think this will put in perspective how much money. And I said this kind of in jest, but Louisville doesn't just have like old Papa John's money laying around. Like they got some money. Jordan, if Louisville really wanted to make a run at Dante Moore, let's say hypothetically, knowing what it's probably going to cost you in NIL dollars to get Dante Moore in your program, could Louisville come up with the money for Dante Moore if they wanted to?
Man, so to be honest, like I don't think they've ever even tried to get it for him. I know for Cam Ward, they feel like they're a dark horse, or at least a few days ago they did. And with I know what Cameron Rising got paid. Cam Ward and Dante Moore are both better than Cameron Rising. Dante Moore is also going to get paid more than I feel like anyone else because he has to do at least 2 more years before he can be draft eligible. And that matters. So Dante will probably be one of, if not the highest paid guys. Cam Ward is also going to get paid a pretty penny. And again, I know Louisville is in it for him. So if Louisville felt like they're a dark horse for him, Cam Ward has 1 year left. Rising, I'll just say it, he got 1.1. Cam Ward is going to get more than that. And Louisville knows that. So if they're saying that they feel like they're a dark horse, that means they got at least $1.1 million. So
yeah, Matt Rule wasn't talking out his backside when he was saying it's a good quarterback in the portal, like a really good quarterback in the portal is going to cost you $1 to $2 million. That's exactly what we're talking about here, man. Since Cam Ward is a product of Incarnate Word University, kind of upset Cam Ward wouldn't consider coming to play at Texas State for GJ Kinney because, I mean, I don't know how much NIL money, Jordan, I would contribute to the collective as an alum, but I mean, I'll throw in like $50-$60.
Yeah. Someone said Ward's going to Ohio State. Probably Ohio State is trying to get everyone. I actually have it on very good authority that they're trying to get a former 5-star from the 2022 class that's a quarterback. But that dude's pretty happy where he's at. So I don't see that one happening. But Ohio State is casting a very wide net in their quarterback search for next year. I don't know why some people were surprised by I'm blanking on his name. Kyle McCord. Like, did y'all watch him play last year? Like, did y'all watch him? Are we watching the same games? I feel like not that he's bad. He's still an above average quarterback for FBS, but like he's not shit compared to what Ohio State usually has. Like he isn't.
I mean, you're coming off a run. You're coming off a run of guys. I mean, JT Barrett was a really good college quarterback. And then you go from JT Barrett to, and granted, Cardale Jones won you a national championship those last few games because he didn't go there to play school.
Came here to play football.
Yeah. But then you go like Dwayne Haskins to Justin Fields, to CJ Stroud, all 3 first-round picks.
Kyle McCord.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you get spoiled, man. You get spoiled as a fan base. I know Texas fans, and you go from. You had a really good run of quarterbacks. Like you go from, I would say when I was a kid, like Shea Morenz, I didn't think was that bad. but then you go like James Brown to Major Applewhite to Chris Sims to Vince Young to Colt McCoy.
Jake said Ohio State's going to claim McCord if he does good at another school. It's a win-win for them. No, facts. Yeah. Rest in peace, Dwayne Haskins. Facts for that, too. But McCord.
Did you hear Joe Burrow's answer when somebody asked him that? When they're like, Ohio State claims you. What do you think of that? And Joe Burrow said, I went to school at Ohio State. I played football at LSU.
Yeah. You know, I see a lot of people have different takes on Joe Burrow with Ohio State. And I can tell you, like, as of the summer of 2022, Joe Burrow's on very good authority with Ohio State and vice versa. So I covered Austin Novosad. He was a 2023 quarterback out of Dripping Springs, 4-star. He's now
the dirty drip.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he from the slums of Dripping Springs. You feel me?
The mean street in the intersection of Ranch Road 12 and Highway 290.
No, he played 7-on-7 with the program I do some work with. We always called him Slimy Novosad. But ended up at Oregon. He flipped from Baylor to Oregon last second, and that's where he's at right now. But that summer going into his senior year, A&M, Ohio State, Notre Dame, we're all trying to push for a big flip right there. For a big flip, he ended up staying committed to Baylor. But I do know Ohio State. So this is how it kind of went down with Brock Glenn, and these quarterback dominoes are always so interesting to go back to.
Mm-hmm.
But they whiffed on Dante Moore. Dante Moore just wanted a price that Ohio State wasn't going to give to anyone. Or at least that's how it was broken down to me from a coach I talked to at the camp that they offered Brock Glenn at in the summer of 2022. After they missed out on Dante Moore, they decided, okay, we're going to go after Brock Glenn and Novosad. We're going to get both these guys up here to camp. They're going to throw, and we're going to offer them, and they're going to come in for an OV. And they did that for both of them. They staggered it, though, so they weren't there at the same times. But for Novosad's official visit, guess who his host was?
For his OV? I have no idea.
Joe Burrow. That's how bad they wanted Novosad is. They had Joe Burrow fly in from Cincinnati and spend the whole weekend with him on his official visit. And he still said, I'm good. I'm going to Baylor at the time. Man. He's now obviously at Oregon.
Man, how did Baylor screw that up? Because like you said, he was locked in with Baylor until the very end. Like,
yeah,
so it couldn't have, it was like around this time a year ago when Will Stein took the Oregon OC job. So you're talking about like the last, Baylor had him secured until the last, 3 weeks?
Yeah. So what had happened? Yeah. So what had happened was there was so much stuff to that recruitment that I've never been able to talk about because I couldn't report it at the time. Because like I'd known Austin Novosad. I'd known him for a really long time and known his family for a really long time because they played in the 7-on-7 program I do some work with. And whenever you're really, really close to recruits and their families, like it's just really hard to report on it sometimes because they'll tell you everything, but they'll tell you can't report it. Which is exactly what was going on with Novosad the last 3 weeks of last year, leading up to signing day. Dillingham had left Oregon to go take the Arizona State head coaching job, and everyone knew Dante Moore was going to decommit. Like the day that happened, I was told within an hour that he is not going to Oregon. The next day, Oregon announces they're hiring Stein. Stein coached me in high school. So he has a lot of connections to the Austin area from when he did coach in high school. But also before he was at Lake Travis, he was at UT as a GA under Herman. The Lake Travis offensive coordinator job opened. Their quarterback was Hudson Card, who was already committed to Texas. Will Stein came in, and Lake Travis ran the exact same offense as Texas for 2 years. A lot of people actually don't know that. But Herman called Texas and recommended Stein, and he ended up getting hired by Lake Travis. And literally down to the exact same calls for like routes, names of everything. Lake Travis ran the exact same offense as Tom Herman's Texas teams, like the exact same offense.
Which is amazing that Will Stein is as good as he is because as much time as he spent around Sean Watson, I'm not even talking about Tom Herman. As much time as Will Stein spent around Sean Watson, that's the last guy I want to learn how to run a successful offense from. I'm pretty sure as much smack as I talked about Sean Watson, I've said this before, Jordan. If Sean Watson never saw me out in Gen Pop, he probably punched me in the face. Because I made no bones about the fact I thought it was a terrible hire. I'm not gonna lie. During Sean Watson's tenure calling plays at Texas, felt like I was pretty much an asshole. Like I was just pretty salty about anything to do with the Texas offense at that point in time because Sean Watson was an easy target. But I digress.
Yeah. But I guess back to my little Novosad story. I knew that Dante Moore wasn't going to Texas, and within an hour of Stein getting the job, I got a call from Novosad saying that Stein hit him up and they're going to do an in-home. So Stein, this is a lot of coaches will do this, and it's really weird, but it makes a lot of sense. Stein knew that he was not going to be coaching at UTSA much longer. He also was Austin Novosad's second offer. It was UTSA. The first offer was Baylor. He had known Austin for a really long time, and also whenever Will Stein was coaching at Lake Travis, he did a lot of work through like FBU and the local Austin area youth football stuff. Mm-hmm. So he met Novosad when he was like in middle school. They've known each other for a long time. He was one of his first offers. And then he knew he was never getting Novosad to UTSA, but he was still in communication with him and talking to him a bunch, knowing there's a chance he could get hired somewhere, and he knew that Novosad was the guy he wanted if that happened. So he gets the job at Oregon. Basically, Oregon is doing everything they can to get Dante Moore to stay. And they went in-home with him. They told him he wasn't coming over the in-home. From then, they pivoted and scheduled Austin Novosad to come up on an official visit literally the last weekend. And that was scheduled for like a week and a half, and I could not report it, and no one else had it. It was very, very frustrating. And I couldn't put in a crystal. I actually promised Novosad I wouldn't put in a crystal ball if I found out right away. But I had to get the news from someone at Baylor, and I told him, this is how it happens. I got to put in a pick, man, because it's going to get out. Mm-hmm. And that's how it happened. But yeah, he told me, I was like, are you going to post an offer? How's this going to work? Whoop-de-woo. And he's like, yeah, like they haven't offered me yet, but they're saying they're going to offer me on the OV and they want me to flip, and that's what we're going to do. And I was like, okay. He committed to Oregon on the visit, and then didn't call Baylor until the night before, and he was on the phone with them for a few hours. And, the next morning, 6 a.m., the morning of signing day, he's deep fried and edited with Oregon Duck by Hayes Fawcett. So
it's weird, man. Not to have our daily "What's Wrong with Baylor" segment, but man,
I know
if you're Jeff Grimes and Dave Aranda and that whole staff, and I don't care who you are, man. If you're Texas, if you're Ohio State, Georgia, you don't leave yourself in a position where you're putting all your eggs in one basket. Especially if you're Baylor, understanding what your NIL setup is and knowing that, hey, there are going to be other P5 schools, maybe more high-profile P5 schools that are going to come try to poach a quarterback. You either have to have Plan B already in motion, done, or at least have it to where you can pivot to Plan B without being like, well, don't have a quarterback. I don't know what we're going to do. Like,
so you see, that was another thing I didn't even bring up. There's a way bigger problem to all of that too. So Novosad, they offered him the summer going into his junior year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now the fall / I guess winter of his junior season, he was really close to committing to Baylor. Baylor knew it. This is around the week of signing day for the 2022 class. So this was December of 2021. Baylor called him and said, hey, we have a kid in the 22 class named Zach Pyron. He was from Alabama. He's either a low 4-star, high 3-star kid. He had previously committed to Baylor, was committed for about 8 months, and then decommitted because he thought he would get bigger offers, but he just never did.
It's always a wise move.
He kept trying to commit back to Baylor, and they didn't have a quarterback. They were going to take him. They're calling Novosad and saying, hey, this kid is trying to come to Baylor. If you promise us you will commit to us, we promise you we will not take him, and we will not take a quarterback in the 2022 class. and he promised them he was going to Baylor. So they told Zach Pyron to go shove it. He ended up at Georgia Tech. He's actually now in the portal, I think, but he ended up at Georgia Tech. And Novosad waited until the day after signing day. And that year, I remember because it was on my birthday, it was December 15th. Novosad committed to Baylor December 16th. And remained committed until signing day the next year. So Baylor screwed themselves by not having a 2022 quarterback. They didn't get one in 2023 either because he kind of left them at the altar at 6 a.m. on signing day. And in 2024, their quarterback isn't even a top 100 ranked quarterback in the country by us. It's a kid from California. And then they got Sawyer Robertson out of the portal, but that didn't work out and they lost shape into the portal already. So it's a shit show, man.
Sawyer Robertson in that Jeff Grimes offense, man, it felt like square peg, round hole. Like it just doesn't fit him at all. Now, Jake Spavital there, I will say this, say what you want about Spav. The offense Spav is going to run, it fits Sawyer Robertson much better than what they were doing last year. And real quick, Jordan, I got a couple Texas things in the chat I want to get to. But real quick, you think Tech does anything for a portal quarterback? Or are they pretty good with Baron Morton and I guess Will Hammond from Hutto coming in as their high school tape? You feel like they're good, or they might look for something?
Well, I mean, they had 3 scholarship QBs this year. Right now, they're set to have 3 next year. I think they'll be good. I think they're going to play Baron Morton. I know they love Will Hammond. Shout out Will Hammond, by the way. I was actually who found him, by the way, and told him to make a Twitter account because he's a Juice kid as well.
He's good.
Yeah.
The pride of the fighting Jeremy Curley's from out in Hutto.
Damn right. I think they'll probably say there's a quarterback competition, but Baron Morton, I think, is their starter for next year. And they have a freshman that's on the roster right now named Jake Strong, who I saw in high school and was always like, whoa. I'd expect Will Hammond to be the second string over that guy next year.
Two Texas things I want to get in the chat before Trey and BK hop on. Anyone think of a comp for Ewers at the pro level? Mine has always been, and I guess it's just the way Quinn throws the football, the way he throws it at a certain arm angle. Phillip Rivers has always kind of been my comp for Quinn Ewers, just from a mechanic standpoint. That's the closest one I can come up with, because he's not. I guess you could say Matt Stafford maybe, but I think Stafford was a little more. I don't know the right word to use. It just the joint flexibility, just his athleticism, a little looser than Quinn, it seemed like. But I don't know if that makes any sense, Jordan. But yeah, Phillip Rivers is kind of the guy I've always looked at as like that's probably the closest thing to Quinn. Maybe that's the biggest compliment to Quinn, though, is that I haven't really seen a good comp for him.
Yeah.
Now, GJ, you mentioned Jeff George. Here's the difference, man. Jeff George is one of those dudes that could, kneel down at the 50 and throw it through the uprights or whatever. Like insanely strong arm, Jeff George. As good an arm as Quinn has, I don't know if it's Jeff George. Now, if you want to tell me Malik Murphy has like a Jeff George type arm strength, then yeah, I might. If he's like one of these Kyle Bowler, Jeff George, Jamarcus Russell guys that can, throw it 90 yards or whatever in the air. Yeah, Malik might be one of those guys. I don't know that Quinn quite is.
Yeah. I saw someone asked about Alfred Collins.
That's the other one I was going to bring up. Yeah.
Yeah. I honestly, you don't really find out stuff on guys unless you directly ask about them. And I haven't directly asked about Alfred. My view on it, though, is with what the measurements he has and the type of athlete he is, he's going to be a 6th or 7th rounder or go undrafted, and someone will give him a shot because he's going to test like a freak at the combine, and they'll watch his film and be like, wait, what happened? So I think if he comes back, we had him as a 5-star out of high school because of the intangibles. Like all that stuff is still there. It's all still there.
He's a freak.
Yeah. It's all still there. So I can see him coming back and balling the hell out and going as early as 2nd round. I don't think 1st round. I feel like we can actually mark that off the table. But, day 2 guy, like he can boost his stock because right now, man, I feel like there's no way it's higher than a 6th. There's no way.
I could see somebody pulling the trigger in the 5th. Just looking at if you put enough of if the right, like, here's the deal, like, and I don't know exactly how this works, but I'm going to envision this happens. If the right scout that really wanted to stand on the table for Alfred Collins put the right clips together for the D-line coach,
had the PowerPoint in the right order,
and the D-line coach is like, you're telling me this dude is 6'5", 310 pounds, ran sub 4.8 and did all this, and you're telling me these clips, man, I'm jumping for the phone with our 5th round pick to grab Alfred Collins. I mean, somebody's going to take a chance on him on day 3 of the draft just because of everything Jordan talked about. Seth, shout out to my guy Snoop Daniel, who once predicted Alfred Collins was going to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft. I don't think Alfred would be that this year, but I think he would be better off coming back for another year. Now, will he? That's going to be Jordan, I mean, that's going to be a decision. Sark was not lying when he talked about it, man. That's going to be Sark and Alfred's mom, and Alfred is sitting down and looking at everything and really trying to decide what's best. Like that's a family, just like his recruitment. That's a family that's going to sit down and make a very, very measured decision. Like they're going to make sure, all the T's are crossed, I's are dotted, no stones left unturned, and then they'll come up with what they feel is the best decision. It's not going to be, just some kind of knee-jerk type deal.
Yeah, and with Alfred too, another thing, like with the draft stock, like I feel like a part of the conversation will be like, look, man, like the reason you haven't been getting draft grade that you wanted is because like effort level sometimes and putting all your eggs into this basket. Mm-hmm. Unless that changes, I feel that like him coming back, they're gonna probably be like, it has to be different. It just has to. He can also make the choice like, okay, whatever, I'll just go get paid and try to earn a second contract in the league and just go undrafted and gamble that right now. I don't know. It's a lot to think about for him.
As BK joins us and Trey will be here momentarily. Like when I look at Alfred Collins, tell me why Alfred Collins can't be Chris Jones.
Effort.
He's not good.
But I think it goes back to
he could be good. That's always been Alfred's thing. Is like he could be good.
Trey BK, I don't know if y'all heard me talking about Alfred Collins with Jordan's like, he's probably gonna be undrafted. I'm like, no. If you're a scout that wants to stand on the table for Alfred Collins, the combine numbers, the testing will speak for itself. You find all the great Alfred Collins clips. Don't show the bad stuff, just show the good stuff and get it to the D-line coach. That D-line coach will be punching scouts and assistant GMs in the face trying to get to the phone to draft Alfred Collins in the 5th round.
Yeah, he's always had that potential. I mean, coming out of high school, and it just hasn't quite clicked. Now, it feels like he's put more of it together this year than he did in his previous 3 years in Austin. But the consistency that we wanted to see from Alfred Collins just hasn't quite shown up yet. So I'd love for him to come back for another year if he can. And maybe Texas has enough good defensive linemen in the league to where teams could really talk themselves into drafting an Alfred Collins. Maybe that would also help his case. But I'd like to think another year, and with him being a starter, because you assume we know Tavondre's gone and maybe Byron Murphy's gone too. So there'd be
they're both going to be gone. Yeah.
They probably both should be gone. A chance for him to start and get all of those reps, I would think would help him. But I don't know if he just kind of is what he is at this point, guys.
I don't know. I can't give up on 6'5", 310 pounds and uber athletic. I can't do that.
I know we got to get out of here, but I just wanted to ask if you could confirm this, Jeff. So I was told Alfred Collins' recruitment was all before my time, really. But I was told that it was coming down to signing day. He was going to sign on signing day, and he announced, like, I will be announcing my commitment by popping a balloon at the gym at the ceremony, and, like, confetti's going to come out of the school I'm going to. And this is from friend of the show, Nick Harris, used to work with Horns 24/7, now at the Cowboys. He told me him and Mike figured it out right away because his top 3 was Bama, OU, and Texas. And if he was going to pop a balloon and something was going to come out, it could only be Texas. And once that thought went through their heads right after Alfred tweeted out the details or whatever, they crystal balled him. Like, is that true?
Yeah, it's something like that. We all kind of knew by the end that it was going to be Texas. This is like Chris Warren still swears he picked Texas over Washington on a coin flip. Like I've called BS on that story for years. Chris swears up and down it really happened. I know the Texas staff was pissed off something fierce that it proceeded to come down to a coin flip. But yeah, kids do. I don't know. I'll be old man yelling at cloud on the signing day antics, Trey. I have little patience for it.
I was on the fence as to whether or not Alfred Collins would make sense for an NFL team. Now that I just found out that he went gender reveal party for his college recruitment, I'm out on Alfred Collins. But at least he didn't burn the gym down in the process, you know?
Hey, you guys want to know what my wife and I did for our gender reveal? This is how elaborate we did. I called the doctor's office and I said, yeah, we just want the sex of the baby. We're supposed to know today. They're like, and I swear the nurse asked me like 5 times, are you sure you want to know? I'm like, yes, just tell me. We want to know now. Well, you're having a girl. It's like, awesome, great. Called my wife. And then a few weeks later, we announced it on Facebook. That's how we did a gender reveal.
You actually found out before your wife did.
Yeah, because she was at work. She's like, yeah, just call the doctor, find out, and then call me.
I think that's a spectacular way to do it, Jeff. Kudos to you. I have more faith in you as an NFL prospect than Alfred Collins.
Well, I work cheaply.
I figured you would have done the whole hat deal, put the hats on the table in front of you and had a blue hat, a pink hat, and a non-binary color hat. I don't know what that would look like.
Black, gray.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's the right answer. The baby gets to decide. So that's what the hat's going to be.
Yeah. So that was my gender reveal.
There you go. Well, that was not yours. That was your daughter's.
Yours was.
Reveal. I think yours was revealed a long time before that.
Yeah, about 40 years ago at this point, somewhere around there.
I come from the era where I guess you could have found out, but my parents chose not to. And after, because the husband was never in the delivery room with the wife back in the late 1970s. I was born in early 1978. So my dad was just waiting in the hallway, and it either popped. One sign was boy and the other sign was girl, and it popped boy, and he jumped up in the air because he wanted a son.
See, my mom and dad were hoping for a daughter after my older brother was born. And then by the time my little brother was born, they were both like, F it, we're done. It's three's enough. We're tapping out. We're waving the white flag.
You always felt like I would go that route if I only had girls, like just so desperate for that son. And fortunately, we got the son on try number 2.
Hey, I knew my wife and I, we knew we were one and done. So this was it, regardless of whichever way the cookie crumbled, that was going to be it. So very, very happy though.
There we
got
go.
An awesome kid. All right, Trey, BK, have a great show, guys.
Good job, fellas.
Sir.
Fun show, as always. It's only an hour with Jeff and Jordan right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And it's now time for the award-winning midday program with Trey and BK. A lot to get into over the next 50 or so minutes. We'll talk some Texas basketball. Big-time matchup for the Longhorns against Shaka Smart and Marquette tonight. We'll talk some transfer portal stuff. The Aggies have made an offensive coordinator hire. Of course, that's relevant to Texas because Texas will play against Texas A&M every year starting in 2024. And also, Trey's done some research on NCAA President Charlie Baker's new proposal for the future of college sports. We can get into that as well. How you doing today?
I'm good. While some shows are talking about LeBron's timeout, no timeout, I'm going to be honest. BK cares about that stuff, at least to some degree, I'm guessing. I don't give a flying shit about that. So instead, we're going to talk about the sport that matters most to this show and this channel, and that is college football and the future of college football and whether or not the NCAA has a role in college football after the next couple of years.
I have never seen a flying shit, and I hope I never do see a flying shit.
Well, you've never been to the monkey cage at the zoo then, have you?
Oh, yeah, I guess when they throw it, I guess that qualifies as flying shit while it's in the air, right?
They always throw it at me.
Oh, does it hit the cage or does it go through the cage?
No, thankfully it's plexiglass or something equivalent to plexiglass. So I just watch the shit kind of stick to the plexiglass and then start sliding down.
If it were acceptable for humans to do that, you'd probably lead the world in shit thrown at you.
No. I'm going to have to dispute that because I'm not crazy about touching shit.
Oh, you wouldn't be the guy throwing the shit. You would lead the league in other people throwing shit at you.
Oh, yeah. No, that's true. That's
Yeah.
true. We're lucky we're not at a point in time where it's acceptable for people to throw shit at you, or like even something like rotten fruits and vegetables, which was popular in medieval times. Because I would, well, if nothing else, my head would always be on a swivel and I would have pretty quick reflexes too. But I would also be pelted with a fair amount of shit / rotten fruits and vegetables.
Yeah, whatever happened to the throwing tomatoes at people bit? Like that was in cartoons growing up, and I've never seen anybody throw a tomato at anyone in my life, and I kind of wish I had.
Apparently, that's the way you used to get somebody off the stage when you had performers back in like the 1800s. A boo wasn't enough. You had to physically accost them in a way that was humiliating, but also in most cases wasn't going to maim them for good.
Dude, the amount of tomatoes that would have been thrown at Kevin Marr this year. Are you kidding me? That guy would have been destroyed, dude. Yeah, I might bring that back. I might bring that back, I might bring the tomato bit back. Like,
we should do that as a bet payoff. Once you forfeit and have to dress head to toe as a Longhorn fan and go root in the OU section for next year's Texas OU, maybe the second bet for this football season can be the winner gets to throw rotten tomatoes at the loser.
God.
Oh man, just thinking about that makes me so happy. As long as it's not me.
We should almost open that up to our listeners too. Just like have an event where everyone gets to we'll raise money for charity. You pay $1 and you get a couple of tomatoes and you just get to pelt one of us.
Abso-fucking-lutely not, because I cannot risk that. If that were to happen, that would not be good for me. If I was
do they even hurt? I guess they hurt, right? Rotten tomatoes.
I think what you do is you probably go, although this costs a little bit more, you go heirloom tomatoes, because the heirloom tomatoes tend to be a little bit softer. Like if you're going straight up Roma tomato, I mean, that's like a lacrosse ball that you're throwing at somebody. It's got a little bit more give than a lacrosse ball, but that is going to leave a mark too. What was it that we threw at one another? God, this was early in the midday with Trey and BK days. There was something where the winner got to play butts up with the losers, but I don't remember what was thrown at them.
Is it like ping pong balls or something?
It wasn't ping pong balls. It was something that hurt a little bit more than ping pong balls. Tennis ball, maybe. That doesn't seem quite right. Wags was a part of it, so we may have to ask him about that one.
Well, Wags probably lost because he lost every single bet he participated in.
Oh, he did.
It got to the point where it was like, hey, you sit this one out, bud. Trey and I will handle this on our own, so you don't have to do another bet payoff. Incredible. Oh, man. All right, you teased it, so let's get into it. You've read more on this than I have. I did a little bit of research before the show, and this is something that's really important, and I'm going to study up more on this throughout the coming days and weeks, but we might have some major changes coming to college sports in the not-too-distant future. NCAA President Charlie Baker is proposing some sweeping changes to college sports that have a lot to do with NIL and could seriously impact the future of every college sport, but especially college football.
That's right. NCAA President Charlie Baker yesterday released a letter intended for really the general publics, fans of college sports, the universities, the athletics departments, those who participate, those who watch. Titled The Path Forward, it was a letter that he says was directed to NCAA members that lays out his vision for what the NCAA and college sports might look like in the future. And the bottom line, BK, is that he is recommending that college sports have a subdivision that consists of schools that are willing to commit more resources to its athletics departments to keep there from being this widening gap within the same division that is unfair for those lesser teams, while giving those top tier teams, the Blue Bloods and other schools that have figured it out NIL wise, a way to properly compensate their athletes financially. And it would allow these schools, amongst other things, to essentially set the deals up, the NIL deals up for their student athletes too, which is obviously a departure theoretically. I understand how things are actually going behind the scenes right now, and there's still very much a gray area and a lack of guardrails to where lines get blurred, where that money is coming directly from the schools at that point and not from a collective or a car dealership or whatever else. Everything is being run through the school and or athletics department.
Okay. God.
And
yeah, keep going. No, go ahead.
And so theoretically, this is not a bad idea because we've been talking about this for a while now, you and I have, and I've insisted this entire time that there will be some sort of clear-cut separation between the teams at the top, that is the teams that have the most money to spend, and those who just can't commit themselves resource-wise for one reason or another. Maybe they're a smaller school, maybe they're up and coming, maybe they just don't care about college sports enough to want to make that happen. And that way you can create a division for that group of schools. Let's call them G5 and maybe some Power 5 right now that will still have a legitimate chance to win national championships in football and some of these other sports year in and year out. But also making sure that we don't have some hacks that are a part of the college football playoff unnecessarily, where it's like, this is some serious generosity going right now. Some might call it some nonprofit work, some charity work, if you will, and including a Liberty or another school like that in the college football playoff, only to watch them get boat raced each and every year. So where this plan falls short for me, though, BK, is a couple of areas. And it really starts with Title IX. That's not to say that I am completely opposed to Title IX, but Title IX, as it currently stands, it doesn't make sense, because you are accounting football in with the rest of Title IX, and that skews the numbers on the other side. And Charlie Baker is suggesting that the schools at this top tier, they will make sure that there is equity on the men's and women's side of what is being spent on college athletes, when the reality is that because college football is such a moneymaker and it generates so much for the rest of the athletics department, you need to figure out a way that you can provide some sort of separation there. And I don't know if college football programs go private. I'm not totally sure what that looks like, other than to say, look, we're going to create this higher level where these schools have more resources, but we've got to make sure this is all even too. You're going to tell me that you're going to find women's college athletes that are revenue earners on the level of a Bijan Robinson or a Quinn Ewers or an Arch Manning? I think that's unrealistic. And while I think this is maybe steps in the right direction, they're still trying too hard to shoehorn it into the current college model, while also attempting to skirt what is inevitable down the road. And that is the fact that there are some antitrust violations here that they're currently in court for, and they are still trying to avoid these schools being considered employers of certain student athletes, those student athletes who play the sports where there may be long-term ramifications for injuries suffered the way that they played the game while they were in school there. Now, the NCAA will tell you, hey, look, we've got an insurance system that is set up that kicks in starting next fall that covers these student athletes for injuries sustained while playing for their college for a couple of years after they're done with their eligibility. That's not going far enough just yet, unfortunately, but them avoiding being considered employers allows them to skirt the issue of long-term disability, which is the reality for certain student athletes. I mean, you're talking about football players, and this is in a lot of other sports too, by the way, where they suffer, let's say, a ligament injury, or they break a bone, or something else happens, or head injuries, where they are going to need more help down the road than what is being offered up to them right now, either by the schools themselves, the athletics departments, or now even the NCAA.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot to unpack there. Like, we've got to stop pretending like college football is the same as every other college sport.
Exactly.
Right? Like, even though, look, men's college basketball is clearly the second most popular college sport that we have right now, but men's college basketball is so much closer to every other college sport than even football. Like, football is its own beast. So if this can be the thing that kind of spearheads the desire for college football to be its own entity and just be like a professional sports league, because it kind of feels like a professional sport right now, doesn't it? This should be a good thing for that. But we cannot sit here and pretend like, yeah, all college athletes are created equal. I get what Title IX was. There are some great elements to Title IX, but we can't sit here and pretend like the football program benefits the same the university the same as the women's rowing or the men's rowing. Like, it's just football is its own separate beast here, and you can't treat football players. I don't even want to make this about gender right now. You can't treat football players the same way you treat like just about any other sport when it comes to the way finances are done, because it's so different.
Yeah, Title IX still has a place in college sports, in my opinion. It just doesn't have a place where you are counting the scholarships in football along with everything else. Because as you just mentioned, that creates these ridiculous scenarios where you have these women's crew teams that have like 100 members, where it's like loopholes being passed through by people who want to get their kids into that school. And so they fake like they're going to be a part of the crew team. And theoretically they are. They have to show up to a certain number of practices. But just ask Lori Loughlin and William H. Macy and his wife and some of the other families. Who was the tennis coach? Was it Michael Center?
Yep.
Tennis coach that got caught up in that. Yeah, just ask them about how well that works out. Because it wasn't, I mean, we say crew is the best example, but that's happening on the women's side of things in a lot of different areas where you are essentially allowing bribes to be passed because these guys don't have enough wherewithal, really enough playing time for serious competitors to want to be a part of that program, but they still have scholarships to fill. So they find other ways to do so.
Yeah. And it's just different, man. I mean, no one wants to, I don't want to say nobody, but the difference in NIL money too, because a lot of this is about NIL, and the NCAA is trying to do something to figure out NIL because there just have been no rules and regulations, and it's basically been open season in recent years. I mean, the money for football NIL is significantly more like swimming and diving. Let's use that as an example. That's our most successful athletic program at the University of Texas, but the money pumping into that ain't nothing close to the money that's pumping into football. So to just sit here and almost punish the football program and almost punish football players and say that, nah, you know, it's got to be split amongst all of the student athletes on your campus. Like that feels silly. That feels silly. And that just feels like another stupid NCAA decision that would ultimately backfire and cause people to hate the NC2A even more.
And the insistence that let's go specifically with college football players, the insistence that college football players shouldn't be considered employees of the university becomes especially ridiculous when you take into account that one of the things that Charlie Baker suggested in this letter yesterday is that all of this money, all of these payments, all of these NIL deals are coming directly from the school. The schools are helping to set these deals up with the college athletes. Now, what you'll see, and this is something that has been talked about for a month plus now, is that these collectives, some of which have done a great job of organizing fundraising and finding deals for these student athletes, they will be officially a part of the school or the athletics department going forward. And so at that point, you're telling me that the school or the athletics department, because there is a separation in certain instances, like Texas, their athletics department operates a different set of accounting or a different account financially than what the school does. And there is there's some trade-off back and forth, but the athletics department essentially pays the school, but they also operate their own budget. That's the term that I was looking for. So the athletics department is going to be essentially paying these salaries, this $30,000 at least per student athlete, which is the number that Charlie Baker cited in this letter yesterday. But these guys aren't going to be university employees. Like it's a basic 2 + 2 = 4, or Charlie Baker is trying to insist 2 + 2 = 3 or 5. Like that just doesn't add up. You can't say all of these things are good ideas and then also say in the same breath, but you're not going to be university employees though. What they're trying to do right now with this, and I give him some credit for trying to be a little bit more forward thinking versus the NCAA that for decades now has operated 5, 10, 15 years behind the times, for trying something new. But I think it's also trying to distract from the issues at hand, namely 2 different lawsuits that the NCAA is a part of right now, as are a number of member institutions, totaling more than $4 billion from student athletes from the past who are looking for some sort of revenue sharing and are also looking for some sort of compensation in instances where they have suffered long-term disappointment, long-term disability, and the schools in the NCAA have done very little about it up to this point.
Yep. I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for this. It's almost like the NCAA should be willing to part ways with college football and just like, hey, you guys deal with your own problems. Y'all deal your own thing. We don't want to deal with this shit anymore. But obviously, college football makes them a ton of money. So they're going to try to keep it around, and they're going to keep this student athlete bit going as long as they can. Even though, like, for years, we've known that that's a crock of crap. And really, over the last couple of years, since NIL and the portal and all of what has changed in college sports, it's even more BS that we still try to call these kids student athletes. The NCAA, until the end of time, will try to claim that, no, these aren't university employees. No, these aren't professionals. They are student athletes, and we've got to treat them like students. And it's bad. I mean, it's keeping the sport in a bad spot, and it's making the NCAA look incredibly dumb in the process.
One of the strangest things about this story, dude, because I've seen this on a number of sports sites since it came out yesterday, and I gave it some time, and I checked last night, and I checked this morning, and I'm literally checking right now. This story is very difficult to find on ESPN's website. It is nowhere. It has been nowhere to be found on the front page, like in terms of the top headlines. And even on the college football specific news site through ESPN.com right now, I don't see it anywhere here either. I did yesterday late. I saw it. It was like the 5th or 6th story down, but ESPN doesn't want to touch this story. That should tell you something. That should tell you that ESPN isn't crazy about the idea that Charlie Baker is floating. And there is a good chance that we see happen what you just suggested a few minutes ago. And that's ultimately college football saying, you know what, NCAA, have at it. Do a great job governing some of these other sports. We're our own thing at this point, and we are going to create that separation on our own. You'll still be responsible for a certain level of college football, but SEC, Big Ten, we'll see how many of the Power Four remain a part of this, because in the articles that covered the letter yesterday, they're like, look, there are certain Power Five schools right now that aren't going to be able to cut the parameters that Charlie Baker is suggesting right here. I think it will eventually come down to maybe it's not just SEC and Big Ten, but there will be a specific number of schools that are a part of that top tier of college football, and then everybody else will fall into a Division 2, 3, et cetera, or FCS. You know, whatever they choose to label it with numbers or acronyms or whatever else. There will be that distinction, and it probably happens in 2 years also once this current expanded playoff contract runs out after the 2025 season.
Yeah, I wonder how it works, right? I wonder about trust. It feels like most people don't trust the NCAA at this point, but I just think about the alliance and the crock of shit that was.
Yeah.
And how like 3 conferences are like, oh yeah, no, we'll work together. We won't poach schools from each other. We'll all just combine forces and make sure. Like, I wonder if these conferences and these schools are like, well, do we need the NCAA? Because as shitty as they are, they're like, you know, they're supposed to be fair, and all of us are under their realm right now, and we don't have to worry about people really going rogue at this point. Like, that would be the one fear that I could see some university presidents and some ADs, you know, the people who have to make this decision, potentially having.
Yeah, on my deathbed, I will laugh at the stupidity of the alliance. You can mark my words on that one, but you're exactly right. The NCAA has not been necessary in college football for a long time now. I get their presence at the lower levels, and I get their presence in other sports. Obviously, March Madness is their baby more than anything else right now. And they've done a good job of trying to bring women's basketball along and giving it some of the same respect that the men's game has gotten up until these last couple of years. But it's completely unnecessary in football. I think that they have better leadership in place now with Charlie Baker, but ultimately it's too little too late. There is another governing body that has essentially been formed over these last few years that we call the College Football Playoff Committee. And maybe you do some restructuring with that, but that's the group that people care a hell of a lot more about what they have to say about things than the NCAA. And that's been the case for 5 years now, 5+ years now. Heck, it's been close to 10 years.
Yeah. Since it started in 2014. So yeah, interesting. All right. Well, we'll take your thoughts. Keep the comments coming on the YouTube comments line. Hit us up on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Hair of the Dog says, please do the tomato bet payoff. Throwing tomatoes at Ronald would make my year.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we're not allowing audience participation on this one.
It's for charity, man. You're anti-charity. I forgot it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure my kids, if they had a vote, they would vote to allow the audience to throw rotten vegetables at me.
Yeah, they would. I think your wife would too. And I think our man Tom McKay would as well. Here's a word from Tom.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call for all your home entertainment needs. If you save the time you spend in traffic and big store crowds, you'd have more time with the people you actually enjoy. So smile, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and cheer the game with your friends. Call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to AV Consultations and shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave as well. If you're in the market for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you've got to go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave. They're the absolute best, and they have a ridiculous selection. 7 different brands. You can see some of the logos behind me right now. 7 different brands, 3 dealerships, 42 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs out there at Covert in Bee Cave. They're going to hook you up with a fantastic ride at a fantastic price. The best deals that you could find, also the best service. You know, the old, what do they say? Buying a car sucks, and the used car salesman bit. You don't want to deal with any of those people. That's not the case at Covert Bee Cave. Fantastic people who will make you feel like family. They've been a big-time partner of ours here at Texas Sports Unfiltered from day one. They treat us like family. They're going to treat you the exact same way. Go out there. And also, if you need your vehicle serviced, they've got 86 service bays out there at Covert Bee Cave. So you're not going to have to wait all day to get your oil changed or to get something looked at on your car. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out because they know you've got more important stuff than waiting for someone to work on your car. Go to their website, covertbcave.com, for more information, and go out there and see them off of 71. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And also shout out to Olipop as well. Trey, you had any Olipops recently?
No, because we blew through the supply that you provided for us, and I've just been lazy about going out and getting some more. But every time you talk about it, it makes my mouth salivate, not just for the root beer, which I'm a root beer snob. It is on par with the best root beers out there. But man, that cherry cola, I'm telling you, I didn't think I'd ever taste anything anywhere close to what the cherry Coke flavor, but Olipop cherry cola or cherry soda, I apologize if I'm butchering the name there, surpasses that.
Cherry cola. No, you're right. It's legit. It is legit. That's one of my favorite flavors as well. The grape is awesome. The cream soda. Have you tried the cream soda yet?
I'm not a big cream soda guy, but because Olipop does it so well, I will try their cream soda because they knock it out of the park with the other flavors that I'm so fond of.
Yep. Trey's a believer. Bucky's in on it. Chip's a huge fan. Just about everybody who's tried Olipop is bought in. Keep getting texts and tweets from y'all saying the same thing. If you haven't tried it yet, don't miss out. Olipop, great tasting soda that is actually good for you. You can pick it up wherever you get your groceries. All right, Trey, we'll get back into some Texas football here in a moment, but what about some Texas basketball? Huge game for the Longhorns tonight in Milwaukee at the Fiserv Forum, taking on Shaka Smart and the Marquette Golden Eagles. Texas ranked number 12 in the most recent AP poll. Marquette ranked number 8. Marquette's actually coming off of a loss. They lost to Wisconsin in a big rivalry game up there over the weekend. Texas hasn't played since last Thursday when the Longhorns had that weird game against Texas State. We didn't talk too much about that because obviously there were a lot of football happenings going on with UT, but Texas was up 25-4 in that game, and then Texas State took a lead in the second half. The Longhorns came back, they won, and they kind of cruised towards the end. But Texas and Marquette, Trey, a really, really good, probably the last real non-conference test this team has. I know they play LSU next weekend in Houston, but LSU's I mean, they had their chance against UConn. They came up short at the Garden. Now they've got a big-time opportunity in the Big 12 Big East Challenge against a top 10 Marquette team that is really, really good.
Yeah, it's a bummer that Dylan DeSue is not a part of things just yet, but he is working his way back into the lineup. They're saying mid-December right now, so if so, that's maybe 10 days or less away for him. But this has still been a fun basketball team to watch, so I look forward to seeing what they can do and if they can show some improvements in a better environment than MSG a few weeks ago, which obviously was neutral court, and see how that hostility affects them. I feel like they will play up to the hatred. But then again, maybe I'm just skewed by watching the football team embracing the hate all season long. This is a fun team to watch. Where you're talking about Max Asmus and his scoring ability. Obviously, Tyrese Hunter and Dylan Mitchell have looked pretty good so far this year. And then a guy like Caden Shedrick, who has been good on both ends of the floor. It should be a fun one.
Yeah, Tyrese Hunter from Racine, Wisconsin, so kind of a homecoming for him. Brock Cunningham, the only player on this Texas team who was a part of the Shaka Smart era in Austin. So I guess a little bit of a revenge game for him, although I don't think he hated Shaka Smart or anything like that. I'm trying to figure out who this game means the most to, Trey. Does it mean more to Shaka? Does it mean more to the Texas team? Does it mean more to Texas fans? Like, who cares the most about this game? I think it's me. I think I care the most about this game. But, like, does this game mean a lot to you because of Shaka Smart's 6 years in Austin?
No, I think it means the most to Shaka. Because my guess is that Shaka is in his own head justifying that the firing was bullshit, even though the writing had been on the wall for at least a couple of seasons, that he wasn't going to be the guy long term. And so, yeah, it's when you get fired by somebody, there's some sour grapes there and you want to prove them wrong. And so, yeah, Shaka Smart is, I don't know how much he's going to throw at things because they are obviously, they've gotten back to that havoc method at Marquette, which Texas fans were constantly asking about during his time here in Austin. But he's going to make sure that his guys are ready to go tonight. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Marquette win, but I also wouldn't be surprised to see Texas win either because Shaka Smart is the coach on the other sideline.
Well, if this game was in the NCAA tournament, I'd feel a lot better about it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, unless it's in the NIT, and then they might have a chance because half our guys opted out.
Yeah. Yeah, like Marquette's really good. They started the year in the top 5. They beat Kansas pretty good early in the season. There are 2 losses. I mentioned one to Wisconsin. The other one was to a Purdue team that's ranked in the top 5. Marquette's got 2 really, really good guards. It's going to be a test. You brought up Max Asmus. Teams are kind of going after Max Asmus on the defensive end of the floor just because he's undersized and he's not a great defender. He'd probably tell you that. Yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup. Cam Jones and Tyler Kolek, the backcourt for Marquette. Those 2 guys can absolutely ball. So, yeah, that's the matchup right there. You've got tons of scoring for the 4 starting guards. If you include Asmus and Hunter for Texas, it's going to be a lot of fireworks from those guys. But, yeah, defensively could be a challenge for the Longhorns on the perimeter. And then we'll see how Caden Shedrick does against Ighodaro. I kept calling him Osa Odigizua, but that guy's on the Cowboys. I kept getting that wrong. They've got a guy, Oso Ighodaro, which is way too effing close to Osa Odigizua. Like that, it's absurd that those 2 guys are good athletes with names like that because those are the most out there names in the world, and they're almost the exact same. It's annoying.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try and pronounce either last name. I'll just let you keep doing that.
Yeah, let me dig my hole a little bit further here. I appreciate that. Yeah, this will be a big one for Texas. Once again, their last really tough non-conference game. They're going to have plenty of chances to bolster the resume in the Big 12 because this conference is the best in the country. I mean, you've got like 6 or 7 teams, I think, ranked in the top 25 right now. So, yeah, Texas will have opportunities in conference play to pick up those quadrant 1 wins. But in the non-con, kind of a weaker slate for Texas. You mentioned they lost that UConn game. This is sort of the last big one outside of the Big 12. So this would be a huge win on the road against a top 10 team that has national championship aspirations, even though Shaka Smart's the head coach. Would love for the Longhorns to find a way to win. And I just hate Shaka Smart. So actually that's really the biggest reason.
You hate him?
I went with the analyst bit for a little bit. Like, here's why this would be good for Texas. Now, why it would be good for Texas is because it'd be good for me. Because Shaka Smart.
Do you just hate Shaka because he never delivered here in Austin? Or
2 reasons. He knocked Kansas out in 2011, and really, Kansas beat itself. Everyone gave Shaka a bunch of credit for that. I've never seen a team miss more wide open shots in my entire life than Kansas did on that day. And that should have been a championship for Kansas because that was the worst Final Four we've ever had in terms of like quality of teams. And then that got Shaka the job. And I would have forgiven Shaka. I would have forgiven him if he was a good coach at Texas. I would have gotten over that Elite Eight game. But Shaka wasted 6 years of my effing life, dude. Like 6 years, 0 tournament wins at Texas. Are you kidding me? Like, come on, man. The guy sucked as a head
I will
coach.
still maintain. Now, I don't have the memory that Kevin Dunn does, so I don't remember things throughout most of the 1980s with Texas basketball. But the embarrassment of Texas basketball Twitter calling us national champions after that NIT championship was a low point. That was going full Aggie in that situation. Sorry, Texas fans, you can say it's not, but that went full fucking Aggie right there. It was complete embarrassment for the program, but for the school on the whole too.
I think most Texas fans agree with you, and that's saying something. That's how bad it was. Like, because we'll do anything to be disassociated with A&M, but yeah, that and then the loss to ACU, which is the worst loss in program history. Now it got Shaka out of here.
Yeah,
and we thought we had our savior at head coach, and maybe Rodney Terry is that guy now. Who knows? But yeah, no, that two of our lowest moments as Texas basketball fans happened under Shaka Smart, amidst all of the other low moments that happened with Texas basketball under Shaka Smart. So I would like to win a lot, please. Who wears a polo with a long sleeve shirt under it? Loser.
Yeah.
Now I'm taking personal shots. I got to be careful here.
Adults who are dressing like 13-year-old children.
Bad bit right there. Texas and Marquette, 7:00 on FS1. God, I haven't looked at the announcers. Is there a chance that it's Gus and Raft on this call? Is Gus Johnson back to doing basketball yet since like the college football regular season is over? If we get Gus on this game tonight, that'd be incredible.
That would be sweet. You know what else is sweet?
What you got?
As we stick in college sports, but shift to football for a second.
Yeah.
Looks like Oregon and Oregon State have just finalized continuing the Civil War next year and beyond. So not all schools that are going from one place to another completely spurn their rival in the process. That's fantastic. And I hope this is the start of something along these lines for everyone from Washington State to Oklahoma State, and plenty of other rivalries that are going away now that we're seeing a huge shift in realignment starting next year.
Can't call it the Civil War anymore, dude.
What is it?
The battle for states' rights.
No, really?
No, but they have tried to get rid of the Civil War name.
Oh, fuck you, gun-toting hippies. You guys know exactly what that is. It's the Civil War, just like BYU Utah is the Holy War. You can call it something, just like the Red River Shootout is that, not the Red River Rivalry. You can call it what you want to, but we're still going to always refer to it as the Sears Tower and Town Lake and the Civil motherfucking War, bitches.
Amen. Great rant right there. Yeah, I think Oregon and Oregon State fans feel the same way. I don't know who made that call, but the fans are like, no, it's the Civil War. That's great. Good for the Pac-12 or whatever's left of the Pac-12, because Washington and Washington State have also agreed to keep the Apple Cup going. So shout out to the adults in the room for actually being adults. You know, the people at Texas and Texas A&M were dressed like Shaka Smart with polos and long sleeves, acting like little effing kids. We're too good for them. We're too good for that. Like, these games should have been played. And I'm glad, Oregon and Oregon State and Washington and Wazoo are keeping their games around. That's good. That's the worst part of realignment, Trey, is losing rivalries. And it's good that some of these schools realize that it's important to keep rivalries around, because that's what makes college sports so great.
Exactly. It's a big reason why sports in general, but college sports are as fun as they are.
Amen.
We were all worse off for not getting Texas and A&M over the last 10 plus years now.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, it's Jason Benetti and Bill Raftery on the call tonight. So we do get Raft. Benetti's really good.
I like Benetti a lot, yeah.
That's a solid tandem. No Gus, unfortunately, but Raft is my favorite color commentator in any sport. So I love that dude.
Onions.
Minimum. Excited for that. All right, before we get to where we at in society, Trey, I want to get your thoughts on A&M's offensive coordinator hire. They're going to the Big 12 and hiring a former Big 12 quarterback and also Big 12 offensive coordinator, Colin Klein, who's been the OC at K-State the last couple of years, is the reported hire. I don't think it's official yet, but you've got enough folks who cover A&M and college football saying that it's going to happen. I don't think this is a Mark Stoops type of situation here. Colin Klein expected to be the new OC in Aggieland. Your thoughts on this one?
I mean, I think it has a chance to be a good hire for A&M. A lot of that depends on the players that they bring in to run that system, but I was impressed with what he was able to do over these last couple of years now. His development of quarterbacks, his usage of Avery Johnson, the true freshman this year at times. Will Howard still remained the guy for a majority of the season. Will Howard now in the transfer portal, by the way. And if nothing else, I think this sets up the possibility that A&M becomes contenders for Riley Leonard's services, the Duke quarterback this last season, who turned a lot of heads, especially earlier in the year. And so, unfortunately, he got hurt. What was it in that Notre Dame game, and had a bit of a struggle the rest of the way. But he's been linked to Notre Dame for the last few days since officially entering the transfer portal. I think he would make a lot of sense in a Colin Klein offense. So maybe I'm speaking out of turn here because he's already committed to Notre Dame, but don't be surprised to see A&M enter the Riley Leonard sweepstakes.
Yeah, and Will Howard's also in the portal. Did you say that already?
Yes, you know what? I did say that, but I didn't put that together. That is a possibility too, for sure.
So maybe, the Aggies go after Will Howard. I mean, they still have Connor Wegman coming back. I assume Connor Wegman would be the incumbent to be the starting quarterback, but maybe Elko didn't like what he saw from Wegman enough before he got hurt last year. I don't know.
I'm not recalling how good was Wegman with his legs, because Colin Klein obviously is a player, but as an OC as well, asks his quarterbacks to do some things with their legs at times.
Yeah, solid. Wegman's a pretty decent athlete, so they could make that work. K-State's offense has been ranked in the top 30 in total offense the last couple of years. The only 2 years where Klein has been the OC/play caller in Manhattan. I will say this though, Texas fans. Colin Klein is 0-7 as a coach against the University of Texas, because Texas has beaten K-State 7 times in a row, and Colin Klein was a part of the staff for all 7 of those games. So, but no, I think I'm with you. I think this has a chance to be a pretty good hire. Not the splashiest hire in the world. You were hearing like Kingsbury, it feels like they are cheaping out a little bit, and some people think they cheaped out with Mike Elko at head coach. It's like you're going to pay your coach $70-something million to leave, and then you're going to bring in Elko and Colin Klein instead, when it feels like you could have had all the money in the world. But we'll see. I mean, A&M went with the splashy route the last time, and it didn't work out. So maybe them going with the more substance over style could be good for them.
Dude, A&M is hemorrhaging players in the transfer portal right now. So they've got to figure out a way to slow that tide, because there are a lot of former highly rated, highly recruited guys who have actually been decent contributors for that football team these last few years who want no part of this program now.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. The attrition continues in Aggie land for sure. Okay. We've got about 9 minutes left in today's edition of Midday with Trey and BK. Quick shout out to our friends at GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. If you're in the market for new furniture, GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. That is where you need to go. You don't have to leave your house. Don't go to that blue and yellow Swedish store. I don't like the Swedish people anyways. Don't go there. Those meatballs suck. Don't waste your time. You're going to get lost in that place. Then you're going to buy something. It's going to take you 14 hours to put it together, and then you realize a piece is missing and it doesn't work. Get you real nice furniture that's going to last you for a long time. You can get that at GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. They're custom leather furniture. Been around since 1991, and this stuff is built to last. So it looks amazing. It's comfortable as hell, and it is going to last you and your family decades. That's right, decades. If you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off your purchase over there at GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. Trey, recorded or live today, my friend?
Let's go recorded with Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite
Pest
control.
Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
Right, it is. You look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, we will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism. As us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. But sadly, BK, today is not that day. Start today's Where Are We At story with the basic question. Would you want somebody who is considered an expert enough to teach subject matter, to have real world experience in that subject? Whether we're talking about a football coach who played and who has coached throughout their lives, or maybe a personal trainer, somebody who trains you at a gym. By the way, are you still you planning to work out today?
I am.
All right, let's go.
Yeah. Should I lift today, or should I just do cardio today and save the lift for tomorrow?
Do a little bit of both. Cardio is the least efficient way that you can exercise, but it's good to get at least a little bit in there. But if you were to hire somebody who were to help you working out, would you want a fat slob, or would you want somebody who has shown the ability to get themselves in really good shape?
I'd want Mike McCarthy so I could tell him how to coach better. But I guess that wouldn't have much to do with the working out. So, no, I'd go with the guy who's in good shape, who clearly has spent some time at the gym instead of at the donut shop.
I'm glad you said that. It's with those things in mind that we bring you the story of a Texas mom and sex educator who was just fired from her job in a high school for being a sex worker.
Oh, I thought it was going to be virgin. I'm like, that is a twist.
Ashley Ketcherside, really her name, not a pun, is 38, and she is in Godley, Texas, which is near Dallas. She, on top of, until recently, being the sex ed teacher at her local school, was also a prostitute in a past life, so much so that she has 2 prostitution convictions in 2012 and 2016. Known to her current clients, because she was still active, as Lola Brea, she now appears to be working as a legal escort with an active website. Escort work, which is where clients pay for company and not sex necessarily, is actually permitted under Texas law, while prostitution, aka selling sex, is not. Ketcherside, whose maiden name is Ashley Villalobos, which isn't nearly as cool as Ketcherside for a prostitute, was exposed to her employers after parents raised concerns about multiple businesses she said she owned but didn't expand on what they were. Although there's no suggestion that Ketcherside current work was illegal or that she posed a threat to children, she was a part of the School Health Advisory Council, which recommends health education protocols for students to student boards.
Okay, what's the problem here? She's as experienced as they come.
Well, the group that she was a part of essentially suggests curriculum for various grade levels within the school district. And according to Mary Lowe, who is a part of the nonprofit group Families Engaged for Effective Education, said, quote, "I don't see any community wanting that to be the standard for their school district. We can do better, and we must do better. I believe that parents need to know." Yeah, you're going to have single dads or maybe some married dads trying to apply for her services in the process. You know why I say that?
When's parent-teacher day? When's the conference?
I think that's a valid question. Now, why might some dads be trying to sign up for her services? Well, because she's really attractive. How about this picture?
Whoa. Whoa.
Picture from her legal website as an escort.
That wasn't her
right there. She is attractive.
Oh, and a hockey sweater.
Oh, she's wearing the Dallas Stars hockey sweater. We may have met your future wife right here, my friends.
Wow. Hold on. What school is she at? I'm pulling the Billy Madison here and going back.
Godley Independent School District. Look at that picture. I mean, she's a good-looking woman.
She is. Will you scroll back up a little bit to maybe the second picture?
Helping you out with the spank bank? Is that what we're doing here?
No, well, this is just research. I wonder if that's her GISD staff picture. Is that the one on the website? That one right there?
I mean, it looks like even though she's wearing underwear, it looks like the crack is blurred out. So maybe it is. Maybe she's trying to pass that off as her Godly ISD profile picture.
So she wasn't sleeping with any of the students, was she? Because that's obviously something that happens all the time.
No, and yeah, she'd been busted for hooking a couple of times in the past. One of those is more than 10 years ago. The other one was 7, almost 8 years ago.
Who better to learn about sex from than a sex worker? She's got more experience than anybody. She knows what you should do. She knows what you shouldn't do, what you can do, what you can't do. This is the type of woman we want educating our youth. There's no way around it.
There is a good chance that she's going to have exceptional advice for these young people who don't know any better and help them to protect themselves from STDs or having to live that hooker lifestyle, you know?
Yeah.
Like maybe she can share some of her background story that led to her having to do this, or maybe it's something she enjoys enough that she may encourage some of America's youth that's incapable of being present or forming sentences to other humans, person to person, that, hey, you may have a future for yourself as well where you make a decent living.
Now you're saying prostitutes are dumb and can't read or write?
Not all. I'm saying that there are a lot of stupid kids out there right now who may as well sell themselves once they are of legal age, of course, because their prospects are pretty dim otherwise.
Yeah, that could be an issue if she's trying to recruit high school kids to be prostitutes.
Not trying to recruit. I'm sorry. I've just
NIL money. What is she doing here?
Above board with all the recommendations that she's made, the sex ed recommendations she's made for the godly ISD. But she is still an escort, and she has gotten busted as a hooker in the past. And that is a problem.
Shout out to any boy at that school who was able to bag that. That'd be impressive. Well done.
Somebody's asking on the YouTube comments line, what's her name? Ashley Catcherside.
Catcherside. Not centerfold.
Catcher outside. How about that?
I didn't have any teachers that looked like that back in my day.
Nope.
God, I see some of these teachers now, and it's just like, where were those? Where were those when I was in school? Not that I had nearly enough game growing up to lock any of them down, but even to look at just would have been nice. I got so many just old hags. Yeah,
I had like secondary high school football coaches teaching our sex ed class at Newman Smith High School. Think anybody wanted to watch that guy put a condom on a banana?
I don't think I had a sex ed class in high school. I took one at UT. I took some sort of sex related class at Texas, and I don't know what it was because I probably went 3 times. But the teacher, not attractive. Not like Catch Me Outside. How about that girl?
Well,
I wouldn't mind having her as a. Oh, she better be 18. Let me double check before I make sure I.
She's 18 now because she's doing as well as maybe anybody on OnlyFans. It is absurd how much she is making on OnlyFans.
Oh, she's 20.
Yeah.
Bahad Bahabi. Danielle Brigoli.
I still remember you talking about her when, gosh, she had to have been 14 or 15 at the time.
Yeah, that Dr. Phil episode. It's the best Dr. Phil episode of all time. She became a legend from that. And even though that happened years before she turned 18, she became so famous from that deal that she was still able and is still able to make money off of it. She's now 20, so 6 years later. She's pregnant. It's not mine. Is it yours, CB?
That is unfortunate for that baby that's about to be her mom.
Oh, God. Yep. That's probably a mean thing to say, but it's accurate in this instance, isn't it?
I'm sure that she would give me props for making that observation. She probably agrees with me. Shit, she's, the amount of money that she's going to make, hopefully she's pawning that kid off on somebody else who's going to love it a little bit more than bad Bahabi is going to.
She's going to take it to the Pawn Stars. Is that what you mean by pawning it off?
Dude, it's either that or starting an OnlyFans for the baby. I don't know how legal that is, but that dumb broad is going to try.
All right, let me see. I'm trying to pull up a picture of her. Why are these all so zoomed out? Yeah, she announced that she was pregnant the other day, apparently. Here's a baby bump version of Danielle Brigoli. Would?
God, no, dude.
Oh, because she's got a kid inside of her? That's a fair reason.
No, before that even.
Really?
Yes, really.
How many beers?
This is going to be similar to the conversation from yesterday or 2 days ago. If you throw a keg and knock me out, throw it on top of it and knock me out and prop it up with popsicle sticks, then sure. But I no, because she's going to say something, and then I'm going to have to say something back, and it never even gets close to that point.
We're not worried about talking here, dude. All right, you're telling me, hold on. You're telling me it'd be the same number of beers for this as it would be for...
I'm ready to pee over here. Oh my... Sorry, everybody.
Are you serious?
Okay, let me...
You know who else might do that at some point in their lives? Bahad Bahabi is probably going to try and pull some shit like that 20 years down the road when she looks similar to that woman shape-wise. Hell, she's probably charging people on OnlyFans right now to do something along those lines in the privacy of her own $1 million home.
Dude, Danielle Bregoli is having a baby. She's pregnant, and she's still not even half as big as the big kahuna that we just showed you.
Yeah, you're right about that. That woman is hideous. But it's okay to say no to both. It's not like this is an either-or situation. You're not telling me you got to choose Dolly Parton, Bahad Bahabi, or the woman who's dropping trow and trying to take a leak all over the airplane aisle. Like, I can say no to all three of those things.
Yeah, you can. I'm just mad at you for saying it would take the same number of beers for you to, because you're basically putting them in the same category there.
I'm telling you, giving me all three of those opportunities, I'd probably have to go Dolly Parton first, and I wouldn't feel good about it.
And the Cowboys cheerleader get up.
Just as long as she's not wearing that Cowboys cheerleader outfit. That's too much.
Oh man, what a show today. What a story. Nice find by you. Shout out to Catch Me Outside. How about that? Danielle Bregoli and the sex ed teacher from, what was the city? Godly,
Texas.
Godly?
I've heard of a lot of Texas cities. I've never heard of that one before.
I'm sure Craig Way could tell us how to get there in 5 seconds.
Hopefully Craig can't tell us too much about the escort service that Catcher Side is running.
How that would be a twist during the next Longhorn Weekly if Craig started talking about that. I don't know what I would do there.
Catcher side wearing lace with black trim down the side.
She had her name.
Bring it back to this one.
She had her name across the chest in all white capital block print lettering.
Light my tower orange.
There it is.
Come on, man. She drinks Olipop root beer.
Well, then she'd be a keeper if that were the case.
That would get Trey to change his mind.
That root beer is delicious, as Chip can attest to, because he's drinking some right now.
Oh, yeah. What's the word, fellas? What's coming up today on the show?
Oh, man. I mean, the tailgate has begun. We're only 26 days away from the Sugar Bowl, so we're off and running. Our weekly conversation with John Brown, the crazy world of John Brown at 1:30. Check in Amon Ra with another touchdown for the Lions. And, the chip shot, the right call. I'm hoping to get some extreme pettiness today from my man Doomsday.
We'll see.
He's going to give us the preview of all previews of Texas Marquette basketball.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not going to lie.
No, that was not a very confident sound right there.
Oh, not confident. Not confident. Yeah.
You know, Shaka wants to win this game more than anybody else in that arena tonight, Zay.
Hell yeah. And they just lost too, during that Big 12 championship game, halftime, I was flipping over to Fox and watching Marquette lose to Wisconsin. So losing to that in-state rival that they did, I know Shaka's team is going to be foaming at the mouth to get back on the court. And as you said, Trey, with the Horns coming into town, Shaka, has a competitor. He definitely wants this one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, guys.
Hey, Shaka is the king of the regular season, baby.
Yeah, I told Trey earlier if this game was in the tournament, I'd feel very confident that Texas would win. But it's in December, so I'm with Zay. I'm a little bit nervous tonight.
Yeah, this is when Shaka gets his shots off.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. All right, guys. We'll leave.
All right, fellas. Great show.
Appreciate you guys. We'll be locked in.
Great show, fellas.
Thank y'all.
Hey.
That's an ugly ass
More
woman.
words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice, and we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, on a wild and woolly Wednesday. 26 days to the Sugar Bowl. And Zay, first of all, how you doing, my man? How's it going?
I'm good,
How you
man.
doing? Really? Like,
I'm
really
great.
doing?
I'm great. Again, not looking forward to tonight's game. Hope Rodney Terry's team shows me something. But as you just said, 26 days away from the Sugar Bowl and Texas having a chance to get to the national championship game. So, yeah, that's making me feel very nice. Very nice. How about you, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. What up, CB? From one CB to another. CB, Chris Bennett, greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio.
The history of radio.
I'd like to think that CB started in Austin radio with me and Sean. I'd like to think that is true because now everybody claims CB, but I'd like to think that he started off, back in the day.
Yeah, when I was getting in the game, I'd tell CB this all the time. I feel like he's helped me so many times where it's just early morn and you don't really have anything that you could trying to build up the energy to find stuff on just a random day. And it's like 5 a.m. and CB somehow's up already, even though he's in the Pacific Northwest. And the dude just constantly on Twitter putting out good stuff. I find something from his page and I use it for the show that I'm on, and it ends up being a great bit and stuff. So yeah, CB, that's my guy. Chris Bennett, you're a legend, brother.
Look at that. He says yes. 2007.
Damn.
1530 ESPN radio, me, Sean, David Anderson. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, everyone else in radio, you're welcome.
Right.
CB has, I say that and I'm not kidding. Greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. Look at that, Zay. He's helped you. He helps me all the time. He helps all of us.
All of us, yeah.
Sean always wondered when the guy slept.
CB's the reason why I found the Aaron Rodgers thing yesterday, because CB was out retweeting it and talking about it. And I was like, oh, Aaron Rodgers throwing up horns down? Okay. This would be great to talk about. Still petty and salty about not making the Rose Bowl, but ended up losing to Texas Tech in their bowl game anyway. All right, cool. I'll take it. So, yeah, it's still happening, man. Gotta love it.
Oh, yeah. Jason says, CB, probably the one guy I want to buy a drink and chill with. Oh, yeah, man.
You'll never meet him. That's one thing. You'll never meet him.
Yeah.
I feel like Trey Elling's tried really hard to meet him, and CB, he's good with not just being, behind the scenes. I'm cool with that.
He's Kaiser Sose.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I'm good with it.
Yeah, man. CB, we appreciate you, man. We appreciate you. All right. So Zay, Anthony Hill. I don't feel like we've talked enough about Anthony Hill, freshman linebacker for the Texas Longhorns. He was the #1 rated linebacker in the nation in the 2023 recruiting cycle out of Denton Ryan. And he committed to the Longhorns, and this was the dude I was most excited about. He and Derek Williams, because Derek Williams' nickname out of high school was the Raptor. We need to check in on that, see if it's still the Raptor, because Deshaun Elliott kind of changed his nicknames. I thought he had, he was the Kraken coming out of high school, and then he changed it to the Joker. And, I was like, one step behind. One time I'm interviewing him, I'm like, "You still going by the crack?" And he's like, "No, man, no one calls me that anymore, man. It's the Joker." I'm like, "Oh, whoops." But Anthony Hill, leading tackler in the Big 12 title game, Zay, forced a fumble. I didn't realize this. He went to middle school with Ollie Gordon. So there was some jawing on the field between those two. And it was all in fun, Anthony Hill said. But yeah, Ollie Gordon, who went to Euless Trinity, and Anthony Hill, who went to Denton Ryan, went to middle school together. But when I say Anthony Hill, what's the first thing that pops into your mind?
Intensity. You know, a kid that's fearless, a kid that's the moment's never too big for him. And that's gotten better week by week. And obviously his coming out party wasn't that Alabama game where he was all over Jalen Milroe just as a spy, him going to the stands and looking at the crowd saying, "This is my shit." Like, the dude he's well beyond his years. And he definitely deserved Defensive Freshman of the Year in the Big 12 because every time he hits somebody, like, it's a big time hit. Like, I'm surprised that he hasn't had any targeting calls because the dude, that's kind of shows his, maturity. The fact that he could control all that intensity and be as physical as he is, but not get flagged really. Now he gets flagged every once in a while for sportsmanlike conduct stuff, but you like that though. Like the flag that he got, what game was it? Was it Tech? He got on sportsmanlike call against Tech, I think. And I love David Benda, one of the pressers. He talked about, we got to kind of tame Anthony Hill down just a little bit because he gets a little turned up. But again, you got to have guys like that on the squad. And by year, he's going to get better and better. And the fact that, I felt like at the beginning of the season, there were times where he might have had too much on his plate. You go back to the Wyoming game where the Horns gave up that big time run. That was Ant Hill's fault. But again, he's going from spying on Jalen Milroe one week to playing alongside Jalen Ford the other as more of a traditional linebacker. He just as an edge rusher at times. Like, they move him around a lot. So I think just him getting better week by week, watching film week by week on himself and the opponent, understanding what Pete Kwiatkowski and now Nevada head coach Jeff Choate want from him and going out there and showing that. Again, his confidence is out the roof right now, and I love the way he's been playing and the fact that he's the second leading tackler on this squad behind Jalen Ford as a freshman shows why it was such a big deal when the Horns flipped him from College Station.
Yeah, and you think about the fact that he's replacing DeMarvion Overshown, and Overshown was the second leading tackler on the team last year behind Jalen Ford. Now Anthony Hill, and that was Overshown as a fourth-year player. Anthony Hill's a freshman, and Hill has more sacks than Overshown had last year. Overshown had 10 tackles for loss. Anthony Hill has 7.5. And Anthony Hill doesn't have as many batted passes or broken up passes as Overshown had. Overshown had 4. Anthony Hill had 2, but he has more quarterback hurries. And obviously he has that forced fumble. Neither one of them had interceptions. So you look at that and you say, man, this guy has just taken to it. And if you think about the fact that he was sort of a situational pass rusher at the beginning of the year and evolved into the starter weak side linebacker, about mid-season is when he kind of started getting more snaps than David Benda. But Anthony Hill can do different things, as you mentioned. I mean, you can put him up on the line. You can, he's their highest rated linebacker in pass coverage, which is not none of their linebackers are what DeMarvion Overshown was in pass coverage. Because Overshown was so long and he would lay out to break up passes. And but still, that's saying a lot because Mo Blackwell is a former safety and he's higher rated as a, pass coverage linebacker than Mo Blackwell and Jalen Ford. So the bottom line is he's not a finished product and he will tell you that, but look at how far he's come in year one. And it's so funny because when I was talking to him after the Big 12 title game, I said, do you think this was possible? And he's like, I thought we could build something here, do something special. And he said, now that we've done this is the standard for my next couple of years. Like couple of years. He's a
three and done.
He's already three. He's already 3 and done, Zay.
Yeah.
I don't blame him.
Right? Yeah, I love the stats compared to DeMarvion Overshown because he took his number and ran with it. Like, it wasn't like Agent 01, no punk. Like, DeMarvion Overshown, I wish he was healthy, play for the Cowboys right now. We know he tore his ACL, but that dude, coming from a safety to a linebacker, the way he did, like we saw him struggle at that just natural transition that you would have moving positions. But once he figured it out that last year, oh my gosh, man, the dude was a menace and he was able to go crazy. And you're right. The fact that Ant Hill's doing it as a freshman, like he's a leader. Talking about this as the standard, like that's leadership to me. Because again, Jalen Ford, he's gone this year. So you're the man now. And like, you're the man. You're the one that's going to be calling all the shots. You're the one that's going to be making sure guys are in the right position. Now, if you're Pete Kwiatkowski, you know how versatile Ant Hill is. He can't always do that. You're going to have to put him on the line, move him around, a lot like what they do with Michael Parsons, with Dan Quinn, with the Cowboys. So, yeah, I think he could be that type of player. I really do. Again, that's why he had so much hype coming out of Denton Ryan. Like, the dude has that Michael Parsons just vibe about him, that he's so much more athletic than 90-something% of the field, and he just does things that you've never seen before. Like, it's that just peanut punch in the Big 12 championship game to force a fumble that Ethan Burke jumped on, like the instincts, like that's the getting better stuff. That's the, okay, I'm so comfortable with knowing where I'm supposed to be at on every single down and being in the right spot. Now I could just go play football. Because at this point, once you're 12 games in, 13 games in, that's how it should feel. Like yes, you change signals and you tweak things from week to week, but all in all, you know what you're supposed to do as a defender and an offensive player during this time of the year. If you don't, you're not playing. That's just what it is. Like, coaches don't trust you, especially with all that's at stake. Coaches ain't going to trust you to throw you out there if you don't know your assignment. So Ant Hill, he clearly does. And now he could just go play freely and not really have a care in the world and just play that fun, physical football that he grew up playing as a Pop Warner kid. And you're seeing it from week to week, man. I love the dude. Like, the dude, and he has a baby face too. He looks like he's still 16 years old. I'm like, how is this dude this just ferocious? Like, it's not adding up to me. He looks like a baby. He looks like a church kid. You know what I'm saying? And then when he puts that helmet on, it's like, shit, that dude, that light bulb comes on, that switch gets flicked, and you see a different guy out there. And
even Steve Sarkisian said his tackles look and feel different. And I mean, he picks up people and throws them down, and that forced fumble, some of those tackles on Ollie Gordon, he had Ollie Gordon frustrated. He had his middle school buddy frustrated. And I can't wait to see how they use him in this Washington game because, look, that's I just would say dictate as best you can to the Huskies. Don't react to the Huskies. So I know they're going to do more than just have him shoot gaps to rush the passer, but I need to see him in that role a bit. You know, he may be the guy who, he may be the guy they just move all over the place. I mean, he could be up on the line 1 second. He could be, the spy on Dylan Johnson the next, and who knows, but he's going to be in the middle of it all because that's just where he ends up. And I said to Jalen Ford, talk about Anthony Hill's progress. And he was like, dude, he's already a star. And he's like, I hope he's better than me. If he's not, I'll be disappointed. And he goes, I just can't wait to see this guy, where he's going and what's going to happen next. Because the cool thing, Zay, is Jalen Ford's a dog, but he's not that in-your-face bad cop, whereas Anthony Hill, he'll get after you if I see that in his DNA, that he's going to be a guy that's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
You got more than that. And that's what they need. You need that in your middle linebacker position. You need that dog who's on top of it all. So,
Ant Hill's that guy that will fight someone in practice. That's who Ant Hill is. If you piss him off, like, damn you being my teammate, yo, this game's physical. Don't do anything that's going to piss me off. Do anything dirty or after the whistle. If so, I'm going to let you know what's up. Like, I won't be surprised these upcoming years, or if we just hear stories about this team and practicing, year on, years out and stuff, because there is a story where Casey Studdard and Mike Griffin got into it. And Casey Studdard let you know, I think he got a couple of good shots on my guy, Booyah Love, Mike Griff. So it happens. It happens to the best teams. One of the best teams in college football history, that 05 squad team. They were fighting in practice.
Griff, if you're listening right now, text us, and let's get the 411 on this.
He owed me $1,000. He's been lying about that for almost 20 years. But anyway, yeah, man, like Ant Hill's that type of dude. Call him. Yeah, I feel it. Call him. But Jalen Ford, I think he understands his leadership. Like, he can't do things like that. He can't cost teams like unsportsmanlike penalties or things like that. Like, he knows better. And he just has so much responsibility, him and Johnny Barron, just making sure everybody's in the right spot and everybody knows the plays and stuff from down to down. But yeah, Ant Hill, he's going to have to figure out more of that leadership role, especially when 41 leaves, because, Jalen Ford, to say something like that, like, dude, you should have won Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year in 2022. Like, for you to say, yo, if he's not better than me, I'm going to be upset. I mean, that's a lot of pressure on the dude, but I know exactly what he means. Like, Jalen Ford was, a 3-star coming in, Ant Hill 5-star. So there's a difference there. It took Jalen Ford a couple of years to figure it out. Ant Hill, he's doing it year one. So that's what he means there. But, man, it's been a thing to watch. Like, before the season started, you would hear Ant Hill was just he's a good rush guy. That's kind of what all the players were saying. Like, he's a really good rush guy and he has a lot of potential. And now look what they're saying about him. Like, he proved to that team and the coaching staff, like, yo, yeah, I'm a 5-star, but y'all are going to see why I'm for real. And again, once he figured out the playbook and stuff, man, sky's the limit from year.
He's the third highest rated tackler on the team, according to Pro Football Focus, your favorite.
That's my shit.
Third highest rated tackler on the team. Believe it or not, Ryan Watts is number 1.
Interesting.
Yeah. And Terrence Brooks is number 2.
Let's go, T. Brooks. We're locked in, baby. We're locked in. Once you finish finals, dog, we're locked in. We're locked in, man.
Who's just getting focused?
Focused. He ain't scared. What I was saying earlier, he ain't scared. He's focused. He knows this matchup. He knows this makes his career. I've been seeing people in national media talking about, oh, if you're the defenses for both sides, this ain't going to be good draft tape. Damn that. This is what you want for draft tape. If you're somebody like Terrence Brooks, Malik Muhammad and stuff, remember Derek Stingley Jr., his freshman year with LSU? He only played like 3 games after his freshman year, but now he's making big-time plays for the Texans and stuff, and you saw how for real he was early because they were playing against big-time players in Alabama. Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, he had those guys locked up at times. You know, like all you need is a couple of big-time plays to swing the momentum, big-time deflections on third down, not letting those guys get open or get into their spots. And when they do catch the ball, take them down immediately. No yards after catch shit. None of that stuff can happen in this game. So this is what you want as a player because everybody's doubting you. That's all we talking about. We're going to be talking about that for 26 days. This Washington wide receiver group versus this secondary for the Texas Longhorns. That's main focus of what we're going to be talking about. If you're Terrence Brooks, Malik Muhammad, Jaron Thompson, Mookie Taft, Keaton Crawford, like all those guys, that pisses you off. That pisses you off. That's why you play. That's why you play, to prove people wrong like this.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, like some of the ESPN guys on that college football selection show immediately picked Washington. I think Greg McElroy and RG3 picked Washington because they don't trust Texas's pass defense. And yeah, you got a month to let that sit in your belly, see how it burns.
Yeah.
And then let's see what kind of fire. I'm just 15 bowl practices, baby.
That's right.
You can get a whole lot better in 15 bowl practices.
Oh, everybody's getting bulletin board material for the next 26 days. Everybody. I'm letting Quinn Ewers know. Hey, everybody, Michael Penix going to New York. You at home with us, bro. They say he better than you. Which
Penix?
Yeah. They say he better than you. This and that. He going to go higher in the draft. People saying that you should come back in 2024 because they think he's going to be better than you in the draft. What's that mean to you? If I'm Quinn Ewers, that should fire you up to know that you're not the best quarterback in this game. That should piss you off. Because, again, Texas has a lot to prove. I don't look at that line in Vegas. What is it, 4.5, 5 points right now, Texas's way? Yeah, man, nah, don't look at that. Please don't look at that. Because there are too many things that Washington does great that everybody's talking about. And like you said, all those national media guys that are doubting Texas right now, good. Because Washington, they feel doubted too. Like 9.5 points against Oregon last week. All right. Like you took that with ease. That was an easy call for you. You know, like Washington. Yeah, man, Kalen DeBoer, that squad, they play a different style that a lot of teams can't handle. But again, like I'm going to keep saying this for the next 26 days. They ain't see this type of defense in the Pac-12, secondary or not. That front seven, we're just talking about Ant Hill and stuff. They for real. Real.
Yeah, for real. Like everyone's like, oh, there's. I'm like, listen, Texas's defensive front can play with anybody and will keep them in games. I think this game is right in line with what we saw with Oregon. I think it's a 36-33 type of game. And if Texas preps the right way, it's going to be Texas.
Yeah.
You know? And I think Quinn Ewers is just getting going. He played his best game against Oklahoma State. Should just be peaking. All right, let's bring in our man. Two-time Mr. Universe. Kid from Compton who went on to become Mr. Universe. Now Cane Protein, where you go to get all the information on social media, caneprotein.com to get your body right. Our man John Brown. John, how you doing? Uh-oh.
Yeah, were you getting that glitchiness?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just making sure it wasn't just me.
Well, hopefully, John, if you can hear us, maybe reconnect.
Yeah.
But
the lighting was good though, John. If you can hear us, the lighting was money. Yeah.
Lighting looks good.
Lighting was money, dog.
I want to get John's take on the Washington Huskies. I know he watches him some Pac-12 after dark.
Yeah.
And now that we know.
Man, I heard this fool Desmond Howard. He was talking about how he doesn't remember Texas and Washington ever matching up. Like, he said, that would be cool. I was like, dude, it was just last year.
Oh, yeah?
Okay. It was weird. Yeah,
here we go. Let's try this again. John Brown. How you doing, John Brown?
Okay. How's it going, brother?
Oh, it's going good. You sound smooth today.
Yeah, my light was always right. My camera was bad, and I went to my son's house, and they had like a little special external camera. I'm like, well, that's what I got to get. So I haven't got one. My camera on my Apple is just insufficient, so I have to get a new one.
Well, yeah, now you sound good. You're nice and close to your microphone.
Yeah. Look, I'm like, now I can see myself. What's going on here?
What's going on? Hey, before we get cooking here, you watch Pac-12 football, don't you?
Yes, a little bit.
All right, the Washington Huskies.
Yes.
Texas is going to play them in the Sugar Bowl.
I like that quarterback.
Michael Penix.
I think he, in my opinion, we'll see. He's out of all of them, he's the best. He's gonna project to be good in the NFL, I think.
He's a competitor, man.
Tight spiral, just beautiful pass. I'm like, ooh, that's gonna be a good game, man.
Zay loves him because he's a lefty.
Oh, okay. Hey, it's gonna be a good game, man.
Yeah. What about that? What about that receiver, Roma Dunze?
Yes.
That dude's legit. You know something about receivers.
Yeah, he's nice. He's a real deal. Where are they playing at?
New Orleans.
So New Orleans, that's a good flight for the Huskies. Not that bad of a flight for you guys. It's only like, what, 40 minutes of that, right? Not even that, right?
Yeah, an hour.
Maybe an hour.
Yeah. Okay, well, I have a theory based on teams flying from West Coast to East Coast. In most of the cases, they don't really play well because of the circadian rhythms of the earth. So, but both of them, they got an hour. We got, oh man, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a good game.
Well, I was, who knew if Texas was going to get in or not? Of course, I was going to try and go to that Lions-Cowboys game in Dallas. Now I'm going to be in New Orleans.
Oh, you want to see that, huh?
So I'm not gonna get to see the Lions in person again. I'm gonna have to watch it on TV.
Okay.
But what'd you think of the Lions in that win in New Orleans?
I mean, they played better than they did against Green Bay. I have to give them credit for that. There's still some things they got to tighten up. It's a little wild. Obviously the first 7 minutes was crazy, or first 8 minutes. And then it's like, I knew that New Orleans would mount a charge. And I was just wondering, were we ready to withstand that? So we did, but it was challenging. It was, they got a lot to clean up. It wasn't, I mean, if we're up by 3 touchdowns, I'm the coach, I call timeout. I said, get over here. Listen, we're down by 7. Let's go. You got to have that mentality. If you don't, it's tough. But they won that game. It was a better fought game, better played game, better coached game than the last 2. I would say, most definitely.
Yeah, it seemed like Thanksgiving Day, Dan Campbell, he went for a couple of 4th downs that I don't think I would have went for.
Yeah. He learned from that. He learned from that. Yeah, you got to remember he's still relatively new, and not to make excuses for him, but I'm sure he learned his lesson.
So Jamal,
let's see when they play the Cowboys, what's going to happen. That's going to be a real game because, like they say, that's in December, and that's a real game. Let's see how they do because the Cowboys ain't no joke, I mean, the Lions are good too, but it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a hard-fought game.
Yeah, tough game on the road.
Oof.
In Big D or Arlington.
Mm.
So Jamal Williams, he set the touchdown record last year with the Lions. Now he's with the Saints.
Yeah.
Looked like there were some nice exchanges after the game. Jared Goff went up to him.
Yeah.
And Jamal Williams said, "Hey, man, keep it going. Keep it going."
Yeah. Jamal's a nice guy. Really good football player, and it was good to see him on the field against them because I don't get a chance to watch a lot of the Saints games. So that was good to see him, It's he had to do what he had to do to go get his money. I don't blame him,
Yeah, oh yeah.
But we got a good offense, I think. Detroit Lions have a good offense. Really good. If everybody's healthy, I think they can play with any team in the league offensively.
Are you watching what DeAndre Swift is doing for the Eagles?
Yeah.
Ooh. Like
he kept getting hurt at Detroit.
Man.
And now he's at the Eagles. He's not getting hurt. So you got to go, what's going on in Detroit? Why are guys getting hurt? If I was in charge, I would have a guy, I would call him an information guy. And that guy's job is to go out and get all kind of information. Look, something's going on. I suspect this has something to do with what they're eating or drinking. That's what I suspect. Something they're putting in their mouths is making this thing not right. I don't know if it's food, water, or when they get injured, pain pills they give them. I don't know what it is, but something is wrong, and they need a guy to go figure out and look at, get all the information gathered, bring it to the coach, and let's look it over. Something's wrong.
Yeah, because if Swift was playing that way, they could have kept him and drafted Jalen Carter.
Oh, here we go. God. I mean, Swift was playing that well with us. He was playing that well. He just kept getting hurt.
Yeah.
But, again, what do I know? No one listens to me. I don't know if I have a stamp on my head that says a fool or what, but, hey, I have different theories, but I was freaking Mr. Universe 2 times for a reason. I'm telling you right now, there's different things that I know about the body and will, because of what I've learned about the body, it makes me think a little different than the average person. I approach things a little different because I'm like, because I know my body will look bad or perform bad based on what I put in my mouth. I know that for a certainty. That is absolutely true. So it's natural for me to think, man, there's something going on there. You got to figure it out.
Well, John, have you talked to Amon-Ra about, like, what are they serving at the team cafeteria and stuff?
Yeah, I asked him, what are you eating? What's this and that? And just trying to give him my point of view and to be careful with this, be careful with that, because there's a lot of strange things going on. I don't know what exactly is happening, but, someone's need to look into it to find out what it is. And I think they're smart enough to know that something, it doesn't smell right, but I hope they're looking in the right place.
Yeah.
DeAndre Swift, he's not getting injured.
Yeah.
Oh, he's been a dog for the Eagles, man.
He was a dog at Detroit. It's just that he kept getting injured. I'm like, what's going on with that?
Well, what do you think about this week?
Again, they're playing the Bears, and obviously I'm going to that game. It's going to be a tough game because I don't care. Like I always say, it doesn't matter if it's the last place team. They're still professionals. They're all getting paid. you got to bring it. You got to have a good game plan, and everybody got to bring it because you can lose any given Sunday. So I hope they got it together. I think they're learning how to deal with adversity because when they played the Chargers, it was interesting. It was like, oh, that wasn't good. And then the next game after that, they played who was that? They had a tough time. The Bears. They had a tough time with the Bears. And then Green Bay. So I think they're learning as they go to, how to, because they're the hunted now. They're not used to being hunted. They used to being the hunter, but now they're being hunted, and it's a little different game plan. So I think they're making improvements from what I saw last week.
Yeah, because as you said, them being the hunted means that's a different type of pressure that you have going in from game to game because everybody's expecting you to win. Everybody, and that's something Chip knows. Detroit, it don't happen very often. So you got the whole city, on your back and stuff. That's a different responsibility that a lot of these guys never experienced before, John.
Yes, it's a learning curve. So I did see some improvement from the last game, most definitely. 100% I saw some improvement. So that was impressive and something to look forward to.
Well, if Equanimous ends up on the Lions, people do listen to you. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we'll see. I mean, he could be a good contributor. I know that,
Well, I just looked at the weather, JB.
I
think you're going to be okay. It says 61 degrees.
No.
In Chicago?
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, but you know how that is. Today is 61. Tomorrow, it's 22. It changes overnight over there. Oh, that'll be heaven.
Well,
I'm gonna wear a tank top if they do that.
Okay. Oh, whoops. My bad. It's going to be 35 degrees.
See, I do it.
It's going to be 35 degrees, 14 mile an hour winds.
Oh.
Sorry, I was looking at the Austin forecast.
So for this game, JB, where do you and your wife sit? Do y'all sit with the Bears section or the Lions section, or is that depend on home and away?
Bears, because better tickets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You get better tickets, so we sit there. Yeah. What do you think about? What is your opinion on the college playoffs and what happened with Florida? What do you think?
I mean, you had to put the 4 best in, and Florida State's quarterback getting hurt. That was the committee's out.
Yeah, but why fire all those guys on the committee? What do you need them fools for?
I know.
I mean, what do you do? NFL? Oh, Jalen Hurts got hurt. Okay, you don't get to go to the Super Bowl. What is that? That's stupid.
Well, they were basing it on that eye-burning ACC championship game where it was 3-3 in the third quarter. But
you can't do that. No, you can't do that. If you're undefeated, they gotta go. If you got a loss, you're out. Now, if Alabama and them don't like that, they got to get out the SEC, go somewhere else.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, JB.
Get out the SEC, go somewhere else to another conference where you don't have to worry about that. Because you guys are the Pac-12. We used to beat up on each other all the time.
Yeah.
So
I also think last year's national championship game where Georgia beat the crap out of TCU, they don't want that happening again. If they put Florida State in with their horrible quarterback, that could have been a possibility in their eyes.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, but who cares about that? I mean, that's not how no, you can't say that because why even play the game? Why would they keep the score? They shouldn't keep score if that's the deal. If they know they're going to put the popular teams in, why keep score? Take the scoreboard down.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
I'm surprised, JB.
Huh?
I figured you would be the lion saying the strongest survive, and it looked like the 4 best teams got
That's
picked.
what I'm saying. But the strongest didn't survive. They lost, didn't they? They got a L. So they're not the strongest. That's my point.
But without Jordan Travis?
I don't care. That's football. Right? Look at San Francisco. And when they played the Eagles last year, all the quarterbacks went out. What are they going to do? forfeit the game? No, keep playing.
No, I do feel bad for Florida State. Zay feels really bad for Florida
It has to
State.
be like the NCAA basketball tournament. It has to be a real tournament. Figure it out. We don't need those old fools up there trying to make decisions, trying to have power. We don't need that. Here's what we got. Okay, we got all of the teams playing. Put a tournament together, and if you win, you move on. We know how it works. It works like that in the NFL. You lose, you go home. I don't care if your quarterback won. No excuses. You lose, you go home. And if it's a blowout, it's a blowout. That's it.
See, Chip, JB got heart. That's what I'm saying. That's that heart that I'm telling you. The committee has no heart. Zero heart.
Well, they're not even playing football. The committee. They're not on the field.
They don't know anything about football.
Well, who are those guys? I want to see pictures of all their faces and see what they look like.
I'm with you because they had Oregon ahead of Texas and Alabama, and Oregon hadn't beaten anybody.
We want to see the real game. We know who really the best is. You can't say that. Come on.
Well,
I know these guys are the best. I'm like, no, it's ugly. It's bad. It's ugly. No, it's bad. They got to have
JB,
like NFL.
So JB, do you think Florida State should be in over Bama or Texas?
I don't know about that, but that's a different issue. No, because I have to really. They got to set it up where if you lose, the winners come in. Losers go home. That's it.
Okay.
Well, here's the good news.
If there's a blowout at the end, well, you lost, you go home. You don't like it, get in another conference.
Here's the good news. We got a 12-team playoff next year.
Yeah, well, they got to do it right. Those guys don't need to be involved, those committees. No,
I agree.
I mean, why keep
I agree with that.
Why keep score?
Yeah. You're better off going back to the computers.
It's so ridiculous. It's like they're on power. They got a power trip over there. It's a power trip. They want to be the guy in the room. You know how it is. No, go home. Bye. No more of that. Let them guys, I don't care if the quarterback went down. I don't care if everybody went down. You win, you move on. You lose, you go home. That's how it is. It's been like that from the beginning of time. That's it. You got winners and losers.
Amen.
Okay. I like that. Is USC going to be any good next year?
No.
What's going on with Lincoln Riley?
It's not Lincoln Riley. He's a great coach. There's a lot of great coaches over here. It's the system. Look, I'm just telling you, them liberal states, you can't. No, you can't do that. No, you can't run a football team in a liberal state. It's hard because all the people above him won't let him do what he wants. See, Lincoln Riley's a great coach, but they tie his hands. I know my son went to school there. They're tying my son's hands. Great institution, love the school, but the people that's running it, it's all messed up. I told you. They got damn Tammy Trojan on the horse. What is that?
Well, who's going to be? I mean, he's got to get a defense together.
Yeah, you got to get a defense, but let's say you get the defense, you got to have some hogs, some dogs. I bet Nick Saban is running it a little different over there. I bet those guys are a little more nasty, maybe using foul language with the players, being real rough and tough. If you do that at SC, you get in trouble. Don't talk like that to the players. Come on, man. These are apex predators, and you're gonna say don't speak like that. It's not gonna work.
So how much has it changed in 20 years when Pete Carroll was there? Because they were winning national championships with Matt Leinart and Reggie Bush back to back. Like, what's changed in 20 years, John?
Look, number one, parents got smart. Like I told my son, don't go to SC, because it's going to be messed up. And I saw it after the first game. I said, check out of here. He didn't want to do it. So, okay, it's going to hurt you in the draft because these guys, look, they won't let you be all you can be. We trying to be all we can be. We want to eat all the food on the plate. We want to we want to eat what we kill. But they want you to kill it and then share it with the other team. No. We eat what we kill. We don't share no food with nobody. I don't care about that. So they didn't want to do that, and that's why you cannot get the thing on. The parents are like, you know what? There's a lot of good athletes in the Southern California area. Guess what? They're not going to school at SC. They're leaving. Why didn't Bryce Young go there? He wanted the dog on Heisman. Because the parents got smart. Like, no, this is not what we're not, no, it's not what we signed up for. So all the good players are leaving, going to different schools. Now you got to have a strong recruiting process because your best players from your state are not even going to school there. And it goes on and on and on and on. And so that's what happens.
What do you think of
the NCAA try to give them that kind of lightweight death penalty with Reggie Bush and all that? That was a bunch of crap because I think they didn't like the fact that SC was beating everybody. That's when SC was beating everybody. And most of the guys I talked to in the media, on ESPN, and all these places, they're not from California. They're all from the South, and they're pushing their stuff. That's what it is. So they kind of hate the West Coast. West Coast got ballers. Hey, Texas got ballers. Hey, Louisiana got ballers. They're ballers everywhere. You know, you can't be one-sided like that. It's bad.
What do you think? What do you think of Sarkisian winning the Big 12 title?
I think he's a good coach. You know, I think he did a great job turning that program around. It's going to be a good game against Washington. Oh, man, I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be a good one. I think he did a good job there, you know?
You sound like you think Washington's going to get the dub.
I don't know, man. I would never bet on a game like that. I don't bet anyway, but if I was a betting man, oh, God, how do you – it's like a coin toss. I mean, who do you think will win that game? I mean, how do you know?
Yeah.
That's a tough one, man.
They need to get pressure on Penix. I know that.
God, that's a tough one. I mean, what do you think?
I think they got to get pressure on Penix because if he has time, he'll pick that pass defense apart. And then Texas's offense can keep up in a shootout. But I was telling Zay earlier, I could see it being 36-33, just like the Oregon game, you know? Oh, yeah. Gorilla.
Wow. It's gonna be I see this, I see it too. I mean, you know, it's gonna be tough. I'm just glad they got an opportunity to play.
When you going to Chicago?
I'm leaving on Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah, that's gonna be a interesting game here.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think about that game? What do you think about that game? What do you got? Who do you got?
Oh man, the Lions are undefeated on the road, right?
Yeah, they are actually.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they are. You would think it'd be the opposite, but
it's crazy.
For some reason they play good on the road.
Hey, JB, before we let you go, which city do you like more, Detroit or Chicago?
They're the same to me. My wife always tells me that I'm crazy, but I always told her, if you blindfold me and took me in the middle of a city and I open my eyes and you say, where you at, Detroit or Chicago? I don't know. They all look the same. They got the same looking buildings. You know, they all look brown and gloomy and I need some palm trees and some beaches.
Yeah, smoke like a true California boy, man.
Okay, I
need
forgot.
some palm trees. You see, I think people in the South and on the East Coast, I think they think that athletes where we're from, we're surfing and enjoying it. No, we're playing ball just like you guys. We're not surfing. California got some tough guys too, just like Louisiana, just like Texas, just like everywhere else. You can't just say, you know, but they look down on California because, you know, the beach life, you know, surf and all that stuff, surf is up and all the pretty girls. But no, we balling out here too. This ain't we ain't soft.
Yeah.
Well, I forgot the Lions lost at Baltimore, but they have a better record on the road than they do at home this year.
Oh, they did lose at Baltimore. They lost in one game.
They lost the one game on the road. They've lost 2 games at home to Seattle and Green Bay. So,
but Green Bay's coming around, aren't they?
Yeah, Jordan Love's
playing pretty good.
Yeah,
beat the Chiefs.
Yeah,
big time.
Surprisingly, I mean, what do you think about the Chiefs?
The Chiefs?
Yeah,
ain't got no wide receiver.
What? Rashee Rice.
They had a chance. They had a chance to get out on. They passed on him 4 times.
Ooh.
They got to change the recruiting system. I mean, what's going on with? Is that like a bad luck omen with Kelsey and that girl?
Taylor Swift.
His jersey sales are through the roof.
Yeah, you got to concentrate on football, not going to Brazil and looking at concerts. You got to stay focused here, you know.
Yeah.
I was like Samson and Delilah. You got to be careful.
Be careful. Hey, JB, have a safe trip.
Let me say one thing. If there's some, for some people out there, if they're listening and, got kids out there and want to know what's the next move to do, your kid got to be strong. So they can go to Cane Protein, order some protein that I designed for my kids ever since they were little. We got guys all over the country taking it. It's a good source of protein, and not all protein is equal. So my protein is real good. If you want to gain, let's say if someone needs to gain like 12 pounds, it's possible to gain 12 pounds in four weeks. Coach may look at your son and go, well, I like him, but if he was heavier, I would give him a scholarship. You got to think about that. So go to Cane Protein, that's CANE, and order your protein now. Don't even waste time.
That's right. Great Christmas gift. CaneProtein.com.
Yeah, exactly.
Great Christmas gift.
And this is the time where kids are starting to get out, some of them are getting ready to commit, right? In a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm
Transfer
telling you
portal.
December 20th.
Yeah, but listen, if you're a parent, listen to me right now. When my kids came out, it was a different system. There was 21 scholarships roughly being given out, 21 scholarships available for high school students. Guess what? There's probably only 8 now because of transfer portal. There's not a lot of scholarships given out to high school kids. So the transfer portal kind of messed that up. So my point is this: if you're a parent and you have a child and he has an offer, you may want to commit as soon as possible. Because if you don't, and you go back to commit, they may say, you know what? Sorry, we didn't think you liked us that much. We gave the offer to someone else. I've seen a lot of guys go to junior college because they didn't commit, and they're 5 stars, 4 stars, junior college, because they didn't commit early enough. There's a lot to be known about this game. It ain't like you think. Just playing football and the coach got to know. Mom and dad has to have it. And
Cane
Protein. Call the coaches up and ask for the offer. I got a friend of mine, I was coaching him up. His daughter plays basketball. Coach keeps calling his daughter all the time. I said, man, call that coach and get the offer. But he's afraid to do it. Don't be afraid to call the coach and ask for the offer. The only thing they can say is no, but closed mouths don't get fed.
That's right. You get what you demand.
Yeah.
Not what you earn, not what you deserve. You get what you demand.
There it is.
JB, have a great weekend.
All right, doggy.
All right, there he goes.
Thanks,
John
John.
Brown. And we got some breaking news. We will get to that in just a second. But right now I want to tell you about Apple Leasing because, look, you want to be in the car you really want to be driving. And some of you are like, I don't buy new cars because I don't want to pay for that future trade-in value, that markup. Well, here's the answer. AppleLeasing.com. They are going to lease you any make or model of car. They don't care what car you pick. So you've never had a new car experience like this. Normally you go to a showroom, they're attacking you, tackling you. Don't leave without buying our car. At Apple Leasing, they don't care. They want you to be happy. They want you to pick the car that's best for you. And then they're going to put you in that car. And because you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car, you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford. And it's brand new. You're picking everything, interior, exterior, make and model. And you want to change make and model 2-3 years into the lease, no problem. The easy lease. That's the beauty of Apple Leasing. Everything is easy. So get into the car you really want to be driving, whether you want to keep your payments in the $400 range or get a Range Rover. AppleLeasing.com. Give them a call, 346-9977, or visit AppleLeasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And Zay, we've got another couple of Longhorns in the transfer portal. Sawyer Gorham Welch, who was the backup offensive lineman, came in as a defensive lineman, is in the portal. And BJ Allen, the safety, who got very limited snaps this season behind that rotation of, Jaron Thompson, Michael Taff, Derek Williams, Keaton Crawford. And I find it interesting because we don't really know what Jaron Thompson and Keaton Crawford's plans are. They have a COVID year that they can use and come back. Do you want them back? Are you going into the portal? Are you going to try and get Andrew Mukaba from Clemson, who's a local product right here in Austin? His high school coach is the director of high school relations at Texas right now. BJ Allen was a 4-star prospect when he came in, but obviously got recruited over by Derek, when Derek Williams came in.
Yeah, I definitely, if Keaton Crawford and Jaron Thompson were to come back for a COVID year, I definitely would love to have those guys back. I mean, I know they're no Ed Reed or Cam Chancellor, but those guys with the experience, they've had some good plays this year. I mean, go back to the OU game, Keaton Crawford blocking that punt. Jaron Thompson's had some big-time interceptions this year. Go back to Alabama or Iowa State. So they've made some good plays, even though they have their flaws. And you look at somebody like BJ Allen. I mean, if you're not getting in a 5-man rotation, like sometimes there is no rotation for a secondary. Sometimes you see guys in for 95% of the snaps based on the coach's confidence and obviously their stamina. But with this Texas secondary, specifically the safeties, again, you mentioned those guys, Mookie Taft, Jaron Thompson, Keaton Crawford, Derek Williams, all of those guys are capable of making plays and making things happen. And, BJ Allen, he just couldn't get in a part of that rotation. And he feels like the grass is greener somewhere else. So, yeah, when you see somebody like Andrew Mukaba, who's an Austin native, and his old high school coach, Jamal Finner, is a part of this roster too, that seems like a, all in all done deal. But, if I'm Andrew Mukaba, I'm definitely going to get wine and dined by some of these other universities. So, yeah, BJ Allen, it's not really, I don't think it's a big time miss with him leaving through the transfer portal. I wish him well. The Jalen Catalon thing, that's still kind of just – that has a bad taste in my mouth for obvious reasons because he did play. Like BJ Allen got no clock, 0 tick. So for him to leave, understandable. Jalen Catalon, that's still a question mark to me, and I'm sure we'll find out more, as these days/weeks go by. But yeah, just you see guys coming in. Hopefully the Horns could get Kobe Black out of the Waco area, whenever he commits. So I think secondary and safety situation is looking good right now for the foreseeable future. But yeah, BJ Allen, all I could do is wish him the best.
Yeah. So Jalen Catalon, Sawyer Gorham Welch, Xavion Bryce, BJ Allen in the transfer portal. It's clear the signal that Jalen Catalon got was it's not a fit, and whether it was or not, that's what he perceived. So those are the names in the transfer portal from the Texas Longhorns roster. And I'd say, like you said, 3 of the 4, not a surprise. Jalen Catalon, unfortunate just because he was an all SEC performer in 2020 and has just struggled to stay healthy. And that's a tough one. It's a tough one because Jalen Catalon only knows how to play football one way. And And he's a thick guy. That's the thing. But listen, when you're running full speed, 5-7 yards to make full contact, it's like a car accident, that it's going to take its toll. So we'll keep you posted on what's going on with the Horns. But yeah, Jeff Choate will coach through the Sugar Bowl.
Okay. All right. I mean, luckily enough, you're very confident in the linebacker core handling their business, whether he was there or not. Like it's not one of those where they need him. Like Jalen Ford, he's a coach on the field also. Anthony Hill, I feel confident in him at this point. Morris Blackwell, David Benda, you feel confident in all four of those guys getting out there and getting the job done. So it's just one of those, how locked in will Jeff Choate be? Because at this point, you need everybody 100% engaged. And again, it makes sense for him not to be as locked in as you would hope. Like, this dude has a whole nother job somewhere else waiting for him. And think about all the responsibility that comes with being a head coach that Jeff Choate isn't used to yet. Like, learning on the fly is going to be huge for him. Like, you heard John Brown talk about Dan Campbell. He's absolutely right. Like, Dan Campbell, those horrible fourth down mistakes that he made, that dude is a young coach. He's still figuring stuff out. I think when we see these guys become head coaches and stuff, we think that their shit doesn't stink and they're not human and they're untouchable. That's not the case. So for Jeff Choate's situation, like worrying about the transfer portal, worrying about recruiting, worrying about keeping guys that he wants still on campus. Like, everybody has a coaching change. Everybody wants to leave. So Jeff Choate, again, all the things that he's responsible for now, will he be able to stay locked in for Texas, trying to get the ultimate goal, and that's a national championship? Like, these are 2 games, hopefully, that Jeff Choate has to be completely locked in for. And I don't know if you'll even be able to know this. Like, if Jalen Ford has a bad game, what are we going to do? Blame Jeff Choate? You know what I'm saying? That'd be like easy to do that. I don't think it'd be very accurate, but still, like, those things now cross your mind just because that's what the situation is,
Yeah. I mean, Jeff Choate, he's got Texas starts practicing on December 15th. Early signing day is December 20th. And the portal is open. This first window of the portal, which is the longest window, it's the 30-day window, is open until January 2nd. And Jeff Choate's going to be in Austin for the team's football practices starting December 15th and trying to manage Nevada from Austin. It's a lot. But
what if Jeff Choate's out here like, Jalen Catalon, BJ Allen, come play for me? How would you feel about that? That'd be, I mean, you see that all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see who ends up in the portal at Nevada.
Yeah.
But he said, and I thought this was funny because he said this at his introductory press conference in Nevada. He said, how many times do you get a chance to play for a national championship? And then he said, it's not about me. It's about these players and trying to help them finish things off right. I'm sure the people in Nevada were like, really?
Nah,
he said, there's going to be some long days, but I think the right thing to do is to provide some consistency and stability for the guys in the program there and finish the mission at Texas. In the interim, I'll have had a chance to kind of put the pieces in place to move this thing forward. And a lot of the guys will be off campus during that period of time. So he's got to put together a staff, a recruiting class, and mine the portal all in the next 9 days.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, how locked in is he? Like, not because he doesn't want to be, just because there's not enough hours in the day, Like, it's an interesting situation. If I'm a Nevada fan or part of the boosters or anybody that has anything to do with Nevada, I'm good with him coaching in this game. I get it. He has a lot to do, but you want him to experience that being in the college football playoff, maybe playing for a national championship, hopefully winning it. Like, you want that type of guy on your campus because that's a been there, done that situation. And a lot of people won't be able to, if the Horns win it all, tell Jeff Choate shit. Like, yo, I've been a part of national championship teams. Like, he'll be able to say that. That goes a long way. I've been a part of teams. I've been to a college football playoff. Like, that's why he got the job in the first place, because the Horns are winning now, and people could see that he's doing a good job with Anthony Hill and David Benda. Like, David Benda, come on, think about where he's came from to where he is now. Like, of course, Jeff Choate's gonna get a job. The development, like, the guy knows football. So yeah, like, they should be grateful that he's in a situation to where he could coach in a national championship game. Because again, that's why y'all were looking at him for the job in the first place.
Yeah. He signed a 5-year, $5.78 million contract.
Damn. Nevada throwing around that money. I know the casinos and stuff doing well, but damn, ain't it in Reno?
No, he's only making $1 million a year.
I know that, but still, that's still pretty good coin. Like,
He was making 800,000 here.
I know, but still.
Hey, he wants to be a head coach. There's no doubt. That's part of the country that he's comfortable with. He's a good coach. There's no question. He's developed Jalen Ford, David Benda, Mo Blackwell, Anthony Hill. So this is a loss. You don't get hired away to be a head coach unless you got some skills. I just think it's interesting that he'll make this commitment to coach Texas through.
Yeah.
And Nevada seems okay with it.
Yeah, I'm good with Jeff Choate coaching. I don't want to look too much into it. As far as Jalen Calhoun playing, I'm not good with him playing. I do not want that. That's the wrong energy and message that you're trying to show. BJ Allen, all those guys, Xavier Bryce, they do not deserve to play in this game. They could have easily waited 3 weeks to see what happens after. It's not like they're not going to have options still. Like, this is a special moment, man. And I get it. Everybody has to look out for themselves. Like, I completely understand that. Like, you definitely have to look out for yourself. But there's certain moments where it's bigger than you. And this is one of those moments. I don't know that's what kind of makes me wonder, like, if you're a locker room guy, Sark was allowing those guys to.
You just got so fired up, you muted yourself.
Right? Hit my mic. But if Sark allows those guys to play as a competitor, somebody who is on the team, that's staying on the team, I'm looking at Sark sideways. Like, yo, he's not playing with us. Like, this guy, it's a privilege to get to this point. Hell no. Well, Big 12 ring, yes, you could give them that. But CFP ring, national championship ring, no, they do not deserve that. They do not deserve that. Big 12, that's all they get because they were along for that ride. They were on the roster in that game. They deserve that. The Big 12 championship ring, absolutely. Anything else, hell to the no. No.
Zay has spoken.
Yo, I ain't with that, man. Come on. Come on.
Come on.
So weak.
Come on, man.
Gosh, I'm so sad about Jalen Catalan. You know how excited I was about him, Chip. We talked about it. When we first started our show, we were talking about Jalen Catalan. I'm over here like, yeah, dude's like a Bob Sanders, this and that, ferocious. He's just a different type of guy. And now here we are in December with success. Like, I'd understand if the Horns are 9-win team, don't go to the Big 12 championship at all, like don't make it to the CFP. I understand it because things didn't go according to plan. But when you have success, like I get it. Mookie Taft was a walk-on. Yes, he's getting more clock than you. It is what it is. You've been hurt the last 3 years. You haven't had reps. Like, that's a big deal. Like, getting reps, getting better. Jalen Catalan hasn't been able to get better because he hasn't played. Like, watching film could only go so far. You've got to get out there and do it. I can only watch, people driving on TV. But if I hit the road and I don't know what the hell I'm doing, then bad stuff's going to happen. You got to get used to the road, hit the freeway, being by those 18-wheelers and stuff. Like, that stuff, that makes sense. But if you're not playing, if you don't do it very often, then you're not going to get any better. So, yeah, you're not going to get much clock when Mookie Taft's out here working his ass off. Derek Williams, yeah, I know he's a freshman. He's clearly working his ass off. He's clearly good. Like, they deserve to be on the field. You're hurt all the time. Not as much, bruh. Like, it's just what it is. That's what happens when guys get hurt. You can get replaced real fast. Ask Drew Bledsoe.
Oh, it's crushing. It's crushing. I mean, when I heard that Catalan was coming to Texas in the transfer portal, I was like, oh, here he comes, the heat-seeking missile. And this is just what this secondary needs. They need a leader. They need a tip-of-the-spear player, someone that opposing receivers fear, going across the middle. And then we saw the Jason Bean hit where his ribs looked like they were relocated to Waco. Man. The ball comes flying out, and I'm like, oh, he's just getting warmed up.
Yeah, he's here.
Now we're getting somewhere. And then record scratch the very next week against Oklahoma. The man is on a knee on the sideline watching after 8 snaps of the Red River shootout, and he's gone for the next 4 games. And in that time, Mookie Taft goes on an interception streak. I mean, he was trying to match Earl Thomas for the school record of interceptions in 4 straight games. It's hard to take that guy off the field, even though Jalen Catalan was lighting up the SEC in 2020 and had just lit up Jason Bean. We're thinking, oh, this is what we've been missing. We haven't seen this guy since Kenny Vaccaro.
Yeah, he's arrived.
Oh,
and wow. You said record scratch.
Wow.
Oh man, yeah, it was so deflating watching them get hurt in the OU game. Of all games, too. Of all games.
Right.
He gets hurt
8
in that
snaps in.
They're just like, well, there it is. And it wasn't like you were shocked that it happened. It was just, you also had the feeling like, okay, he's in a new environment. Like, he's had a few years to heal. He got surgery in the offseason. Like, he'll be fine. But nope, those games, whoever on our Coda text line calls him Jalen Street Clothes Catalan, it came back. And it's unfortunate. I wish him the best. I don't know what he's going to do in this last year, where he's going to go. It's going to be interesting who takes a shot on him. But I mean, what do you have to lose? It's only 1 year, He's a good player. He's just never on the field. And, he played that 3-high safety look at Arkansas, and the Horns don't do that. But he knew that, though. Like, it wasn't like Pete Bukowski was like, hey, we're going to go to a 3-high look. Like, Pete Bukowski was like, hey, we normally play 2 safeties. 3 corners. We're pretty traditional that way. So we'll mix it up every once in a while and put more corners out there. But as far as safeties go, we don't do what the Oklahoma States and the TCUs of the world, Iowa States, we don't do what those guys do. So, I mean, you good with that? And it seemed like he was. It seemed like he was. But again, we don't know everything that's happened. I'm just saying, I don't want to see him out there versus Washington.
Yeah.
As much as Texas needs him, I don't know. I can't do it.
Well, last night in Vegas, Derek Johnson was inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame. We'll tell you about that right after I tell you about audio visual consultations and our man Tom McKay, making sure that you are getting a big screen that makes you feel like you're on the sideline at the game. He's going to get you the best price on big screen, surround sound, electronic shades, surveillance, new lighting. And listen, all you got to do is call 255-8678. Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you, from the free consultation to installation. It's amazing. You're busy. You got things to do. So don't waste your time. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. They've put big screens and surround sound in all your favorite restaurants in Austin. They'll do it for you too. They've done it for me in 3 different houses. 255-8678. avconsultations.com. And make sure that you got some deluxe furniture to watch your new big screen from Great Blue Heron Furniture. GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. Go check it out. It's unbelievable. This is custom-made leather furniture, and it's all different kinds of leather and different styles. The best thing for you to do is just go to GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com and check it out for yourself. Because whether it's a couch or recliner or bar stools, you can design exactly what you want. And this is furniture that is built for a lifetime, not the box store furniture that's just, rapid fire slapped together. This is furniture that is built for a lifetime. GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. Don't forget to use the promo code HOOK'em to get 15% off your purchase. That is the Texas Sports Unfiltered promo code. And for all of you out there with young ones in competitive sports where you need to wear a mouth guard, even if it's, cheerleading, lacrosse, flag football, there's only one place to go, and that is brainvault.com. Brainvault, the patented, proven mouth guard to protect against concussion. And they'll come to you. If you're the team manager or team mom, they'll come to you, do group fittings, and all you have to do is set up that appointment at brainvault.com. And don't forget to get over to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30. You're getting $5 off the beginnings menu during happy hour, and you can eat like a king or queen from that beginnings menu. The New Orleans barbecue shrimp, the grilled oysters. You're going to love it. 2 locations there in Zilker and Round Rock. All right, Zay, one of the good guys in Texas football, college football, pro football. I love my man, Derek Johnson, and he goes into the College Football Hall of Fame last night in Vegas. And this guy was just a freak athlete, 6'4", 230 pounds, although he looks lighter than that now. Just a wrecking machine on the field. So much fun to watch because he just made so many plays. I mean, one season, I think he has the most interceptions ever for a linebacker. He had the most forced fumbles in a season with that punch out, and he wins the Butkus. He wins the Nagurski, and then goes on to become the all-time leading tackler in Kansas City Chiefs history. And I thought it was really cool that Jamal Charles was with him for his college football induction, because Jamal Charles, the all-time leading rusher in Kansas City Chiefs history, and Derek Johnson, the all-time leading tackler in Chiefs history. For a while there, it was the Kansas City Longhorns. And DJ, just what a great guy, and such a talented athlete. And I'll never forget, he there were coaching changes in Kansas City, and he got benched after one of the coaching changes, and instead of demanding to be traded or wanting to get out, he just set his jaw and became a Pro Bowler. And Derek Johnson, he is the epitome of a professional and a freak athlete. So, and before Jamal became the all-time leading rusher of the Kansas City Chiefs, Priest Holmes was the all-time leading rusher. So talk about the Kansas City Longhorns. But kudos, congrats to Super DJ. That's an amazing honor. It's awesome. Michael Huff was there too. Michael Huff's on the ballot to go in to the College Football Hall of Fame. We're getting to that 05 team. I mean, Vince is already in, but there are a bunch of dudes from that 05 team, and you only get one in per year. So Texas has got to hope that they don't have multiple dudes on the ballot. Like Casey Hampton got passed over. That drives me crazy. Casey Hampton should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame and the College Football Hall of Fame. That dude led Texas in tackles from the defensive tackle position for 2 straight years. That's insane to have a defensive tackle lead your defense in tackles for 1 season, let alone 2. Then he goes on to win 2 Super Bowls with the Steelers. But DJ, and look, I get it. When you win those big national awards, I'm sure Michael Huff's going to get in because he's a Thorpe Award winner. When you win those big national awards, it improves your chances. I'm sure Colt McCoy will get in. But that's a cool event. They used to do it in New York. Now they do it in Vegas. And it's a little warmer.
Yeah, especially this time of the year. And salute to DJ. He was a stud here, first team all NFL 2011, back with the Chiefs, when his career didn't probably get off to the best start that you would think of somebody of that caliber. But it always hurts me that he wasn't a part of that 05 team that won a natty, because he was a part of that culture that helped all those guys get, to beat USC, and he just didn't get the rewards from it. But hell of a career. He was always all over the field, always around the ball, the interceptions. You talked about just punching the ball out guys. You think about someone like Anthony Hill, who could possibly turn into that, hopefully. But again, that's saying a lot, because DJ might be the best linebacker to ever put on the burnt orange. So definitely well-deserved, and a guy that I think a lot of people, especially for his pro career, is probably considered underrated. But us Texas folks, we know how good he is and how good he was. And definitely lost a lot of weight too. The dude, I think I heard him on an interview talk about him being under 200 pounds now and just living a healthy life, and has a ton of kids and a beautiful family. So he's living his best life, and he does a good job of coming back to campus all the time, giving those guys game and stuff. Like, he's a true lifetime Longhorn alum that loves his university, and it shows with the way he carries himself.
Yeah. It's a great honor. And Todd Haley was the Kansas City head coach who benched Derek Johnson, and Derek, instead of demanding out, just buckled down, became a Pro Bowler. So kudos to Derek Johnson. Yeah. Colin Klein has left Kansas State to become the offensive coordinator at Texas A&M under Mike Elko. And I like Colin Klein. I was surprised. I'll be honest. He was he was there at Kansas State where he played, where he's a hero, a legend. He won a Big 12 championship. At K-State, had done wonders with Will Howard, with Avery Johnson. I mean, there's excitement about Avery Johnson. And he leaves to go to Texas A&M with Mike Elko. And I just have to Colin Klein is the kind of guy who he fits the A&M mold. Like, if you go back to what A&M was when they were the wrecking crew and still were winning games and contending for conference titles with Kevin Murray and Bucky Richardson, they ran the quarterback and they were tough. And is that where we're going? I guess so, because Colin Klein runs that quarterback crash test dummy offense. Connor Wegman's not really that guy. And was Will Howard getting in the portal ahead of things, knowing that Colin Klein was on the move? So,
well, Mike Elko likes that. That's what Riley Leonard is. Yep. Like, he was that, quarterback that was a dual threat and can run it too. And you saw Will Howard, Colin Klein got the best out of him. Hell, AJ Martinez even looked good at times in 2022. So yeah, I think it's a good hire. It's Colin Klein's been at Kansas State for a while as a quarterbacks coach, and the last 2 seasons as an offensive coordinator for Chris Kleiman. So bigger opportunity, going to the SEC, being at A&M, getting that money that they just throw around there in College Station. It seems like Colin Klein, he definitely wants to be a head coach someday. So he's on the right trajectory to do that. And yeah, it's Chris Bennett. That's a good point there. Avery Johnson, the backup for Will Howard at Kansas State, has not entered the transfer portal yet. So if he were to do that, I wouldn't be surprised, to go to A&M. I mean, you mentioned Connor Wegman, and a lot of people still have high hopes for him. I haven't heard anything about his future. Maybe he might hit the transfer portal due to Jimbo Fisher getting the boot. But yeah, it seems like they would probably go for that more dual threat type quarterback that's a little
Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, Johnny Manziel type, who, Colin Klein lost to when it came to the Heisman. You didn't vote for Colin Klein, did you? You voted for Johnny, right?
I voted for both of them.
You can vote for 2 people?
You get 3.
You get 3 votes, so you can vote all 3 for one guy?
No, 3 different names. You have to rank them 1, 2, and 3, and you get different amount of points for where you're placed on the ballot. So you put 3 names down on the ballot.
Okay. How's that vote looking this year, by the way?
Well, I'll tell you as soon as the award goes out. Otherwise, I lose the vote. They have you sign a non-disclosure agreement.
Damn.
Yeah, because they were getting tired of everybody telling who they voted, and then all of a sudden, there's no anticipation going into the announcement.
Damn, man. They treating you like an Instagram model.
Oh, yeah.
A non-disclosure agreement.
And why not?
I wouldn't trust some of you guys either.
Oh, yeah.
You guys either. So I get it.
All right. Well, let's get to the right call. To the chip shot and the right call.
Okay.
I will jump in here and say that Anthony Hill, thank you. Thanks for living up to the hype. Thanks for being a dog. Thanks for coming in and bringing that just crazy athleticism, toughness, want to, and that physicality to the defense, because I asked him, I said, Anthony, Steve Sarkisian even said your hits look and sound different. And he said, I flip a switch when I go on the football field because that's the way the game should be played. And that is absolutely right. You need to play this game with a physical mindset and a physical brand of football, and Anthony Hill does it. And the more guys that Texas can bring in and put on defense with that kind of mindset, I think Malik Muhammad has that. I think Derek Williams has that. Ethan Burke has that. And look, you bring in guys with that, and enough of those guys are on the field, everybody is playing that way. And there's a lot of excitement and reason to be excited about where this program is going. And, he said it. It's like, for this to be happening in my first year, this is the standard now. This is the standard that it's got to be for the next couple of years that he's on campus. But, Big 12 defensive freshman of the year, and watch out, because he's the kind of guy, already the number 2 tackler. We talked about his numbers compared to DeMarvion Overshown. They're pretty comparable. Hill more sacks than Overshown. Overshown 2.5 more tackles for loss, more quarterback hurries for Hill, more pass breakups for Overshown. But both the second leading tackler on the team, Overshown obviously last year before becoming a 3rd-round pick of the Cowboys, and Anthony Hill as a true freshman, second leading tackler, and a guy who was starting off the season in a pass rush role and is now blossoming into that weak side linebacker. And I said to Ford, where do you think his natural position is? Is it middle? Is it weak side? He said he can play anywhere. He said he's physical enough and athletic enough to play middle, weak side, strong side. He's just a football player. And that's kudos to Anthony Hill. We didn't really spend a lot of time. There was a lot of stuff coming out of that Big 12 title game. The Big 12 title, the first Big 12 title since 2009. B, Quinn Ewers playing his best game. C, Tavondre Sweat catching a big boy touchdown, and on and on. And then we went right into the college football playoff conversation, but lost in that was Anthony Hill's just rock solid game. He was the leading tackler for Texas in that game. He had a sack, he had a forced fumble, just impressive. And now, Zay, he is 6-0 in games played at AT&T Stadium, dating back to his days at Denton Ryan, where he won a state championship as a sophomore with Jatavian Sanders and Austin Jordan. So, Anthony Hill, kudos to you.
Yeah, man, love the guy. It's so hard to play defense nowadays because you can't lunge at nobody or use the crown of your helmet and stuff, which I'm glad they've gotten rid of those things. Like, it became very dangerous. We know that the statistics with that due to guys after they get done playing in the NFL or whatever, they get done playing in their career in general. But for him to be as ferocious and intense as he is this young, and like you said, his ability to just turn it on, because again, the dude has a baby face. Like, the dude doesn't look like he'd hurt a fly. But if it's just you and him and you got the ball in your hands, well, it's probably not going to be good for the ball carrier, because Anthony Hill, he just hits with a certain intensity that not a lot of guys have. And to play that linebacker position and be great, you got to be crazy. You got to be a little batshit. Like Dick Butkus was nuts. Mike Singletary, Brian Urlacher, Ray Lewis, the list goes on. Hell, Ray Lewis might have killed the dude. So, like, you can't, something in that, in that dome can't all be there. You're not like a normal everyday citizen if you want to be great, So, Ant Hill, and I say this in the most positive way, he looks like he ain't all there. He just does. When you see him getting those unsportsmanlike calls and he hit a dude going out of bounds this year that got a flag, like just things like that, he could definitely control. But again, the intensity, you don't want to dial him back too much because you don't want him to lose that edge that he has. So you kind of deal with those things from time to time. It just depends on the situation. But at the end of the day, the dude's a dog, man. I love the way he plays. I love the energy and the confidence that he has. Like to say, this is my shit in the Alabama game, which he caused complete havoc. Like you could arguably say everybody talks about Quinn Ewers in that game, which they should, but defensively, he was the player of the game easily. Jaron Thompson's pick and all, like Anthony Hill's timely plays on Jalen Milroe in that game was huge. And again, if the Horns didn't win that game, they wouldn't be in the position that they are in now. So yeah, he needs all the love that he's getting right now. And the scouts, I know linebackers aren't looked at like what they used to be. It's all about those edge rusher, interior guys, and cornerbacks. But, man, it's going to be hard not to take that dude high because whoever gets him, whatever GM's watching them now, they're going to get a special player. That's for sure.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to the right call.
Yeah,
with
man.
Zay Collier.
Yeah, for the right call, let me tell y'all about Covert BK, the family-owned auto group. If you're out on 35 and you start seeing the smoke coming under the hood, or you try to make that right turn, you hear the all in the steering wheel and stuff. Come on, man. Just go down to Covert BK and take care of that. Get you a new or pre-owned vehicle because you know they're reliable. They've been helping out the greater Austin area for over 100 years. So, hell, you do something that long, you know it's good to go. Covert BK will hold you down. They have been providing high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, and the outstanding customer service and customer satisfaction is grade A. You're going to get what you want with 7 terrific brands to choose from: Dodge, Ram, Jeep, Chrysler, Cadillac, GMC, and Buick. From SUVs to cars, you want that 2-door, that sunroof, you can get something real clean. The rims are going to be on point. Check it out at Covert BK, or go to covertbk.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Texas basketball has a big-time game tonight against Marquette. Shaka Smart and that crew, hell of a team, man, which probably till now, this early part of December, they've had the toughest schedule. They've played their in-state rivals in Wisconsin, where they lost. They've lost to Purdue, who's number 1 in the nation, before they got beat. And they've beaten Kansas, and they've beaten Illinois. So this team has been battle-tested early, and they're a hell of a team. Say what you want about Shaka Smart. I know the postseason is always going to define him like it defines a lot of these coaches. But this team, if things could go right and Shaka could get his shit together when it comes to scouting on, Fridays to, Sunday or Thursday to Saturday, the format that it usually is in the NCAA tournament, then again, this team, they could do something special, and it all starts with their guards. They got Cam Jones, one of my favorite players in college basketball. This dude has a little bit of James Harden in him. You'll see it with his finishes. He has a great right hand, even though he's a southpaw guy. He could shoot from the outside at times. So Tyrese Hunter, I expect that to be the matchup tonight. He really has to be locked in. And if you're Tyrese Hunter, you're going back home. Like, you're from the outskirts of Milwaukee. You're probably going to have a lot of kinfolk in the stands. So you want to show out. And certain guys, they play well under those circumstances, and some guys don't. Some guys struggle because that's just too much attention. You're worried about getting tickets for, so-and-so. You're getting texted by your mama saying, oh, Uncle Antoine, he coming to the game. You haven't seen him in 10 years, like shit like that. There could be a lot of distraction if you're Tyrese Hunter. Hopefully this coaching staff and Rodney Terry could deflect that from him so he could just focus on hoops, because he'll most likely have the biggest matchup in the game trying to guard Cam Jones. And then they probably have the best draft prospect not named Dylan Mitchell in this game, and also Adigi Adaro. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I could have sworn Iguodaro, that's his name. Also Iguodaro, their big man, 6'11", very skilled, will dunk your ass. Watch that Purdue game during the Maui Invitational, and he had 2 nasty dunks, so he could be a problem. And then Tyler Kolek, their other guard, white dude, first team all Big East last year. He could stroke it. He does a good job getting to the lane. If Max Asmus is matched up with him, that could be a problem, because Tyler Kolek, for a guard, he posts up really well. And he'll take you to the block and hit you with a little Tim Duncan shimmy and throw a jump hook over that right shoulder to the left hand. And Shaka and his coaching staff, they do a good job of putting their guards in situations to where everybody's cleared out and it's just them one-on-one in the paint. So the help defense has to be immaculate tonight. Dylan Mitchell, Brock Cunningham, Caden Shedrick, all those guys have to be very aware of whoever Max Asmus is guarding, because the guards on Marquette, they're good enough to take him off the dribble, and they're big enough to get him in those mismatch situations. So Max Asmus, he isn't a bad defender. He doesn't get beat or blown by, really. He's just small. That's always going to be his problem, just because guys can shoot over him. So help defense, that has to be at an all-time high. But yeah, if Marquette would have beaten Wisconsin on Saturday, I feel a lot better about this game. But the fact that they lost, they're eager to get back on the court. They want to avenge the last loss that they had, especially against a team that's their in-state rival. I expect you to see Marquette's best game tonight. So Texas, Dylan Dessou, he's still out. I haven't heard anything on him. If that dude's able to, if the Horns are able to get the job done without him, and Caden Shedrick could take advantage of Iguodaro inside, because they're just going to leave Caden Shedrick on the island when he gets the ball. People don't help on him due to how good the Horns can shoot from the outside. IT Horton shooting over 40% from 3, Max Asmus, Tyrese Hunter, he can knock down shots from the outside too. So Caden Shedrick, if he has those one-on-one matchups, he has to win those, whether that's the jump hook, reverse pivoting, get into a spin move or something like that, or get into a old school drop step, whatever. Caden Shedrick is going to have a big game tonight along with everybody else. So it's going to be a tough one. I'm not picking the Horns to win this game. And again, that's fine. I'm not here to be a homer, even though I'm going for them. It's just Marquette, they're for real. They got guards other than Cam Jones and Tyler Kolek that can get it done. And I think the Horns having their first true road test of the season against a team that's pretty pissed off right now, it could get ugly. It could be a double-digit win before you know it. So,
well, I thought that was going to be the case in the game with UConn, and Texas was within 4 points, in the second half. To me, this is like a great opportunity. No one's expecting you to win. You've got Asmus, you've got Caden Shedrick. You don't have Dylan Dessou, but I want to see how good Texas's defense is in this game, because this is Tyrese Hunter can guard Max Asmus. How do you deal with him as a defender? How does Marquette try to exploit him as a defender? Where's the help defense? I just want to see Texas compete in this game. And what a great opportunity. You just listed off Marquette's resume. Man, if you can go in there hang around, make something happen at the end, man, that would be, talk about putting belief and confidence in your tank. I mean, Steve Sarkisian was talking about that Alabama win and how that was their greatest source of confidence throughout the entire season, that they could handle any situation. Man, go put some confidence in the tank tonight. You know?
Yeah, I hear you. And CB asked, why did Shaka abandon the havoc at Texas? And you answered down there by him recruiting Jared Allen and Mo Bamba, which, Shaka, he thought that, okay, I'm at Texas, so I'm going to get big time players. It doesn't matter how I coach. And that's not the case. Like, you want to put your philosophy in whatever team that you have. I know you got to adapt to the personnel. I understand that, but there's only so much you could do to, get out of your comfort zone to get results and have those results be victories. And Shaka, he didn't get out of his comfort zone enough. Like Jared Allen and Mo Bamba, those guys are in the NBA. I think they could play havoc too. Like they could play an intense type defense. We just didn't see that here at Texas. And Marquette, they'll be intense, but they're not going to play that like full court pressing defense that you saw at VCU where they're trapping. Shaka will run and jump every once in a while, and his guards will pick up full court man and stuff. But yeah, it's different. It's different when you get to the P5 level. Well, P6 because the Big East, but it's different. You do have to adapt and have a certain style, and it just didn't work out for Shaka. But yeah, man, you're right. They have a grand opportunity tonight. If they can hang around in this game, Dylan Mitchell, he's going to have to showcase that defense, man. Like his help defense has to be huge because Max Abmas, he could get eaten alive, and especially against Tyler Kolek and Cam Jones. And they're gonna look for him. That's what every team that plays Texas is going to do. They're going to find, number 3, who's he checking? All right, cool. Let's get into this pick and roll game. Hopefully we have somebody that can shoot right over the top. Go back and look at that Wisconsin game. Like those guys were shooting right over the top of Marquette the whole time, and they were getting to the line. They made 24 free throws. Marquette only shot 14. So if you could get to the line, if you're Texas, and be the aggressor and knock down your free throws, I like the Horns' chances. But again, that loss against Wisconsin, that's what scares me the most. Like the Golden Eagles, they have a lot of pride, and losing to your in-state rival that wasn't ranked at the time, now they are at 23. That's not good, Shaka. So, yeah, this team, Shaka wants this win bad. Why wouldn't he? And his team, they know that. They're going to play hard for him. They're back at home. That's going to be a good crowd tonight. Those Marquette fans, they love their basketball in that Wisconsin area. It's going to be a good atmosphere.
This is their sport. There is no football at Marquette. It is basketball, baby. This is their team. And it's funny, Shaka, took the Marquette job, and Texas had its eyes on Beard. Shaka took the job. He was encouraged to take the job, but it's a good fit for Shaka because Shaka was totally in over his head at Texas because the Jared Allen thing may have been in some ways, because he was using the full court pressure defense, and then he goes and brings in Jared Allen, who's an NBA guy who doesn't want to play full court pressing because that's not what they do in the NBA. So then Shaka's trying to teach himself how to be a half court coach with a big man. Whereas his team that went to the Final Four in 2011 was a bunch of 6'8" guys, 6'7" guys. It was a great team, and they could defend, and they all could, play that pressure defense, and they had good shooters. And Shaka, and Jared Allen's like Austin kid. So the pressure was on for him to recruit the Austin kid. I remember Shaka going over to St. Stephen's and like watching Jared Allen run around the track. I mean, it was like, I don't know. Shaka never got comfortable at Texas. And then the whole Mo Bamba thing. Remember when Mo Bamba's brother did the video from the poolside at the apartment complex in San Marcos? And he's basically saying that he took a bag of money to go to Texas because Kentucky gave his brother a bag of money and they didn't get Mo Bamba.
Yeah.
So Mo Bamba's brother tried to do something to earn the money he got from Kentucky by outing Texas. The whole thing was just a mess. I'm sure Shaka was like, get me out of here.
Yeah, Jared Allen's one of the best defenders in the NBA. You figure it out with him. Like,
Yeah.
Shaka, I'm not trying to hear no excuse. That's bad coaching. That's why he got fired. You figure it out with him. You figure it out with Mo Bamba. You have to win more than one March game with those type of guys on your squad. Like, it's just there's no excuses for that. And he couldn't do it. And you're right, Marquette is a better fit for him because as much as they love their basketball there, it's still a little under the radar. Like, it's not a blue blood. It's not a Duke. It's not a UCLA. It's not a Kentucky. So losing in the second round last year wasn't that bad. Like, nobody's really talking about it except for Texas people because we've seen it before. So they win the Big East last year, yet lose in the second round. The Big East was the best conference last year. They had UConn. They have UConn, who won the whole thing. I want to say like 3 Big East teams went to the Sweet 16, maybe more. And Shaka, they weren't one of them. So, like, you could be a regular season coach and do well and be a good recruiter. But that's why I'm giving Sark a huge advantage over Kalen DeBoer. Because, again, Sark's been here before. He's gone through this process of the 15 practices and stuff. So you think about the NCAA tournament where you play on Thursday and then you have a quick turnaround playing on Saturday in the round of 32 or however far you go. Like, that's what keeps happening. And your coaching staff and yourself, they have to figure out a game plan basically the next night on an inferior opponent. Like, that's difficult to do. And some guys are better than others. It just is what it is. So, I mean, I wish Shaka the best. You know, that hair is still fried. He doesn't know what to do with it. That's what it looks like. It looks like he doesn't know what to do with it. He doesn't know if he should shave it. He doesn't know if he should line it up. Oh, it looks toe up. It looks toe up. That little baby pro for his beige self, it looks toe up. You need to do something about that. But
Shaka's past will meet his present tonight, 7 o'clock on FS1. All right, let's bring in Megan and Rocky because it's time to fire the cannon, kids. What's going on? Uh-oh. Oh, you're muted.
Muted.
Uh-oh.
Something's wrong.
Something's wrong?
Yep.
Something's wrong?
BK.
Uh-oh.
Help.
You can't unmute? Uh-oh.
I don't know what to do. It says I can't unmute them. They've got to unmute themselves.
They can't unmute themselves.
Will y'all leave and come back in? Okay. I've got power. I don't have that much power. I can't mute and unmute people. That's some Bruce Almighty stuff right there.
Man, Bruce Almighty, what a bad movie. There we go.
Oh, still no. It is kind of entertaining to watch people talk but not actually say anything. Can y'all hear us? Is your mic plugged in?
Chip just leaves.
Chip couldn't handle it.
Okay, are you there?
There we go.
The problem was Megan's computer is sitting on the trackpad, so when I'm using the mouse, it's double work. It's unmuting, muting.
And then we unmuted it, and the mic itself muted itself.
She moved her computer, and then the mic moved.
Yeah, it's me, apparently. I'm breaking everything today.
We're such professionals.
Oh, my God. It's you. You're the problem. It's you, right?
I own that. I own that.
That's all right. Thank you for helping.
We'll figure our life out at some point. Thanks, Zay. Y'all had an awesome show again.
Yeah, you guys are hilarious.
Well, we're here now. Finally, figured our life out somehow. But
all right,
do we want to dance it?
Yeah, let's dance. Let's go in. That was silly.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
All right, we're back.
We are finally back.
We're back. It's official. Texas is back. Megan and Rocky are back. Welcome back to another episode of Fire the Cannon. I'm Rocky.
And I'm Megan.
Who
knows?
I'm Megan.
Who knows? It's gonna be one of those shows, guys. But actually, it's gonna be really exciting because
we're a mess.
We are a mess. But we had the wonderful honor of interviewing Hayden Connor.
Yes.
So we've got some awesome clips, a lot of really great takes from him, and we spent about an hour with him. So we're going to share a lot of that with y'all today. Get his takes on the
Big 12 football champions.
Absolutely, get his takes on the Sugar Bowl, what it means to be at Texas, and so much more. So we're so happy that y'all are here.
Yeah.
We appreciate you working with us through our just train wreck of technical difficulties.
Yeah. So we'll get to the clips in a bit and talk about it, but we're going to put the full audio on the podcast, and then the full video will come up too through Texas Sports Unfiltered on YouTube, so you'll get to watch it all. But today we'll have a conversation, share some of the clips, and kind of give you a little tease of what good stuff we got.
Absolutely,
he was awesome.
It was a lot of fun. But first, let's jump into some of the cool things. I mean, we're definitely going to talk a lot of Sugar Bowl.
A lot.
We're going to talk a lot of Big 12 championship game,
playoff selections, bowl games.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But first, there's a lot more going on the 40. We've got women's volleyball advanced. They actually flew out to California. They are participating in the next round of regionals, looking to defend that national championship title out in Stanford right now.
They went to Stanford, right?
Yep. So that's going to be pretty awesome to watch. A lot of fun. Of course, we know that they took out the Aggies in the first round to advance. It's been a lot of fun watching volleyball. You've been to volleyball games.
Oh yeah,
before, right?
The crowd is amazing. So then this past week, Thursday night, they had the Aggies, right? They were seated. The Aggies came to Gregory Gym, and they came out strong, won the first set, but of course Texas volleyball, it's tough to beat them at home. That just doesn't happen in years and years. So pulled away 1-3-1. They won 3-1. And then they had SMU, swept SMU, moving on.
Yep.
So they have number 11 Tennessee.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Definitely, obviously, you get farther in, it's a lot stiffer competition, people making it farther in the rounds. But, it seems like this volleyball team is really finding their groove. There was a few hiccups. We lost some key players from last year's national championship team. But just like he always does, Jared Elliott reloads. He's always ready. Took him a little bit to work out some communication stuff, maybe figure out how to play with each other, but they're really coming on at the end of this season. So, get hot at the right time.
It's nice. Just like football, just like football, getting hot at the right time.
I love it.
Good job.
I love it. And then the women, the basketball team, they had a pretty big win here too.
Yeah. So my friend, I've talked to her before when I was visiting UConn earlier in the summer. We visited basketball is everything to UConn. And when you go, they have a gorgeous alumni center with a trophy room, and you sit in stadium seats from all the different Final Fours, and there's posters and statues and photos and movies playing of all the
all basketball.
It's amazing how much they love and care for their basketball at UConn. And they've, of course, won many national championships, and it's a huge tradition. They love their women's basketball. So it was a big deal for them to come down, program like that, to come and play Texas. And it was at the right time for Texas, because Texas won that game.
Yeah.
My friend Miranda was like, we're going to see on
too.
Austin and, soon this season. And I'm like, okay, we're going to give y'all a game. We're going to give y'all a great game. The W.
Absolutely.
What an amazing win.
Yeah, I mean, Vic Schaefer's really got him cooking. Of course, Rory Harmon. I mean, you can't say enough about her. She's once again player of the week for Big 12. She's gonna win all the accolades. I mean, she's gonna be amazing. Is amazing. Gonna take it to the next level. But
even the UConn coach had so much praise for her.
Well, for the whole team. He had mentioned he couldn't see any faults in this Texas team, which is a massive thing to say. So obviously Vic Schaefer, the right guy for the job. He's building something really special. If you guys, and there was a record crowd at that game too. There was over 10,000 at the Moody to watch women's basketball. So again, it's a ton of fun. If folks haven't gone, if you're looking for something to do, it's definitely an affordable thing to check out. And it is a fun atmosphere. So highly recommend that. I mean, number 5 women's basketball team in the nation.
Yeah,
you gotta love
top 5 women's volleyball, top 5 women's basketball. That's huge. They we watched it on TV. The atmosphere was electric. The students were there. They gave them the show that they deserved. And I was telling my friend, you're going to be impressed with the Moody Center, and you're going to be impressed with the lights and the fire and the intros, and lots of schools have neat things, but we're so fortunate to have such a new, beautiful, state-of-the-art, and the graphics and the video, and it's just fantastic, the atmosphere. And she said, absolutely 1,000,000% impressed. She was blown away, and she's worked for UConn for years and has seen it all. She was blown away by what Texas did. Everything about it. She said it was a beautiful facility. It was awesome.
Well, that's something I think that Texas fans, we were lacking for a while, and then CDC came in and he really gets it. It's creating a game day experience, not just for football, not just for, volleyball. It's literally every sport now. Baseball has changed how the fans are interacted with, the things that you can do on game days, the different opportunities. It has changed, and it is hopping on the 40. It doesn't matter what game you go to, what sport. It is a fun time. There's a lot going on, and we're, all credit to CDC for getting it. And spending the money to create those kind of atmospheres for all sports. It's pretty phenomenal, man. So
I love it. I love it for the women because that when they schedule these kinds of games and they get moments like this and everyone comes through for them, and then they put on a show like that. What a great atmosphere. I'm so happy for them.
Absolutely.
And I mean, they still have it coming. They have tonight is the teddy bear toss.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to a teddy bear toss?
Yeah. Hockey actually does it quite a bit.
So
it's a lot of fun.
It's people who come to the games bring teddy bears and throw them out and donate them, right? And they collect them and get them to a charity, right? So that's tonight. They're playing Long Beach State at the Moody Center. And then they have a few games, and then Big 12 play already starting in just a couple weeks. And they start with Baylor.
That's gonna be a tough
one. The
one.
Baylor women and the Texas women. It took a long time for Texas to finally get that win against Baylor. So that's rivalry.
We'll see it.
And women's basketball, I would call that a rivalry.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah,
I'd agree.
And it's pajama day. The day they play, Baylor is PJs. It said PJs day. So
I'm down.
And that's December 30th.
I'm gonna laugh when it's something else, but like we show up in full on pajamas, like sup, y'all.
Oh, we didn't close the door. The dogs are coming. So I think it would be pretty fun to, if you know someone who's a women's basketball fan. Sorry, they're getting the doggies out. If you know someone who's a women's basketball fan, get them maybe some Longhorn pajamas and tickets to the women's basketball game, and that'd be kind of fun. I think that'd be kind of fun to take them to the basketball game in their pajamas, in their Christmas Longhorn pajamas. That'd be cute.
Do you have Longhorn pajamas?
Of course. I have Longhorn pajamas. I have the Santa hat, right?
Yeah.
The Santa Christmas hat. And I have lots of different pajama pants and the house shoes.
That's fair.
That would be cute.
You know what I really want?
What?
Okay, so my very favorite PJs.
Oh, thank you for doing that.
Yeah, no worries. My very favorite PJs that I have are my Bucky's onesie, because I'm a child at heart.
Yeah,
we all know that. I've actually worn that tailgating. It's a lot of fun. I want Texas to do a onesie like that, but with the hook'em, like the little horns and the little hook'em head that you have.
Don't they have something like that?
They have hats, but they don't have the full on, like I'm talking onesie. I want the full thing, hook'em in all his glory, but in a onesie, because I would always wear that all the time. It would be delightful.
All right.
So.
Speaking of hats, Big 12 championship hat, but can't find one. Fanatics or University Co-op is putting out gear now. So if I see something, we'll share it with you. Yeah, definitely got to have a hat.
And hey guys, we appreciate you. CB, thanks for being here. Richard, you guys are always running in. We love that. Dougie B's here. It's good to see everybody. We appreciate y'all. So again, thanks for working with our earlier technical difficulties and dogs running everywhere.
Yeah, and also if you notice, the new addition to our background is the table here. We moved the things over. Classy until kickoff, but also we put up the Sugar Bowl beads from the last Sugar Bowl, and we'll talk about that when we get to it. But if you notice, we have the Texas Longhorns Sugar Bowl beads.
I love
that was from
it's a good time.
Years ago.
Did you go to the last Sugar Bowl?
Yeah,
you were there.
Yeah, we were there. I had my sombrero, my lucky sombrero.
Nice.
And
you know what?
Yeah.
Got to keep that.
That was I wore the lucky sombrero. I went with, it was Richard, me, my sister, and her husband, and we had a blast.
Yeah, that's a good time. Yeah, we'll definitely get to the Sugar Bowl talk again. Thank y'all for being here. Keep in mind, we've got some awesome interview. We have an awesome interview with Hayden Connor coming up. We're going to drop in some clips. We do talk about the Sugar Bowl there. We talk about the Big 12 championship game. So looking forward to that.
The culture, how they built the culture. This that's come to this, their feelings about being selected to the playoffs, their feeling fun. We talked about a lot. We're going to share it all.
A lot of fun. He's a cool dude. So, so let's talk a little bit about some of the stories going around. You know, of course, we got to lead off with our dude T Sweat, right? Got to lead off with him. All-American, again, we have a loaded roster. We know that. You know, there's a lot of debates going on between who's QBU, who's, WRU. Texas, RBU, no question. But,
RBU.
But man, our defense has been showing up. And it shows in the All-Americans that were announced. Again, so first team, we've got T Sweat, we've got Worthy. Second, we got Murphy on there, and JT Sanders too had a second team appearance. So
so Worthy made it actually as a special teams returner. So he was leading the nation with 358 punt return yards. So that's why he got on, not as a wide receiver, but as a punt returner. So we went from earlier in the season, like, they're going with Worthy, and what? He's only the best in the nation.
Minor detail.
All American, which is huge because you think about it, the return game and all the craziness of what happens in those kickoff returns. There's just it's a risky thing to do, and they've made it one of the most important. One of the most important aspects of being on the team is you contribute on special teams. So when you have leaders who step up and know how important those position yards are on special teams, they get rewarded for stuff like an All-American on special teams.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
That's amazing. And of course, Devondre Sweat, best interior D lineman in the country.
Absolutely. Well, and did you see Murphy's comments?
I didn't see the comment.
Yeah, so he was announced second team. He said, that's all right. It just makes me work harder. Like
I love it.
He took it almost as an insult. Like it wasn't good enough to be second team.
Wow.
Like he's fighting more. So I don't hate it. Listen, this team thrives on that little chip on their shoulder and that little bit of perceived disrespect, right? Which, and again, man, I love it that we are in a position that we can have a player make second team All-American and say and perceive that like, no, that was
that's
not
good enough.
I'm better than that. So I love that. Times are good again on the 40.
Yes. So Jatavian Sanders, tight end, second team. So I think that is pretty impressive, and that shows huge development. But also, he came out of high school as a highly recruited 5-star, and he had offers everywhere, and he could have gone other places and maybe even probably played right away. But he was willing to sit out that redshirt year and develop and learn the position and really hone in on how to be a tight end and a tight end in a complex system. And he's used for blocking. He's used in the run game. He's used in the pass game. Like he's used everywhere. And the NFL is going to love him.
Absolutely.
And even this year, he's had to fight through a lot of injury and play. You can see he balls out and then he kind of steps away, and then but you can tell he's in pain and playing through something. And he's amazing. And I'm glad he's being rewarded with All-American honors.
Absolutely. And that just reiterates, it's nice to have that break. Like I know, and again, we talk about this a little bit later, but having that, as fans, we're impatient as heck, right? We got to wait 28 days to watch Longhorns again.
What are you gonna do?
I don't know what I'm gonna.
I know what you're gonna do. All the bowl games.
Yeah.
We'll talk about those.
That's fair. But it does give our guys a chance to recover. We've noticed that Sanders had some injuries. We saw Worthy, kind of roll his ankle a little bit towards the end of the Big 12 championship game. But
he was in a boot and crutches.
He was,
but then jumping up and down when they videoed them on Sunday.
Still feeling it again, right?
So hopefully he's okay.
And reports on that are the boot is off, crutches are gone. So
probably precautionary if anything.
Yeah,
until they could get the full X-ray.
Right. Definitely good news there. And again, our guys will, Quinn too. We've talked about that. Give that shoulder a little bit of time.
Everyone needs
to rest and recoup. So it's a lot to look forward to. I am not the most patient person in the world, so I'm probably going to be a pretty fussy little by the time we get to the Sugar Bowl, but
there will be lots of good games though.
Absolutely. At least
and
good games on the 40 too. Like there's basketball's in full effect.
Basketball is in full effect.
Fun to watch. So there's a lot good going on. We've also got there's some coaching news, little bit of change up that we've got. You want to talk about it?
Coach Choate going to Nevada. So I think it's pretty exciting when you have a staff that is sought after and so knowledgeable. I mean, he's been a head coach before, but when the country sees what he's doing and they want your people, that's a huge compliment. That not only is Sark developing the players, but getting the coaches an opportunity to lead and show that they're worthy of another good big spot. So I'm excited. Congratulations, Coach Choate. I think we'll be missed, and it'll be exciting to see what new linebackers coach they bring in.
Yeah,
but
and let's talk about that. I mean, Sark has done a great job with this staff. We've now seen what is the third or fourth coach that has been hired to a higher job from their
an
position.
Upgrade, right?
So it's definitely that speaks volumes for Sark's ability not only to develop players but also to identify talent in the coaching world, develop them a little bit and make them hot commodities in the coaching world. So that's really great to see. And more good news from that is, he has come out and said, Coach Choate's going to be with us for the Sugar Bowl, for the playoff run, however long that lasts, which is nice. So he's at Nevada right now for these first 2 weeks. And then once workouts start up again,
he'll be back.
And the prep, he's coming back. So I think that was a really cool way to handle it and to be upfront, not only with his players, but say, hey man, I'm sticking with y'all for the rest of the season. I'm dedicated to y'all. We're finishing this season out. We're finishing it strong. And then also have that commitment over to Nevada. So that's exciting times. And it'll help Nevada recruiting too, seeing a coach that is coaching in a CFP, hopefully 2 CFP games. So it's great times, man. So and more coaching news.
Oh,
yeah. I know. I was waiting to get to this because your reaction has been
Kansas State.
Pretty delightful.
Kansas State's offensive coordinator Klein, right? He's going to be the OC with the Aggies, and I think eventually in the long term, or maybe even just a few years ago, this would have been a really great fit. But I think there's going to be some adjustment time because he hasn't. Well, you're not going to beat Texas with Klein's offense because it hasn't worked in the last few years with him running it, calling it. But I will also say the way the Aggies have struggled with healthy quarterbacks, and going to their third quarterback this year, and Klein's style of the quarterback is sometimes their leading rusher, often their leading rusher, often their goal line guy. Like, I don't know if that's going to be a fit right away to go beat up on your quarterback when you've struggled to keep healthy quarterbacks. What do you think?
Look, I think honestly, I do think it's a good fit for A&M. And where I can see, I'm going to give A&M a little bit of praise here. So brace yourself.
Oh, that's fine.
I think where A&M has kind of made missteps in the past is they have a different perception of themselves than a lot of other people around the country maybe do, right? Like I've made this argument. A&M has all the potential and has all the pieces to be a top tier job. It really does. There's a lot. Now, there are some few big hangups that can present some problems, but I think where A&M has made some missteps in the past has been they go for a splashy hire, a big name hire, even if it's not, maybe it's a good fit, but maybe not the best choice, or maybe they go for the name versus I mean, obviously, you can't not address the Jimbo elephant in the room. That was, I mean, it's a splashy big name.
Right.
They offered him ungodly amounts of money. And the rest of the college football world was kind of going, what are y'all doing? This is, maybe the game's passed Jimbo by a little bit. He didn't exactly leave FSU in the best of positions. So I will acknowledge, I think the Elko hire is a really smart hire for A&M. Maybe not the splashiest thing, but he's got ties here in Texas. That's a good fit for them culture-wise as well.
A football coach.
Right.
Yes.
And again, I think Klein is falling along in that. So I see a little bit of growth with A&M, even though their administration has made some pretty big faux pas. The Stoops announcement was pretty hilarious, how that all played out. But ultimately, this to me feels like a small shift in thinking that's going to go a long way for A&M. Hiring the right guy, even if it's not a huge name or something everybody's going to identify, right?
Right.
Now, the flip side of that coin.
You're not going to beat Texas with that offense.
Look, and you got to love Robert Behrens. He's one of my favorite Aggie followers. He said, if anything, this should prove that we are not solely focused on beating Texas.
Oh, there you go.
When the hire was there. I had to give him props for that. Look, it is, again, I think this is a good fit. It's a smart fit for A&M, maybe for where they want to go. Where they're at right now, I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see how Klein's offense fits in the SEC. It'll be interesting to see how that fits with their current, who knows how many players they will have left by the time we get to the bowl or to next year even. Transfer portal has been going bananas, but it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. I like it on the surface for A&M, but as a Longhorn fan, I'm also kind of like, yes.
Try to run up the middle with a quarterback. That
Right.
sounds like a great idea.
Right.
My thought too for Klein was, I wonder how, and at Kansas State, especially with Texas and OU leaving, and they've been Big 12 champions with Texas and Oklahoma in the way. So, and with they're got a little bit more national prestige lately. They brought in a couple of really good recruits. So I'm wondering, like, that would be a good opportunity to go be the big fish now, right? But he's taking on the challenge of going into A&M, and they have talent at A&M, and we'll see how he can make it fit to his style of play. But I wonder, like, he's really going to go take on the challenge of going into the SEC, and he's going to have to change up what he does, because that's not sustainable, running your quarterbacks into SEC D lines. It's not a sustainable thing. So we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see what he does.
It'll definitely be interesting to see how that plays out. Overall, I would say that's a smart hire for A&M, but there are definitely some questions that we're going to have to address. They're going to have to address as they get on into the season. So we mentioned a little bit earlier, transfer portal. There's a lot going on. Again, listen, I'll be the first to say your team, whoever you cheer for, your rival is always going to say, oh, look at these transfers. Oh, the culture's falling apart. What a toxic locker room. It doesn't matter. This year, we have seen a record number of players hitting the portal. I think we are over 3,000 players in the portal.
Is that just FBS too, right? Because there's all the other levels too.
Right. I mean, it is an insane amount of players. But after I just finished saying, of course, people are going to talk trash, and it doesn't necessarily mean anything when you have guys hit the portal. Let's talk about A&M for a minute.
Okay.
We are starting to see some attrition there. Now, just because a player hits the portal doesn't mean it's trouble in paradise, right?
Oh, of course. There's lots of reasons.
Lots of reasons. Makes a lot of sense for a lot of players. That being said, there are some big questions with A&M with this new hire. Jimbo's gone, right? And so seeing those players making a choice to say, oh, goodness, maybe this isn't where I want to be. Maybe this isn't the coach that fits right.
Or they may not have a position coach right now.
They may not, right. And there may be questions, and there's a small window that they can hit the portal and officially be in. So, but it seems like we have seen a lot of that 22 class that was the record-breaking class for A&M, one of the best classes ever in all of football.
Right.
That's pretty broken up now. That's, and there's some key players that are leaving. What are your thoughts on it when you saw that?
I think there's a lot of big schools, Ohio State. There's a lot of schools right now that have 4 and 5 stars just hitting the portal. And like we said, it can be for a lot of reasons. Some kids may want to get closer to home. Some kids may have coaching changes. And I say kids, young men, they may be, the new coaching style doesn't fit their, ability, their style of play, or they've been recruited over and they can go play somewhere else. And that's what most of them want to do is play.
Right.
So, or, some are like, Sark has said, and we'll hear from Hayden Connor in a bit, some leave if they're not a culture fit. If it's not working, you don't know until you actually get to a place. Lots of students who aren't athletes change schools all the time.
Sure.
Hop around and transfer schools all the time. And it's not national media news that the whole country's following, right? So there's many reasons. It could be academic reasons why they want to try a different school. So we don't know. But now when coaches can come and go take on bigger, better jobs and greener grass opportunities, the same should be available for the athletes. I just worry that there's a lot of them going in there, and what if they don't have a place to be? And then spring semester starts and they're not enrolled in school.
Look, the grass isn't always green. Right. And yeah, I think it makes sense. I am all for the portal being there and allowing whomever wants to get in the portal to be able to transfer. Now, what I hope is that schools have resources to advise the kids, and I'm going to call them kids because at this point they are, right? They're college kids. I hope schools have resources like Texas does. I hope their coaches are having honest conversations with them like Texas does about playing time, about what their best options are. Is this you're a great fit, but just be patient and fit in that, right?
Wait your turn.
Wait your turn. I hope that that's a conversation that's had. Now, we've seen Sark. He was really, really emphatic about this at the beginning of the season, talking about if a player at Texas wants to hit the portal, cool. That's it. They're done. Bye.
Yeah.
As soon as they announce that they're in the portal, they can't come back. Now, he has eased up a little bit on that for Texas's particular situation this year. And I respect that. I appreciate his stance on it. Because again, it's about the culture. If you don't feel right at Texas and you feel the need to leave, then you're not the right culture fit necessarily. Right.
Yeah.
So I like that mentality. But given that Texas is in the college football playoffs, he's now allowing because we've had 3 players announced so far.
I think it's up to 4 now.
Okay.
There was just another one in the last hour.
Got it. Okay. So those players, they have been a part of building this team, right? And he wants to give them the opportunity to play where they're going to get more time. Maybe there's a little bit of that going on. But he's not taking away the opportunity from them to play in a college football playoff game. I think what he's doing, and I really like this, is a player is going to be more highly sought after if they have that experience, right?
Right.
So I like that he's not taking that away at this point, because the games are done, before the portal closes, before Texas plays their games.
Right.
So it gives them that opportunity. They have the ability to make the decision and go forward there. So I like that. I thought that was a good adjustment on his part.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of if they're still fitting in with the culture and they're still working hard and doing the right things.
Right. That was a caveat.
Yeah, that they're going to be rewarded for, let them stay with the team, finish spray painted.
Yeah.
Let them, I think that you can use this.
Yep, I got it.
Okay. Sometimes the grass is spray painted.
Yeah, I like that, Steven. That's a great comment. Sometimes grass isn't always greener. Sometimes they just spray paint it. They put a lot of shine on, but once you get there, it may not be what you thought.
Especially when they're trying to sell you, their program or promise them NIL things or promise them. We've seen some students not get what they were promised.
Right.
A lot of students have said that they didn't get what they were promised. So that unfortunately that happens. But I love that they have the opportunity, and like any other student, they should be able to put their name out and go where they can go. I hope every kid gets a spot to land, and it just doesn't happen that way.
It doesn't, but
there's
with 3,000 students in the portal. I mean, there's just the numbers based on a numbers thing alone. Not everybody's going to have a place to land.
Right.
And maybe that's a little bit of harsh reality, right? Like you hope they're getting the right advice. You hope they're getting the right guidance. But that could end up being a tough life lesson to learn, maybe having that patience or waiting a little longer, again, we hope everybody lands where where it fits well for them. But you're right. Reality is that doesn't always happen. So be careful what you wish for.
Really
So,
quickly, Heisman. Who wins it?
Oh, do I care? I think that's more the bigger question.
Does anybody care right now?
I don't know, man. Like
the only reason I care is because Texas is about to face probably the winner.
Yeah,
and Penix. Like that's
fair. You think Penix is getting it?
I would think he has the best chance of winning it.
I'd agree with that. Unless, well, again, they make the announcement before these games are played, but
I think Texas will end up facing the Heisman winner, and that's
a little extra motivation.
Lately, been a little bit of a curse, right? Like who wins the Heisman,
right? That being said, though, I mean, I think you're right, but I am curious, like folks in the comments, like who do y'all think is gonna win? And second follow-up question: does anybody care about the Heisman like they used to? You know, to me, this has become the popularity contest. It's not necessarily you did the best
or the best quarterback.
Right. It is a for all intents and purposes. It's a quarterback award at this point. Right. You know, we had that conversation about Sweat being in the running. That would have been, we knew that he wasn't going to get, wasn't going to win the Heisman, but it would have been nice to get the invite to even go. Right. But look, I'm curious. I personally do not care at all. Thank you. I'm in Philip. I'm in your boat, man. I don't even know that I haven't watched the ceremony in forever. Do you watch it?
I don't need 7 hours of commercials for everyone else. I haven't watched it. You'll just see on Twitter, they'll say who won it.
Right. Yeah. Now I'll tell you, the second that a Longhorn's in the running, absolutely.
Oh, I'm gonna watch.
Greatest award ever.
Next
I'll be
year
there
when
for all
Quinn
7 hours.
Ewers is the favorite, I will be watching.
Right. I know. Like fickle as we are, but yeah, it feels like
we're not invested in it lately, and Texas hasn't had a finalist in a minute. Time, so that might be why it doesn't matter to us right now. I'm sure the Washington fans are all up in the Heisman voting right now.
Sure. I'm sure they are as well. Well, all right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. I'm sure we'll retweet it and see what's going on. So before we jump in, we do have
Hayden Connor conversation is happening.
Hayden coming up.
We have video of our
we
interview.
do have to give a quick shout out. Again, we're talking about bowl games coming up, all this stuff to do. If you don't know where to go to watch a bowl game, you should call AV Consultations. So again, we've got that bowl season's here. There's going to be a lot of really fun games. We're going to talk about that, how many cool matchups we have. Obviously Texas is going to be looking glorious. So why not get a wonderful big screen, set up your man cave, set up your she shed, set up your sports den with AV Consultation. So they've been in business since 1988 and can hook you up the way that they've hooked up thousands in Central Texas. So whether it's a home theater, looking for an outdoor setup even, again, we talked about the man cave, that sports den, whatever you guys need, AV Consultations has you covered. So give them a call, 512-255-8678, or check them out online at avconsultations.com. So get that going. It'll be a nice little setup. I wonder if they could set up in my camper, have some multiple setups. I need TVs like you do.
I'm sure they can do something.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool.
Go up the walls, around
right?
The walls.
Have them on the ceiling. That'd be delightful.
All right. So let's get to it. We have a lot of people watching. Make sure you like and subscribe. You can follow us. You can follow at TS Unfiltered on Twitter and all the places. So thanks for joining. We have Hayden Connor. So we had a wonderful interview, and he couldn't join us live at 3:00 today. So we videoed our interview with him from yesterday, and we had so much good conversation. So where do you want to start? Let's start about why he came to Texas.
Yeah, I think let's jump in. We talked with him, and I thought this was cool to see what it meant to him to be a Texas Longhorn and why.
So why he chose Texas. And we'll start there.
We know that you had a lot of different schools banging on your door, hoping that you would commit. What brought you to Texas? What made you decide UT was the school for you?
Academics was definitely a big thing for me. I knew what major I wanted to do since I was an 8th grader, which was aerospace engineering, and we can get into that later.
Minor thing.
Oh, gee.
And I knew that Texas had a great engineering program, and so I was really interested in that early on. And pretty much academics guided my whole recruiting process. It came down to here in Michigan. So it was far away or it was in my backyard. So I feel like I made a decent choice.
Fabulous weather or freeze your butt off? Do you
I like the cold. I like the cold. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's like, but
You're your own space heater, right?
To me,
Yes.
it's like the Caribbean or Antarctica. Like to me, that's what it feels like. Well,
Yeah.
we're glad you chose Texas.
Yeah, Rocky is a tropical people.
I'm a tropical people. We're so glad you chose Texas. What went into? You said like the academics, but what about the school really separated them aside from the fabulous weather from a school like Michigan, which is a respectable, amazing program also?
I think it's just the tradition that Texas has. I didn't know a lot of. I didn't grow up a Texas fan, and so during the recruiting process, I started to learn more about Texas and its rich history. And Michigan has history too, but I don't think it's the same. And the fans here are, I would say, a lot better than in Michigan.
We've heard.
But yeah, but the academics were always big for me. Getting to tour Michigan's facility and here it was really equal. It was just about the athletics was that cherry on top that was going to finish it off. So it was a tough decision.
I can imagine.
All right, that was good. So he chose Texas. He's a smart kid, smart guy. He chose Texas for the academics, and a lot of people compare Texas and Michigan often. What do you think is the difference? Like, why would you, if you had to choose between Michigan and Texas, why would you choose Texas?
Well, my reasons would be a little different because I was born and raised here, right? Always been a Longhorn fan. But if you take that out of it, look, I mean, because you almost went to Miami, like away. I did, yeah. I was, and I almost went to Ohio State. I got a scholarship offer at Ohio State and toured. I will tell you that I toured the campus. It's a cool campus. I don't know that I necessarily love everything around it, but we were there. My dad and I went to Ohio State on it was actually St. Patrick's Day, March 17th.
Oh, that's a great day to be up there.
Yeah, it was fun. But we're in the quad, cool campus.
Did you go streaking in the quad?
No, I did not go streaking. Not with my dad. No, I absolutely did not. But yeah, we're there, and I look up in the sky, and a single snowflake dropped on my nose. And I immediately looked at my dad and I said, it's snowing in March. I'm not going
March
here.
Is still pretty early.
It doesn't matter. It was snowing in March. I'm out. So that for me, that definitely factored in. And I like the cold, right? But snowing in March, hard pass. I'm out on that. So yeah, I mean, I think it's really cool. They are both blue bloods.
Right.
Michigan's had some recent success, but that was another program that it took Harbaugh a minute to turn it around. They suffered through some pretty tough years as well. I think it is fair to say that Michigan and Texas are similar schools and be neck and neck. So the academics factoring into that, and again, Michigan's a top academic school as well.
Right.
The academics factoring into that, I think is really important. I think our fans forget that sometimes, like our players
are smart.
Not only are they badasses, but there's a certain level that you have to hit to be accepted to the University of Texas.
Right.
So, we're not just putting just any old dum-dum out there. So no, I think that was really cool to hear.
Well, in our conversation, we were talking about, coming to Texas and when you have options of other schools, why would you choose to come to one that's struggling?
Sure.
Right. Because at the time, we'll talk about it, that Texas wasn't on the top. Like when you have offers from programs that are building and already producing, why would you choose to come rebuild at Texas? And here was his answer.
If I remember correctly, I got on campus in January and we still didn't know who the O-line coach was going to be. Like it was only a couple of weeks later that we found out that Coach Flood was going to join the staff. At the time, I was scared because I'm like, oh my gosh, like now I'm going to play for guys that didn't recruit me at other schools. And so it was a weird process, but I knew that, I was committing to a coach, but I was committing more to the school itself. And that was always in the back of my head. Like I'm coming here to change the culture, change the program. And I feel like that was pretty successful.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I like that you say that because Texas has been on the struggle bus for a few years before you. So when you say you're one of the people that wanted to come in and change it, why take that on when you can go to a school that's already winning? Why take on being one that puts in the work to change it or bring it back to where you guys are right now?
I wanted to be special. I wanted to be a part of something that had been a dynasty in the past, that had been really good and was kind of in this rough stage. And I wanted to be a part of that program and that movement and that change for an entire city.
That's incredible, man. Like,
go ahead.
That's cool. I said it in our interview. I do think that's incredible. That's something that I don't know that a lot of players want to necessarily. Again, he was highly recruited. This isn't a kid that had
top 50
this isn't a kid that had 1 or 2 offers. I mean, he was being recruited from 8th grade. He had multiple offers at multiple schools, and for him to make the choice and say, "Look, I want to come to a school that I know it was once great and can be great again."
Right.
That's huge. Like, that's a really cool feeling. And, as a Texas fan, outside looking in, you've got to respect the hell out of that, because that's not an easy fix. That's not an easy path.
Right.
A lot of players, well within their rights, could say, "Look, man, I want to go to a place where I know I can fit in and immediately be in contention for, national championships or conference championships." And Hayden signed on knowing that
it was a rebuild.
There was going to be a fight. And I think, to me, that speaks volumes about who he is as a player,
right?
And who our team is made up of, the kind of players with the kind of guts and grit that they have to stick through and actively choose that, right? Like, I think that speaks volumes,
especially too when they are highly recruited. They're in the same, select teams or travel, they know this other high recruits, and they go to the same selection games, and they get razzed and teased. The families, get razzed and teased about, why are you going to that 5-7 team or whatever? And they hear it. We've had friends talk about, they hear it when their son picks a school that isn't, at the time, one of the top in the country when they have the opportunity. So it really takes resolve and commitment to be one of the people to step up and be willing to help be one of the people that makes that change.
Right. Yeah. And look, we had a great comment. You're right. His family is super close with Milroe. They grew up together. They still talk a lot. The families do as well. Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a push to come to other schools and, play with guys that he knew for a long time, in Alabama with Milroe. So yeah, there was a big choice there. We've talked about this too. When we were in Alabama, this actually came up. With Justice Finkley's family.
Right.
We know that the families didn't necessarily get treated super well at Alabama by the fans.
No.
And one of the things we talked about, we've had Dr. April Finkley on the show. She's talked about, they live in the heart of it. They're in Trussville, which is just outside of Birmingham.
Right.
So they're a hop and a skip away. Everything's Alabama there.
Yes.
And when Justice made that choice to come to Texas, I mean, they got some vitriol from it. It was, y'all are traitors. What are you doing? This kind of hard push. But they were another part of that crew that saw the potential, saw the shine.
They
that
believed
Texas
in the vision.
Believed in the vision and made the choice to put in that hard work. And again, academics with the Finkleys played a huge factor in that.
Right.
So I think that's a really special thing. And I don't want our fans to overlook how key that is and what kind of character it takes to make that kind of leap. That's crazy to me.
Well, Sark has been thanking this group since, especially over the last few weeks, but since, talking about culture and all the things, Sark has been thanking this group of leadership and seniors, the players who didn't sign up to be coached by Sark or, all the different position coaches, or like Hayden mentioned, that maybe they weren't recruited by this staff, or they were heavily recruited by a different staff.
Hayden was recruited by Coach Hand.
And so they didn't sign on to this staff, but they did know at the time that Texas was struggling and that they would be part of the rebuild. But Sark thanks that group. He names them all, the ones who've been there the whole 3 years with him, and how much he needed them to be the leaders. And now that they're instilling the culture. And yeah, let's get into that, the culture, because you had asked him some great questions about what is it like to come in and have to rebuild, not just winning on the field, but a new culture. And we hear the word all the time, but let's see what that meant to Hayden.
Everything about you is pretty phenomenal, man. So
I
love that. So We talked about culture is something, that word has come up quite a bit. You mentioned it just now with the rebuilding. We've heard Coach Sark talk about it a lot. We've heard about all the coaches. It is a word that is floating around in the year 2023 quite a bit with the Texas program, but we know that didn't start this year. Can you tell us a little bit about that process, what it's been like starting from where we were 3 years ago when you were at Texas, when you came to Texas, to where the program is today and building that culture? What were some of the key moments, I think, for you and some of the small changes that you saw?
Yeah, it was not easy. I remember when I got here, the culture was kind of weird. It was, I feel like the culture when I first got here was a little bit selfish in terms of player to player interaction. I would say that I was close with just the guys that I came in with for a semester or two, which I feel like is a little too long if we're trying to go win a natty together. So it was difficult. The coaches had to come in and tell us like, hey, like if y'all want to be great, y'all have to be player led. Like the culture has to get better. And so they helped us with some culture stuff during the summers. Like we would do Culture Wednesdays where we would meet, separate into groups, and really just talk about our lives. And I actually really liked it. I thought it was a lot of fun getting to learn more about players that really I don't get to talk to a lot, like the DBs and stuff. Like I can say that I'm friends with a lot of them, which is surprising. But yeah, it hasn't been easy. But when Sark came in and was like, we're going to be the best team in the country, but we got to be player led first, we all bought in. And of course, some people had to go and some people came in, and that's just the way that it had to work out. Because I can truly say that everyone on the team loves each other.
Oh, I love that. I just want to play that clip over and over. It makes my soul happy. Like
that they love each other.
Yeah. We had a comment earlier. It looks like I was going to tear up. I will. Like, I'm emotional about this, man. Like it has been a minute. We've been around this program for a long time, and we've been very fortunate to know people pretty deep in the program for a while. And having that kind of commentary, I mean, I can tell you all this, and I'm sure everybody knows it. We saw how things played out. That love for one another wasn't always there.
Right.
We had a coach that talked about it. I think Charlie Strong was about that idea, but he was fighting so many other things. He could never really quite turn that corner. Right. The players loved him, no question. Tom Herman comes in and he's talking about kissing players and all this kind of stuff. We got to love each other and all that. But the actions were very different.
And they never built it between themselves, amongst themselves.
Right. There was
not fully where you could say every player loves each other.
Right. We can say this now looking back, and now that we've got some distance and it doesn't hurt as much to say.
It hurts.
But the truth was there was a big divide under the Tom Herman locker room. There just was.
Mm-hmm.
And the way, I mean, he talked about, we wouldn't call kickers by their name, right? He wouldn't, I mean, there was the fancy breakfast versus the
hot,
soggy
hot
eggs,
dogs,
right? Like that kind of stuff.
That
while
would
in theory,
yeah.
If you're winning, okay, fine. Maybe it creates a little bit of competition, whatever, but they weren't winning. And what that ended up doing was creating a really big divide in the locker room between the guys where there wasn't a reason to play for each other. Right. And as such, I think that kind of manifested in a way where, well, if we're not playing for each other, I'm not going to play for the school. I'm not playing for Texas. I'm playing for myself, because that's all I can get out of this. So to see that shift from where we were then to now, and yeah, hearing Hayden say we truly love each other, man, that got me right in the feels. I was emotional about that for sure.
Yeah, especially when he's talked about some players had to go. And when we talked about the transfer portal a few minutes ago, not every place is someone's home. And if they can go find their home, that's great. But sometimes you just don't fit with what's building, and it may be the player or it may be the coach, but they just don't fit. And some people, you have to trim the fat. And if they're not all in, they're dragging the rest of them down that are trying to get the work done. So that was really nice that, the Culture Wednesdays, the things they did to learn about each other. And it
had nothing to do with football.
Right.
Nothing to do
Just
with
who
football.
are you as a human? Tell us your story. And we saw a couple Mondays ago, the player availability. I always have to say that slowly. The player availability, the media they talked about they would write letters to, themselves, and then like what their goals were. And then they would give it to another player, and that was their accountability partner. And their accountability partner was going to check in with them and help keep them in line, or they would sit in the circle and tell their stories. And you see, Michael Taft, one of my favorite players here from Westlake, some people, you would see him like, oh, he probably has it easy. No, he had two of his best friends die within weeks of each other, two of his closest best friends. And when you carry that, and we saw how he honored Jake Ellinger at the game this weekend, you realize that you can't judge a book by its cover, right? People have stories, and they all are coming from something. And when they take the time and get in the small groups and learn about each other, Hayden Connor saying he has good friends with the DBs when they're the most opposite of positions, right? But here they are knowing about each other and caring about each other and loving each other. And that makes them, now they have bonded, and that culture, you can't fake it, right? You can't, like Sark said, it's not a t-shirt you wear, culture. Yeah. It takes time, and it took them, it's 3 years now, and it takes time.
It does. Absolutely. Well, and one of those things too. I mean, look, we talk about it ad nauseum. We talk about culture, and like you just said, it's not about what's on the shirt. Trust falls don't build culture. That's not team building, right?
Trust falls. But
being truly open and honest with each other in a way that maybe some of these guys hadn't had to do before, hadn't had that opportunity before. I think that's a really cool thing. And this is stuff that they can take beyond, like, take football out of it completely. This is team building. This is how to be successful in life. Like, these life lessons, again, Sark talks about not just building the team, not just building the culture, not just making great football players, but making excellent young men, developing them into excellent young men. And this is, to me, a huge key.
You're, like you just said, it's about life. There you go. Sark's giving them things that they can use for life.
Absolutely.
Maybe look at the media availability, and they tell you some of the things they did. Try it with your kids. Right. Who knows? Have them get in a circle and come up with the things. Like, whatever he's doing, I feel like that would work for any people that want to connect and get to know each other.
Absolutely.
Even if you live in the same house, sometimes you don't know siblings. You have they have their own lives. They don't really get to bond often. They don't get to bond all the time.
Yeah.
That's pretty special. But we talked about too with Hayden, the shift when the culture was building, there had to be a turning point where when did the team say, this, we can't go on this way, you're in or you're out? And what was that moment?
Well, and leading up to that, we definitely had the conversation when his first year, Texas was 5-7. Again, he committed knowing that he was here to rebuild Texas, right? Not everybody on the team did. And so we did. We had that conversation with him. What was the turning point? We all saw it. I think looking back, again, it's easier to see, but that infamous Bo Davis rant on the bus, he's actually got some pretty cool insight on that.
Well, tell them what happened on that.
Yeah.
What happened in that bus rant?
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody knows, but somebody might not know.
Yeah, definitely. That's something that if you guys missed it, I don't see how you're Texas fans if you missed it, but it was after a pretty embarrassing loss up at Iowa State, actually. And after the game, I was there at the game. I can attest to this. After the game, a lot of the guys were hopping, skipping off the field. Like, it didn't affect them at all. They weren't pissed. They weren't mad. And that pissed off the coaches. And the video went viral of the Bo Davis rant on the defensive bus, actually, which it's interesting that Hayden was a part of that. He got to hear it. But yeah, let's
all right,
hear it.
So Hayden's going to tell us what happened on the bus.
A few years ago, the Iowa State game was a bit of a pivotal moment for this Texas team with the now infamous Bo Davis rant. I understand you were able to witness that particular rant. Would you say that was a point that changed Texas's trajectory or mentality? How did that speech, that passionate speech from Bo Davis, affect the team and affect you?
Well, I remember vividly because I was sitting right underneath where he slammed his hand. So I was right there, and it was
you got the joke.
Yeah, at the time I was a freshman. I was rotating in. I was still playing, but I didn't have, I would say, the voice I have now. And I feel like a lot of us were thinking the same things that Coach Davis was saying. And I do think that was a turning point for our culture and our team. Is like the shit's real. Like we got to lock in. We got to start caring more. And a lot of the guys on that team transferred because they just weren't buying in. And I think, I completely agree that was a big part in our culture change for sure.
That's good. Yeah. Again, when that thing went viral, it was I think my first reaction was like, oh man, I wish this wasn't a thing everybody was witnessing, right? Like I wish that had been a in the family kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But on the same note, I think if we're going to seek the silver lining, I think the fact that went viral showed the fans, especially showed the people that like there is passion there. This staff is serious. And, like Bo Davis said, this is real. This is real life. This is our living. And I think that resonated with a lot of people that have been, bleeding burnt orange for a long time and maybe seeing some of the same issues that you mentioned and not really knowing what to do with those feelings. I think that video coming out resonated with everyone. So it's good to hear that was something that was a key moment that kind of turned. Flash forward now to this year's Iowa State game. I think that's probably, there's been a lot of bulletin board material over this particular season. I think you probably, that little grin probably tells me you know what I'm talking about. But I think Iowa State was one of the first ones that, aside from Yormark at the beginning of the season, Iowa State was the first one where a player just came outright in an interview and
we're gonna check their ego.
What I would say was a little disrespectful. Can you, as part of that embrace the hate that we've talked about and having that particular comment, did that fuel the team? Did that resonate? Is that something that y'all focused in, or was it just another, kind of just another piece in the ether? Don't pay attention to it.
We definitely took it a little personal. But as a team, whenever people say stuff like that, like, especially for me personally, I'm like, okay, I internalize it for a second and then I'm going to use it when I need it. And I feel like we played with a bit of a chip on our shoulder during that game when we played Iowa State. And, I truly don't understand why people say stuff like that in the first place, because the only thing it does is gives us more motivation. So they're a loss, honestly.
Right.
Literally.
Yeah, right. No, we saw it with obviously the Texas Tech thing. The Yormark comments were circulating in the weight room. Yeah, I love that.
There you go. I was going to go on about the bulletin board material, but
right.
So let's talk about the rant and then how they've turned it around now to be fired up on the road, which we'll get to after the 4:00 happy hour.
Absolutely. So, again, that rant, the Bo Davis thing, I thought that was cool to hear. We see it from a fan perspective, and then that was the change that really cleared out the locker room, really had the guys that wanted to be there stuck around. And I think we saw that again, going from 5-7 and then you have an 8-win season. And now here we are where we're at in 2023. It's pretty dang impressive. And on that note, do we want to talk about where we're at in 2023? Just real quick as we jump into happy hour.
Okay.
I think we should.
What do you mean? Where we are in 2020?
Well, okay, so we went from 5-7.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, to Sugar Bowl bound in the playoffs.
I think that's to be celebrated.
That is to be celebrated. So we thank you, Richard, for happy hour today.
We are celebrating.
It is going to be champagne because we're champions.
I don't know if
it's
offsite.
Oh no, not over her computer.
No, it's fine.
Not over her computer.
It's fine. There we go. Look at that. He is a consummate professional. I love it. Appreciate it.
I don't think we can call it champagne because it's not French. Here, let's move it out of the way. Here, move it not over the computer. We have enough technical issues.
Right? I don't need to fry my computer in the process.
We have enough technical issues without frying all of it right now. That's great.
Perfect. Look at that.
Lots ahead. All right. Thank you.
You can say that because you're his wife.
So. All right, we'll get this.
Sorry,
it's almost 4:00. It's Richard's perfect timing.
Oh, look at that.
4:00 happy hour.
Oh, look at that pour. Dang.
Good job.
Right.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah, leave the bottle.
So we're gonna leave the bottle. You gotta love it.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers to Texas.
Cheers to going from
championship.
Yeah.
The Big 12 championship.
We do.
We have a Big 12 championship, a conference championship. The fourth one in 27 years. That's not the best.
I love it. All right. But onward and upward. So
only up from here.
He was talking about that moment, that Bo Davis rant being that pivotal point for the team and changing out the personnel.
Right.
That's something that, I think, he also talked about when somebody says something like that. We talked about ISU,
Right.
Jerd came out and said, hey, this team isn't nothing. They get all these 5 stars. They have all this money. They do all this
check
stuff.
your ego.
Right.
Yeah.
But check your ego. That was something that, Hayden was saying, oh, we take that. We embrace that. Coach Sark said at the beginning of the season, when those your mark comments came out, they wanted to embrace the hate. And we rock the shirts. I love that. The embrace the hate shirts. It's no secret that everyone loves to hate Texas. I would argue that
They're everyone's rival.
They're right. Most team with the most perceived rivals. I would argue that there are a lot of fan bases out there and a lot of schools out there that hate Texas more than they love themselves. Right? That's what the Horns Down is about. That's what all these comments are about.
Right.
So we talked about that, the embracing the hate. We got into that with Hayden a little bit, and I thought it was fun to hear his comments.
Yeah, let's go. We asked him what it's like to be on the road and get that treatment. Here we go.
Absolutely.
This game, right? What does it mean to you when they say embrace the hate?
People only hate the great ones. They don't hate the average ones. So that's kind of the way we think about it on the team. And I love it. Like I think every one of our games was sold out this year besides the Rice one, I think. And that just shows, when you go into a different stadium and they haven't had a sold out game in however many years, and then it's sold out just for this Texas game, it's like, oh, they're not coming to watch their team. They're coming to watch us.
Exactly.
So we love that stuff.
Love it.
That's phenomenal.
And the Texas fans travel well. What's
very
your
well
so far this year?
Yeah, it's been great. Every time that we get done with a road game, I'm always surprised by how many Texas fans are there. Like at the Iowa game, I was like, holy crap! There were so many people there that were rooting for us, and I'm like, I love that. We need more of that. So it was, we always recognize it and we hear it too whenever we score, because the best thing about road games is when it gets quiet, but when you've got a good fan base, you still hear a little noise after your success.
Absolutely. So,
there you go. They hear you guys when they're on the road. They love what they say. Loves when it's quiet because you've shut the crowd up
on the road. Yeah,
on the road. Yes, but now they get almost just as much as possible. Sometimes there's been more Texas fans than home fans at some of these away games this year.
I mean, especially, and again, we were fortunate in the way that our schedule lined up. Texas, our only games outside of Texas were Alabama and at Iowa State, right? So I think that definitely helped out. But even beyond that, Texas fans travel. I mean, that is one thing. We show up in that burnt orange. We're there. We're loud. We're proud. You were at the Baylor game. Remember?
It was more Texas. It was a pretty good amount of Texas, and by halftime, it was more Texas than
yes, absolutely. They were pretty apathetic going into the game. I would say it felt like about 30, like a third of the stadium was Texas, but you're absolutely right. By halftime, the Baylor fans had completely left, and it was basically a home game for Texas.
Right.
They were Texas fans were loud. It was awesome. So if you guys ever wonder, the guys hear that. They see the support, they hear the support, and it fuels them. I mean, that's a key part. So good job, y'all. If y'all been to a game, if you home or away, Texas good job.
Megan goes to all the games, so she can tell you there's a pretty good representation.
Yeah, absolutely,
and they see it and they enjoy it. They appreciate it, obviously. So when we also talked about going on the road, and one of the biggest road game of the year, of course, was Alabama, and we talked about what was it like going into that atmosphere when people weren't giving you a chance, or nobody wins it in Bama. And when we were at that game, we had people, and the Bama fans should be proud. They've held, defended home territory for a long time. And like Sark said over and over in his, promoting their best win, the best win in college football of the year, is going to Alabama when no one had won there in 50 something games.
Right.
So we talked about it. What was it like going into Alabama and getting that win, preparing for it? And then what did that do for the season? Like, how did that affect their mentality for the rest of the season? And this is what he said.
It has. Well, let's start with Bama, right? Going into Alabama and no one's won there in years and years and 50 something games of Bama defending home territory and this and that. And then Texas goes in and manhandles them on the lines. What like going in, people doubted Texas had that kind of physicality or that they were going to be able to, scheme up against Saban's defensive mind. That you guys pulled it off. What was it like going into that game? And then when the clock, hit 0 and you guys have a W?
Yeah, one thing we kind of pride ourselves on is that we don't treat one game different than another. Like our preparation for the Rice game was the exact same as for Bama, and it was the exact same for the Big 12 championship game. So the preparation didn't change. It was just our mentality on game day. We had to be taking the comments a little more personal, which, it was a personality and grit game, and we needed to show it because we knew what we're capable of. And, that kind of set the tone for the rest of the season in terms of our standard as an O-line. And, we weren't perfect, but I feel like we lived up to it the majority of the time for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that
was amazing. It set the tone for the rest of the year to go and to know you can go into, back to back, whatever, SEC champion, national champion, and with, 5 stars across the line and just out physical them, especially when they finished the last 7-ish minutes with the ball in their hand, running it when they knew they were going to run it.
Running at will. Texas was in that game and just imposed their will, and there was nothing that Bama could do about it.
Right. And as much as people want to say, well, that win wasn't that great because, Milroe wasn't himself yet. I'm sorry, Milroe wasn't the D-line that was stopping the run for 7 minutes. That couldn't stop the run. Right. It's the same defense they have now. Texas just was the better team that day. And if they get to play again, on January 8th, we'll see. They'll get another shot. It's hard to beat a team twice, but I feel like Texas there's something special happening right now.
I would agree with that. And look, y'all, we appreciate y'all being with us, and we hope you're enjoying these clips as much as we enjoyed interviewing them and talking with them. Keep in mind too, we will have the full interview posted on our podcast tonight. And then additionally, we are going, Texas Sports Unfiltered will post the full video interview as well.
Almost the full video.
Yeah.
There's a couple little things we're going to set aside.
So again, we appreciate it.
The full video.
And love it. But that's something that we talked about with him, is just how it feels to go in and play these games. And again, where Texas is at, let's have that conversation. We are ahead of schedule. At the beginning of this year, Sark came in, again, we've talked about 5-7 and then the 8 wins. And now the goal this year was to win the Big 12 championship.
Right.
Right. And Texas did that with flying colors, and the team was excited. Now we're setting new goals. And we talked about that a little bit with Hayden. What did it feel like to win that Big 12 championship and achieve the goal and then be a little bit ahead of schedule?
All right. So let's play his favorite moment, right, of the Big 12 championship, and also a moment that we thought was pretty special for all the fans at the Big 12 championship game.
Into Sugar Bowl chat.
Oh, my favorite part of the game. Seeing T-Sweat score was pretty sweet. We had been practicing that play for about 4 weeks. And it was in the game plan every week, but we just never had a chance to run it. And so the first time in 4 weeks that we get to run it is in the Big 12 championship game. So
is it true that he dropped it in practice the day before the walkthrough?
Did he drop it?
They said that he dropped it in the walkthrough.
He dropped it a couple of times.
Yeah. But he caught it when it mattered.
He caught it when it mattered. That's all that matters.
And
Yeah, exactly.
Heisman, he dropped the Heisman pose.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Yeah, there were a lot of fun moments in that game. It didn't hit me that we won until really when we got on the bus. I'm like, holy crap! Like we actually just did that. It was pretty special. But probably being in front of the stage where Q and Sark were at, watching the confetti fall, that was probably the best moment for sure.
That's a very cool moment.
Go
ahead.
I'll tell you a moment that was really special for a lot of the fans was Jonathan Brooks coming out for the last play. Talk about that, like how that came to be. I heard he's having surgery today. Right. So wish him the best, quick recovery. Talk about that, like suiting up, putting off his surgery so he can come out with the team in that last play.
Yeah, so on our Friday walkthroughs, we kind of go through special situations in the game, and then at the very end we go victory formation. And Coach Sark told JB to get out onto the field, and we were like Coach, he can't play. And so he brought us all up after. I don't know if you remember this, but yeah, he brought us up after, and he was like, "We're gonna finish the game in victory formation." And I'm telling the equipment staff to pack JB shit because he's going to be on the field.
Wow.
So it was pretty cool hearing that before, we even left town. That it was already planned ahead, and JB deserves it. He was the backbone of our offense for sure.
Yeah, that was. I know. Here we go, tearing up again, because what a cool thing to hear. I mean, we now know that Sark had been planning that for a minute.
Yeah.
But again, I think this goes back to speaking to how the team really loves each other and that everybody was so excited. I love the comment of like Sark told the equipment crew, pack his shit up.
Pack his shit.
He's going to be wearing it when
just enough to be out on the field, whatever.
When we take that knee, that victory formation.
When they were practicing and like Brooks come out and they're like, Coach, he can't play.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember this, Coach, but he's got a bum knee right now.
Injured. But yes, he did have surgery yesterday, and just sending all the recovery vibes to Jonathan Brooks, because like Hayden said, he was a pivotal part of this offense. And coming out of, we'll get to it in a minute, the Washington game last year, there was a lot of questions because, Bijan and Rojo had gone on to the NFL and what was going to happen with the run game. And in that game, it took a minute, but then they got going. And so there was going to be questions coming in this season, and all they've done is just be stellar in the run game. And when you have at the point, the nation's leading rusher go down with that kind of injury at TCU, it's heartbreaking. And to see that the team is still embracing him, knowing he's a crucial part. And when they said, this is the part that he said, when we're in victory formation, they just speak it to existence, right? We will be in victory formation to end the game. And when we are, Brooks is coming out, to take the snap. And then you see Manning behind him and they hug, and then everybody comes out because they're not only celebrating a championship, but they know
what it means.
That any player could be in that position where they're unfortunately not able to finish the season with their team, but the team understands that and they love each other and they're out there supporting them.
Yeah. I again, it all wraps up together, right? This is it goes back to culture, building culture, getting the right players in that want to be there and understand the undertaking of rebuilding Texas and being willing to put that work in.
Right.
And it comes full circle with moments like that. Again, Texas is stacked in a way at so many positions now, in a way that we haven't been in a long time. And to your point, you see that when you have the nation's, the lead for the Doak Walker Award goes down with that kind of injury. And then it's next man up mentality, right? But there's no selfishness there. The guys are ready for their time. They're ready for their moment because they prep the same for every game. They prep and they're playing for each other. They love each other. So having that next man up mentality, everything fits smooth. That felt like such a look at me. I'm like, right now I'm beaming about it.
This is an emotional day for Megan.
It
was a great interview.
It was. And we've been as fans. Look, am I playing the game? No, but I've invested heavily my blood, sweat, tears, and freaking money. And I love this team with all my whole soul.
We
all
want them
do, right?
to be great.
We do. And having gone through this past decade, you could see the pieces. The foundation wasn't quite right. God knows Steve Patterson set us back. Just the journey it took to get here, to be able to have these kind of conversations with the players that love Texas and love their guys, the guys next to it. Man, that feels good. Feels really good. I like it.
It feels good. You know, you mentioned Texas having deep talent. Hayden Connor agreed. This is what he had to say about how deep the talent is at Texas.
But the talent that we have in really every position group is just it's phenomenal. Like I think that we are the deepest team in college football for sure, and you know it really shows. Like when you've got the leading rusher in Power 5 who goes down, and then you've got Cedric and Blue who come in, and really our offense didn't stop. Like it kept going, and I think that shows a lot about how well we can recruit, and also how invested everyone is within the game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. So on
there you go, deepest. You know, and I would say too, there's the different top teams right now. They have stellar wide receivers or stellar quarterback or stellar something, right? Great players.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Texas 2 and 3 deep at so many positions. And it took a minute to get there.
Yeah.
But you can see even, especially, running back. Texas is solid at quarterback and running back. And you can see that when he talks about next man up, it really can be when they recruit and develop at that level that they've been doing.
Yeah. Look, we're talking about next man up. I would take any of Texas's, right? Because remember, Baxter started this year.
Right.
He was a starter. And then Brooks came in and was a better fit for that particular time.
Right.
And then when Brooks goes, we saw that nice combination. You called it lightning and thunder, right? We saw that nice combo when Brooks was healthy. And then to suffer the injury like that, we've seen Blue step up. We've seen, Keelan Robinson step up. We've seen these guys. And I will tell you, I can't imagine a D1 program out there that wouldn't, these guys would start. Right? Like Keelan would start on a different team. So just the idea that they're there and they're waiting for their time and they're waiting for what's right and they're ready to step up and be ready.
Right.
Oh man, that's a good place to be. We talked about recruiting classes in the past. Texas, there's that narrative. Texas has always had the talent. And while I will agree with that, I think something that kind of covered some of the issues in the past was, we'd have these highly ranked classes. Yeah, Charlie Strong could recruit the shit out of everything, right? We know Mac Brown was great.
He would,
recruiting.
Charlie Strong was amazing.
Right. Tom Herman had some great classes. But I think what kind of covered some of the underlying issues in those classes, we were stuffing them with 4 and 5 stars at the skill position.
Right.
But we weren't necessarily getting that depth that we really, really needed. We weren't necessarily getting the talent or the guys that we really, really needed in the trenches.
And culture fit that wasn't always established.
Right. So, again, I think we've seen that shift and it's all these little things that are adding up, the building of culture, getting the right players, having the right staff that are making the right evaluations and developing in the right ways, and to be where we're at. That's a huge thing. And I think that's something that shouldn't be overlooked. And it's something that's going to continue to grow. And I think the future is bright for Texas because of that. We're doing it. We're building the house the right way. So
it doesn't feel like it's a house of straw right now.
Right.
It feels like it's on a pretty solid, sustainable foundation right now. It feels like what's happening, especially with the recruits and even in the transfer portal, there are some really talented athletes out there. But when Sark talked about when they asked him, how are you going to attack the transfer portal, one of the first things he said was culture fit.
Right.
Like they have to be a culture fit.
That matters first. And
and they can't come and bring, toxic anything. It's not worth one touchdown. Right. And then they've had nothing but, they've had some really fantastic success. And some people are calling Adonai Mitchell the gem of the transfer portal last year for all of college football.
It's me. I'm some people.
It's you.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they know you don't just bring in anyone. You bring in someone that, fits your schemes, if it's the position you're needing, but also culture fit. And what a fantastic culture fit Adonai Mitchell has been. The way he speaks, I could listen to him talk all day.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
So I want to point this out. Yes, I'm sorry for those that threw up in their mouth a little bit when I said the Steve Patterson name. I apologize.
He brought alcohol to DKR.
He did. We got to give him credit for that.
Never forget.
But listen, it's that whole conversation of if you forget where you came from, you're doomed to repeat it, right? So we got to embrace the ugliness and to make sure that we don't do it again. And we know that we're in a much better place now.
That's true. All right. So we are, we talked with Hayden, and we talked all about, how we built up to this moment and how they are now in the college football playoff, the selection, what happened with the team found out, right? So let's, before we move forward, let's take a minute.
Okay.
Let's top off our champagnes.
Oh, I like that.
Because these are really skinny, small glasses.
Sparkling wine.
A sparkling wine. I know it's not. It's not from. I don't know where it's from. Let's put it not by the.
Yeah, we'll put it over my lap.
Not by
computer.
Megan's computer. All right, but before we move on, I want to tell you about Covert BK.
Super smooth.
Super smooth. Well, I mean,
yeah, it's perfect.
I don't have a fancy transition. I'm just going to tell you about Covert BK because they sponsor Texas Sports Unfiltered.
And they're great.
And we are part of Texas Sports Unfiltered. So I want to make sure people know about them.
Don't forget to like and subscribe, by the way.
Also, if you would like to be one of our sponsors here on Fire the Cannon, let us know. Contact us. We have a really special new sponsor coming, I think, after the new year. And if you want to be in on it, let us know. Okay, so Covert Auto Group is a family-owned group of automotive dealerships, and they've been in the Austin area over 100 years.
That's crazy,
man,
man.
a lot's changed even since I've been. Well, I mean, I've been in Austin. I'm alive, but a lot's changed.
You're not 100 years old.
I'm not 100 years old
So
yet.
there's that.
I'm close. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not. Covert Auto Group is committed to providing customers with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, as well as outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Go to Covert BK. They are 42 acres in the beautiful hill country in BK, Texas. They have Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And they have Covert, Ford, and Chevy in Hutto, and Ford, Lincoln, and Austin. CovertBK.com for the specials and inventory. Beautiful facility.
Gorgeous. Out.
Go and get a cup of coffee if you're out there. Like, just walk around like every morning. Go get a free coffee. Eventually you'll buy a vehicle.
It's really
it's
cool.
beautiful.
It is gorgeous.
It's
out
really
there.
pretty out there.
Yeah, and look, I'm big girl, a Bronco. They, Covert takes care of him and gets him his oil changes, makes him feel all fancy. So that's
I'm telling you, when it's time for my pink Jeep.
You got it. You're ready.
I'm gonna count how many times I set out Covert Auto Group, and
and pink Jeep. Yeah.
And pink Jeep.
The amount of discount.
And let's see what the discount I get.
They'll take care of you for sure.
They'll take. I'm sure they will. Yeah.
I love it. All right. So let's jump back in. We've got a lot more with Hayden. And thank you guys again for being with us. We really appreciate this. Don't forget, we mentioned this earlier, but don't forget, tonight we will post the full audio of our interview with Hayden on the Fire the Cannon podcast. So you can find that on whatever podcast platform you prefer. Also, on Texas Sports Unfiltered will post the video and the audio, of course. So that'll be fun to see there. So if you guys missed anything before, if you're just joining us, we're talking, we had talked with Hayden Connor, and we're sharing some of his nuggets of wisdom and some insights and behind the scenes looks and feels. So
we have a couple more things that we talked to him about. Now that we've gotten up to where they they won the Big 12 championship, and what was the best moment? And did we talk about his best moment being the sweat catch? Yeah, we just played that one. Okay. That was pretty awesome. That's also a culture thing when they're excited.
Right. Like
the best moment was when the
D lineman came in and played on offense and scored, and the offensive lineman thinks that was the best moment. That's awesome, man. I love that.
That tells you again about the culture and how much they love each other.
Absolutely.
I mean, the whole stadium went crazy.
Cool.
And I don't know if you rewatched the game at that moment when T'Vondre Sweat caught that touchdown. There's a moment where they pan to 4 or 5 Oklahoma State young female students. Richard really thinks one of them's crying. Like
that's fair.
Like this is, and I'm like, maybe I don't know.
She had something in her eye.
She had something in her eye. Richard's like, she's crying.
I love it.
So Sweat's touchdown was so impactful. One of the young ladies was in
I love it. Yeah, listen, big man tutties are like one of my favorite things ever. And then to watch it play out that way.
I don't know if she was sad now because they were down by 100 at that point.
She knew.
Or because it was so beautiful.
She knew her fate.
It was so beautiful.
She knew her fate. She knew her fate at that point.
All right. So let's talk about it. So we'll move forward. The Hayden Connor, we talked about finding out they were going to play Washington, right?
Yeah. So they're Again, we're excited. We were at the Big 12 championship. The fans were incredible. The booing of Yormark was wow, chef's kiss.
Yeah, we'll spend
done,
a few
everybody.
minutes talking about being actually at the game. Let's go. Oh, wait, yeah.
But yes, so we talk about that. It was an incredible moment for the team.
Right.
And it was cool to see how they took that in, soaked it up. And then now we're looking to the Sugar Bowl. The announcement was made. Texas is going to the Sugar Bowl.
Here we go.
We are just a little bit before Sugar Bowl. I think there were a lot of perhaps some doubters at the beginning of this year that Texas couldn't make it this far. A lot of those guys have, mysteriously disappeared. That's odd how that happens. Tell us about the Sugar Bowl excitement. Are y'all happy that this is a New Orleans Sugar Bowl versus Rose Bowl? Is there one that y'all wanted, more than the other? Or?
We really don't care as long as we were in the top 4. That was the most important thing. Being in New Orleans is kind of sweet. It's pretty much our backyard compared to the trip Washington has to make. So I'm excited to see that the fan turnout for sure.
Yeah,
they'll be there.
I think this will be I think it's safe to say this will be a home feeling kind of game for Texas. Washington travels well too, no question.
They do, yeah. They did last year for sure.
Yeah, but that is, a little different. So you guys are taking on Washington. We ran into them last year at the Alamo Bowl. We were down a few of our starters. Some opted out, some were in the transfer portal. Do you think that, are y'all excited to play Washington again? And do you think having that experience, because I know there's a lot of guys that were on that team last year that are back for Texas and for Washington as well.
Yeah.
How do you think that plays out? Is that a bonus for y'all? Or do you feel a hindrance at all?
I'm actually pretty excited. We this whole year was about, farewell tour, getting revenge on teams from last year, and they're literally the last team that we need revenge from. So I'm excited for that opportunity. They're a hell of a team. They were good last year, and I feel like the two of us have both gotten better in our own ways. I think I saw some stat where the combined roster for each team, 80% of the team is coming back this year,
right?
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
All right. I was trying to tell her something without the mic right
now.
Yeah.
80% of the team coming back. So we talked about this with Hayden. We got to point it out. Texas, this is the revenge tour. This is the farewell tour to the Big 12. But behind the scenes, we've known this is a bit of the revenge tour. And it so far, it's been scripted pretty wonderfully. Everybody, the Hateful Eight that we play, the remaining, Big 12 teams that we're leaving behind, we've now had an opportunity to play, which is pretty crazy. Like you couldn't have scripted that better.
Right.
Then on top of that, Texas ends up in the playoffs. And we get a rematch with the team that beat us in the bowl game last year.
Right.
Now, circumstances are different. Now. Last year we thought it was going to be Jay Brooks' coming out party. And it just took a little bit longer for him with Rojo and with Bijan opting out. Took a little bit longer to maybe get that communication down with the ones and everything.
It's not plug and play.
But now we're in a position where, again, 80% of the players coming back. We've talked about the transfer portal. We've talked about how the landscape of college football has changed so much.
Right.
You got to think that is a really rare stat at this point, to have a matchup between teams that played in the bowl the year before and that many returning players. 80% is a lot.
Well, we talked about too, talk about crazy, rare, super rare things that could happen. We talked about when Texas beats Washington, should Texas beat Washington, and should Michigan beat Alabama? And then should Texas beat Michigan,
right? Like
they will be the first. Yeah. Should all those things happen, Texas would be the only team ever to beat all 3 of the playoff teams in that year.
Right. Pretty phenomenal.
That would be, some could argue then if that were to happen, some could argue that would be like the best team ever.
It would.
It'd be in the conversation. It's a
conversation for sure.
And it'd be fun to talk about it.
And we know for sure that social media would be super chill about it.
Oh yeah. Nobody would question us if we said this was the best team ever.
Well, the cool thing is, if this plays out and Texas plays to their capabilities, and of course, y'all, we've got
has to be a perfect game
to talk about it. Washington's no slouch, right?
Ooh,
like
they're good.
we're not going to overlook them. You mentioned earlier on the show today, we are very likely going up against
a
Heisman winner in Penix. So this isn't a gimme. And I don't think any of us,
and they're wide
we know the team isn't
receivers.
treating it like that. The fans shouldn't be treating it like this is a gimme either. This is a solid matchup. If you look on paper, this is going to be a really great game. Texas and Washington strengths and weaknesses match up really well in this game. So
it's going to be good.
We'll dive into that more on future broadcasts. But if Texas does follow through and play to the potential that they are fully capable of playing and make it to the national championship, whether they play Michigan or whether they play Alabama.
Rematch of Alabama.
Right. Excuse me. There is definitely, again, if we're going to talk about revenge tour, if we see Alabama again, yes, we played them this year already. But in my mind, Washington would be the revenge against last year's bowl loss.
Right.
Now that we're in bowl season and playing Alabama again, that's it. That's a chance to do it for Colt McCoy. Do it for Colt, y'all.
Revenge against Colt McCoy.
We could
for Colt McCoy.
We could avenge his injury. We could avenge the 09 loss. The potential. The script is there.
It will never change if
The pain.
only Colt
It'll never
had
change
not
the pain.
been injured.
That's fair.
And I feel like going into Bama and winning, that's fine with me.
Yeah, look,
we'll have 50 more chance. And actually, we go to Michigan in a few months, like in September. So it's all just lining up.
It's a
big
cool
time. It's big time football happening.
Right. And again, if Michigan ends up beating Alabama and Texas beats Washington, then you're talking about a matchup. You're right. It's a prequel to next season. And additionally, Texas would be in the position to do something no team has ever done, which is beat all of the college football playoff teams in a single season.
That's crazy.
That's pretty cool. Like
the odds of that even being a thing is crazy.
Right. You couldn't script that any better.
Well, get to work. we know the staff's already working hard at reviewing all the film again of all the teams.
Absolutely. So we're talking about this. Again, y'all, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate y'all tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, check out Fire the Cannon podcast. We will have the full interview with Hayden up later tonight. Additionally, we've got some time to talk about the Sugar Bowl, right? We've got a few weeks in between. So that presents some problems, right? We talked earlier in the show today about how the upside is players have time to recover.
Mm-hmm.
But there's some potential issues with taking that time off, right?
Right.
And do you get a little rusty? Do you get a little too comfortable? What happens? And we asked Hayden about that. And how does the team handle the downtime?
Right.
Yeah.
So with that, we are going into a little bit of a lull before we play in the Sugar Bowl.
You guys are. We are.
Right. How do you guys stay focused now? Like, again, this team is being talked about very differently at this point in the season than they were at the beginning. How do y'all stay focused with that 28-day break between, the Big 12 championship game and the Sugar Bowl? How is the team staying focused? What are y'all working on? I know it's finals time too. What's the process right now for that?
Finals is first. So we have the week off. We're working out up at the facility just 3 days this week. Then we get the weekend off, and then we get another week where it's kind of a recharge session where, we get our legs back underneath us, we get our mind clear, we get finals out of the way, and then we'll practice. We'll practice 2.5 weeks before the game. And then we'll get another break in between there, but we're playing for a national championship. So I feel like if people are somehow messing stuff up and not being focused, then they don't belong here. But I have a good feeling that the vast majority of the guys on the team are going to be doing the right thing.
I love that. Right. So you mentioned, Texas, we're playing for a national championship.
Can you believe it?
Crazy.
Can you believe it?
We're here.
What was your reaction when they put Michigan, Washington, and then they slid the Longhorn across? I've been sliding that long cross across so many people's feeds the last few days.
Listen,
Texas never makes the playoff.
I had zero chill with that. Like, I am not ashamed to admit, like, I acted like a jackass by myself at home alone. My animals all freaked out. They thought I was losing my mind. And listen, they're used to me watching games and being animated, perhaps, when I watch sports. Maybe. They had no idea what was going on. I think the cat jumped, and Kevin was probably like upside down on the ceiling because I freaked her out so bad. But yeah, it felt surreal. It was awesome. And I still don't know that I fully wrapped my brain around it. How about you?
Man.
What was the Osborne household?
We were all in the
reaction?
living room, and Nadia was actually recording us as we were watching it. So I have a great video of us being like, "Oh my!"
That'll come up later.
No, it won't, because I was doing laundry. My laundry's on the floor as I'm separating, blankets and things to wash.
People will understand.
I know I was doing laundry, and so it's like us, and then all my laundry. Anyway, but I love the videos that have come out. Like, there's this really cool kid.
Yeah,
that's just
the 11-year-old.
Yeah, let's go.
Amazing.
Oh, he was amazing. Like, oh, son, you're just gonna have so many moments in your life where it's like, yes, no, yeah. Like, that was amazing. And then our friend Corey, he had a great video of him, and is that a stepson? I don't know, the little boy they was with. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Anyway, sorry. He had a great moment where they wrap each other up and yes. There's been some great video, people. It's a long time coming, and it's a great moment. And I love that some of you have been horrible on Twitter, obnoxiously bad on Twitter.
Not our followers, not you.
No, greatness. Yes, I didn't have time to pull up too many bookmarks, but there's people who have lots of time to bookmark some old bad takes, and all the way from back.
I've been living for receipts.
I love it. Yes, loving
receipts.
all the people who have the time to call up people who said Texas will never make a playoff.
I love this. KJ, that's a great point when we're talking about Texas competition. Yes, we absolutely did play a Heisman winner, and I think that was absolutely fuel to the fire. I think everybody can agree, once all the games played out, Vince should have won that, right? We know that. Not that Reggie Bush wasn't incredible, but Vince should have won that, which is part of the argument against, awarding the Heisman when they do. Let the season play out. Let them play their bowl games. Let's see how they do. The fact that Ollie Gordon was still in the conversation after rushing for 34 yards against Texas, that to me, that should factor in. And that very well could happen at the bowl games. Penix could ball out, or Penix could get shut down. And I think that should factor into it, right?
Yeah, and we'll talk about it. But that pass rush, Texas is going to really have to scheme up the most effective pass rush of the year.
Yeah.
And it's got to happen. Our DBs are still young. We're going to be without a starting safety for the first half of the game.
Right.
So, they got time. Time.
I like it. Again, CB,
there were two,
thank you.
Right. There were two.
Liner had won the year before. And
one
again,
kid was crying.
Yeah, listen, I know that and we've seen this team loves these conversations. They love the bulletin board material, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Liner gave us a lot of that. There was the conversation that USC was a dynasty, and
he
Texas
still said the better team won at the end of the game.
The better team didn't win.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
And the conversation was that Texas is but a speed bump in the dynasty conversation of USC, and that team I think took that to heart. I think there's a lot of similarities. Different teams, of course.
Yeah, except I haven't heard any bulletin board material from Washington.
Not from Washington yet. No, I'm
and
hoping they do. I've been saying
I would love them.
Poke the bear. I want Washington to say something.
I would love
stupid.
it, but I feel like they're not a program that does that.
I agree.
Yeah.
They're
smart kids at UW.
Well, and much like a Saban coached Alabama team, they're not going to go on and do something dumb, right? They're not going to put things out there that could potentially poke the bear. Again, I hope they do. I hope they do. Right. I hope they do. And we all know how Bevo reacts in the Sugar Bowl when dogs are around. So again, I've had that conversation a lot.
Yeah.
But I like it. So there's definitely
opportunity for both QBs to cook.
Yeah.
Both
Absolutely.
QBs to cook.
Absolutely. So A lot of fun things. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's it.
Yeah. So December 5th, ESPN spent the entire month crowning USC. That's absolutely right, CB. They went on again, Texas in that 05 national championship game. Texas was being treated as an afterthought for a month.
Mhm.
And I appreciate that we're in a different position now. But again, there's some potential here.
What a game.
For some fun things. How many of y'all in the comments right now were at the game? You were at the game at the 05?
No,
You weren't at that one?
No, I was at 09.
09. Okay, I was at
yeah.
that one too. I was at the 05 game. I was still in college at that time, actually. I was really fortunate.
I was at the Rose Bowl before the Michigan.
Yeah, I was
the
too.
Michigan, the one the year before.
I was at that one. I will say with the 05 national championship, I was really lucky in college because that 05 year we had, of course, the VY and the 05 national championship in football. We had a national championship in baseball, and our basketball team, our men's basketball team, was killing it at the time too.
That
I mean, we
TJ
finished.
Ford years.
That was
Yep.
we finished. I want to say it was at least
We had a Final Four.
Yeah,
we had a Final
so
Four with
I was I was spoiled. in
Well, the
college.
students now, lucky you guys, you get a winning football team, you have a winning basketball team, you have a winning volleyball team, you have a winning women's basketball team, you have, oh my goodness, winning track and field, winning soccer. Like you have winning programs.
Yeah.
Winning softball, winning
Also,
softball.
Shout out to Ange, the Texas soccer coach, just got extended to 2028. For
Oh, nice.
doing a great job.
You know what
and-
else just got extended through like 2030 something? Texas OU in the Cotton Bowl.
Right.
That was just extended too.
Good. Never move it. Jerry World sucks. I'm sorry.
Oh,
it
let's
does.
talk about that real quick since
Yeah.
you brought it up. I
All
mean,
right.
we haven't talked much about our actual time
Mhm.
at the Big 12 championship game. The AT&T Stadium was a mess. They were awful. So let's start with the parking lot drama.
Yeah. You're gonna have to talk about it because I have too much rage about it. so.
Megan was big mad. So
Still am.
I was like, what's wrong with this dude? But then later I realized. So
Yeah, a little,
go ahead.
a little
tell
backdrop
them.
on that. So Rocky Camp comes up. I show up to set up the tailgate, have everything going. I'd been there before the lots open, like in line, had the spot picked out, knew everything where I wanted to go. They didn't have any attendees there to tell us like where we needed to be. And at the last second, they're like, you guys have to move and go in a different entrance. So then I lose my spot in
Go
line.
all the way
technically,
around just to
move
come in
around.
a different entrance.
It's a mess. So I'm already kind of pissy in that.
For a lot you paid to park in.
Paid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, we end up close to where we wanted to be and had set up. But this guy, like, I'll let Rocky tell this, but just so you guys understand what Rocky wasn't understanding about me is I'd been dealing with this guy for a couple hours at this point.
And I was like, what's so wrong with him? He's
Yeah.
just trying to keep the place safe. Oh no, he was one of those people that give them a little bit of power or position. And his position was the golf cart riding around the parking lots.
Yeah.
And he took that to be king of the world. Like he was
he was a golf
he
cart
was a
Nazi.
jerk.
He was the worst.
Yeah, I don't like using that word, but
I know, sorry,
I
but
know.
he
No.
was awful.
But he was awful. He was absolutely a tyrant.
He was a tyrant.
He
There we
was
go.
absolutely a
Tailgate
horrible
tyrant. How about
Tailgate tyrant. So he was coming around on his golf cart. Y'all need to move back. Get back. And people were standing like it's a parking lot. No cars are coming through. There's a blockade.
Yeah.
People are standing around the vehicles, having breakfast, having drinks, chatting, talking, taking pictures. We're not even in a throughway, and he's coming through with his cart,
hitting people,
driving
literally
into
hitting people.
the people,
Mhm.
honking and driving into the people for no reason, other than he was in a golf cart, saying,
"You need to move. You're standing in the tailgate lot."
What if ambulance comes, or what if there's an emergency? I said, if we hear sirens,
We're adults.
we will slide left.
We know how to move. Yeah, this guy, it was
We
just
learned
a lot.
that when we were 2.
Yeah. So, I mean, dealing with this guy, he was just not a pleasant human being. The tailgate situation was not a pleasant tailgate
And
situation.
then after the game, he was rushing us
Yeah.
off, calling the police over to rush us. Take those tents down.
Literally called the cops.
We had barely walked up to the
Yeah.
vehicle from the stadium, and he was like,
the game was done maybe 10 minutes.
10 minutes. He's like, get your tents down. Take the tents down. And
Yeah.
he's rushing us to take the tent.
And
he
in
came
their
all the way
rules-
back over to us.
In their rules, it says like you can be there 2 hours after the
2
game.
hours.
So yeah,
Yeah.
it was just a lot. And I will say, and again, this is my argument against moving it to Jerry World. There's more than just this, but so we had that experience with that particular employee, and then getting into Jerry World, it felt like nobody knew what was going. I won't say everybody was as awful as him,
yeah,
but there were certain places we were asking, hey, where do we go? And none of the people that worked there knew anything about it. They were like, we don't know.
Yeah, if you at your ticket, if you like zoom in, it'll tell you which entry to go in.
It wasn't just that. I went in the correct entry, but it was still trying to find
because
we were
signs to your sections are so tiny.
It was just a mess. All of it was, in my opinion, I know other people had better experiences. I did not. I've never been a fan of Jerry World. Plus, if I want to get a drink, I don't want to spend $50 for a rum and Coke.
So expensive. But they do have an app where they will deliver your food and drinks to your seats.
That is true.
But they won't go
Not
pee
worth
for you. That's the problem, because you still got to go up and get up and
well,
go pee.
So look, I know you don't like the Cotton Bowl OU game for a lot of reasons. That's fair. No matter how wrong your take is, I can appreciate it. But there's just something magical about the Cotton Bowl, the old school Cotton Bowl, and being at the state fair. To me, that is what helps make this. Like, it's not about splitting any old football stadium, down the middle. It's about the atmosphere around it. You've got, the concerts that are going on, and the car shows, and the all the shows that they do, the livestock. I love that part. The food, the fried food, like the crazy fair food. It's all of it that makes the shootout. I'm sorry, the Red River rivalry.
Yeah,
it makes it special. And moving that to Jerry World destroys all of that. I think it takes Texas OU weekend from being one of the, if not the best rivalry in college football, and makes it just another game, in my opinion, if you move it. That's how I feel about it.
All right. So the next big game for Texas, like the Big 12 game was, I thought overall the actual game was amazing. And we can talk more about that, like our favorite moments and stuff later. But the actual game was amazing. It was a butt kicking. It was a blowout. So, but yeah, I'm sure the Washington fans are furious that they have to fly all the way to New Orleans when the prices of flights are $2,000. Well, that's what they get for living in the corner of the world. So they should have thought about that before they became peasants.
I love it. If y'all don't know, that is a wonderful quote.
That is a line.
That
Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah, if y'all know where it's from, props.
Good job.
Yeah,
they should have thought about that before they became peasants. Anyway, we say that line for anytime we're just being mean. All right, all right. So yeah. Oh yeah.
So again, thanks, you guys. Thanks for joining us again. I know we're wrapping up here, but we want to say thank y'all. We really appreciate the support. Again, please don't forget to like and subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered, both on YouTube. Give us a like on Facebook. You can live stream at both of those locations. Of course, follow us on Twitter. You guys know me as Texas Fancy Boots. Rocky knows best. Also, I'm going to repeat this again. We will be posting the full audio on Fire the Cannon podcast. So please subscribe, set up your notifications. We'll have that full interview with Hayden Connor later tonight. And then Texas Sports Unfiltered will also post the full video and audio of the interview a little bit later, either tonight or tomorrow morning. So we appreciate you being here. We do appreciate you being here. We want to give a quick shout out to Hayden, how to find him and some stuff that he has coming up.
All right, here you go.
Defeated in the road white. So we'll see. True road games. Yes.
I love it. Hayden.
All right.
Well,
we'll let you go.
Yeah, please tell people where they can find you on your social media that you do not check and will not see. But if people want to follow you, can you give them a shout out on where to find you on Twitter, Instagram, anywhere that you think is best?
My Twitter and Instagram is the exact same. It's just my name. It's Hayden Connor. That's it.
I like that you keep it easy, my friend. Keep it simple.
ER.
I love that. All right, man. Well, hey, again, congratulations on an awesome game. You're killing it. Your growth has been absolutely phenomenal to watch, and we cannot wait to see what you and the rest of the guys unleash on Washington in New Orleans in the Sugar Bowl. Thank you so much for being with us. Hayden Connor, you're the best, man. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
All right, take care. Right. Hook 'em. All right. So one other thing, again, this is still in the works and we want to share this with y'all. Hayden does also have some charity work that's going to be coming up. It's either going to be with Austin Pets Alive or the Austin Animal Shelter. So please keep an eye. again, like Texas Sports Unfiltered, like Fire the Cannon, follow us on Twitter. We'll have that information as soon as he's finalized the details for the charity to help. You got to love a big guy that loves dogs and loves animals and is here to help them out. So please keep an eye out for that too. So in our closing minutes, we got about 10 minutes left in the show. Again, we love y'all being here. We really appreciate it. We're going to talk about some bowl games that are coming up.
The best part, like, of course, once the big college football playoff, finalists are announced, then everyone else gets bowl games, which we're learning now that we're in the playoff for the first time. No, we knew that. So I would like to start with I put on Twitter a calendar because for me, I need it on a calendar. I don't want to scroll by dates. I want to see it on a calendar. I don't want to know what's on a Tuesday. But what's really cool, Texas State University, the Bobcats of Texas of San Marcos, the Texas State Bobcats are in their first FBS bowl game.
That's big.
That is amazing.
It's because you're there now.
It's because I go to Texas State. They finally get to a bowl game. It's not because they joined the FBS. It's because Anyway, amazing.
That's awesome.
So they get to play Rice and in Dallas. So they'll get both teams would have fans that can drive up, and they're in the Serve Pro First Responder Bowl. And I'm going to go ahead and make my score prediction.
I like it. Let's bring it.
Texas State 75, Rice 74.
Wow. Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
I love it. Listen, I have to say, I'll root for whoever. I actually really like this bowl. Excuse me, real quick. Oh, sorry, y'all. I'm still getting over the ick.
Right.
Definitely, Rice was a better team than they've been in the past.
They're a bowl team.
Yeah.
Texas has played the most bowl teams of any team in the country. Well, any of the top 25.
Yeah.
Texas played the most bowl teams.
I love that. So watching Rice and Texas State's going to be fun. I think that'll actually tell us where each of those programs are truly
Come
at.
on, Bobcats.
It'll
Win
be a
your
good
first
time.
bowl game.
Would you be mad if I went for Rice?
Of course.
Okay, that's fair.
Why would you go for Rice?
Well, because I like Rice. I like the mob. I love the mob. Come on.
The mob ain't playing the game.
I didn't know.
The Texas State Bobcats are playing the game.
I love it. Hey, Sandman, we'll definitely let Hayden know. Solid beard. He's doing it right. Big man with a big beard. It's always fun. So yeah, I love it. All right. So another one, we were talking about USC a little bit earlier,
right?
They had their bowl game announcement.
And as soon as it was announced, Caleb Williams is like, I'm bouncing. I'm bouncing.
God, that portal was crazy. A lot of quarterbacks in the portal.
Well, he's headed to the NFL, and I would not risk injury for this bowl game either.
There's that, but again, we next show.
He's going to the NFL.
We're going to talk about quarterback transfers, the portal.
Oh,
the
there's so much to talk about.
But
and by then, we'll know where a lot of them are going too.
Right. So this one is going to be Louisville, who just couldn't pull it out against a limping FSU.
How many years did they take football back?
It was that was hard to watch.
Louisville and FSU. I felt like I should write letters to their grandparents about how sad football became after they left it to them.
It was hard to watch, but
they
have been announced for the Petco Park, the Holiday Bowl at Petco Park in San Diego, which is Spanish for Will's vagina, if you didn't know that.
San Diego is my second favorite city in the United States.
It's a fun place.
So if it wasn't Louisville USC, I might try to get to that game.
Feels like that's going to be a home game for USC.
I have a funny Holiday Bowl story to tell you real quick. When we were playing, was it Arizona State? Who did we play in the Holiday Bowl in January? Someone will know. CB. Who did we play January 2008? And December 2007 in the Holiday Bowl, because I was very pregnant with my daughter Nadia, and I went with my sister to the snack bar. Was it Arizona? It wasn't Arizona State. Who was it? It's the one where Mac Brown's stepson or son-in-law went out into the field and got a.
I remember.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Okay, so we were at that game.
Arizona State.
Yeah, I was right. Okay, so I went with my sister to the. Thank you, CB. To the snack bar, and this Arizona State fan comes behind us, and he's like, Texas, baby, all the Texas things, and I'm like, what? And I turn around, and I'm
very pregnant, yeah.
And he goes, and you're fat too.
Cool.
He called me
pregnant.
Fat.
I love it. Gotta love college football.
And I'm like, go check the score, boy. I think we're beating you by like 30 right now. Okay, anyway, moving on. That was my Holiday Bowl experience. Horrible stadium. That was at the old horrible stadium.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, it was Qualcomm at the time, I think.
Yeah. You have to take like 9 trains, and then you're in
an old crumb. I felt like it was going to crumble on us.
Don't be too loud, or this whole thing.
I thought it was going to crumble on us while we were cheering in the game.
That's
all right. All right. So moving on. This is one.
This is one of my favorite. When this was announced, I'm not going to lie, I was actually pretty excited about this too. Exactly that. The Little Brother Bowl. It's the Texas Bowl, but you got to talk. I saw something.
The Tax Act.
Let me.
Tax Act. It's the Tax Act.
Tax Act Texas Bowl. That's hard to say.
They pay good money for that to be the Tax Act Bowl. All right.
To me, okay, so we get to see the fighting Texas A&M farmers against Oklahoma State, the Pokes. I like this. The way that I'm viewing this is if you had ordered the Red River rivalry on Wish, this is what you'd get, right? Like you end up with TAMU against OSU. Look,
I saw somebody call it the Dollar Tree Red River
That's
rivalry.
fair. I just feel like it's that, like if you order it on
Malcolm
Wish,
called
what
it
you
that.
think you're getting is Texas OU, and what you're actually getting.
Oh, that is so funny.
It'll be fun.
That's pretty funny.
I will say in some of Texas's, we had a few down years. We've talked about that. My friend Christine, y'all might know her on Twitter, Christine Hookham.
Oh, yeah.
She and I decided this was a year that Texas did not make a bowl. So we were just going to go on the hate tour. And we ended up watching A&M and K-State at the Texas Bowl. And we ended up going to the Sugar Bowl and watching OU and Auburn, I think it was that year. So I feel like A&M should be pretty comfortable at the Texas Bowl. I will say they're going to have a leg up there. Houston area, it's played at Energy Stadium. There's going to be a lot of Aggies there. That's obviously
that Houston is College Station too. Like they will be there.
There's a lot.
They'll come cheer. They'll be there.
So it'll be fun, and it'll be interesting to see what happens with the coaching and how all that plays out. And what
if they don't score at least 49 on them,
listen.
Because Oak State gives up 49 to anyone with half an offense.
We had a lot of chatter on Twitter about Texas beating Oklahoma State, so we'll see how that plays out.
Because we heard winning a championship by beating Oklahoma State is awful and worth nothing, is what we were told.
Right.
So if you don't whoop Oklahoma State, you must not be much of a team. That's what I heard this week.
I'm just saying
that's what I heard this week.
Oklahoma State has the chance to do probably one of the funniest things possible.
Hilarious
in the bowl game season.
Get it?
So I like it.
All right.
I like it.
So moving on, we have
we'll blast through the next week.
Yeah. So
we know y'all are going to join us next week.
Ohio State, Georgia. Okay, 6 Georgia, Florida State 5. How do they still have them at 5 if they don't think?
Because they won their champ. They won their.
I know, but
they're undefeated.
But are they the 5th best team in the country? No. Well, the spread, Georgia would beat them by 15-20, and we're going to see it.
We'll see it. Listen, we'll talk about this on our next episode for sure. But I appreciate this. Feels like a consolation prize for FSU. I think the best.
That's the Orange Bowl, by the way.
Right. The best 4 teams ended up in the college football playoff.
Yes.
For where they're at and the personnel that they have, I think that played out properly.
Agreed.
I will say this does feel like a consolation prize for FSU. Like you ended up number 5, you're in the Orange Bowl. I think Georgia's going to destroy them, no question. But you still got to give a team credit for going undefeated. Like that is not an easy thing to do.
No.
And going completely undefeated, winning your conference, no matter what the conference is, you won it. And you won 3 of those games with a backup quarterback and sometimes a backup quarterback.
Back.
So look, do I think this is going to be a close bowl game? Probably not. But you got to respect it and you got to give FSU some credit. And I do think they deserve to be there. Unfortunately, with how their season played out, I feel it's going to be a rough game for them.
All right. So Liberty somehow, the SMU goes ranked just behind them. Liberty is undefeated. They get to play Oregon. That's their prize. They get to play Oregon.
Good luck.
Bama, Michigan. So just 10 seconds. Michigan's face when they saw it wasn't Michigan's team when they thought they were going to get to beat up on a broken FSU, and they get Bama.
Yeah, the reaction videos were pretty great. You see it at Texas. Obviously, we're excited. You see it at Bama. They're excited to be there. You've seen Michigan. Oh, bless their little hearts. They did not. The chips did not fall as they wanted them.
Well, that maybe that's karma for the cheating.
Yeah, well,
they have to play a real game to make it.
That's a conversation we'll have too. Does Michigan deserve to be in the playoffs with the season and the accusations that are floating out there.
Right.
We'll talk about that next time.
And then, of course, we're going to talk Texas, Washington. We'll watch some Washington games. We'll get some feedback. We'll talk to some people that really know what's happening with the teams and figure out where our picks are going.
I love it.
But a couple of things. You killed it today, made the drive up 35 so much better by Cooter, your favorite
That's
name.
my favorite. I love it.
Your
I'm here
favorite
for
name.
it.
And Jenny said, thanks for making Texas football real.
That's my girl, Jenny. I love her to death. Hey, thank you for joining us, y'all. Again, I'm going to repeat one more time. Don't forget, please like and subscribe, Texas Sports Unfiltered. We are on YouTube live every day. You've got us. You can follow us on Facebook too. Please follow Fire the Cannon podcast on Twitter. We are Fire the Cannon 1. And we will post that full audio interview with Hayden Connor tonight. That will be up live. So follow us and subscribe so that you get that notification when it's ready. And then Texas Sports Unfiltered will have the full video interview with Hayden Connor posted probably early tomorrow. So we'll have that up. Again, we appreciate y'all, as always, for joining us. Send us your comments on Twitter. Give us some ideas of what you'd like to hear about next week. We are here every Wednesday live from 3 to 5 p.m. We appreciate you. So tonight, we're going to have to sign off. So thank you, as always. For now, I'm Megan.
I'm Rocky.
And we are Fire the Cannon. Thanks, y'all. Hook 'em.
Good job, girl.
Immediately.